A global outbreak of a zombie virus has plunged human civilization to the brink of collapse, shattering societal order. The protagonist finds himself trapped aboard a moving train, besieged by the omnipresent threat of zombies, transforming the vehicle into a mobile island of doom. Within the cramped confines, resources are scarce, and the survivors must contend with zombie assaults, competition for supplies, and moral dilemmas. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist boards a train encircled by the undead, collaborating with fellow survivors to stay alive. Chapter 1. Manchester. Upon exiting the University of Manchester, Xiao Ming and Li Long entered a modest restaurant. The establishment was not particularly large, only managed by a stout owner, however. Its exquisite Thai cuisine endeared it to the student populace. Fortunately, their schedule was light that morning, otherwise, securing a table would have proven difficult. "How did you fare on yesterday's financial risk exam?" Li Long inquired as they settled at their table. "Not so much how did I fare, but rather, how did I guess?" Xiao Ming replied, tossing his bag onto the table. Li Long chuckled. "Hearing that puts my mind at ease. They'll sit next to you for the retake next week." The owner approached their table, presenting the menu. "Hey, Johnny," Li Long greeted him. "Hey, Chinese boys." Xiao Ming glanced at the menu and ordered 1 cod with fries, 2 pork chops, a plate of Thai stir-fried noodles, 2 fried eggs, and 2 glasses of orange juice. "Same as always, right?" The owner noted. "It will be ready shortly." Li Long looked at Xiao Ming and remarked, "Your English accent is becoming quite refined." Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. "You should learn from me." "Get lost." Xiao Ming tilted his head, observing that the owner usually ran the restaurant with his wife, but today she was absent. "Where's his wife today?" "Didn't I mention?" Li Long replied. "I heard she fell ill again shortly after recovering. She's been bedridden since last week. Why not take her to the hospital?" "Hospital? There are so many people suffering from severe aftereffects lately. You can't get in without waiting in line." Xiao Ming grimaced, relieved that he had escaped infection during the pandemic. Li Long continued, "It's strange it's been 6 months since the last outbreak, yet now we're seeing aftereffects." "Well, you ought to be cautious," Xiao Ming reminded him, recalling Li Long's own bout with infection 6 months prior. "Trust me," Li Long reassured, thumping his chest. "Look at my physique." Xiao Ming surveyed Li Long's robust form. He had always been a fitness enthusiast back home. "Indeed, if you were to mutate, you'd surely become an elite monster." A diner raised the volume on the television with a remote. "The virus is already outrageous enough, now it's mutating into zombies. Hey, race your food." The owner placed the stir-fried noodles and pork chops before them, then switched the television to a sports channel. "I reckon after infection, there's not much to worry about." They exchanged glances, choosing silence. After lunch, they strolled towards their off-campus apartment. Although it was outside the university, it was merely separated by a road, and despite the higher rent, the 2-bedroom layout was far more comfortable than student accommodations. The apartment building, 6 stories tall, boasted an antiquated elevator and a spiral staircase encircling it, leading to each unit's door. It was said that the building had been constructed before the First World War and miraculously survived the German bombings of the Second World War. As they ascended the stairs, Xiao Ming asked Li Long, "Wilson mentioned going to the shooting range this weekend. Are you going?" "You're going again?" Li Long rummaged through his bag for a key, finally producing it. "I'd rather spend that money visiting my sister." "Is there anything in your brain besides women?" "Fitness." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, as Li Long prepared to unlock the door, they heard an irksome commotion from below. "Quick, open the door," Xiao Ming urged. Li Long hastily unlocked the door, and they entered, barely managing to close it before a man's furious voice echoed from the hallway. "Hey, Asians, why don't you get lost? Hey, open up." The door was pounded violently, and Xiao Ming feared it might be knocked down, not out of concern for the man outside, but rather to avoid incurring additional expenses. The man outside was the cantankerous Brit residing across from them, a middle-aged white man prone to heavy drinking and exhibiting severe racist tendencies. Should he have found himself in America, he would undoubtedly fit the mold of a stereotypical Texas redneck, making him far from an ideal neighbor. "Son of a bitch," Li Long exclaimed, grabbing a baseball bat from beside the door, ready to confront him. "Hey," Xiao Ming quickly restrained Li Long. "Have you not dealt with him before? If we ignore him, he'll leave on his own. I've always said we should move." Li Long tossed the bat aside, and they pretended not to hear the ruckus outside. Within 2 minutes, the noise from outside subsided. Xiao Ming reclined on the sofa, retrieving his phone to browse YouTube. The screen was inundated with news regarding post-infection symptoms. Some vloggers discussed the virus mutation mechanisms, while others shared accounts of worsening symptoms in acquaintances, and some offered advice on preparing for a potential biohazard crisis. This virus is such a hassle, Xiao Ming lamented. Li Long, extracting a can of soda from the fridge, remarked, "It's the work of Americans. I've always said it's a man-made virus." Xiao Ming set down his phone and glanced at Li Long, then resumed watching a video on preparing for a biohazard crisis. In this episode, we welcome survival expert Jack, who will guide us on how to stockpile supplies and survive a zombie crisis. If a biohazard crisis ever does occur, Li Long tossed the soda can to Xiao Ming, would be exempt from exams. Just as both sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in their phones, a resounding crash echoed from below. Chapter 2. The Accident Below. Good heavens. Li Long nearly leaped from the sofa, rushing to the window to gaze downward. Xiao Ming followed closely, eager to ascertain the cause of the commotion outside. Below, a sedan had collided violently with the rear of a small truck. The entire had crushed beneath the truck's cargo area, rendering the driver's compartment a grotesque sight. The two men observed as the driver inside appeared to have suffered grievous injuries, his body seemingly severed. My word. Li Long turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The sudden impact had startled the onlookers, some of whom had just reached safety and were preparing to call for help, while a few robust individuals hurried over to assess the situation. Quick! Save him. He is still moving. The driver is still alive. Move the truck. The truck driver, shaken from his stupor by the urgency of those around him, managed to shift the vehicle slightly forward. Since the sedan had struck the truck's right rear side, the driver's compartment remained relatively intact, though the passenger seat was a horrific scene of blood and carnage. Xiao Ming, despite having watched numerous graphic films, felt his stomach churn at this stark reality. A few bystanders retched by the roadside, and cries of distress filled the air, with students from a nearby school pausing to witness the unfolding chaos. As several individuals worked together to rescue the driver, one shouted, "There's someone in the back. It's a child. A child." Others rushed over, relieved to find that the rear door had not been deformed, and they quickly extracted the child. Xiao Ming looked on to see an infant, seemingly only months old, staring blankly into space. "My heavens," Li Long remarked from inside, "this child will carry psychological scars for a lifetime." Though Xiao Ming was not one to easily empathize, he couldn't help but think of the likely fate of the parents seated in the front. Oh no. For heaven's sake, loosen your grip. The commotion outside drew Xiao Ming's attention as the recently rescued child unexpectedly bit the bystander holding him. The onlookers gasped, unable to fathom the rapid succession of events that had transpired in less than 10 minutes. Damn it, someone help get him off. Just as the infant appeared poised to tear a piece of flesh from the bystander's neck, a woman, presumably the bystander's girlfriend, rushed in to pry the child away. However, her intervention only facilitated the infant's savage bite. Although the child was separated, Xiao Ming watched in horror as the infant tore a chunk of skin from the man's neck, chewing it with disconcerting glee. This is a nightmare. It has become a scene straight out of a horror film. The bystander's girlfriend stood frozen in shock, her hands instinctively releasing the infant, who tumbled to the ground. To Xiao Ming's disbelief, the infant flipped over and began crawling towards the woman using all force. He, like the other onlookers, was utterly bewildered. On the left side of the road lay the mangled sedan, and the small truck was drenched in blood, while on the right side, an eerie infant gnawed on human flesh as it crawled towards others. "Zombie! Zombie!" A cry erupted from the crowd, and panic ensued as people scattered in all directions. Even those assisting the driver abandoned their efforts and fled. The once bustling street was now eerily deserted, save for a few intrepid souls watching from the safety of nearby buildings. The monstrous infant, realizing its food had fled, let out a chilling wail that sent shivers down the spines of all present. "Where's my phone?" Li Long fumbled in his pocket, retrieving his mobile device to activate the camera. The infant turned its head and, upon spotting the two men peering from above, grinned menacingly. Under ordinary circumstances, Xiao Ming would have teased Li Long about his TikTok knowledge, yet he found himself rendered speechless by the horror before him. Several police officers emerged from the crowd, two rushing toward the infant on the roadside. "Officer, stay back. He'll bite," a group of university students warned. The officers exchanged glances, frowning in concern. "Don't approach," cried the girlfriend of the injured man from across the street. Xiao Ming turned to see the bystanders instinctively creating space for the couple, while the injured man was being aided by another officer applying pressure to his wound. At that moment, the infant noticed the approaching police and lunged toward them, its mouth agape, revealing blood-stained teeth, its innocent gaze now replaced with a sinister redness. No one needed to point out the obvious. The officers recognized the threat presented by the child. Unaccustomed to such a bizarre situation, they hesitated, retreating cautiously. Additional officers, hearing the commotion, diverted from their efforts to assist the driver and approached the scene. Xiao Ming observed as the officers exchanged brief words. One began to maneuver to the right, encircling the aberrant infant. Back away. The lone officer in front of the child positioned his hand on his taser, while another produced handcuffs. Get him! An officer shouted, and another dashed forward, seizing the child by its clothing and lifting it. The infant howled, its tiny, bloodied hands flailing in the air. Stay calm, stay calm. Another officer urged, hastily cuffing the infant's feet while it continued to writhe, attempting to bite the officers behind it. The wail of sirens echoed in the distance, prompting the surrounding crowd to clear a path. The ambulance arrived to transport the injured, while the police managed to subdue the transformed child. The onlookers, once again gathering, clamored for an explanation from the officers. Chapter 3. Unusual events due to an extraordinary incident that unfolded downstairs at noon. Xiao Ming and Li Long decided to forego their afternoon classes. After a conversation with his family over the phone, Xiao Ming spent the entire afternoon seated on the sofa, perusing every piece of information online related to the aftermath of the incident, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Li Long resorted to an intense workout regimen, seemingly finding solace only in physical exertion. Gradually, Xiao Ming's curiosity escalated beyond mere online searches. He gathered several sheets of paper to begin documenting his findings. A couple of hours later, the street outside became increasingly noisy, as many residents poured out of their homes to rush to the supermarket in a frenzy to stockpile essential supplies. Just as the two contemplated joining the throng, an elderly man suddenly collapsed on the pavement. The man's condition had already been precarious, and the elderly woman who intended to assist him cried out in desperation. Yet no one dared to approach. They instead opted to distance themselves, with some even choosing to circumvent that path entirely. Inevitably, moments later, the man, who had shared a lifetime with his partner, viciously bit into the neck of the woman he had cherished. However, the chaos did not endure for long. The public service system remained operational, and police officers along with medical personnel swiftly arrived at the scene to subdue yet another mutated individual. Such occurrences had already transpired across most communities in the city, in numerous urban areas of the nation, and in countless countries worldwide. This revelation thoroughly unnerved the duo upstairs, leading them to unanimously agree that it would be prudent to remain within the confines of their apartment for the time being. As evening descended, the soft glow of the setting sun filtered through the windows. By this point, the outside world had been pierced by the wailing of police sirens a total of 48 times. Li Long set down his weights and remarked, "You should take a look at this." Xiao Ming stood, retrieving a long-neglected whiteboard from a corner of the living room. He placed it in the center of the room and inscribed a date upon it. 3/5. 3 days prior, on March 5th, the first video began circulating online. Xiao Ming displayed his phone to Li Long, revealing a clip wherein a man with bloodshot eyes frantically pursued his family within a domestic setting, blood still staining his lips. Initially, when the video was posted, many viewers dismissed it as either special effects or a short film, and thus it failed to incite any significant uproar online. By the following day, Xiao Ming noted 3/6 on the whiteboard and continued. Similar videos began to proliferate like mushrooms after rain. We were so preoccupied with preparing for this morning's examination at the library that we missed out on these developments. Li Long took the phone to peruse the viewing history from the afternoon, discovering that Xiao Ming had encountered at least 100 videos featuring different locations and subjects. Yet all shared a common trait. Their eyes were obscured by a blood-red hue, rendering their sclera and pupils invisible, reminiscent of the infant they had witnessed earlier. Today, Xiao Ming once again recorded the date, noting that there were now tens of thousands of related videos surfacing globally, with the most concentrated outbreaks occurring in the United Kingdom. Goodness, are we truly witnessing a zombie apocalypse? Li Long inquired. Xiao Ming shrugged, replying, "The issue lies in the fact that these individuals appear to transform into this state approximately 2 weeks after experiencing sudden infection symptoms. Of course, some, particularly the youth, undergo mutations in an alarmingly brief time frame." Li Long's complexion paled. If this phenomenon was indeed linked to a pandemic, he could not escape its grasp. Observing Li Long's expression, Xiao Ming offered reassurance. There is still no direct evidence. What Xiao Ming refrained from mentioning was that several bloggers had compiled data on the locations of the videos, which aligned closely with the trends of the pandemic 6 months prior. Many individuals experiencing a resurgence of symptoms would deteriorate rapidly in the final days or even hours. exhibiting symptoms such as blindness and internal bleeding. Although the specific mechanism by which individuals transformed into such terrifying beings remained undocumented, the aftermath bore an unmistakable resemblance to a zombie-like condition. Let us hope that is not the case. Li Long slumped onto the sofa. If it is, I dread becoming one of those creatures. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Xiaoming comforted as he patted Li Long's shoulder. There is no definitive evidence that everyone infected 6 months ago will inevitably experience a resurgence of symptoms, nor that those who do will necessarily mutate. Before Xiaoming could finish his sentence, a tremendous roar erupted from outside the window. The two turned to see a dark shape plummeting rapidly from the sky. Mere seconds later, they discerned that it was a large passenger aircraft. The plane crashed into a skyscraper in the city center, followed immediately by a thunderous explosion. Oh no! They exchanged glances, realizing that the end of the world had indeed arrived. Half an hour later, panting and breathless, they had gathered all the useful supplies from their apartment: 2 boxes of instant food, 2 large containers of bottled water, several apples, 16 bottles of beer, 6 bottles of cola, 1 frozen pork chop, 1 frozen lamb chop, assorted vegetables, various condiments, a dozen packets of snacks, several hundred masks and gloves hoarded during the pandemic, a baseball bat, and a kitchen knife. Conservatively estimated, it would suffice for 2 people for about a week. Should we venture outside to take a look? Li Long asked. We're running low on supplies at home. Xiaoming was uncertain about whether or not to brave the outside world. Setting aside the question of whether anything could still be found in the supermarket, if the blogger's assertions held any truth, one could never know if those outside had already succumbed to a resurgence of symptoms, potentially transforming into a zombie at any moment. He glanced at Li Long beside him, at least reassured that this fellow was still safe for now. I should have heeded my mother's advice, Xiaoming lamented with a bitter smile. 6 months ago, during the pandemic, his parents had urged him to stockpile essentials at home, advice he had dismissed, leading him to regret his lack of foresight. The current dilemma was stark: remain indoors and starve, or venture out and risk being bitten at random. Chapter 4. The hardware store. After much contemplation, the two decided to venture out before the sun dipped below the horizon in search of opportunities. Firstly, although the government was still operational, the question lingered whether it could genuinely maintain control over the situation. Inaction was not an option. Secondly, even if the government continued its efforts, it was evident that it was on the brink of collapse. Should the military impose a complete lockdown on the city, the provision of basic necessities remained uncertain. The cacophony of sirens had not ceased, and in the wake of the plane crash, both the rescue and law enforcement capacities of the city were teetering on the edge of disintegration. Much like the onset of the pandemic, public order was destined to shatter within 72 hours. However, unlike the initial phase of the outbreak, where fear of viral infection prevailed, the present populace grappled with the dread of potential resurgence of post-viral symptoms. If this trend persisted, the number of mutated individuals would escalate daily, compelling the government to seal off the city, rendering even the undead confined to their homes. Each donned a backpack. Just before departing, Li Long grasped a baseball bat tightly, while Xiaoming secured a kitchen knife at his waist. Descending the stairs to the street, they noticed a few hurried pedestrians burdened with large bags. Aside from the distant plumes of black smoke and the remnants of bloodstains still uncleaned on the pavement, the scene bore a striking resemblance to ordinary life. Not far from their apartment stood a fresh produce supermarket, and they resolved to try their luck there first. The supermarket remained open, yet the shelves were in disarray, with an employee sweeping the floor at the entrance. Upon seeing them approach, the staff member waved dismissively and said, "There's nothing left. I'm on duty." He glanced at Xiaoming before returning to his task. Unsure of what to say, Xiaoming followed Li Long as they exited. Most shops on the ground floor had been stripped bare or were firmly shut, leaving them with no choice but to explore further afield. Suddenly, a roar erupted from a nearby building, followed by a woman's piercing scream and a child's wail. The healthy individuals in the vicinity, clutching their supplies, fled in terror from the commotion. Xiaoming glanced at Li Long, whose face was ashen. "Are you all right?" Xiaoming inquired. No, I'm fine," Li Long replied. "I don't have any post-viral symptoms. I'm okay, really. If anything arises, please let me know," Xiaoming urged, placing a reassuring hand on Li Long's shoulder. "If I start to change, remember to strike me on the head. Tell my mother I love her." Li Long's voice quivered with emotion. Xiaoming shook him gently and said, "At least you're alive for now. Have you forgotten what you often tell me about your outlook on life? Even if tomorrow is your last day, you must live today to the fullest." Li Long, though unable to conceal his fear, nodded resolutely. "All right, let's live well." Emerging onto the main road, they encountered a blockade of vehicles stranded due to traffic restrictions. Many had abandoned their cars and opted to walk. For now, it appeared that the number of living souls remained substantial. Further north along the main road lies a commercial district, Xiaoming noted. Li Long nodded, aware that the area housed numerous bars, nightclubs, and shops. We should hasten our pace, he suggested, observing others like them carrying bags toward the city center. As they advanced, the streets grew increasingly chaotic, filled with panicked crowds, blaring horns, and shattered glass from storefronts. Upon reaching the vicinity of the commercial district, chaos reigned supreme, with hundreds, if not thousands, raiding various shops. Some individuals were even assaulting police vehicles in an attempt to drag the officers from within. The two decided to circumvent the chaos by entering a locked alleyway, which served as a delivery entrance for the shops. Xiaoming tugged at the iron gate, but it was secured. Li Long assessed the height of the gate, approximately 6 feet, and tapped Xiaoming on the shoulder. It's not too high. We should be able to climb over. After a brief search, they discovered a warehouse with its back door ajar. With a spirit of experimentation, they entered the establishment's storage area. A few individuals were crouched beside a shelf, unpacking boxes and stuffing packaged food into their bags. Upon noticing the newcomers, they merely glanced over before resuming their task. Promptly, Xiaoming and Li Long joined the fray, tearing open boxes and filling their backpacks with supplies. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the warehouse, followed by someone banging on the door. The earlier entrants had already fled, and the remaining few prepared to escape. The warehouse was not particularly spacious, and if the outsiders burst in, it was uncertain whether they could safeguard their collected items. How much have you gathered? Xiaoming asked. About enough, Li Long replied, shouldering his backpack while cradling a box of cookies. Observing this, Xiaoming seized the nearest box himself. Look over there. Xiaoming gestured to a hardware store across the street. Let us acquire some weapons. As they approached, they witnessed the shopkeeper lowering the roll-up door. Xiaoming dashed forward, discarding his box and propping the door with his hands. No, it's closed. We're no longer selling, the owner stated, attempting to bring the door down. Li Long joined Xiaoming in holding it up. We can trade with you, Xiaoming proposed. I need a chainsaw. The shopkeeper hesitated before asking, what do you have to offer in exchange? Sensing the owner's grip on the door had weakened, Xiaoming and Li Long pushed it open enough to slip inside. Xiaoming kicked the box of food toward the owner, saying, is this sufficient? The shopkeeper scrutinized them, then glanced at the second box behind Li Long, stating, 300 pounds for both boxes in exchange for a chainsaw. In the next moment, the shopkeeper lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. What? Chapter 5. Evacuation news. A box of biscuits, a box of instant fried chicken fillets, a handful of nuts, and an ample supply of bread, along with a chainsaw and 2 barrels of mixed oil. Xiaoming placed the last packet of biscuits into the cupboard and remarked, these provisions should last us nearly 2 weeks if we ration them. Li Long tilted his head against the sofa, remaining silent as he picked up the remote and turned on the television. Ever since the first incident of human frenzy had been reported a few days prior, similar occurrences had emerged across various regions of the globe. By the time this report was compiled, over 1 million such incidents had been confirmed. Renowned athlete Mei Dong had been revealed to be suffering a relapse of flu-related complications and was now bedridden. The Manchester City Council announced a citywide curfew starting at 10 o'clock tonight, following an airplane crash earlier in the afternoon, urging residents to remain indoors and secure their windows and doors. Citizens were advised to isolate and contact authorities if family, friends, or neighbors exhibited symptoms such as limb weakness, diminished vision, or loss of taste. In the event of high fever or bleeding, immediate medical attention was recommended. The situation remained under control, and all patients would receive proper care. Residents were urged not to panic excessively or rush to supermarkets to hoard supplies. For further information, they were encouraged to follow the city's official account on Twitter. Xiaoming took a seat just in time to hear the news broadcast, prompting him to pick up his phone and glance at Twitter. The comments beneath the city council's post were in complete turmoil, with some accusing the government of deceit, others claiming their family members had mutated, some reporting their own symptoms, and others praying for divine intervention, while a few declared that the apocalypse was upon them. Xiaoming dismissed these nonsensical remarks and discovered that someone had created a topic for Manchester survivors, intended for information exchange. With a sense of curiosity, he clicked on it. The most popular tweets under this topic recounted the symptoms experienced by individuals and those around them. Xiaoming set his phone down and noticed Li Long was also engrossed in his device, prompting him to inquire, any news? In the international students' WeChat group, someone mentioned that there might be plans for an evacuation in a couple of days, Li Long replied. Not long after the pandemic began, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had conducted a large-scale evacuation, during which Xiao Ming had left the UK. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the infection. Let me make a call home, Li Long said, rising to enter his bedroom. Xiao Ming watched his retreating figure, contemplating saying something but unsure of what advice to offer. When the video call connected, Xiao Ming saw his mother's anxious face. I was just about to call you. I heard on the news that a plane crashed near you. Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine, Xiao Ming reassured her, patting his chest. The plane did crash, but it was at least 10 kilometers away, so the impact isn't significant. However, a curfew has been imposed in the city. Are you short on food or supplies? What about medicine? Do you have enough? She pressed. Everything is fine. I've seen some videos showing foreigners acting like monsters, just as you described this morning. The true situation remains unclear, Xiao Ming replied. Some say it's related to the pandemic, but no official statements have clarified the matter. After inquiring about his family's well-being, he asked his mother, how are things back home? I haven't heard much, but several cities have been locked down since yesterday. She said, the domestic outbreak began earlier, and if this mutation is indeed linked to the pandemic, it should have started spreading there at least half a month ago. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ming recalled that about a week ago, cities in his homeland appeared to be re-entering lockdown, with officials claiming a second wave of infections was imminent. He quickly opened Twitter to check for updates from home. Several cities that had been severely impacted during the initial outbreak were now in lockdown, with ambulances and police vehicles traversing the streets. However, the daily lives of ordinary citizens seemed largely unaffected. Moreover, the most severely impacted cities had only seen tens of thousands infected, dispersed across populations in the millions, which hardly mirrored the severity seen abroad. What's wrong? His mother asked when she noticed his silence. Nothing, Xiao Ming replied. Just make sure you stock up on supplies at home. After discussing a few more matters, he ended the call. Li Long had yet to emerge from his room, and Xiao Ming considered checking on him but thought better of it. Perhaps spending more time with family would improve his mood. He approached the window, intending to take in some fresh air. But the intermittent sounds of screams and sirens compelled him to shut it again. He picked up his phone and entered the WeChat group, where the international students were abuzz with news about the potential evacuation. Li Long soon appeared, looking considerably more composed. Just as the group was in a flurry over the evacuation news, a message abruptly interrupted the conversation. I think I might be starting to show symptoms of the aftermath. Xiao Ming set his phone down and, addressing Li Long, who was also reading the messages, said, let us not dwell on that. Would you like something to eat? Chapter 6. Deterioration. As the oil heated in the pan, Xiao Ming tore open a bag of thawed frozen steak and tossed it into the skillet. The sizzling sound drowned out the clamor outside. Let us watch another episode of the series, Xiao Ming suggested, flipping the steak. If the apocalypse truly descends upon us in a few days, we ought to indulge in some semblance of a cultural life. You're right, Li Long replied, turning off the television and retreating to the bedroom to retrieve his tablet. How about The Walking Dead? Let us not. We might soon be living in a real-life version of it, he chuckled. The aroma of the steak gradually filled the room as both men shared a laugh. As the clock struck 10, the cacophony outside diminished, punctuated only by the intermittent wail of police sirens and distant gunfire. Xiao Ming and Li Long exchanged glances, making an effort not to dwell on the turmoil beyond their walls. We should check the pharmacy tomorrow, Xiao Ming remarked. It would be prudent to stock up on essentials. Better to be prepared, he continued after a brief pause. If worst comes to worst, we can just open the door and let fate take its course. Let us hope for a successful evacuation, Li Long added, pulling out his phone. The international student group chat had also fallen silent, devoid of new updates. Let us get some rest, Xiao Ming suggested as he stood up, patting Li Long before retiring to his own room. Lying in bed, sleep eluded Xiao Ming. The day had been tumultuous. He had been sitting for exams in the morning, and by afternoon, chaos had erupted in the city. Nightmarish visions of monsters, car crashes, and a plane crash plagued his mind, especially the haunting gaze of that blood-red-eyed infant. It felt akin to the onset of the pandemic, which had struck with alarming suddenness, far exceeding the gradual spread of the virus that had allowed a month's respite. Had the hospitals truly received so many patients with lingering effects without a single word of warning? Was the government oblivious, or simply concealing the truth to stave off panic? And did the lingering effects correlate with mutations? Would the survivors of the pandemic be fortunate enough to evade this crisis? Lost in such thoughts, Xiao Ming eventually succumbed to sleep. He was jolted awake by the noise outside. Groggy as he checked his phone, it was already 9 in the morning. Opening his bedroom door, he found Li Long, who bore similar dark circles under his eyes. Together, they approached the window and gazed outside. Not far down the main road, a massive parade was advancing, with individuals brandishing signs that read, "We want the truth," and "What happened to my family?" Some protesters bore an array of weapons, from clubs to firearms. Xiao Ming raked his fingers through his hair, stepping away from the window to fetch 2 bags of cookies from the cupboard. With a can of cola in hand, they settled at the dining table to enjoy breakfast amidst the din outside. "Should we fill up the water containers?" Li Long inquired. "I'm not sure," Xiao Ming replied, shaking his head. "If the city is in complete disarray, we ought to prepare for a potential water supply cut." Yet, public services seem to be functioning for now. On the safe side, they filled every available container with water. "We now have food, water, basic medicine, and weapons," Xiao Ming noted, "though we might still need some antibiotics and pain relievers. Given the current circumstances, it's best to avoid going out." Li Long opened his phone, continuing to peruse updates regarding the evacuation. They lingered indoors for a while, planning to venture out once the protest had dispersed. However, the clamor of the parade grew increasingly louder, followed by a barrage of gunfire. "It seems the protest has escalated into a civil war," Xiao Ming remarked. "Believe it or not, this might be a good sign," he told Li Long. "At least there are still people willing to protest." "Perhaps," Li Long responded. "Or it could indicate that the government is still functioning and the police are still active." Just as everyone's attention was fixated on the street ahead, a man seated by the roadside suddenly collapsed in agony. Numerous individuals had already been struck by tear gas, and this man's fall went largely unnoticed. Moments later, he rose, his eyes now a terrifying crimson. While the parade had been forced back by the police, this man charged directly towards the line of riot officers. "Engage!" shouted a riot officer. His comrades instantly thrust their beanbag guns through the shield wall, firing at the man. Yet, instead of collapsing, he surged forward with renewed ferocity. The man's body slammed against the riot shield, and several officers rushed in, discharging stun guns at him. His muscles convulsed, and he fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. An officer swiftly handcuffed him, but the man unleashed an unexpected surge of strength, breaking free and biting the officer's hand. "Ah, damn it, I've been bitten," the officer exclaimed, striking the man's head. The assailant clung on tighter. As the situation spiraled out of control, an officer in the back raised his rifle and shot the man in the head. Finally, it seemed effective. The man collapsed and lay still. Several colleagues hastened to assist the bitten officer to the rear of the formation. "A police officer has killed someone," someone shouted from the crowd. In response, an unknown protester drew their sidearm and fired at the police. The ordinary acrylic riot shields offered no protection against bullets. A 9mm round pierced one officer's shield and struck him in the neck. "The officer is injured. Someone get medical help." Then another bullet whizzed from the crowd. "Return fire! Return fire!" a senior officer commanded. "Who do we shoot at?" one officer asked. More shots rang out, and 2 officers in the front row fell. "Everyone, aim at anyone with a gun." Chapter 7. A terrifying encounter at the pharmacy. An hour later, the streets gradually fell silent. The police began to clear the corpses strewn across the ground. Given that the hospital had become a hot spot for mutations, many of the gunshot victims received no medical attention, left to lie on the roadside as their blood pooled beneath them. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals still hiding in their apartment kept themselves informed about the situation just a few hundred meters away through online videos. Under normal circumstances, footage of protesters exchanging deadly gunfire with riot police would ignite a global outcry. However, today, the major social media platforms were inundated with videos of conflicts and riots from various locations. Some individuals took to the streets out of desperation after witnessing their loved ones transform. Others sought the truth from the government, and some, afflicted by lingering symptoms, joined the chaos, while a few attempted to blend into the crowds to seize supplies. Xiao Ming clicked on a video featuring a doctor desperately bidding farewell to his family while hiding in an office. With a heavy heart, he exited the video, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. It wasn't until midday that the streets began to resemble their normal state once more. Some residents had ventured outside in search of supplies. "It's time to go," Li Long said, shouldering his backpack and handing another bag to Xiao Ming. The pharmacy most likely to yield supplies was near the Manchester Royal Hospital, the closest establishment to their apartment. Although the situation within the hospital remained unclear, videos shared by others revealed that the police had secured the premises. This hospital, established in the 18th century, was now completely cordoned off by law enforcement. As all patrol officers had been dispatched to maintain order, the officers surrounding the hospital were heavily armed special forces. It was also plausible that the firepower of regular police was insufficient to handle a breach of the hospital. Several armored vehicles surrounded the entrance, with special forces aiming their weapons at the interior. A group of individuals, presumably family members of patients, gathered nearby, pleading with the special forces to rescue their loved ones, while others demanded an immediate sweep of the entire hospital. The commander of the special forces could only explain that the situation at most major hospitals nationwide mirrored this, and the orders from above were merely to seal off the facility without permission for further action. From behind the glass doors of the hospital, Xiaoming caught a glimpse of the grim scene within. A seemingly endless throng of mutations pressed against the entrance, eager to escape, while the bodies of doctors in white coats lay mutilated on the floor. Fortunately, the hospital's entrance had been reinforced with steel bars by the police, providing temporary assurance that the mutated beings could not break free. "Let us go," Xiaoming urged, suggesting they take a chance near the hospital. Upon reaching the main road, the conditions were even more harrowing than the previous day. Bloodstains dotted the pavement every few steps, and abandoned vehicles were either damaged or adorned with scattered slogans. After crossing the street, the two finally arrived at the first pharmacy. From this vantage point, they could see the main building of the Manchester Royal Hospital. Peering through the tightly shut doors, Xiaoming observed the empty shelves within. They had no choice but to proceed closer to the hospital, a nagging doubt creeping into Xiaoming's mind. If the mutations breached the police blockade, risking their lives for a few bottles of antibiotics would be a grave mistake. "Let me assess the situation," Xiaoming signaled for Li Long to halt and climbed atop a small vehicle to survey the area. The police had indeed established a perimeter at the hospital entrance, with the doors securely sealed. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. For now, the situation seemed manageable. Adjacent to the blood donation center, directly opposite the hospital entrance, stood a sizable pharmacy. The two hurriedly made their way inside. Perhaps due to the morning's chaos or the presence of thousands of mutations across the street, the pharmacy was not overly crowded. Order prevailed within the store, likely attributed to the special forces stationed just across the street, as customers calmly selected and paid for their items. Upon entering, Xiaoming quickly noticed the owner slumped over the counter, head lowered. "The owner's condition doesn't look too good," Xiaoming remarked to Li Long in Chinese. Li Long nodded, pulling a baseball bat from his backpack, gripping it firmly. "I'll search for the medicine," Xiaoming said, opening his backpack and heading to the rear shelves in search of antibiotics. Just as he had finally located a hard-to-find antibiotic and was stuffing it into his bag, he heard Li Long calling out to him loudly. "He just collapsed," Li Long exclaimed. Xiaoming rushed over to find a bold African-American man had reached out to pat the store owner, only for the owner to suddenly lunge forward and bite the man's hand. "Hit him," Li Long shouted, and without needing further encouragement, he swung his bat at the mutated owner's head. The mutated owner appeared momentarily stunned, and the man quickly withdrew his hand, scrambling away from the pharmacy. Enraged, the owner roared at Li Long and Xiaoming, vaulting over the counter with remarkable agility, unlike any zombie portrayed in films or television. Li Long charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the mutated owner's head. The owner staggered back a couple of steps, but quickly lunged forward again. "Watch out," Li Long shouted, hastily positioning his bat to block the owner, who bit down forcefully on the bat. Xiaoming retrieved a kitchen knife from his waist and stealthily maneuvered around the shelves to flank the owner. Li Long found himself retreating under the owner's relentless advance, scattering products from the shelves with each swing of his bat. In a decisive moment, Xiaoming struck the owner with a fierce blow to the back of the neck, severing a significant portion of it. The owner's body lost control, propelled forward by inertia before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 8. The Machiro defense line. The mutated shopkeeper's head was barely attached to his body by a thin strip of flesh, his blood-red eyes fixated on the ground, his mouth weakly gnashing. "Damn beast." Li Long raised his baseball bat and struck the shopkeeper's head with ferocity. With each blow, the shopkeeper's forehead caved in, becoming grotesquely deformed. "Young man, put down your weapon." Two special police officers appeared at the pharmacy's entrance, shouting at Li Long and Xiaoming. Li Long did not relent. He summoned all his strength for one final swing. With a resounding crack, the shopkeeper's head exploded like a watermelon, showering the surroundings in gore. Only then did Li Long cease his assault, panting heavily, the bat still in hand. The metallic scent of blood assaulted Xiaoming's nostrils as he hurriedly picked up a backpack from the ground, only to see the two officers had their weapons drawn. Hey! Xiaoming quickly raised his hands, signaling Li Long to discard the bat. "We need to arrest you, sir," one of the officers stated firmly. Xiaoming interjected, positioning himself in front of Li Long. "Why? What has he done? He has killed a man. Those were monsters. Do you not understand?" Xiaoming retorted. "No. The orders from above dictate we treat them as patients. Is that how you treated the people you shot on the streets today?" A sudden crash of shattering glass from the direction of the hospital interrupted their exchange. The four turned to see mutated creatures crashing through the upper windows, one plummeting directly to the ground. Soon after, another, then a third, and an increasing horde of mutants burst forth from the fourth floor. Some landed headfirst, dying instantly, while others staggered to their feet, heading toward the special police's line of defense. The barricades of steel rebar were rendered useless. Fortunately, the height of the fourth floor had crippled many of the mutants, forcing them to advance with a limp. "Oh no." The special police captain quickly ordered, "Open fire. Block them." Instantly, gunfire erupted. The sluggish mutants were no match for the onslaught of submachine guns and rifles. Those that charged down were mowed down like grass. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Xiaoming shouted, seizing the immobilized Li Long and sprinting away. However, they had barely escaped when one officer accidentally shattered the glass of the main entrance. Chaos ensued as the mutants surged through the breach, rushing toward the special police. Several officers swiftly redirected their weapons, attempting to seal the gap at the door. Yet, a multitude of mutants had already burst through, charging toward them. "Reload." The officers fired in a coordinated effort, but the relentless tide of mutants continued to pour from the hospital. "Block the door. Use vehicles, quickly," the special police captain yelled. One officer closest to the armored vehicle wasted no time, leaping inside and starting the engine, aiming straight for the door. The armored vehicle crushed several mutants, slamming against the entrance. The hastily welded rebar twisted under the impact, two upright bars snapping, but it successfully barricaded the entrance temporarily. The driver quickly crawled to the back, intending to escape through the rear door. However, upon opening it, a mutant leapt from above, landing atop the vehicle. The creature clambered through the open firing port, seizing the officer's leg. The officer fired multiple rounds into the mutant's head, but as he turned to flee, several mutants had already blocked the door. The magazine of his handgun soon emptied, and more mutants crawled into the armored vehicle. The officer's brave sacrifice momentarily halted the advance of the mutants. Many special police officers drew their handguns and began firing, while more mutants continued to pour from above. Before the widespread mutation occurred, thousands had been confined within the hospital, most of whom had now transformed. Amidst the fierce battle, no one noticed the staggering sight. A 9-ton armored vehicle was being pushed by hundreds of mutants piled on the first floor. One mutant squeezed through the gap created and charged toward the officers. "I'm out of bullets. I have 2 left." As the mutants drew nearer, some officers resorted to truncheons and knives. "Get in the vehicle. Retreat. Inform Teams B and see that the door has been breached. Immediate withdrawal." The captain jumped into a police car, urging the remaining officers to hurry. "Contact headquarters. The Royal Hospital has been compromised. Seal off the area." The special police quickly boarded the nearest patrol car, and the last remaining armored vehicle pressed the accelerator, barreling through the obstructing cars, escaping with the remaining police units. With the special police no longer obstructing them, the mutants surged from the hospital, rampaging through the streets in search of food. Those who could not run fast enough became the mutants' next meal. Meanwhile, Li Long and Xiaoming had just reached the base of an apartment building. Hearing the gunfire cease, Xiaoming could only think the worst. The hospital had undoubtedly been breached. Without even removing his backpack, he rushed to the window to look outside. A dozen mutants scurried down the street, and just as one individual dashed into the alley beneath their apartment, he saw Xiaoming peering out. "Help me! Help me!" the man cried urgently. Xiaoming glanced behind him, spotting several mutants in pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the window shut. To intervene would surely endanger his own life. He could only offer an internal apology to the unfortunate soul. "I hope he wants tea looking at me," Xiaoming thought. "What's wrong?" Li Long inquired, noticing Xiaoming's expression. "Nothing," Xiaoming replied, removing his backpack, feeling his hands tremble. Li Long tossed his own bloodied backpack onto the sofa and entered the bathroom, bat in hand. Observing the now taciturn Li Long and glancing at his own hands, Xiaoming realized that in just a day or two, they had both been irrevocably changed. Chapter 9. The missed evacuation. Uncertain whether it was the person who had sought his help moments earlier, Xiaoming shook his head, hoping it was not so. Yet, a nagging voice within him seemed to blame his own inaction. Perhaps had he encountered a similar scenario online, he would have resolutely believed he would rush forth to save others. However, When the dire situation unfolded right before his eyes, he instinctively recoiled, both physically and mentally. Today marked the first occasion for the two of them to engage closely with the mutated beings. Unlike the zombies portrayed in traditional cultural works, these mutants exhibited remarkable agility and swiftness, at times even surpassing humans in certain aspects. Fortunately, having witnessed the gruesome scenes both online and in reality over the past few days, Xiaoming managed to suppress any urge to vomit at the pharmacy. Li Long sat on the sofa, staring blankly at his baseball bat. Xiaoming retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator and handed it to Li Long, who promptly poured its contents into his mouth. "Slow down," Xiaoming cautioned. Li Long coughed, spitting out a mouthful of beer and wiping his lips. The two fell silent as Xiaoming fished out his phone to check messages from their study abroad group. The chat was flooded with countless messages, all concerning packing and transportation arrangements. Eagerly, Xiaoming scrolled through the messages until one they both longed for caught his eye. The embassy in the UK announced the imminent launch of an evacuation plan aimed at swiftly relocating Chinese citizens. "What?" Li Long exclaimed, hastily seizing his phone to join Xiaoming in reviewing the news. They opened the embassy's post, searching for information regarding the evacuation from Manchester. Chinese citizens in Liverpool, Manchester, and Leeds are instructed to proceed to Manchester Airport by 1 p.m. local time tomorrow. "It's time to set off," Xiaoming exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. "Did you see that? We need to be at the airport by noon tomorrow." Checking the time, he noted it was already 5 o'clock. "We'll leave first thing in the morning," he declared. The two quickly began gathering their belongings, with Xiaoming stuffing some food and drinks into his backpack while lifting the chainsaw from beside the sofa. The journey from their apartment to Manchester Airport spanned approximately 15 kilometers, and neither could guarantee they would not encounter more mutants along the way. Various reports online and their first-hand experiences indicated that normal people now mingled with the mutants in the city, and as time progressed, the number of normal citizens dwindled while mutants increased. 15 kilometers, at best, it will take us 3 hours, Li Long remarked. "If we leave at 7, we should make it to the airport by noon without fail. Let us leave at 6, then," Xiaoming replied. The two spent the night brimming with anticipation, even preparing a sumptuous meal. Going out to find medicine was truly a misguided decision, Li Long lamented. After enjoying their meal and speaking with their families over the phone, they retired to bed early. It felt as though the myriad events of the past few days were but a dream, with all the terror, panic, and anxiety fading away. Xiaoming finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber. However, in the depths of night, he was faintly roused by the sounds of distant rumbling and gunfire. At the break of dawn, the two readied themselves for departure. Xiaoming opened the window for a glance, only to find a dismembered corpse lying below. The mutants they had seen the day before had vanished without a trace. They cautiously stepped onto the street, which was eerily quiet, as if the entire populace had retreated into their homes, too fearful to emerge. Yet, upon reaching the main road, they were met with a scene of despair. Hundreds of mutants roamed the streets, evidently the same ones that had breached the area the previous day. Further down, a barricade had been erected using heavy truck containers and police buses. Following the breach at Manchester Royal Hospital, the vicinity had been completely sealed off. The police force was now inadequate to clear the overwhelming number of mutants. Many officers had lost their lives in the effort to maintain order, while others suffered from recurring symptoms of trauma. The authorities had no choice but to isolate all neighborhoods surrounding large hospitals, as these areas were now hotspots for mutant activity. Since the lockdown had occurred overnight, the two were unaware of their entrapment within a sealed zone, having not checked messages upon waking. More troubling was the fact that the Manchester city government had issued no prior warnings. Only a few restless netizens and nearby residents had captured the lockdown's progression and shared it online. Starving mutants spotted the two unsuspecting youths on the street and charged towards them. Instantly, they turned and sprinted back to their apartment. Oblivious to the grave escalation of the situation, they burst through the apartment door, securing the entrance with a lock. The fastest of the mutants collided with the door, howling with gaping mouths at the two within the hallway. Seeing that the door momentarily held, they hurried back to their home, barricading it further with furniture while dozens of mutants began to congregate below. "Quick, call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs," Li Long urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Xiaoming, trembling, fumbled for his phone, taking a moment to retrieve it from his pocket. After several attempts, he finally dialed the correct number for the ministry, only to be greeted by a cold, robotic voice. Disbelieving, he hung up and tried again. Yet no matter how many times he redialed, the same icy voice answered. "It's perpetually busy," Xiaoming stammered. Li Long sank to the floor in despair, slowly uttering, "We can't escape." Chapter 10. The neighbor Xiaoming urged, "Cheer up. It's still early, and there are certainly ways out of this predicament." Li Long, almost in tears, shouted back, "Ways? Why don't you ask the dozens of zombies downstairs if they have any solutions?" Xiaoming glanced at the time. It was merely 6:30. "Perhaps they will disperse soon," he suggested. "With so many international students around the school, what about those inside? Surely the Ministry of Foreign Affairs won't abandon us? The embassy will find a way, won't it?" Li Long lifted his head and bellowed at Xiaoming. "Do you not grasp the gravity of our situation? Even if the ministry had immense capabilities, can they send a division to escort us out? If the ministry is powerless, we must rely on ourselves. There must be a solution," Xiaoming replied resolutely. Suddenly, Li Long stood up and shouted at Xiaoming, "The police have sealed off our area. You've seen it yourself. Even if we could rush past hundreds of zombies, how would we scale the high walls constructed by the police?" Xiaoming, startled, persisted, "There must be a gap. There are countless narrow alleys nearby. How could the police possibly seal off every single one in just one night? I refuse to believe it." A loud banging echoed at the door, prompting the two to fall silent. Xiaoming cautiously approached the door, crouching behind the sofa that blocked it, peering through the peephole. Outside stood their irate neighbor, Britain. "Asian pig, open the door. What trouble have you caused?" "I know it was you," Britain shouted, angrily pounding on the door. Xiaoming noticed Britain take 2 steps back and produce a black object from his waist. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a handgun. "He has a gun," Xiaoming whispered to Li Long outside. Britain continued to yell, "Open the door. I know you're in there. Don't hide in silence. If you're capable of attracting zombies, why can't you open the door?" Xiaoming saw Britain raise the gun, aiming it at the door. He quickly stepped back, distancing himself from it. "Open the door. I'll throw you to the zombies." Bang! The gunshot rang out, a bullet piercing through the wooden door and into the room. Both men jumped in shock. They hadn't expected Britain to actually fire. "Come down. Come down," Xiaoming shouted at the door. "Let us talk this out. First, put down the gun. Open the door." Britain pounded again. "If I don't pressure you with the gun, you'll stay holed up in there." No sooner had he spoken than another bullet flew in. "Open the door and come out, or I swear I'll smash this rotten door." Hey, I'm going to open the door," Xiaoming said to Li Long. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Long exclaimed. "You want to let him in to kill us? Or should we wait for him to keep shooting and attract more zombies?" Xiaoming countered. "If we open the door, there's still a chance. If we don't, this madman will keep firing." As if to affirm Xiaoming's words, 2 more bullets struck inside. With only one thought in his mind, Xiaoming realized that their only opportunity lay in confronting the threat face to face. "What do you intend to do?" Li Long asked. "How do you know?" he added, incredulous. "You open the door, he fires, and we're all done for." "Listen," Xiaoming replied, "there are no other options left. Open the door, you hide in the shadows, and you might take him down. If we don't open the door, he'll either break it down or bring more zombies, and we're all finished." Li Long shook his head in disbelief, grabbing a baseball bat and positioning himself behind the door. "Hey," Xiaoming shouted towards the door. "Don't shoot. I'll open the door, and we'll go clear the zombies downstairs. Then hurry up and do it," Britain yelled back. "And after you're done, get out of the apartment." The gunfire outside indeed ceased, and Xiaoming exchanged a glance with Li Long before pushing aside the sofa. His mind was a blank slate, unprepared for what was about to unfold. Holding his breath, he opened the door, and Britain immediately aimed his gun at Xiaoming. Feeling the weight of the gun's dark barrel, Xiaoming's legs trembled. Britain then waved the gun and ordered, "You and your friend go deal with the zombies downstairs." Okay, Xiaoming raised his hands, stepping back. "But we need to grab some tools." Seeing Xiaoming retreat, Britain advanced 2 steps. "Where's your friend? Tell him to come out." As Britain stepped forward, his hand reached just inside the door. Seizing the moment, Li Long swung the bat down hard. "Your father is here." The sudden blow struck Britain's forearm, causing him pain, yet he did not loosen his grip on the gun. In a flash, Xiaoming's mind raced with action movie sequences. Instead of dodging, he instinctively lunged forward, grasping Britain's gun. Despite the agony, Britain clung tightly to the weapon. But Xiaoming yanked back, pulling Britain fully into the room. Li Long raised the bat, swinging it toward Britain's head. Britain instinctively pulled the trigger, and a bullet erupted, ricocheting off the floor and striking Li Long in the thigh. Chapter 11. Gunshot wounds. Buliadin clutched his bloodied head, stumbling back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground. "Damn it," Li Long cursed, intending to deliver a kick to the fallen Buliadin, but his legs went weak, and he too fell. Xiaoming quickly supported Li Long, looking down only to discover that blood was seeping from Li Long's leg. Due to the adrenaline surge, Li Long had not even realized he had been shot. "You've been shot. You've been shot," Xiaoming exclaimed, hastily moving Li Long to a nearby sofa where blood had already soaked a significant area of his pants. "How could I be hit? Damn it." Li Long groaned, the pain surging, feeling as if his left leg no longer belonged to him. "Don't speak. Lie still," Xiaoming instructed, rushing to find bandages. Fortunately, he had organized supplies over the past few days, and the medications were neatly arranged in the cabinet. He retrieved a roll of bandages, along with a bottle of alcohol and some painkillers. Under the circumstances, they had to make do with a makeshift solution. "Your pants need to come off," Xiaoming said to Li Long, observing Li Long's state. He realized he had no choice but to assist with the removal. It hurts, Li Long cried. "Just bear with it," Xiaoming replied, pulling Li Long's pants down a bit, revealing a glaring wound. "Hang in there. I need to disinfect the wound." Noticing the sweat pouring down Li Long's face, Xiaoming grabbed a pillow from the sofa and handed it to him, saying, "Bite down on this. It will be over soon." Xiaoming sprayed alcohol onto the wound, unsure if this was the correct method, but believing it was akin to treating a sports injury. Moreover, he had no means to extract the bullet lodged within. The intense pain nearly caused Li Long to lose consciousness, yet it passed within mere seconds. Xiaoming then dampened a tissue with alcohol and cleaned the area around the wound. "Hopefully, it didn't hit an artery," he remarked, assessing the wound's severity, although alarming. The blood loss seemed contained. Xiaoming bandaged Li Long's injury, noting that blood continued to seep but appeared to be slowing. "Just lie still and keep an eye on the wound," he instructed Li Long. "I'm going to check the situation downstairs." Approaching the window, Xiaoming observed a growing cluster of mutants below, a consequence of Biliadin's gunfire. Now, whether the door could withstand the onslaught was uncertain. Turning back, he noticed Biliadin still lying at the entrance, unsurprisingly incapacitated by the blow to his head. "Almost forgot about you," Xiaoming muttered as he retrieved the firearm from Biliadin's side. At a glance, he recognized it as a Sig Sauer P320 pistol, chambered for 9 by 19 millimeters with a standard 15-round magazine. Though he had never fired a gun at a range, its weight in his hands was substantial. He disengaged the safety and secured the weapon at his waist, then dragged the unconscious Biliadin into his own room. Once inside, Xiaoming surveyed the disarray. Clothes and empty bottles littered the floor, but what caught his eye was a photograph prominently displayed in the center of the room. In the image, a youthful Biliadin was smiling, embracing a black girl, with a small black child standing between them. "Well," Xiaoming addressed the still unconscious Biliadin, "it seems your ex-wife left quite an impression." After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoming resolved to relocate Biliadin to the bedroom. Moving an unconscious individual proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. After much effort, he finally laid Biliadin on the bed, noticing 2 magazines and a box of ammunition by the headboard. For precaution, he dragged some nearby debris to barricade the door. "Where did you go?" Li Long inquired as Xiaoming assisted him into the room. Wiping sweat from his brow, Li Long continued, "Do you think I'm near death?" Xiaoming pulled back the slide of the pistol, ejecting the bullet. "Given the current situation, let us not dwell on whether you might become one of those monsters outside. You can't leave with that leg of yours, and we're unsure if this will lead to your demise." "It's just a minor injury," Xiaoming chuckled. "Are you doubting my bandaging skills or your own resilience?" Li Long managed a faint smile but said nothing further. Xiaoming pulled back the blanket for a quick inspection and concluded that the bleeding had likely stopped. "I've realized I can't let you have idle thoughts. Why do you always overthink when you're unoccupied?" Li Long chuckled softly. "Isn't that how people are when they have nothing to do?" Xiaoming shook his head, extracting bullets from the magazine and loading them into the firearm. "I'd like to call home," Li Long remarked. Xiaoming glanced at Li Long's pale complexion and suggested, "I recommend you wait a bit before making that call, or I can help you with it." Li Long shook his head. Although he had seen his reflection, he suspected it was grim and preferred not to cause undue worry for his family. "No need. Let us talk later." Xiaoming nodded. "The bullet remains lodged in your leg. We must extract it." Chapter 12. The patient on the rooftop. Xiaoming inserted a magazine filled with bullets into his handgun, contemplating his next steps for the coming days. Li Long had sustained an injury to his leg. The neighborhood was cordoned off, a horde of famished mutants lurked below, and an unfriendly neighbor resided across the hall. "Where are you going?" Li Long inquired as Xiaoming attempted to rise. "I plan to assess the situation," Xiaoming replied. "Or perhaps find a way to get you to the airport." "All right," he said, securing the gun at his waist. "I'll first check the main entrance, and then take a look at the rooftop." Be careful, Li Long cautioned. I'd prefer that neither of us meets our end prematurely. Exiting Li Long's room, Xiaoming pulled out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 7:30. He swiftly pondered various routes to the airport. Given Li Long's current condition, a means of transportation was essential. However, even with a vehicle, would the roads be traversable? Furthermore, he needed a strategy for dealing with the monstrous throng downstairs. Should he lure them away or attempt to eliminate them all? Most pressing was the question of how to accomplish all this within the remaining 6 hours. Xiaoming felt as if his head might explode. As he descended the staircase to the second floor, he cautiously peered around the corner, finding the mutants still gathered outside, battering the door. Fortunately, the entrance remained steadfast. Upon reaching the top floor, he was taken aback to discover that the door leading to the rooftop, which should have been securely locked, was ajar. The key to the rooftop was typically kept by the building's manager, who had been absent for an extended period, meaning the keys were entrusted to the guard at the ground floor. Under normal circumstances, he might have overlooked such trivialities, but in these dire times, vigilance was paramount. Xiaoming suppressed his footsteps, drawing his handgun. Although he carried Li Long's baseball bat, he felt far more assured wielding this firearm. With the bat in his left hand and the gun in his right, he cautiously approached the rooftop door. As he slowly pushed it open, he was met with an unexpected sight. A makeshift shelter had been erected on the rooftop, adorned with various everyday items, pots, pans, bedding. A man knelt beside a woman lying on a makeshift bed, grasping her hand tightly. The man's focus was entirely on the woman, oblivious to Xiaoming's presence. "Hello?" Xiaoming called out. The man jumped in surprise, quickly shielding the woman behind him. "Who are you? How did you get in?" he asked. The man appeared haggard, and Xiaoming glanced at the woman, who looked gravely ill, her pallid face struggling for breath. Noticing Xiaoming's gaze, the man hurriedly asserted, "She's fine. She's fine. She's just a little unwell." "What are you doing here?" Xiaoming asked, initially assuming they were homeless wanderers, but their clothing seemed relatively tidy, and their possessions did not appear to be scavenged. The man stammered, noticing the gun in Xiaoming's hand. "She's sick. We were thrown out." "Roommates?" Xiaoming probed. "They're my parents," the man replied. "What is wrong with her?" Xiaoming inquired. The man hastily explained, "She's all right. Nothing's wrong. She's just a bit ill." Before Xiaoming could respond, the man suddenly knelt, pleading, "Please don't kill her. I heard gunshots. Are you killing people downstairs? Please don't harm her. I'll give you anything." Realizing the man had misunderstood his intentions, Xiaoming hesitated before saying, "I also heard the gunfire. I merely came to check that everyone was all right." Okay, the man replied. "I hope everyone is safe. May I take a look?" Xiaoming asked. No, don't look," the man exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. "Just don't look at her." "What's wrong with her?" Xiaoming pressed. She's sick. I told you she's sick," the man shouted, then quickly added in a hushed tone, I'm sorry. She's just ill." Though uncertain of the woman's ailment, Xiaoming feared the worst. She might be suffering from a severe condition. A fleeting notion crossed his mind: shoot the woman to spare anyone further harm. He shook his head. For now, she was still alive. Ignoring the man, he made his way to the rooftop's edge. Across the street, the once bustling campus lay eerily silent, while plumes of smoke billowed from the distant cities, the occasional gunfire echoing in the air. Yet, Xiaoming noticed a potential escape route. From their rooftop, he could ascend to the adjacent building's roof. He reasoned that traversing the rooftops would be far safer than navigating through the zombie-infested streets below. Chapter 13. Consul Wong casting the baseball bat onto the rooftop. Xiaoming secured the handgun at his waist, contemplating whether he could scale the building. After ensuring the man inside wouldn't suddenly emerge to stab him, Xiaoming shook his head and grasped the edge of the roof. With a surge of strength, he hoisted himself up, using the wall as leverage to reach the top. Due to the disparate architectural designs, the rooftop was precisely level with that of the adjacent building. Xiaoming vaulted onto the neighboring roof, another apartment building's terrace. Approaching the edge, he noted a narrow alleyway, merely 2 meters wide, separating them from the next building. Continuing along this path would eventually lead to the street. However, the inconvenient truth was that Xiaoming's row of apartments was isolated from the others. Even upon reaching the street, they would still need to traverse a road to access the main thoroughfare's rooftops. Xiaoming dismissed this route as unviable. After a brief survey of the rooftop, he discovered a fire escape on the building's rear side, leading directly to the parking lot behind the building. Given that the apartment had only one entrance, traversing the rooftops and descending via the fire escape presented a viable means of escape. The only caveat was how to transport the injured Li Long up there. The woman lying on the bed turned to look at Xiaoming. Her eyes seemed to implore him to end her life. The thought flickered through Xiaoming's mind once more, to eliminate the woman, and if necessary, the man as well. If the woman was indeed suffering from after effects, the rooftop might harbor 2 infected individuals when they needed to evacuate. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was uncertain of the woman's ailment, and he couldn't harm a living person in cold blood. As he unlocked the front door, Li Long's voice echoed from within. Ming? Is that you? Come take a look at this. It's me. Xiaoming turned to lock the door, then pushed the sofa against it to barricade it. Entering the bedroom, he found Li Long hunched over a laptop. What's up? Xiaoming inquired. The embassy sent a message. Xiaoming pressed a message. What did they say? About a fifth of us are trapped in situations like ours. The flight is still scheduled to depart today, but they're contacting British authorities to see how they can get us out. I knew it. There would be a way, Xiaoming exclaimed, buoyed by hope. The embassy won't abandon us. One must maintain some semblance of hope, Li Long remarked. I envy your attitude. Envious, are you? Xiaoming chuckled. Take notes. Get lost. Xiaoming glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. Anything you want to eat? Whatever. Anything will do. Perhaps they didn't see it, Xiaoming reassured himself. Xiaoming carried breakfast into Li Long's room and sat beside him. The embassy sent me a message, Li Long said, turning the laptop screen towards Xiaoming. They want us to email Consul Wang at the Manchester consulate if we have any further problems. Consul Wang, Xiaoming repeated. I'll email him later and detail our situation. Li Long nodded, setting the laptop aside and beginning to eat breakfast. Any other news? Xiaoming asked. Plenty of news, all over the internet, but mostly bad. Li Long paused before continuing. It seems the city's order has collapsed. Few doctors remain, and many police and firefighters have fallen ill. The government is urging everyone to arm themselves and protect themselves. The situation is similar in the UK, France, Germany, the US, Russia, and Canada. What about back home? Xiaoming inquired. What's the situation there? Much better than here, Li Long replied. There are reports of mutated beings in most areas, but they're largely under control. I haven't shown any after effects, Li Long said, chewing on a French fry. Perhaps the after effects aren't universal? There's no concrete evidence to definitively link the two. It's mostly speculation. Xiaoming said, partly to reassure Li Long and partly to reassure himself. Xiaoming grabbed a piece of cod and popped it into his mouth, then pulled out his phone and opened the International Student Exchange Group. Fewer people were active in the group compared to the previous days. Those still posting were mostly outside the lockdown zone, preparing to head to the airport. Several students were discussing how to reach the airport, but it was unclear which area they were in. I really should have moved to a different apartment, he thought. Exiting the WeChat group, Xiaoming opened Twitter and clicked on the Manchester Survivors hashtag. The content was even more chaotic. It seemed that the events of the past 2 days had pushed many to the brink of mental collapse. There were those beseeching God, those claiming to have symptoms, those wailing in videos, and even some live-streaming nude parties. But the most popular was a tweet from someone called Today's Survivor. Xiaoming pondered for a moment, then simply typed one in the comments. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from outside the window, seemingly very close. Chapter 14. The jumper Xiaoming hurried to the window to assess the situation, only to witness a figure on the opposite building shattering the glass and perching precariously on the ledge. The individual appeared quite youthful, barely having reached adulthood. Before Xiaoming could fully comprehend the scene, the person leapt from the 7th floor. The dull thud of impact echoed as the body struck the ground, struggling for a moment before falling silent. A woman's anguished cries emanated from the building above, and Xiaoming, following the sound, saw a middle-aged couple in despair, wailing at the window. Moments later, a horde of mutants emerged from the alley, descending upon the fallen figure, beginning to feast. Xiaoming stepped back, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him despite having witnessed similar horrors in recent days. Zombies. Li Long recalled the chaos he had observed at the hospital yesterday and inquired. They still look human, Xiaoming replied, shaking his head, uncertain of the circumstances. Perhaps they couldn't bear it any longer. Found this all too surreal, Li Long speculated. Xiaoming gazed out again. Everything indeed felt unreal. Above, the woman continued to weep, while the man beside her struggled to coax her back inside. Judging by their age, they were likely the parents of the individual who had just jumped. Below, the mutants savored their gruesome feast, seemingly indifferent to the couple's cries. The woman, presumably the mother, suddenly broke free from her husband's embrace and leapt without hesitation into the abyss below. The mutants were relishing their meal when fate delivered them yet another offering. Xiaoming stood in shock. What now? Li Long asked. It seems. She jumped too, Xiaoming replied. Li Long sighed. What has this world come to? The man above fell to his knees in despair, and Xiaoming struggled to fathom the depth of his anguish, losing both his wife and child in mere moments. Such abrupt separations between life and death had become all too frequent in the past few days. The man staggered to his feet and retreated into the house. Xiaoming remained at the window, observing the mutants devouring the remains of the mother and child. The scent of blood drew even more mutants, and to Xiaoming's astonishment, some emerged from nearby buildings. However, less than a minute later, the man reappeared in the hallway, brandishing a wooden stick in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, roaring as he charged at the mutants feasting on his family. He resembled a warrior, wielding his makeshift weapons with fervor. The mutants, disturbed by the interruption, surged toward him. He struck one mutant aside with a swing of the stick, while the knife cleaved into another's skull, sending half of its face flying off, rendering it motionless on the ground. He then drove the knife into another mutant's shoulder, but it became lodged in its flesh, just as more mutants advanced. Xiaoming closed the window, the man's screams piercing through the glass. Li Long opened his mouth, but he could surmise the grim turn of events without needing to ask. Let's switch to another topic, Xiaoming suggested. It's not worth dwelling on. The two fell into silence. Hours passed, and Xiaoming leaned back in his chair, refreshing Twitter time and again in search of valuable news. I've finished, Li Long announced, handing the computer to Xiaoming. Xiaoming glanced at the screen. It was an email drafted for Consul Wang. After a brief review, he found no major issues. Send it to the consul, Xiaoming said, hopeful for a positive response. Unbeknownst to them, a light rain began to fall, and the weather grew increasingly overcast. Xiaoming stood and approached the window again, observing the remnants of bones and blood below, while the mutants had vanished into the unknown. He then moved to the living room window to survey the street, noting only 1 or 2 mutants still wandering about. Perhaps they disliked the rain, Xiaoming mused. But they chose the wrong country. With nothing to occupy his time at home, Xiaoming began rummaging through the apartment, hoping to uncover something useful. Li Long sat on the bed, perusing online news and intermittently checking for incoming emails. Outside, accompanied by the drumming of rain, the mutants staggered into nearby shops. Gunfire. The sounds of struggle and cries echoed from within some buildings as survivors huddled in their homes, praying that they or their loved ones would not transform into monsters in the next moment. The city lay desolate, roads choked with abandoned vehicles, and smoke billowed from fires in areas neglected. Xiaoming weighed the clothes-drying pole in his hands, contemplating how to convert it into a functional weapon. He fetched a kitchen knife to test it against the pole, finding it awkward to wield. Perhaps it would be best suited as a spear, he recalled fondly, having enjoyed mimicking a spear with a similar pole in his childhood. This drying pole had been sent by his mother. Despite his protests, who in a foreign land would hang clothes outside when there were dryers available? His mother had argued that public dryers required payment and were unclean, and that clothes lacked the sun's fragrance when dried indoors. Despite the hassle, she had insisted on sending him the pole, turning the pole upside down. Xiaoming realized that if he sharpened the wooden end, it could serve as a formidable long-handled weapon. Chapter 15. The troops' arrival before transforming the drying rack into a spear. Xiaoming first needed to detach the drying head. After all, he certainly did not wish to injure himself or Li Long before vanquishing the mutated beings. He wondered about the state of affairs back home today. No one was answering his calls. After several attempts, he was met with silence. Over 2 hours had passed since he last messaged his mother, and still, no one picked up. A sense of worry began to gnaw at Xiaoming as he placed his phone on the table. It was now 7 in the evening, Beijing time, and logically, his mother should not have been out. He picked up the drying rack again, twisting its head with vigor. There was nothing amiss at home. They had merely gone out to collect rations. His mother's phone had conveniently run out of battery, and she had not taken it with her. With a sigh of relief, he set down his phone. He rummaged through the drawer and produced a small knife, beginning to sharpen the drying rack. Hey, look at this. Li Long's voice echoed from the adjoining room, and shortly after, Xiaoming's phone received a notification. He clicked the link to find an announcement from the British government. To all citizens, we are currently enduring unimaginable calamities alongside other nations. The fundamental order of life has collapsed, and our cities have suffered devastating blows. Parliament has passed special legislation authorizing the military to enter our cities. We shall identify the cause of this affliction and restore order in the shortest possible time. The announcement was lengthy, but in essence, it conveyed that the military was set to take control of the cities. What does this mean? Xiaoming inquired as he stepped into Li Long's room. Is this good news or bad news? Li Long shrugged. Probably good news. Xiaoming delved deeper into the news, discovering footage of the first wave of troops entering the suburbs of Manchester. I have a question, Xiaoming began. How many soldiers are in the British Army? 100,000. How can they manage all the cities across the UK? Even in major cities, like one area in London, one in Birmingham, and another in Liverpool. That would mean only 30,000 per area. Are you suggesting that the military might not be able to control the situation? Xiaoming posed. Who knows how many living souls are out there? Suddenly, Li Long chuckled. SC Char Dinger's living beings. Before you open the door, you never know if you're facing a human or a zombie. Xiaoming laughed as well, pondering the dilemma. Even if the army arrived, how could they discern who might become a zombie and who would not? That is not our concern, Li Long replied. I'm more focused on how the consulate will come to retrieve us. Still no news? Xiaoming asked. Li Long shook his head. No, perhaps the emails are overwhelming. You need a new bandage, Xiaoming remarked. His concerns about the British military were not unfounded. They were unable to even seal off the cities, let alone enter and cleanse them of the mutated beings to restore social order. The British forces were gathering outside major cities, yet their orders were not to enter until the cities had completely fallen. The military struggled to differentiate between the uninfected and the infected. If they were to rescue the infected and mix them with the uninfected refugees, the consequences would be disastrous. Thus, they adopted the most straightforward approach. Wait a month or two, and those who survived would surely not mutate. Although the mutated beings had lost their sense of pain, they remained flesh and blood. Even a 105mm howitzer or a .50 caliber could reduce them to mere pulp. And let us not forget the heavily armored main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored personnel carriers. However, all of this hinged on the military remaining unaffected by the mutation. The situation within the military was grim, with numerous soldiers and officers beginning to exhibit symptoms of aftereffects. Many were on duty while ill, and only a handful reported their conditions. For many who had previously reported were taken away and never seen again. After tending to Li Long's bandage and preparing lunch, Xiaoming settled down to watch videos. In truth, life over the past few days had not differed much aside from their confinement indoors. TikTok was rife with abstract performances of humanity in the face of apocalypse. Xiaoming found himself less queasy at the sight of corpses outside than at the absurdity of some TikTok videos. He stumbled upon videos showing the military advancing into the suburbs of various cities. Yet curiously, the forces seemed to have no intention of progressing further, instead establishing a safe zone before camping. Were there infected among the troops? What was the military's true objective? In a flash, conspiracy theories began to proliferate in the comments section. Some claimed that a significant portion of the military had not yet succumbed to the illness, while others expressed faith that the military would not defy orders. Xiaoming scrolled to another video, capturing a soldier hiding in a dilapidated wooden room, his youthful face etched with terror. They are not here to save us. Their plan is to exterminate everyone. Everyone. Chapter 16. Stepping outside again. The rain outside intensified, shrouding the sky in a somber grayness. Xiaoming had finally fashioned a pointed tip for the clothes pole, and upon testing its weight, he deemed it a suitable makeshift weapon for emergencies. After all, a chainsaw requires fuel, a handgun needs ammunition, and a baseball bat may not always deliver a fatal blow. However, a long-handled weapon possesses both lethality and a certain margin for error. Setting aside his rudimentary spear, Xiaoming pondered the advantage of having a metal spearhead. As he waited idly, time drifted to 6 in the evening. The rain continued to fall, casting an eerie ambience over the desolate city. Standing by the window, Xiaoming noticed that many homes were still illuminated. After dinner, both men found themselves at a loss for activities. Xiaoming even resorted to cleaning the house. He had intended to watch television, yet his mind was preoccupied with awaiting news from the consulate, rendering him unable to focus. The consulate has sent word, Li Long announced. You may read it for yourself. Xiaoming took the computer from Li Long, noting the latter's expression, which was indicative of unfavorable news. Indeed, the British authorities could not cooperate with the evacuation efforts and barred the Chinese from organizing convoys into the restricted zone. The only semblance of good news was that the embassy and various consulates would not be evacuated for the time being. I'll inquire in the group chat to see if anyone else shares our predicament, Xiaoming suggested. It won't matter, Li Long replied despondently. What can they do about it? And with my leg, how could I even reach the consulate? It's not far, but with all the barricades, it feels insurmountable. Xiaoming opened his phone, only to discover that the situation among the students in the group was even bleaker than Li Long had anticipated. Those who had not fled were in a state of chaos. Forget it. It's better to rely on ourselves, he concluded. I'm going to take a nap, Li Long stated. Xiaoming helped him lie down before exiting the room and closing the door. Back in his own room, Xiaoming scrutinized the map on his phone. He resolved to venture out the following day, firstly to assess the locations of the barricades, and secondly to explore whether there were any overlooked alleyways nearby. Naturally, discovering a usable mode of transportation would be an added bonus. He could not fathom how such a convoluted city could maintain a stringent lockdown in this area. Throughout the night, Xiaoming struggled to find sleep. He dozed off for a brief moment, only to be jolted awake by the sound of gunfire. Over the past few nights, sporadic gunshots had echoed, but this time they were unmistakably close, emanating from just below his window. He glanced at the clock. It was 4 a.m. Approaching the window, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting into the neighboring building, followed closely by several mutated beings. More gunfire erupted, promptly followed by a cacophony of screams. This scene dissuaded Xiaoming from the notion of wandering the streets alone. He reassured himself that if he could devise a way to escape the lockdown zone and reach the consulate, everything would eventually improve. Resolute, he decided to get some rest, with plans to explore the next day. By 8 a.m, Xiaoming had gathered all his belongings, ready to set out. He secured his handgun at his waist, slung a baseball bat across his back, and wielded the makeshift spear in his hand, all while ensuring his backpack was also in place. He fashioned a rudimentary arm guard by binding 2 thick textbooks to his forearm with tape, an ironic twist. For the textbooks he had once detested might now serve as a means of survival. Choosing not to disturb Li Long, he sent a message before quietly slipping out the door. He had blocked the main entrance to the building with a pile of debris, so he could only exit via the rooftop, where he intended to check on the pair he had seen the previous day. Treading cautiously, Xiaoming ascended to the rooftop. The door was ajar, yet he distinctly remembered closing it when he had descended the day before. Though he lacked a key to lock it, he had indeed shut it. Lowering his spear, he pried the door open. What he beheld this time was even more shocking than before. A headless female corpse lay on the bed, her head cradled in the arms of a man who appeared to be in a daze. Upon noticing Xiaoming, he merely cast a cold glance in his direction before resuming his hushed conversation with the severed head. "Oh dear," Xiaoming murmured, at a loss for words as rainwater dripped onto the man's head, his shivering frame clinging tightly to the woman. She just fell ill." The man eventually spoke, his voice trembling. "Then she bit me." As he spoke, he raised his arm. Xiaoming had not seen it clearly before, but now he could discern that, despite a hasty bandage, a substantial portion of flesh was missing from the man's arm. I had no choice. I had to use the knife," he continued, tears mingling with the rain streaming down his face. I didn't want to. Xiaoming aimed his spear at the man. He had already been bitten, and Xiaoming could only wonder how long it would be before he too transformed into one of those abominations. When the man saw the spear lowered towards him, he remained silent, bowing his head as he continued to weep for the woman. "My parents kicked me out. The woman I loved has become a monster. Please, grant me mercy," the man pleaded. Xiaoming retracted the spear and drew his handgun from his waist. He could not guarantee that the spear or baseball bat would eliminate the man in one strike, and he did not wish to prolong the man's suffering. Clenching the gun tightly, he recalled his visits to shooting ranges. Yet today, he felt as though he could scarcely hold it. "Please," the man implored once more. Xiaoming closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger. The man collapsed to the ground, yet he did not release his grip on the head. Chapter 17. Journey to the park. Xiaoming trembled as he set down his pistol and approached the man. The remains of the 2 individuals could not remain in this place, yet he was unwilling to abandon them to the mutated creatures. Suppressing his nausea, he dismantled the makeshift awning and wrapped the bodies in waterproof cloth. A glance at the woman's severed neck revealed a jagged cut, indicating that the man had struck her multiple times. This sight overwhelmed Xiaoming. The proximity to a headless corpse, especially one already exhibiting signs of decomposition, caused his stomach to churn violently, and he rushed aside to vomit. After regaining his composure, Xiaoming wrapped the bodies in layers of bedding, then secured them with rope before dragging them to a secluded spot. Just as he prepared to cover the bodies, the chilling roar of a mutated creature echoed nearby. He quickly grabbed a spear from the ground and ascended to the rooftop. The sound originated from the adjacent building. It was likely that the creature, having entered the previous night, had been alerted by the gunfire. Upon reaching the neighboring rooftop, Xiaoming peered over the edge. Through the gaps in the fire escape, he locked eyes with a mutated creature that was twisting its head upward. The creature immediately began to howl and clambered out of the window, ascending the fire escape. Fortunately, Xiaoming was on the rooftop, as the fire escape did not lead directly to his position. He steadied his spear, preparing for the encounter. As anticipated, when the first creature lunged upward, it found itself unable to reach the rooftop and instead attempted to drag Xiaoming down. With a precise thrust, he plunged his spear into the creature's eye. Its body slumped, but the spear remained lodged in its skull. Xiaoming, losing his balance, tumbled onto the fire escape. The fall was not severe, but he felt a sharp pain in his face. Quickly regaining his footing, he extracted the spear. The second creature surged upward, but the narrowness of the fire escape allowed only one to ascend at a time. Just before it reached the top, Xiaoming thrust his spear forward, yet it failed to penetrate the creature's skull as he had hoped. The spear tip snapped upon impact, revealing the surprising resilience of the human skull. While the makeshift weapon lacked the necessary force, the creature stumbled but continued its advance onto the rooftop. Xiaoming discarded the broken spear and drew a baseball bat from behind him, sweeping it horizontally toward the creature's head. The creature swayed, leaning against the wall, but did not lose its ability to move. Xiaoming swiftly followed up with a kick, pushing the creature toward the railing. He raised the bat high and struck down hard on the creature's head. Though its skull did not shatter, the creature lost its balance and toppled over the edge of the stairs. Xiaoming had no time to check on the fallen creature, as a third one charged up. He could not change his grip in time and swung the bat instinctively. The third creature rolled down from above, and before it could rise, Xiaoming readied his bat. As it lunged at him again, he delivered a powerful blow to its head, deforming its face against the railing. Yet, the creature did not succumb. It lunged at Xiaoming, pinning him to the ground. Seeing the creature's mouth open to bite, he quickly raised his left hand to block. The creature's jaws clamped down on the book strapped to his hand. Its astonishing bite force failed to penetrate the thick cover. Xiaoming retaliated with a barrage of punches to its head. Fortunately, the earlier strike had fractured its skull, and as he landed several more blows, bone fragments pierced its brain. The creature's grip loosened, and it ceased to move. Xiaoming pushed the lifeless body aside, spat on it, and glanced at the book in his hand, now marred with 2 deep gashes. The power of knowledge, he muttered, rising from the ground. He assured himself that no other creatures lurked nearby and began descending the fire escape. Most windows in the adjacent building were tightly shut, with heavy curtains drawn. On the 4th floor, one resident had even boarded up their windows completely. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed a window with shattered glass, and a strong scent of blood wafted from within. Peering inside, despite the rain obscuring visibility, he discerned the remains of a half-body lying within. It appeared to be the unfortunate victim from last night. Xiaoming retrieved his phone and switched on the flashlight, revealing a gruesome scene. The room was stained with blood, and various organs and severed limbs were carelessly discarded. He gasped in horror but recognized that lingering in this blood-soaked environment was unwise. Fighting the urge to retch, he drew the curtains closed. Descending the last flight of stairs, the old fire escape creaked loudly underfoot. Xiaoming held his breath, drawing his pistol. Thankfully, it seemed no creatures had been attracted by the noise. He carefully navigated down the stairs to the ground floor. In his mind, he meticulously plotted his route. Heading left would lead to the hospital and roadblocks, while continuing forward through Manchester University would bring him near Whitworth Park. The campus should offer more safety than the streets. After the curfew, they had received notifications of class suspensions, meaning most buildings were likely secure. After all, mutations did not occur instantaneously, and many students would be sheltering in their dormitories, with numerous unmutated individuals likely still hiding within the university. Having established his course, Xiaoming traversed the alley to reach the main street. The area appeared devoid of mutated creatures, yet he spotted several swaying figures in a shop across the road. He quickly crouched low, using the vehicles on the street as cover as he approached the roadside. Chapter 18. Student dormitory. Due to numerous interconnected areas within and outside the school, Xiaoming effortlessly entered the campus. The atmosphere was rather desolate, yet the bloodstains on the arcade floor spoke volumes of the grim events that had unfolded here. Xiaoming crouched low as he traversed the plaza, keeping close to several academic buildings, eager to reach the road on the western side of the school. As anticipated, most classrooms were devoid of life, both human and mutated. Upon arriving at the main road on the west side, the scene resembled that near the dormitories, with chaotic vehicles strewn about and no sign of the mutants. However, if he continued south along this road, he would eventually arrive near the hospital. Opting for an alternate route would require him to traverse through the student dormitories, the situation of which remained uncertain. Teeming with students, any mutation within would surely spell disaster. The whereabouts of the thousands of mutants within the hospital were currently unknown. If they were still congregating nearby, it would clearly be beyond Xiaoming's capacity to handle. He climbed atop a car and peered toward the hospital. The street appeared devoid of mutants, yet the conditions inside the hospital remained ambiguous. After much contemplation, he resolved to enter the park through the hospital's back door. Firstly, many of the mutants had been lured away in recent days, and secondly, it would allow him to advance safely from the opposite side of the road. Should two mutants emerge from the dormitory's ground floor, he would likely have no time to react. Cautiously, Xiaoming crept alongside the vehicles lining the road. He could now see the hospital and the park across from it. Not far ahead, a police car lay abandoned by the roadside. Grasping his baseball bat tightly, he reached the police vehicle. The glass was shattered, and the trunk and passenger door had been pried open. Peering inside, he found nothing but a pool of blood on the seats. Gazing through the window, he noticed a few scattered mutants within the hospital's rear entrance. The police car's firearm had been removed, leaving only spent shell casings behind. He gingerly opened the glove compartment, discovering only a jumble of documents. Among them, he extracted a paper map, which revealed several red circles, one of which encompassed the Royal Manchester Hospital. There were 8 such circles, all indicating large hospitals within the city. Opening the central compartment revealed various odds and ends, including a pair of handcuffs. As the sound of rain drummed softly, Xiaoming slipped the handcuffs into his pocket. Just as he was about to depart the police car, a clattering noise erupted from behind the vehicle. Drawing his handgun, he remained alert. In front of the car, a mutant gnawed on a severed arm, while another mutant contended for it. The two mutants collided with an adjacent car, producing the noise that had drawn Xiaoming's attention. As their struggle escalated, they approached the police car. Holding his breath, Xiaoming aimed at the head of one of the mutants. One mutant clung stubbornly to the severed arm, while the other frantically reached for it. If not for the grotesque appendage in their mouths, they could easily be mistaken for two deranged patients clad in hospital gowns. Surprisingly, neither mutant emitted a loud scream, seemingly eager to avoid attracting the attention of other mutants. However, their intelligence appeared limited. During their tussle, they collided with another vehicle. Immediately, the alarm of that car blared. Xiaoming felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He kicked open the door and bolted. The mutant that had failed to seize the arm, spotting a living person, lunged at him with fervor. Instinctively, Xiaoming raised his hand to shield himself, and the power of knowledge saved him once more. Though the thick book he held did not suffer a bite, it did send him crashing against a nearby car. Stealing a glance, he saw dozens of mutants surging from the hospital. Given their speed, it would take mere seconds for them to cross the flower bed and reach the road. With little time to spare, Xiaoming pressed his gun to the mutant's temple and fired. The creature's brain matter and blood splattered outward, and without hesitation, he pushed the corpse aside and fled toward the student dormitories. To his dismay, mutants indeed emerged from the dormitory. Now, both worst-case scenarios had converged. Despite the distance from the park, its open expanse offered no refuge. He had no choice but to dash back into the school in search of a building with fewer mutants. Gripping his baseball bat tightly, Xiaoming raised his gun and fired at an approaching mutant. Although he had visited shooting ranges several times, he had never undergone systematic training. His accuracy at 10 meters was virtually non-existent. The bullet missed the mutant, and as it lunged toward him, he swiftly evaded, aiming for its head and firing once more. The assailant crumpled to the ground, and without a moment to ponder, he continued his flight. The pursuing mutants were closing in, now less than 50 meters behind him. Another mutant emerged in his path, but Xiaoming managed to evade it before it could rise fully. At the end of this dormitory corridor, he swiftly turned onto a right-hand path, but this maneuver did not shake off the mutants. They followed suit. The commotion attracted more mutants, who began to pour out of the dormitory's ground floor windows and doors. Xiaoming spotted the road at the end of the alley, yet even if he reached it, there would be nowhere to hide. Just as his pace began to falter, the dormitory door to his left swung open unexpectedly. Run. In the suburbs of London. 15 days after the initial mutation, during the Great Infection, London bore the brunt of the outbreak, with nearly 10 million residents falling victim. Save for a handful of royal family members and government officials, by the time of the Great Mutation, nearly all of those millions had transformed into mutants. The remaining 5,000 uninfected military personnel were gathered in the outskirts of London, tasked with rescuing the royal family and government leaders sheltered beneath Buckingham Palace. An HC-3 helicopter soared over the London Eye, heading toward Buckingham Palace. The pilot gazed down at the throngs of mutants clustered near the city center. Lunar 1. This is Moonbase 1. The landing zone is teeming with people, more bustling than Christmas Eve. Copy, Moonbase 1. Rescue teams have entered the area. Proceed to the intersection of Purley Avenue and advance 250 meters. They are encountering some resistance. Copy, Moonbase 1 proceeding to the intersection of Purley Avenue, 250 meters ahead. Over. The helicopter altered its course, leaving behind the waving mutants below as it flew southward over the city. Meanwhile, the main forces engaged in combat with mutants in the northeast corner of the city at Winston Park. Approximately 500 soldiers were slowly advancing. The outskirts littered with corpses and severed limbs. At the forefront, a Challenger 2 main battle tank had expended all its main ammunition. Yet its coaxial and rooftop machine guns continued to fire at the relentless tide of mutants. The 30mm cannons mounted on several warrior infantry fighting vehicles roared in anger, shredding the mutants before them into mere fragments. A dozen infantry fighting vehicles rested a few meters away, reloading ammunition and replacing gun barrels. Combat engineers excavated the park's soil. Erecting a blast wall, the command planned to transform Winston Park into a transit base within the city. 2 Foxhound vehicles, accompanied by several supply trucks, surged into the defensive position. Although the path had been cleared once, the bloodstains on the vehicle's front revealed the grim reality of the journey. Dozens of combat vehicles formed a protective circle, using bullets and shells to delineate an impenetrable barrier. Several 82mm mortar shells rained down from above, obliterating a cluster of mutated beings into a mass of flesh. Apache attack helicopters circled in the sky, with the 30mm cannon beneath their noses capable of shredding multiple mutants with each round. Should any unfortunate soul be directly struck, only a mist of blood would remain. At a military base several kilometers away, 4 M270 rocket launchers were fully loaded. At the commander's signal, the roaring rockets launched, sending all the mutants in a few square kilometers ahead of the front line into the sky. Immediately thereafter, the shells from 15 M77 howitzers descended, causing decades or even centuries-old buildings, along with the nearby mutants, to meet their demise. No flesh could withstand the firepower of a modern army, not even 100,000. Over the course of several hours, while hundreds of thousands of mutants were cleared, tens of thousands more met their end. The influx of mutants from the northern region continued unabated. However, as long as ammunition remained plentiful and logistical support was assured, this force could persist until every mutant in London had been eradicated. These mutants did not conceal themselves. They lacked tactics and merely surged forward in masses, presenting a challenge solely in terms of ammunition firepower. Moreover, the officers within the base had been granted the highest authority, enabling them to, when necessary, override control over all non-nuclear forces of other missile bases to assist in the extermination of mutants. Helicopters flew toward the southern part of the city, making the convoy easy to locate. Along the entire route, only those few vehicles remained active, and the racket they generated was substantial. A Challenger tank equipped with an old-fashioned chain mine-clearing device led the way, its whirling chains tearing any obstructing mutants to shreds. Following closely was a military engineering bulldozer, prepared to clear any vehicles crushed by the tank that might impede the convoy's progress. 2 Rafale jets flew over the convoy, releasing 8 GBU, 12 bombs that detonated upon impact. A high-rise building collapsed thunderously, burying the mutants inside and below the rubble. Mars 1, this is Moon 1. The helicopter pilot observed a dense wave of mutants surging toward the main road several kilometers away. You have tens of thousands of targets approaching 2 kilometers ahead, stretching approximately 1 kilometer long. The leading tank came to a halt, its mine-clearing device ceasing its rotation. The tank's turret slowly turned to face the front, its cannon aimed directly at the road ahead. The bulldozer, originally in second position, began to reverse, while an Ajax armored vehicle took its place. The 40mm round in the turret's weapon system ready for action. Soon, a swarm of survivors appeared on the road, choked with vehicles. The tank's main gun fired, kicking up a cloud of dust. The high-explosive shell landed among the frontmost group of mutants, disintegrating over 60 of them. The helicopters hovering above descended, and the machine guns on either side of the cabin began to sweep across the tide of corpses. The mutants crowded the streets so densely that precision became irrelevant. Simply firing would ensure that some mutants would fall. A number of soldiers exited their vehicles, their task not to confront the tide of corpses ahead, but to remain vigilant against any stragglers that might assault the convoy. Minutes later, The tide of over 10,000 mutants was reduced to a few unfortunate souls dragging themselves along the ground. The infantry quickly boarded their vehicles, and the convoy roared back to life. The unfortunate cars were directly flattened by the 50-ton infantry fighting vehicles. The tank's mine-clearing device began to rotate once more, its chain striking the ground with a demonic rhythm. Chapter 19. Survivors in the dormitory building. Xiaoming rushed into the dormitory, and the person behind the door hastily shut it. However, a mutated hand reached in, wedging itself in the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoming aimed and fired a shot at its head. The door finally closed, and Xiaoming leaned against the wall, panting heavily. He was mere inches away from being captured by the mutant. He raised his gaze to see a dozen individuals standing on the staircase. I warned you not to let him in. Now look, hundreds of zombies are piling up at the door. If he doesn't help us, we are all doomed. One person whispered to another who appeared to be the leader as he ascended the stairs. The leader asked, "Do you need anything?" "No, I do not," Xiaoming replied, adjusting his mindset and standing up. Several individuals hurried down the staircase, frantically bringing items to barricade the door. "I am Gary," the leader introduced himself, extending his hand to Xiaoming. Xiaoming tucked his pistol into his waistband and shook Gary's hand, only to discover that his hand trembled uncontrollably. "Xiaoming," he said, gripping Gary's hand tightly to quell his shaking. "It's a race against time," Gary remarked. "Venturing outside alone is not a wise choice." Xiaoming shrugged. "I merely stepped out to see if there was a way to escape this place." "From the hospital side?" Gary chuckled. "Forget it. This area is heavily fortified. You should head north." "What about the park?" Xiaoming inquired. "The park is also off limits. A few of us came from the dormitory near the park, and after the police battled the zombies a couple of days ago, the far side of the park has been sealed off." "How did that happen?" Xiaoming asked. "Many mutants have yet to reach the other side of the park. The government has displayed remarkable efficiency. They erected iron walls to seal off the southern side of the park." Gary paused before adding, "However, I believe it to be a futile effort. Those iron walls cannot withstand hundreds of zombies, let alone dozens." As Gary led Xiaoming to the second floor, he noticed that the group of 10 had vanished. "So, you are also students?" Xiaoming asked. "I thought the situation in the dormitory would be dire." Upon entering, Xiaoming had only seen those few individuals, so he queried, "Why are there only so few of you?" This building housed over 400 people, initially with around 90 who had not mutated. Unfortunately, the number of mutants has steadily increased. Now, only this handful remains active, while over 30 have shown symptoms and are confined in the dormitory on the 4th floor. "Have you lost internet access?" "There are online claims linking After Effects to mutations," Gary stated. "Moreover, we've discovered that the onset of After Effects is happening increasingly quickly. Some individuals exhibit symptoms in the morning and mutate by nightfall." Upon reaching the 4th floor, Xiaoming could already hear the roars of the mutants. A few individuals were gathered at the entrance of a dormitory, armed with various weapons, waiting. "We have discovered some additional information," Gary continued, guiding Xiaoming further up. "These zombies are not perpetual motion machines, but they can enter a state resembling hibernation, significantly lowering their metabolic rate." "Does this mean they could theoretically starve to death after a while?" Xiaoming inquired. "Are you familiar with the dormouse?" Gary replied, "This creature hibernates for half the year." "Are you suggesting they can maintain a hibernation state for an extended period?" Xiaoming asked. "What was your major?" Xiaoming probed. "Biological sciences," Gary answered. Upon reaching the 5th floor, it appeared more lived in, with an electromagnetic stove even placed in the corridor. The individual who had been reluctant to let Xiaoming in turned and retreated into a dormitory upon their arrival. "Please, do not take offense," Gary said. "That is my boyfriend." "All right," Xiaoming thought. Truly a quintessential British individual. "It's quite convenient to share a dormitory," he remarked. "What?" Gary asked. "Nothing, nothing," Xiaoming replied. Gary did not press further and adopted a serious tone. "We hope you can assist us in the laboratory. There is a 2000x metallurgical microscope on the right-hand table in room 2, along with some petri dishes and reagents in the adjacent cabinet." Gary's request took Xiaoming by surprise. He had assumed this group of students was merely jesting, but they genuinely intended to research the mutants. Perhaps sensing Xiaoming's skepticism, Gary remarked, "If this organism can sustain prolonged life and mobility with minimal sustenance, it would be nothing short of miraculous for humanity. Furthermore, the impact of the virus left in the wake of the Great Infection is unimaginably significant. In the face of impending doom, this group was not preoccupied with mere survival, but instead focused on studying the mutants, earning Xiaoming's admiration. Nonetheless, He questioned whether they would even survive long enough to yield any meaningful research. Moreover, could such an environment as a dormitory truly foster any significant discoveries? Even if they succeeded, would the world still have a need for such findings? How can I assist you? Xiaoming inquired. We saved you, Gary replied. And you possess a firearm, which we do not. What if I decide to flee? Xiaoming questioned. Then, perhaps next time, you may not be so fortunate, Gary stated. Chapter 20. Crossing the teaching building, you can exit through the window on the other side, Gary remarked. We used to do it this way when there were numerous zombies in the school, but only one person could go down at a time to scavenge for supplies. Xiaoming could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, what could you possibly discover with just a microscope? Upon mentioning research, Gary's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. I wish you success, Xiaoming replied. You better truly know how to escape the quarantine zone. He leaned closer to Gary and whispered, otherwise, you might end up with more than just your microscope. A bullet might also be in your future. After uttering these words, Xiaoming felt an exhilarating rush of confidence. Take me down, Xiaoming urged. Following Gary, they descended to the second floor, where the guttural roars of the mutated creatures echoed from below. A few individuals were hurling objects out the front door, creating a cacophony that unsettled the creatures. I'm in the school, Xiaoming texted before reaching the windowsill. Two people had already opened the window and lowered a rope fashioned from bed sheets and curtains. Regardless of what these students were thinking, Xiaoming didn't care what they intended to retrieve. He suddenly felt akin to a mercenary. After several minutes of waiting, observing that the creatures had been lured to the front, Xiaoming grasped the rope and climbed down. He cautiously peeked around the wall, spotting hundreds of mutated beings congregated at the front entrance, occasionally distracted by objects being tossed down to them. Using the dormitory building as cover, Xiaoming swiftly made his way away from the area. The commotion created by the occupants of the dorm had drawn many of the surrounding creatures away, allowing him to safely reach the vicinity of the road. The experimental building was located in the campus across the street, where the environment was more open, necessitating a crossing of the road to reach it. Prepared with a baseball bat, Xiaoming positioned himself behind a double-decker bus. The bus doors were ajar, and a trail of blood led up the steps. He cautiously peered out, spotting two creatures standing in the street. One of them stood directly across from the bus, its back turned, seemingly oblivious to Xiaoming's presence. However, the creature's position was right at the entrance of the teaching building, and to access the experimental building, he would have to pass through this main entrance. Inside the teaching building, several creatures could be seen hunched over, likely former teachers, within what seemed to be an office. The street was relatively clear of vehicles, making it impractical to navigate through the many abandoned cars on the main road. While pondering his next move, Xiaoming's eyes landed on a bag inside the bus. The bag was open, with various cosmetics strewn about. An idea sparked in his mind. He reached out and grabbed a bottle of makeup. With renewed determination, Xiaoming leaned out and hurled the cosmetic bottle with all his strength. It crashed against the wall across the street, shattering on impact. The sound drew the attention of the mutated beings, who began to shuffle toward the fallen makeup. Seizing the moment, Xiaoming tiptoed across the road and approached the teaching building. The entrance to the building was ajar, and with utmost caution, he extended his hand to push the door open. To his dismay, the ancient and heavy door creaked loudly, the sound echoing despite the gentle rain that fell from the sky. Without a moment to catch his breath, two mutated creatures burst out from an office inside. Xiaoming swung his bat with ferocity, knocking one creature to the ground. He then kicked at the second creature, sending it stumbling backward. The first creature flipped over, gripping Xiaoming's leg with astonishing strength. As it lunged to bite him, Xiaoming raised his bat and struck down with all his might. The impact nearly jarred his grip loose, but the blow shattered the creature's skull. The second creature, now on its feet, was met with a swift kick to the chin, knocking it back to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the door behind him burst open, and two more creatures from the street charged in. With no time for hesitation, Xiaoming dashed toward the exit. Upon bursting out of the teaching building, he quickly turned to slam the door shut behind him. The creatures collided with the door, but fortunately, it opened inward, leaving them bewildered. Having narrowly traversed the teaching building, Xiaoming finally caught sight of the experimental building. Originally a finance major, he was not well acquainted with this area. He arrived near the building, only to find himself perplexed. Several different experimental buildings stood before him. How was he to discern which one housed Lab 2? He regretted not having left a phone number earlier. Now, he couldn't even reach out to Gary and the others. However, the silver lining was that the several buildings encircled a central square, preventing the mutated creatures from entering for the time being, granting him ample opportunity to figure out his next steps. Chapter 21. The laboratory building. Xiaoming leaned against the nearest window and cast a glance inside. It resembled a chemistry laboratory, as the instruments present were not typical for biological research. Approaching the entrance, he confirmed that a sign beside the door indeed read Chemistry Laboratory. In the adjacent building, he noticed portraits of Newton and Galileo hanging within, undoubtedly indicating that it was a physics laboratory. After a thorough search among several buildings, Xiaoming finally located the biological research building. The entrance to this research facility was firmly shut. He attempted to push it open, but to no avail. He then turned to a nearby window, but it too resisted his efforts to open it. He thought it unwise to break a window, fearing that any lurking aberrations would become aware of his presence. Contemplating what he might use to pry open the window or door, he suddenly remembered the several bank cards in his bag. The design of the school's windows was not overly complex, and these laboratories, constructed 2 decades prior, were hardly state-of-the-art. Retrieving a bank card, which still held the remnants of a 200 scholarship from the previous year, he found the situation amusing. He had been reluctant to spend the scholarship, only to find it now rendered useless. He slid the bank card into the window's gap and maneuvered it a few times. To his surprise, the lock shifted slightly. Encouraged, he hastened his efforts. With a satisfying click, the window opened. Xiaoming grasped the windowsill and hoisted himself into the laboratory. The room appeared to be an archive. He felt along the edge of the door and managed to push it open a crack. The laboratory was dimly lit, with the rain outside casting a foggy gloom within. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, obscuring everything from view. Utilizing the emergency exit lights, he noticed no signs of movement in the hallway. Slowly, he pushed open the archive door and stepped into the empty corridor. The emergency lights emitted a ghostly green glow, despite it being daytime. Xiaoming felt an unsettling eeriness envelop him. He retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight, approaching the directional sign. Searching for laboratory number 2, he finally located it on the 2nd floor. Illuminating his path with the phone, he ascended the staircase to the 2nd level. He switched off the flashlight and peered cautiously around, relieved to find this floor relatively safe. However, as he passed one laboratory, he spotted a shadow through the window. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed laboratory number 2. Well, it seemed that the occupants of this laboratory were undoubtedly the top scholars. Even he, the underachiever, felt compelled to make an entrance. Steeling himself with a baseball bat, Xiaoming took a deep breath and pushed open the laboratory door. Inside, a mutant abruptly turned and lunged at him. To his astonishment, he saw that this aberration was wielding a scalpel. Truly, this prestigious university was remarkable. Even the students had adapted to wield surgical instruments. The mutant brandished the scalpel and lunged towards Xiaoming, who swiftly sidestepped the attack. Although he evaded the mutant's thrust, he collided with a table, sending a multitude of unidentified vials crashing to the floor. Startled, Xiaoming glanced at the microscope on the opposite table. Relieved that it remained intact, he quickly turned and kicked the mutant, sending it sprawling to the ground. With a determined advance, he swung the baseball bat towards the mutant's head. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, he heard a commotion behind him. He swiftly turned to see another mutant emerging from the shadows. Alarmed, he realized he had unwittingly entered a chamber occupied by 2 mutants. Having already caused a significant ruckus, he decided to abandon caution and drew his handgun, firing a shot. Fortune favored him as the 2nd mutant collided with the barrel of the gun. He struck the mutant's head repeatedly until it lay still. Breathing heavily, Xiaoming realized he desperately needed a knife. Relying solely on a handgun for close combat was impractical. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He hastily opened his backpack and stuffed the microscope inside. A roar from a mutant echoed from the lower floor, reminding Xiaoming of how remarkably acute their hearing was. Having finally secured the microscope, he quickly slung the backpack over his shoulder and dashed towards the exit. He decided to seize the moment. The mutants had been drawn to the commotion in the center of the laboratory, presenting an opportune time to escape through a side door. Arriving at the laboratory adjacent to the side door, he peered outside and noticed several mutants crossing the street. After a brief wait, he observed that most of the mutants had congregated in the center of the laboratory. Prepared for action, he readied his handgun and pushed open the side door. As anticipated, a majority of the mutants had been attracted to the laboratory's interior, though only about 10 remained visible. After all, despite being a public thoroughfare, this area was still part of the campus, and not many individuals lingered post-curfew. Without delay, Xiaoming sprinted towards the dormitory building. Chapter 22. After effects, the double-decker bus remained stationary, yet the mutants seemed to have been drawn into the educational building. If there were a challenge to be faced, Xiaoming felt it was akin to being in a novice village. He swiftly crossed the road, as the mutants within the school were indeed sparse. Xiaoming jogged towards the apartment where Gary and the others resided. As he approached, the chilling roars of mutants echoed from the direction of the apartment. Concealed behind a dormitory building, he peered out cautiously. Now he understood why he felt as if he were in a novice village. The mutants congregated beneath the apartment had more than doubled, indicating that those from the surrounding dormitories had all gathered beneath the building where Gary and his companions were. Crouching behind the bus, he quickly made a decision. He would venture out on his own, regardless of the risks involved. Seeking his own path could lead to danger. But delivering the microscope to Gary would mean diving headfirst into a throng of corpses, especially since no one could ascertain the veracity of Gary's words. Although Xiaoming felt a twinge of guilt, after all, Gary and his companions had just saved him. And many of the mutants below were indeed drawn there by him. His legs had already begun to carry him towards the school's exit. Gary and the others might still be safe in the dormitory, but his own chances were grim. Xiaoming grasped a fundamental truth. The greater the concentration of mutants in one location, the louder their roars. The louder the roars, the more mutants would converge. He navigated through abandoned vehicles and arrived at the hospital entrance. Seizing the opportunity while the mutants were distracted, he intended to scour the police and ambulance vehicles for anything useful. On the sidewalk lay an armored vehicle, with fragments of bodies clad in police uniforms scattered nearby, emanating a foul stench. Xiaoming held his breath, stepping over the remains, and approached the open rear door of the police armored vehicle. Inside, a long trail of blood indicated that its owner had crawled into the vehicle before being dragged out, becoming part of the scattered human remains. The other portions of the body were undoubtedly inside the mutants. Xiaoming climbed into the armored vehicle, where he found a cabinet next to a row of seats. Its drawer ajar. He approached and retrieved a flashlight and 2 tourniquets from within. Leaning against the door connecting the cabin to the cockpit, he peered inside, only to discover the lifeless body of a SWAT officer, evidently having taken his own life. Suppressing his nausea, Xiaoming attempted to pull open the small door connecting the 2 sections. The stench of decay overwhelmed him, prompting him to hastily push open the side door and retch. With nothing left to expel from his stomach, he grasped the officer's body and dragged it from the driver's seat to the floor of the cabin. Gazing at the bloated, putrid corpse with a gaping wound in its head, he swiftly removed the tactical vest and donned it himself. The vest's weight suggested it contained ballistic plates, and he noticed a standard .556 by 45 NATO magazine still secured in the pouch on the front, indicating it was compatible with the G36 assault rifle. "Where is your rifle?" Xiaoming wondered as he searched the vehicle. If there was a magazine, there must be a weapon. The cabin was conspicuously empty, evidently. The SWAT officers had not stored their arsenal within the vehicle. Climbing into the driver's compartment, he spotted a G36 assault rifle resting quietly on the floor. His heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a valuable find. He picked up the G36, removed the magazine, and confirmed it contained ammunition. Slinging the rifle over his shoulder, he leaped down from the armored vehicle. Alas, the armored vehicle lacked a key. As he prepared to investigate the nearby ambulance, he heard a knocking sound emanating from within. Raising his baseball bat, he cautiously approached the rear of the ambulance. Peering through the window, he saw nothing alarming inside. Carefully, he pulled open the door. Suddenly, a mutant lunged out, aiming for his thigh. Although he had steeled himself for such an encounter, it startled him enough to make him retreat, fortuitously evading the creature's attack. The mutant that had emerged from the vehicle was missing its lower half, dragging its spine and intestines behind it as it crawled, desperately seeking to grasp its intended meal. "Not even a decent meal," Xiaoming muttered, striking the mutant's head with his bat. After dispatching this creature, he climbed into the ambulance's cabin. He rummaged through the space, but apart from a pile of bandages and a defibrillator, he found nothing particularly useful, or perhaps he simply did not recognize what might be valuable. Reluctant to delve deeper into the hospital, especially with the rain still pouring and the vast interior potentially harboring additional mutants, Xiaoming took a moment to check his phone for messages. He hurriedly sent a message to his parents, assuring them of his safety, and then called Li Long. He hoped nothing had gone awry at home. When the call connected, however, Li Long's voice did not come through. "Li Long, hello?" Xiaoming inquired. Silence lingered for a few seconds before Li Long's voice, choked with sobs, filled the line. "I'm showing symptoms." Chapter 23. Return to the apartment, setting his phone aside. Xiaoming found it difficult to accept the news. Despite repeatedly telling himself, and Li Long, that there was no authoritative evidence linking sequelae to mutations, the harsh reality lay before him. He had hoped that Li Long's case was an anomaly, yet the inevitable had arrived. Xiao Ming leapt from the ambulance, making his way toward the apartment. The number of mutants on the main road had significantly diminished. It appeared that he had indeed drawn away quite a few. However, a sense of dread washed over him. Had it not been for that group in the dormitory, he might have met a grim fate. It was clear that he must exercise greater caution in the future. Regret filled him as he considered the lives he had placed in jeopardy. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed through the air, prompting Xiao Ming to halt and glance back. A formation of helicopters was approaching from the suburbs, heading toward the city center. 2 helicopters broke from the formation and began to decelerate, seemingly destined for a landing near Manchester University. Xiao Ming quickened his pace towards the apartment building. Whether he sought to signal the helicopters for help or simply observe their purpose, the rooftop offered him a distinct vantage point over the cars below. The helicopter's presence undeniably incited the wrath of the mutants, with ferocious roars emanating from the buildings lining the street. His initial suspicions had proven correct. The majority of individuals had mutated within the confines of their homes, rendering the streets relatively safer. Xiao Ming hastened his steps, wary of the potential for 2 mutants to descend from the sky and obstruct his path. Upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered that one of the helicopters had already landed. Due to the building's obstruction, he could only hear the whir of the rotor blades without sighting the precise landing spot. Another helicopter appeared to be hovering atop a building nearby, likely in the vicinity where Gary and his group were located. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, indicating a confrontation near the landing zone. To his astonishment, the helicopter closest to him took off first, trailing black smoke. This was clearly not the work of a mutant. The damage suggested that someone had fired upon the helicopter's engine. The helicopter ascended with its plume of smoke, leaving behind a cacophony of gunfire and the anguished cries of mutants. Soon, the gunfire ceased, leaving only the sounds of the mutants. The remaining helicopter had yet to depart. Xiao Ming removed the rifle from his back and aimed through the scope toward the helicopter. His G-36C was equipped with an ACOG sight, allowing for magnification ranging from 1.5 to 6 times, depending on the submodel. He steadied the rifle, directing the scope toward the source of the rotor noise. However, the building obstructed his view, preventing him from discerning who boarded the helicopter. Yet, from its livery and silhouette, he surmised it was a military aircraft of the British forces. Moments later, the second helicopter also took flight. Xiao Ming glanced below, spotting a woman sprinting toward the helicopter. "Wait for me. Help. Wait for me," she shouted as she ran forward. But it was evident that the helicopter could not hear her desperate pleas. Unfortunately, the mutants lining the street were all too aware, converging upon her and tearing her apart. Foolish, Xiao Ming thought. A commotion echoed from the stairwell, prompting Xiao Ming to steady himself against the railing and peer down. Someone was ascending the stairs. He raised his rifle, ensuring the safety was off. The figure approaching was none other than the resident from across the hall, Buliadin. It was glaringly obvious that he had mutated, his eyes glowing red and his mouth agape. The distance around the corner amounted to mere seconds for someone rushing up the stairs. Xiao Ming had no time to aim, rapidly pulling the trigger as several bullets struck Buliadin's chest, yet they failed to halt him. Buliadin lunged forward, and Xiao Ming swiftly maneuvered the rifle to block the assault. He was pinned against the wall, watching helplessly as Buliadin clamped down on the rifle with tremendous force, nearly crushing the railings. Xiao Ming delivered a flurry of kicks to Buliadin's abdomen, finally managing to dislodge him. The latter stumbled back, losing his footing and tumbling down the stairs. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ming aimed and fired at Buliadin's head, the shot landing squarely. Buliadin collapsed, motionless, stepping over Buliadin's lifeless body. Xiao Ming hurried to his own apartment door. Though he maintained a semblance of composure, adrenaline coursed through him, and his hands trembled from the recent brush with death. He secured the door and rushed into Li Long's room. Li Long lay on the bed, pallid and with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having wept for an extended period. "I feel terrible," he uttered weakly. Xiao Ming placed his hand on Li Long's forehead, noting a fierce fever. "You have a high temperature," he remarked, rising to fetch a thermometer. "I feel so unwell," Li Long said. Chapter 24. Former companion after measuring his temperature. Xiao Ming discovered that Li Long's fever had soared to nearly 40 degrees. Was it an infection, septicemia, a severe post-infection condition, or merely a common cold? Xiao Ming was not a doctor. He could only attempt to ascertain the cause of Li Long's ailment. Unwrapping the bandage on Li Long's leg, he found no visible signs of infection or necrosis. If it were an infected wound, it would likely be suppurating, yet the site appeared relatively clean. As for septicemia, he had promptly disinfected and bandaged Li Long with alcohol at the onset, and had changed the bandages over the past 2 days. There should have been no bacteria entering his bloodstream. Xiaoming sighed and picked up a nearby bottle of alcohol spray. Put that down. I don't want it. Li Long said hastily upon seeing Xiaoming reach for it. Don't prolong my suffering. Don't think that way, Xiaoming replied. I believe it is likely just a cold. You don't understand, Li Long whispered. They say one has a sense of their impending death, and I can feel it. Xiaoming felt an urge to leap up and scold Li Long for such morbid thoughts, especially without knowing the cause of his condition. Let us take some fever-reducing medicine first, he suggested, handing Li Long the antipyretic he had just brought in. Li Long swallowed the tablet. And Xiaoming rewrapped the wound with a fresh bandage, helping him lie down on the bed and covering him with a blanket. Li Long remained silent, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Xiaoming pondered what thoughts filled Li Long's mind. What does one contemplate when aware of their mortality? If it were him, he might not fare any better. Xiaoming shook his head. Convincing himself that Li Long might not be on the brink of death, he must not think that way. I'll prepare something to eat, he declared. After preparing lunch, Xiaoming placed it on the bedside, but Li Long did not move, merely glancing at him. Xiaoming chose not to speak further. Exiting the room and closing the door behind him, after a morning of exertion, he felt his muscles ache from exhaustion. Outside, the rain had gradually ceased, and the dark clouds were slowly dispersing. He scrolled through his phone, still connected to the internet, where numerous survivors were sharing their experiences. Compared to the chaos and panic of the previous days, the current photos and videos conveyed an overwhelming sense of desolation and despair. An increasing number of individuals had transformed into aberrations, while those who remained unaltered languished under the predatory gaze of the mutated. The military, which was supposed to restore order, had begun to crumble from within. Many had become aberrations before they even had a chance to fight. This catastrophe affected everyone, from the affluent to the destitute. As he browsed through news of post-infection symptoms and mutations, he found no new insights, just conjectures and theories. Xiaoming wished to avoid thinking about it. He hoped Li Long was simply suffering from a cold. Returning to Li Long's room with the cold medicine, he noticed that the lunch he had left earlier remained untouched. You should take some medicine, Xiaoming urged, offering the prepared concoction. Li Long took the bowl, sipped a mouthful, and realized that what should have been a bitter remedy tasted like plain water. I can't taste anything anymore, Li Long remarked, suddenly filled with rage as he hurled the bowl away. Don't act like this. It's clearly not post-infection symptoms. A cold can cause a fever too. Xiaoming tried to reason. Li Long interrupted him, stating, There's no need to persuade me any further. I can feel it. This isn't just a cold. He continued, If I begin to mutate, please end my life. I refuse to become a monster. Xiaoming shouted back, I want to kill you. You're still human. You might not turn into a zombie. As he gazed at his companion of 2 years, he suddenly realized that Li Long might genuinely be on the verge of departure. Though Li Long seemed strong, when faced with the tangible presence of death, that strength could easily crumble. Xiaoming scoured the living room for all relevant information. But the more he read, the more he became convinced that Li Long was indeed experiencing post-infection symptoms, perhaps even a complete manifestation of them. Most aberrations displayed only 1 or 2 symptoms before fully transforming. In the room, Li Long had regained some composure, lying silently on the bed, tears streaming down his face. Time passed without Xiaoming noticing, until a sudden noise emanated from Li Long's room. Rushing in, he was met with a shocking sight. A foul stench pervaded the air, making Xiaoming feel nauseous. It was far more unbearable than the stench of death. Li Long lay on the bed, even more frail than before. He had lost control of his bodily functions, and his face was ashen, lying motionless. What he had expelled was not normal waste, but blood. Xiaoming recalled Gary's words from earlier that day. The mutation period had now been reduced to 1 or 2 days. Upon seeing Xiaoming enter, Li Long weakly extended his hand, murmuring, Home. Li Long's eyes gradually closed, and his grip on Xiaoming's hand weakened. Xiaoming gently released his hand and stepped back, drawing a pistol from his waistband. He found himself unable to pull the trigger. Memories flooded back to him, meeting Li Long for the first time. Their camaraderie as they attended classes together, exploring foreign lands, and sharing their distaste for British cuisine. He remembered the chaos after the mutations began. Navigating through panicked crowds with Li Long, raiding stores for supplies, and subduing adversaries together. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye as he aimed the gun at Li Long's head and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 25, Power Outage. Xiaoming wrapped Li Long's lifeless body in a clean bedsheet and dragged it to the rooftop, laying it beside that of the young couple. The soiled sheets he discarded over the edge. Standing on the terrace, he gazed into the distance towards the city center. The fog had lifted, revealing a decent visibility that allowed him to see the vicinity of Manchester train station. The sun was gradually descending, casting a golden hue over the city, which still gleamed with lights, yet it was uncertain whether the figures illuminated by the brilliance were humans or mutants. Xiaoming raised his rifle, peering through the scope at the horizon. If there were helicopters, it implied the existence of military forces or other organized factions still surviving. Given the apartment's location in the heart of the city, glimpsing the situation beyond its borders was exceedingly challenging. He did not necessarily seek to witness anything specific. Rather, his mind was a tumultuous mess. Lowering his rifle, Xiaoming resisted the urge to look at Li Long's body. The departure of his roommate and friend of 2 years was more an affront to his acceptance than a source of sorrow. Perhaps the inability to accept the reality of his death was, in itself, a form of grief. Xiaoming turned away from the terrace, casting one final glance at Li Long's remains before closing the door. While tidying Li Long's room, Xiaoming discovered a letter concealed within an envelope in the bedside table. It appeared to have been written a few days prior, likely when Li Long first sensed the correlation between the aftermath and mutation. The envelope bore an inscription, Ming. If I perish, please deliver this to my parents. Xiaoming refrained from opening the envelope, choosing instead to place it in his backpack. Staring at Li Long's vacant bed, Xiaoming felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Just yesterday, Li Long had been lying there, vibrant and full of life, save for his injured leg. Earlier that afternoon, they had conversed, and now he lay swathed in a blanket, a mere corpse. Xiaoming retrieved his phone to reassure his family of his safety, omitting any mention of Li Long's fate. From his parents' updates, it seemed that the domestic situation had deteriorated into turmoil, yet it remained comparatively manageable, starkly contrasting the apocalyptic scenes abroad. Presently, it appeared that only the homeland offered a sanctuary of safety. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiaoming found himself lacking the appetite for dinner. He took out his phone to browse the internet, where a video had been uploaded from an army assembly point in the suburbs. Hundreds of soldiers, now mutated, stood amidst the ruins of armored vehicles, rendered useless before they could even be mobilized. Upon further inspection, it seemed the survivors were attempting to rescue themselves. A few individuals from the Northinden area had convened, preparing to escape to the suburbs, while in the Brindle area, dozens of survivors had managed to establish a community, barricading roads with debris and abandoned vehicles, and boarding up windows and doors with wooden planks. Realizing he too must prepare to depart, Xiaoming acknowledged that despite Li Long's absence, their food supply could last a few more days. However, remaining confined in the apartment was merely a waiting game for death. Yet, these locations were not his intended destination. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of the consulate still standing was slim. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the consulate before leaving. Xiaoming checked the study group for international students, noting that no one had spoken since the day prior. As he contemplated his escape route, the lights in the apartment abruptly extinguished. The power indicator on his laptop flickered, signaling a complete outage. He approached the window to survey the scene, discovering that it was not just his apartment plunged into darkness. The entire city had succumbed to an inescapable void. The blackout had arrived earlier than he anticipated. Yet it was not entirely unexpected. The mutations were escalating at an alarming rate, and it was challenging to ascertain how many remained alive, let alone the power plant workers tasked with maintaining electricity. In truth, the workers had fought until the very end. A small fraction had chosen to remain at their posts, perhaps due to all their family members having transformed into mutants, or because their homes lay within a quarantine zone. Several workers had stayed behind at the power plant, striving to keep the city illuminated, hoping to buy others precious moments until they too succumbed to mutation or were torn apart by the very beings they once served. Xiaoming checked his phone. The network signal was still operational. He realized, however, that the battery reserves in the signal tower would not last indefinitely. Hastily, he retrieved his tablet and connected it to a power bank, intent on downloading electronic maps of the world. Electricity was easy to procure. Starting a car could power electronic devices, and diesel generators or wind turbines in certain regions could sustain power. However, without maintenance, how long could the internet endure? Beyond maps, he sought out survival guides online, downloading various texts on essential water procurement, food preservation, vehicle repairs, and firearm maintenance, among others. Li Long had previously downloaded a television series, and Xiaoming took the opportunity to download several novels. He felt a surge of gratitude for having purchased a tablet, as it was now proving invaluable. Yet, For Xiao Ming, electricity had become a precious and dwindling resource. With the blackout, two pressing concerns emerged. First, the likelihood of power restoration was slim, and any frozen meat in the refrigerator would soon spoil if not consumed within days. Second, he lacked emergency lighting tools like candles, with the sole flashlight being one he had scavenged earlier that day. Chapter 26. The apocalypse following the disruption of the power supply, the city succumbed to an unprecedented darkness. Perhaps for centuries, if not for over a millennium, this region had never experienced such profound obscurity at night, until now. The shadows enveloping the city extended beyond mere darkness. Extinguished were not only the lights, but the very essence of human civilization itself. The night had transformed into a macabre jest played by death upon humanity. As the mutated beings paused to sense the slightest rustle of the wind, while the surviving souls cowered in their homes, fervently praying for their survival. In Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and the United States, similar scenes unfolded across every nation, with astronauts aboard the International Space Station perhaps witnessing the darkness as the curtain call of human civilization provided. Of course, that they had not been devoured by their mutated companions. Leaders of certain countries had preemptively received vaccinations, escaping the pandemic that had ravaged the world 6 months prior, and now they huddled within their doomsday bunkers, clinging to life. A small number of governments and military factions continued to function, establishing safe zones and rallying survivors in a desperate bid to maintain the remnants of societal order. In the distant land of the East, despite effective containment of the prior infection, over 10 million individuals had transformed into mutated beings. Although the situation appeared to be under control, it seemed to be spiraling towards chaos. Survivors who had not succumbed to become fodder for the mutations fled the cities, yearning for refuge in places untouched by humanity. If any nation remained wholly intact, it might be the enigmatic country in the northern part of the Korean peninsula. As solitary players in this global game, the pandemic had inflicted little harm upon them. Now, they gathered their forces, intent on unifying the peninsula while their southern neighbors had succumbed to mutation. Xiao Ming gazed out the window, the moonlight casting a pallid glow over the desolate streets of the city, a wave of melancholy washing over him. The ancient spoke of the moon stirring one's longing for home. Xiao Ming now comprehended this sentiment fully. Stripped of electricity and unwilling to use it, he lay in bed, drifting into a restless slumber. At dawn, Xiao Ming awoke, a rare occurrence for him, perhaps attributed to the absence of mobile devices that had previously robbed him of sleep. The sun had already risen, and upon checking his watch, he noted it was just past 7. Sleep evaded him now, so he rose to organize his supplies. There remained a substantial quantity of biscuits, sufficient to last a month if rationed carefully. He filled every available container with water, uncertain of when the taps might run dry. Even if the water pressure held for a month or two, the absence of workers would render the supply filthy. Fortunately, being in England, rainwater would not be scarce, and drinking water would not pose a significant issue. Untainted by industrial pollution, the rain remained suitable for consumption. Xiao Ming meticulously arranged his ammunition, a G36 rifle with 46 rounds and 2 magazines, AP-320 with 2 fully loaded magazines holding 30 rounds each, plus an additional 58 rounds in a box. Li Long's baseball bat had been thoroughly cleaned, and a fruit knife remained available for use. He selected a book to serve as a makeshift arm guard, replacing the one that had been gnawed by a mutation. While the notion of using the book to shield against the jaws of a mutated being was but a fantasy, considering the zombie literature he had perused and the sight of a helicopter billowing smoke the previous day, Xiao Ming deemed it equally vital to protect himself against human threats. After fiddling with a walkie-talkie, he managed to turn it on, albeit only to receive static. Discarding the device to the side, he surveyed the neatly arranged supplies before him. If he had no intention of remaining long-term, these provisions would suffice. He packed food and water for the journey, along with ammunition, a tablet, and a power bank into his backpack. Once his bag was prepared, he began plotting his route to the consulate, using a map salvaged from a police vehicle. This time, he resolved to venture eastward, following the main road to escape the quarantine zone, where residential buildings were more abundant, potentially offering more exit points. If Gary and his companions were to be believed, the line from the school to the park was no longer a viable hope. Xiao Ming decided to have breakfast first, intending to wait for the sun to rise more brightly before embarking on his journey. He had no desire to be ambushed by an unexpected mutant. From the refrigerator, he retrieved 2 pieces of chicken fillet and tossed them into the frying pan, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This was likely to be his last meal within the confines of this small apartment. The flavor of the frozen chicken fillet was far from exquisite. Yet the thought of potentially being unable to eat even such fare in a few days compelled him to swallow it down with beer. As for the remaining beer, Xiaoming had devised a suitable plan. He would take a few with him to fashion into Molotov cocktails if necessary. After indulging in his final shower indeed, his first in several days, he donned a clean sweatshirt and cargo pants, slipped into a tactical vest, strapped on his backpack, and positioned the baseball bat on his back, securing his handgun at his waist. With rifle in hand, Xiaoming pushed open the door to his home. The sun had risen, casting its light upon the lifeless expanse of land. Chapter 27. Departure from the apartment. Stepping outside his home, Xiaoming resolved to exit the apartment from the first floor. The lifeless body of Li Long still lay on the rooftop, and he could not bear to leave from there. As he descended to the second floor, a sudden crash emanated from the door on his left, followed by the chilling roar of a mutant. Xiaoming instinctively slowed his pace and lowered his body as he continued his descent to the ground floor. He stealthily made his way down, clearing the refuse piled at the entrance. Peering carefully over the upper half of the railing, he cautiously scanned the outside. Fortunately, the recent roar had not attracted more mutants, and no signs of them were visible below. They were likely lured away by the helicopter from the previous evening. Upon opening the main door, he was met with a haunting silence on the street. To avoid making excessive noise, he slung his rifle over his back, opting instead for a baseball bat as his primary weapon. Diverging from his previous routes, he chose to turn right as he exited, moving away from the main road and along a row of residential buildings. The shops lining the street were mostly vacant, comprising primarily CAFS and general stores. But Xiaoming lacked the inclination to scour their interiors. The priority was to put as much distance between himself and the city as possible. Not far ahead, he encountered a stack of shipping containers on the street. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable efficiency of the municipal government. How had they not implemented such lockdown measures during the pandemic 6 months prior? Climbing directly onto the containers seemed impractical. Yet if he could access the residential buildings lining the street, it might be feasible to leap from an upper window onto the containers. Of course, this would only be possible if the back exits of the buildings were not sealed. Behind the barricading containers stood a church. Traversing the intersection by the church would allow him to head south towards the consulate. Turning right in front of the containers, Xiaoming entered a cluster of residential buildings. This area formed a clearing surrounded by structures, with playground equipment for children situated in the center, alongside a sandpit. The exit to the left, leading to the church, had been blocked off, but the entrance into the building ahead remained uncertain as to whether it was locked. If he could gain entry into that building, he could leap from an upstairs window onto the containers below. On the backside of one of the houses, a ground floor window stood wide open, and through it, Xiaoming glimpsed two mutants staring vacantly out. Startled, he froze, his heart racing as he held his breath. Fortunately, the mutants seemed oblivious to his presence. Perhaps their vision was impaired, or they had lost it altogether. Tentatively, he took a step forward, yet the mutants remained motionless. Could this be the hibernation state Gary had mentioned? Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he edged closer to the opposite house, increasing the distance from the window. At that moment, Xiaoming was on high alert, needing to control his movements to avoid making noise, staying vigilant of any activity within the window, and constantly wary of the potential presence of other mutants in the building. As he cautiously moved forward, a sudden thud erupted behind him. A mutant had collided with the window at his back. The tension that had already gripped him surged as he instinctively shouted in alarm. Damn it! The outburst immediately roused the dormant mutants nearby, and as he realized the gravity of his mistake, it was too late. Two mutants burst forth from the building with the open window, and without hesitation, Xiaoming swung his baseball bat, striking one mutant and sending it crashing to the ground. However, another mutant sank its teeth into the book strapped to his right hand, causing him to stagger backward. He noticed the fallen mutant rising again while he remained trapped. Drawing a fruit knife from his backpack with his free left hand, Xiaoming plunged it into the mutant's skull. Though the knife was not particularly sharp, he accurately targeted the temple, driving the blade deep into the creature's brain. With a forceful twist, he reduced the mutant's head to a pulpy mess. At last, he had dispatched one, yet the windows of the surrounding buildings revealed more mutants banging against the glass. Aware that he could not linger, he shoved the corpse toward the approaching mutant and turned to flee. The recently risen mutant charged forward but collided with its fallen companion's body. Xiaoming rushed to the entrance of the building ahead, relieved to find the door unlocked. However, upon opening it, he gasped in horror at the sight before him. A dozen mutants crowded the corridor within, awakened by the earlier commotion and searching for the source of the noise. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the door shut. Now, the only escape lay to the right through an alley leading into another residential area. He hoped for a viable route ahead. Xiaoming sprinted into the alley, with mutants already surging from windows all around him. He realized that someone must have exited from this very spot. Raising his rifle, he quickly aimed at the foremost mutants in pursuit. Stay calm, he reminded himself, striving to steady his aim. The opportunity to fire was fleeting, yet the mutants were not far off. Thankfully, their movements were somewhat limited. Drawing upon his basic shooting training, Xiaoming squeezed the trigger, and the bullets flew from the barrel. 2 mutants collapsed in response, and he swiftly redirected his aim to the 2 trailing behind. With the fastest mutants taken down, he seized the moment to climb atop a nearby dumpster. Chapter 28. Climbing over the barrier as more mutants surged forward. Xiaoming ascended the fire escape stairs. Some mutants had already begun attempting to climb atop the garbage bins. Xiaoming felt a sense of relief for having dispatched several agile mutants earlier. Those that emerged from the 2nd and 3rd floors were often missing limbs. Although the authorities were not foolish enough to place the containers, serving as a barrier, directly beneath the windows, they were nonetheless within a reasonable leap's reach. Upon reaching the 2nd floor window, Xiaoming kicked the glass, only to be surprised when it merely rattled rather than shattering as he had anticipated. Well, he thought, drawing his baseball bat from his back, if the mutants could break the glass, why couldn't he? With a forceful strike, the glass shattered completely from the point of impact. Despite his urgency, Xiaoming knew he had to be cautious. Shards remained on the window frame, and he was not keen on losing flesh as he climbed through. After clearing away the jagged edges, he deftly slipped into the corridor on the 2nd floor. The sounds of mutants echoed from the rooms on either side, their fists pounding against the doors as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Xiaoming sprinted towards the end of the corridor, where a window faced the street. Peering out, he realized the distance to the container was still considerable, approximately 5 or 6 meters away. If he could just get into one of the rooms and leap from there, he might stand a chance. He attempted to turn the doorknob of the adjacent room, but it refused to budge. Raising his leg, he delivered a forceful kick, yet the door remained steadfast. Damn it, Xiaoming cursed inwardly. Why did his struggle for survival differ from the dramatic portrayals on television where doors succumb to a single kick? Shooting the lock would follow a similar logic. But aside from the waste of a bullet, the ricochet from such close-range fire could prove fatal. His mind raced. Convention dictated that the ground floor storage room typically housed a spare set of keys for the entire building. If he did not venture down to retrieve the keys, he would have no choice but to scale the wall facing the street. The latter option seemed impractical, so Xiaoming quickly made his way to the 1st floor. The mutants continued to batter the doors within the rooms, and as he passed each threshold, he could hear them growing increasingly frantic. He could only pray that the quality of the doors would hold against the force of a couple of mutants. It felt akin to running naked down the street without pants. The entrance on the ground floor was securely shut, but through the transparent window of the storage room, Xiaoming glimpsed the mutated caretaker, a set of keys dangling from his waist. The door to the storage room was also locked tight, not due to Xiaoming's keen observation, but rather the thick iron chain securing it. Upon seeing Xiaoming approach, the caretaker lunged at the glass, mouth agape, eager to bite. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoming drew his handgun and fired twice at the caretaker's head. The first bullet shattered the glass and penetrated the caretaker's forehead, while the second found its mark beneath the chin. The body collapsed backward, motionless. Xiaoming climbed through the window and yanked the keyring from the caretaker's waist. Turning the keys, he gently pushed the door open. With a fruit knife in his left hand and his gun resting in his right, he cautiously entered. Fortunately, the room was quiet, devoid of any mutants. Hastily, he approached the window, where he could directly leap onto the container outside. The distance was manageable. He first tossed his backpack, which rolled twice before landing securely atop the container. Climbing onto the windowsill, Xiaoming made a determined jump. Thankfully, the 2-meter gap was not overly daunting, and he landed firmly on the container. Picking up his backpack, Xiaoming gazed out beyond the barrier. Next to the church stood an 8-wheeled Scania truck, and though a mutant driver occupied the cab, it resembled a gift fallen from the sky. Just as he prepared to leap from the container towards the truck, the mutated driver clutched the steering wheel tightly, roaring in anger while pressing the accelerator. Thanks to the ignition system, the driver revved the engine back to life. What in the world? Xiaoming barely had time to react before the truck barreled towards him. He quickly ducked, grasping the edge of the container. The truck collided violently with the container, distorting its shape. Fortunately, the police had placed heavy objects inside, preventing the container from toppling over completely. The force of the impact nearly threw Xiaoming off balance, but he clung tenaciously to the edge. The truck pushed the container aside and sped forward, toppling several cars before finally crashing into a building. Yet the mutated driver continued to stomp the accelerator. Xiaoming stood, his heart racing in disbelief. How could a zombie drive? He hurriedly descended from the container. The commotion created by the truck had drawn numerous mutants from the windows lining the street. Moving past the church, he knew he could reach another main road, which would provide a route to the consulate. Seizing the moment while the mutants were distracted by the truck's chaos, Xiaoming swiftly retreated along the street, heading away from the quarantine zone. Although labeled a quarantine area, the distinction between inside and outside the walls was minimal. If anything, there were likely fewer mutants outside. After all, the isolation was necessitated by the mutants that had burst forth from the hospital. Xiaoming hurriedly advanced towards the consulate, quickening his pace. Chapter 29. The consulate. Xiaoming advanced towards the consulate with utmost speed, striving to minimize noise. As anticipated, the streets were relatively devoid of mutants, attributed to the prolonged mutation period. Most individuals either exhibited symptoms that confined them indoors or remained sheltered at home out of fear. After half an hour, Xiaoming finally arrived at the consulate's entrance. Nestled within a traditional European-style building, the fluttering national flag provided him a semblance of belonging. However, the scene beneath the flag was far from picturesque. The consulate's entrance was cluttered with luggage, and bloodstains and dismembered bodies were scattered everywhere. 2 buses were parked along the side street, indicating an evacuation had been organized, though it had evidently been interrupted by an assault. A pungent odor of blood permeated the air, though Xiaoming had grown desensitized to it after days of exposure. Curiously, no sign of mutants was evident in the vicinity of the consulate. Glancing back at the buses, he observed only the desolate street, devoid of any mutants. Logically, having seen sporadic mutants roaming the streets in previous days, could it truly be that their numbers had dwindled so drastically? The grim scene before him suggested otherwise. It was unlikely that such devastation could result from merely 1 or 2 mutants. Perhaps they had merely wandered off? Contemplating this, Xiaoming cautiously raised his baseball bat. Approaching the consulate's entrance, he noticed an elderly mutant hunched over, feasting on the remains of a corpse on the floor, oblivious to Xiaoming's presence. It continued to relish its grim spoils. Xiaoming lowered his bat and retrieved a fruit knife from his backpack. Surveying the surroundings to ensure no other mutants lurked in the hall, he carefully approached the creature from behind. His heart raced as he mentally rehearsed countless scenarios. What if the knife failed to penetrate? What if he couldn't dispatch it in one strike? What if he alerted other mutants? Yet, there was no time for hesitation. He plunged the knife into the mutant's nape. It emitted a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Xiaoming exhaled in relief, withdrawing the knife. It seemed that such a discreet method of dispatching mutants was indeed viable. Although the consulate boasted several floors, the hellish scene on the ground level suggested that few, if any, survivors remained within. However, Xiaoming's mission was not to locate survivors. The consulate's downfall was anticipated. More importantly, he sought to uncover evacuation documentation that might enable him to establish contact with any organizations. After all, the resources available at the consulate far exceeded what he could muster alone at home. Xiaoming located the consul general's office on the sign and ascended the staircase. One wall of the consulate lacked windows, and with the power outage, the stairwell was shrouded in darkness. He switched on his flashlight, illuminating a scene that could only be described as eerie. Raising the beam, he scanned for any lurking mutants in the corridor. Ascending to the floor where the consul general's office was situated, he peeked out into the hallway, which was eerily silent, save for the bloodstains trailing from an open door. Xiaoming switched off the flashlight, brandished his baseball bat, and approached the entrance. As he neared 2 more rooms, he heard a disturbance emanating from within. Holding his breath, he readied his bat. A mutant staggered out of the room, roused from its slumber by the noise of Xiaoming's ascent. Without hesitation, Xiaoming swung his bat, striking the creature down before it could utter a sound. He followed up with a second blow, and soon the mutant lay motionless on the floor. Inside the consulate office, a corpse lay sprawled on the floor. All that remained was a skeletal frame and a heap of mangled flesh, consumed by the mutant. From the remnants, Xiaoming retrieved a nameplate reading Consul Wang Wenhua. Approaching Wang's desk, he rifled through the documents and discovered a prominent registry on the right side. Flipping it open, he found a list of phone numbers belonging to Chinese nationals residing in Manchester, many of which were crossed out, indicating either successful evacuation or untimely demise. As he turned the pages, he spotted his and Li Long's numbers. A vision of Li Long's lifeless body sprawled on the rooftop flashed before him. And Xiao Ming shook his head, forcing himself to confront the gruesome scene at hand. Seated in the office, he began dialing the numbers listed in the registry. The power had been out for less than 24 hours, so he held on to hope that most cell towers remained operational. However, several calls went unanswered or were met with dead air, causing him to question whether he was squandering precious battery life. Yet, a glimmer of hope persisted. The registry contained dozens of pages with thousands of phone numbers, and he refused to believe that all these individuals had perished. He aimed to find at least one compatriot in this foreign apocalypse. Dialing the next number. He was startled to hear a phone ring from the very mutant he had just felled. Undeterred, he proceeded to the next call. After nearly dozens of attempts met with silence, he resolved to make a few more calls, acknowledging that if no survivors were found, he would have to accept it. Time was not his scarce resource, but his phone's battery was finite. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Ming continued dialing, and just as he was about to give up, a call surprisingly connected. Wang Wenhua had already made hundreds of calls from his office, yet hundreds of emails remained unaddressed. The space was cluttered with various documents and files, starkly contrasting with the pristine green plants on his windowsill. Yes, this is Wang Wenhua. Please ensure the planes are ready. Good, thank you. He sighed deeply as he hung up. The evacuation flights had finally been arranged. After extensive negotiations, 2 Air China 737s were set to depart the following day. Currently, it was not merely an airline issue. Pilots were equally reluctant to linger on British soil for a moment longer. If given a choice, they would prefer to remain airborne indefinitely. A knock sounded at Consul Wang's office door. His secretary entered, phone in hand, informing him of a couple vacationing at the Diamond Hotel who required transportation. One of the elderly individuals was disabled and had difficulty moving. Do we have any vehicles left? Wang Wenhua inquired. None. Johnson just took the last one to drop Mr. Yang and his wife at the airport. Wang closed his eyes in contemplation before responding. The Diamond Hotel, Tony is nearest. Check if he can pick them up after he finishes with the people from Denton. Understood. I'll contact him immediately, the secretary replied, nodding before exiting the room. In addition to emails from local survivors, there were also messages from relatives back home. Today's chaos surpassed that of previous days. Earlier in the morning, mutated individuals had been pursuing the living in the streets. The situation had escalated significantly compared to the earlier disturbances. Chaos and riots had ensued. Yet police and ambulances could still be seen racing through the streets. The officers responsible for security downstairs had already fired their weapons multiple times. As the number of mutants continued to rise, nearing a point where they would outnumber the living, Wang Wenhua was acutely aware that the longer he remained, the more precarious their situation would become. The simple notion of returning home now felt incredibly burdensome. The British government was no longer a reliable recourse, as they were struggling to manage their own citizens, let alone spare resources to escort foreign nationals. Wang Wenhua redialed the transportation company, realizing that conveying so many people to the airport far exceeded the consulate's capacity. Consul Wang. Wang Wenhua was in the midst of contacting the transportation company, his third attempt, as the first two had no staff available, when the secretary hurriedly rushed in. Consul, the British police responsible for security at the entrance have departed, citing the imminent collapse of the city's police force and their inability to remain here any longer. Wang Wenhua followed the secretary downstairs and, upon exiting, only saw the police cars speeding away in a line. They certainly made a hasty retreat, the secretary remarked. Watching the receding vehicles, secure the main gate, Wang Wenhua instructed the secretary, turning to face her. Everyone, find any usable weapons. No one is to remain on the ground floor. Shouldn't we barricade the entrance? The secretary inquired. If we do, how will we assist anyone who comes seeking help? No barricading. Just monitor the situation from the stairwell. Those on the ground floor overheard and dispersed to search for weapons. Xiao Li, Wang Wenhua said, turning to the secretary. I've arranged for 2 buses to evacuate people this afternoon, with a capacity of 120. I want you to escort the senior members of the consulate first. I won't leave, the secretary replied. I won't depart without you. The secretary attempted to continue, but Wang Wenhua interrupted. Issue a notice, prioritizing those outside the lockdown zone who haven't evacuated. Instruct them to arrive at the consulate by 5 p.m., or proceed directly to the airport if they reside nearby and have transportation. What about those within the lockdown zone? The secretary asked. A commotion erupted outside the consulate. Wang Wenhua and the secretary peered out to see a mob of people looting supplies, surging past the consulate's entrance. A young staff member quickly rushed to the gate, attempting to pull it shut and lock it. Suddenly, the consulate gate was forced open, and a mutated being lunged inside, charging directly toward the young man attempting to close the gate. Wang Wenhua reacted instantly, swiftly pushing the young man out of harm's way. The mutated being pounced on Wang Wenhua, who instinctively raised his arm in defense, only to have the creature latch onto it with its jaws. Consul Wang. Those nearby rushed to assist, wielding various weapons and striking the mutated being's head. Despite the assault, the creature maintained its grip on Wang Wenhua, even tearing a piece of flesh from his arm. Someone delivered a forceful blow to the mutated being's head, finally causing it to cease moving. The group hastily removed the creature's body, freeing Wang Wenhua. I didn't realize this old body could still move so swiftly, Wang Wenhua said, clutching his arm as blood seeped through his fingers. Chapter 30. Siblings, hello? A faint female voice emerged from the other end of the line. Xiaoming had never felt a surge of excitement from a mere greeting throughout his life. Hello? Xiaoming composed himself, glancing at the list on the table. The caller's surname was Feng, first name Yuxing. Is this Feng Yuxing? The voice on the line trembled with increasing agitation. Yes, it's me. I am Feng Yuxing. Xiaoming proceeded with his inquiry. Are you currently residing at 28B, Everett Road, Manchester? No, that's incorrect. I'm not at home. I'm in the rooftop compartment. He could hear Feng Yuxing struggling to control her emotions. Are you here to rescue us? Are you from the consulate? Xiaoming cast a glance at the remains of Consul Wang, now a gruesome sight, and could only respond, I can say I am. The consulate is beyond hope now. We must find a way to escape the city on our own. Not entirely, Xiaoming added. There are always ways to return by plane or ship. But we must rely on ourselves. To be honest, Xiaoming had yet to formulate a concrete plan. All right, can you take me with you? The voice on the other end asked. Do you have a vehicle? Xiaoming suddenly remembered to ask. No, I don't. Xiaoming quickly contemplated the situation. Bringing another person along might not necessarily increase their chances of survival, yet he couldn't abandon her to await a grim fate. If he decided to take her, he would need to find a way to pick her up, especially since she lacked transportation. I will find a way to come get you, Xiaoming assured her. He checked the time. It was noon. If he walked, it would take until tomorrow to reach her. I need to find a means of transportation first. Stay put and pack your belongings. I will contact you again. Okay. Are you alone? Xiaoming inquired. Are you injured or infected? As Xiaoming organized his thoughts, the immediate priority was to secure a vehicle, be it to the airport, Birmingham, or to seek out other survivors. Without transportation, their efforts would be futile. Well, it seems my dream of a global journey has arrived far earlier than anticipated, he mused, pondering where he might find a vehicle. Turning around, he spotted a bus parked downstairs. He had noticed it earlier, its doors wide open next to the consulate. Why not investigate? Xiaoming folded the phone directory and tucked it into his bag, grabbing a baseball bat as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the street, he surveyed his surroundings. To his left, a few mutated creatures were wandering aimlessly, and without hesitation, he crouched down next to the bus door. Climbing aboard, Xiaoming felt a stroke of fortune. The bus key was quietly inserted in the ignition. A gentle turn would awaken the engine. He placed his backpack and rifle aside, seated himself in the driver's seat, and noted that the fuel gauge read half full, a decent supply. On the left control panel, he noticed a switch bearing a door icon and pressed it. The bus doors emitted a soft hiss as they began to close. The noise startled the mutated creatures outside, drawing them closer to the consulate. He hesitated with the key, hoping the bus would start, but it remained silent. As Xiaoming examined the bus, a mutated creature began to rise from a seat behind him. Its leg was broken, and exposed bone protruded from its hand as it limped toward the front of the bus. Despite its injuries and sluggish movements, Xiaoming stood, retrieved a fruit knife, and swiftly plunged it into the creature's chin. The mutated head was pierced entirely, collapsing lifelessly to the floor. After extracting the knife, Xiaoming checked the bus interior and confirmed there were no other creatures aboard. This minor incident had not harmed him. Yet several mutated beings were rushing toward the vehicle outside. With a thud, one creature slammed against the windshield. Growls echoed as 6 creatures surrounded the front, angrily pounding on the windows, eager to tear Xiaoming apart. He pressed the clutch and shifted into first gear, ready to move, but the engine stalled. In his haste, he had released the clutch too quickly, extinguishing the engine. Xiaoming nearly cursed aloud. The creatures were right before him, separated only by a pane of glass. Chapter 31. The joy of driving. Xiaoming finally engaged the first gear, pressing down on the accelerator. causing two mutated beings in front of the vehicle to be swept beneath it, although he had never driven such a large vehicle before. The current circumstances rendered any consideration of traffic regulations or potential collisions irrelevant. As long as he could drive away, that was all that mattered. The bus made a right turn and merged onto the main road. While gripping the steering wheel, SHOMing fished out his phone. Searching for Unit B at 28 Everett Road. It would take no more than 10 minutes to reach, given that there was no traffic and no traffic lights. The road conditions were exceptionally good. Opening his call log, he dialed YSHing. "I've found a vehicle. I'll be there in 10 to 15 minutes. All right. YSHing replied repeatedly, "I'll gather my things immediately." SHOMing set his phone aside and glanced at the central console. There was a USB port, but he had no compatible charger. In his eagerness to find transportation, he had neglected to bring a charger, and he inwardly chastised himself for this oversight, at least during these last couple of days. When the base stations were still operational, his phone was more than just a mere brick. Furthermore, he had yet to inform his family of his safety. As fortune would have it, he hadn't driven far when he spotted a mobile accessory shop by the roadside. Unfortunately, two mutated beings heard the commotion of the bus and charged out from the store. Without a moment's hesitation, SHOMing swerved onto the sidewalk. Directly colliding with the two creatures, the bus jolted to a stop after crushing the mutated beings beneath it. Engaging the handbrake, SHOMing opened the bus door. The accessory shop was right next door. Although the street appeared devoid of mutated beings, the sounds of their roars echoed from above. It seemed that the occupants of that building had all succumbed to mutation. Just as he was about to start the bus again, a muffled thud resonated from the roof. Suddenly, a mutated being plummeted before him, followed by another, then a third. It dawned on SHOMing how foolish his decision to stop and rush into the nearby shop had been. The roar of the bus had startled the creatures confined within, prompting those with open windows to leap out, while others battered against the glass. Eager not to miss this unexpected gathering. Days earlier, he had admonished himself to act with caution, yet here he was, behaving recklessly. In the rearview mirror, he could see a dozen mutated beings descending from the upper floors. Just as SHOMing thought he was safe, another sound emanated from the roof of the bus. Atop the vehicle, a mutated being clung fiercely, attempting to crawl forward. Although the bus was still in motion, it wasn't enough to dislodge the creature. The mutated being reached the sunroof, squeezing its head through the slightly ajar opening. In a hurry, SHOMing drew his pistol, trying to steady the steering wheel while shooting backward. Maneuvering his body to shoot backward was already a challenge. The awkward position made it difficult to manage the recoil, let alone navigate the narrow street outside. After firing a few empty shots, SHOMing slammed on the brakes, halting the bus in the middle of an intersection. The inertia inadvertently aided the mutated being, allowing it to force its way through the sunroof. The creature landed heavily on the ground, and before it could rise, SHOMing dispatched it with a bullet. Having neutralized the threat from the roof, he swiftly resumed driving, as he was now very close to YSHing's location. The navigation finally indicated that he had arrived at his destination, and he parked the bus, retrieving his phone. Before he could make the call, a young woman dashed out from a nearby building. This must be YSHing. She appeared to be in her 20s. With a high ponytail that suggested she was capable and assertive, not the fragile type. Opening the door, YSHing breathlessly entered the vehicle. She barely had time to catch her breath before noticing the two corpses on the floor. "If you feel like throwing up," SHOMing began. It's all right. YSHing reassured him, patting her chest and placing her backpack on the seat beside her. "I've taken out a few myself." SHOMing closed the door and set the navigation to Manchester Airport, driving off once more. "Thank you," YSHing said. "But I still don't know your name." "Oh, thank you," she continued, settling into her seat. "Are there no other survivors?" SHOMing moved the backpack aside, responding, "Speaking of survivors, there's a contact list I obtained from the consulate in this bag. You might try calling others while there's still signal." "All right, I'll give it a shot," she replied, taking the bag and rummaging for the list. Noticing SHOMing's vest, she asked, "Are you a police officer? Can a policeman speak Chinese so fluently?" SHOMing found the question amusing. "I'm an international student at the University of Manchester." He accelerated again, pushing past two small cars blocking the road. A mutated being was sent flying, leaving only a smear of blood on the windshield. SHOMing activated the windshield wipers to clear the glass. "I was sick for a while, lying at home for half a month. Just as I recovered, the world turned into this." Hearing the mention of illness, Shom Ing immediately furrowed his brow, becoming alert. Chapter 32. The corpse-tied rheumatism? This was the first thought that crossed Xiao Ming's mind. It must be quite painful, he remarked, casting a glance at the rearview mirror. Not too bad, she replied. The two engaged in a casual conversation as they drove, and to Xiao Ming's surprise, Feng Yuxing displayed a demeanor far less frantic than her earlier phone call. The atmosphere in the vehicle resembled that of two old friends on a spring outing. On the right side of the road stood a sizable hospital, yet its ground floor was completely sealed off, obscuring any view of the interior. However, it was unnecessary to glimpse within. As the bus passed, the deafening roars emanating from inside spoke volumes. Xiao Ming pressed the accelerator, eager to flee the area. The bus turned onto the urban expressway, where several scattered vehicles were parked along the main road. But as they drew closer to the airport, traffic became increasingly congested. Near an interchange 2 kilometers from the airport, Xiao Ming beheld thousands of cars immobilized in the direction of the airport. He halted the bus on the overpass and gazed ahead. The road leading from the city to the airport was choked with vehicles. Some mutated creatures standing dormant among the cars, while many people had abandoned their vehicles, fleeing to unknown destinations. In the distance, a few airplanes sat idly on the tarmac, with the terminal billowing thick smoke. Feng Yuxing, noticing the scene before her, rose from her seat and approached the front. What shall we do next? She inquired. I've called a dozen people, but no one answers. Xiao Ming retrieved his phone, searching the map for alternative routes. Let us head to Liverpool, he suggested. It's the nearest port city. Perhaps we can find a ship there. After pondering for a moment, Feng Yuxing replied, let us give it a try. The bus remained stationary on the overpass with no mutated creatures in sight. Xiao Ming decided to take a break and send a message home. It was now 3 p.m, and he had not eaten since leaving. He fished out 2 bags of biscuits from his bag and offered one to Feng Yuxing. She accepted the biscuits and, in return, produced a piece of beef jerky from her own bag, handing it to him. Thank you, she said. I love this. I have plenty more. Thanks, Xiao Ming replied, taking the jerky and stepping outside to call home. His family was doing quite well, although many around them had mutated. Basic social order still prevailed. Aside from a couple of cities that had been entirely overrun by mutants, other areas remained relatively safe. However, midway through the call with his parents, the network's signal abruptly faltered, and he watched helplessly as it vanished. Why now? Xiao Ming exclaimed, turning his phone in search of a signal. It became evident that there was none to be found. After a hasty lunch, Xiao Ming restarted the bus and descended from the overpass. The vehicle navigated through the city, and if all went smoothly, they would soon be on their way to Birmingham. Yet, they had scarcely driven far when they encountered a scene even more despairing than the abandoned airport. The streets were densely populated with mutated creatures, conservatively estimated in the tens of thousands. Well, at least now they understood where all those people from the myriad empty vehicles had gone. My heavens! Exclaimed Feng Yuxing, who had been standing beside him, now startled enough to plop back into her seat. The horde of mutated beings, alerted by the bus's movement, lifted their heads in unison. Xiao Ming swerved the steering wheel, but it was already too late. The mutants surged forth like an unstoppable tide from the end of the street, forcing Xiao Ming to veer off the navigated route. To make matters worse, the cacophony of the mutants' roars was deafening, akin to a call to arms that roused even more of them. Creatures from both sides of the road rushed out from the buildings, and Xiao Ming collided with several mutants, realizing that the bus's bumper had been dislodged. From an adjacent building, a dozen more mutants cascaded downwards. In a panic, Xiao Ming veered right, driving onto the sidewalk to evade them. The bus barreled down the sidewalk, scattering various debris along the way. The side of the vehicle scraped against the walls of nearby structures, igniting a shower of sparks. Peering into the remaining rearview mirror, he saw a relentless throng of mutants in hot pursuit, even pushing aside parked cars. However, they were now distanced from the bus. Xiao Ming accelerated once more, navigating several sharp turns, and it appeared they had managed to shake off the pursuit. After all, no matter how swiftly the mutants ran, they could not outpace the bus's wheels. Both breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had a vehicle to escape the corpse tide. The bus collided heavily with an abandoned sedan, and Xiao Ming instinctively jerked the wheel, sending the vehicle uncontrollably towards a nearby square. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the bus to a halt in the center of the plaza. To his dismay, the moment the bus stopped, the engine sputtered and emitted a plume of white smoke. Turning the key, the bus groaned but fell silent. The bus is broken, Xiao Ming stated. Feng Yuxing, however, did not respond. She merely patted his shoulder. As it appeared, she had spotted numerous mutants charging toward them. Chapter 33. The airport. As Xiaoming turned his head, ready to inquire about Feng Yuxian's well-being, he spotted several mutated beings rushing towards them from a distance. "Stop dawdling, let's move," he urged, quickly rising to his feet and shouldering his backpack. Noticing that Feng Yuxian seemed unarmed, he handed her the pistol that hung from his waist. "I have this," she replied, pulling a kitchen knife from her bag. "But I don't know how to use a gun." "Just pull the trigger when a zombie charges at you," Xiaoming instructed, opening the car door and leaping out. Observing the 5 or 6 mutated beings racing towards them, along with many more emerging from the distant buildings, he added, "A kitchen knife won't suffice." The closest mutants were now less than 100 meters away, prompting Xiaoming to raise his rifle and pull the trigger. Hitting the approaching creatures proved to be no challenge, and they were swiftly taken down. As Xiaoming aimed at the more distant mutants, Feng Yuxian urgently patted him, exclaiming, "We need to go now, or more will come." He glanced back at the distant sound of a horde and nodded in agreement, sprinting backward alongside her. Beyond the road lay Manchester Airport's Terminal 3, where it appeared all the mutants were concentrated outside amid the chaos. The terminal itself was relatively clear. Upon reaching the terminal vicinity, they found numerous vehicles parked in the lot, and scattered luggage suggested that many had rushed to the airport days earlier. At the entrance, makeshift checkpoints and barricades had been erected by the police, with several showing signs of dried blood. They navigated through the obstacles and hastily arrived at the entrance. Inside, the airport was eerily empty. Before they could catch their breath, the mutants had caught up. "Run," Xiaoming urged, adjusting his backpack and pulling Feng Yuxian, who was about to stop, forward. The mutants seemed clumsy in their attempt to navigate the debris, stumbling over the obstacles at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, the two dashed into the terminal. Inside, they encountered more scattered luggage and bloodstains, with shell casings strewn across the floor. Unlike what Xiaoming had witnessed a couple of days prior, there were no corpses in sight, not even bones remained. However, the remnants of torn clothing within the dried blood left no doubt about the grim events that had transpired. Just days ago, Manchester Airport had been filled with people desperate to escape, many of whom were on the brink of mutation. Once the mutated beings bit those infected with the virus, these individuals would transform within moments, seeking to attack more victims. In just half an hour, Manchester Airport had fallen, with no survivors emerging. The living had been mercilessly torn apart and devoured by the mutants. Although they did not witness this tragedy firsthand, the blood-soaked ground spoke volumes. As they ventured deeper into the terminal, the contrast to the chaos outside was hauntingly silent. Noticing that the mutants had not pursued them further, they slowed their pace. Burdened by their heavy backpacks, Xiaoming remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. The disordered souvenir shops, shattered windows, and scattered belongings, all bearing witness to the horrors that had unfolded. The distant sound of the horde echoed from the city, prompting them to hastily retreat from the terminal's expansive glass windows and hide behind a row of shops. Peering through a window near the tarmac, they caught sight of the source of the black smoke rising from the airport. 2 aircraft had collided on the runway, and in the distance, the oil depot was reduced to a massive crater. "What do we do now?" Feng Yuxian asked. "Of course," Xiaoming replied. "My family is waiting for us." They continued walking towards the terminal, the side door not far ahead. "So, where is your hometown?" Xiaoming inquired. "Sichuan, and you?" Feng Yuxian responded, "Come here. I'll treat you to a meal, skewers, and rabbit heads." "I love rabbit heads. They're absolutely delicious." "Sounds good," Xiaoming replied. "You should come to Shaanxi. I'll treat you to knife-cut noodles." "We have those too," Feng Yuxian replied. Not the same, Xiaoming insisted. "But I'll treat you to a bowl of tuo. You've definitely never had that." As they bantered, the unmistakable sounds of mutants echoed behind them. "Run," Xiaoming shouted, pivoting to raise his rifle. Feng Yuxian hurried towards the side door, only to find it locked upon arrival. Xiaoming fired at the approaching mutants, taking down several. "What is the situation?" he called back while retreating. "It's locked. I can't open it," Feng Yuxian exclaimed in frustration, tugging at the doorknob. But the iron chain securing it was far too strong for her to overcome. "Smash the door," Xiaoming commanded. "Use the pistol." With determination, Feng Yuxian lifted the pistol, closed her eyes, and aimed at the glass door, pulling the trigger. Bullets shattered the glass, creating a web of cracks. Xiaoming felled 2 more mutants, but a dozen more were rapidly approaching. With a swift kick, Feng Yuxian shattered the glass door, sending shards flying. "Let us go," she shouted to Xiaoming. Chapter 34. Airport Station. The 2 individuals dashed through the glass doors towards the tarmac. since Feng Yuxian had only shattered the lower half of the glass door. The pursuing mutants collided headfirst into the upper section. To their right lay Terminal 2, while they had just emerged from Terminal 1, which was connected to Terminal 3. As they intended to run towards Terminal 2, several mutants clad in ground crew uniforms rushed towards them from the parking garage within Terminal 2. They hastily altered their course, heading towards the space between the two terminals, where the only visible obstacles were 2 fuel tanks and a locked standalone building, aside from the towering airport wall. After a few rounds were fired, Xiaoming managed to take down one of the mutants. However, a dozen more mutants that had been chasing them emerged from Terminal 1. Charging towards them. Run! Feng Yuxian shouted urgently, noticing that Xiaoming had yet to move. Xiaoming stowed his rifle, lamenting that had he known this would happen, he should have invested more time at the shooting range. The airport's perimeter wall stood approximately 2 stories high, with only a 2-meter gap at the base. The rest was composed of barbed wire fencing riddled with holes. As they reached the wall, Xiaoming observed that the concrete base was sufficiently wide for a foot to fit. "Can you climb the wall?" he inquired. He crouched down, allowing Feng Yuxian to step onto his shoulders to reach the barbed wire. Standing at 185 meters, he could easily grasp the wire, but Feng Yuxian, at 16 meters, would struggle. The mutants were closing in, but they had only 30 seconds left. Feng Yuxian stepped onto Xiaoming's shoulders and grasped the barbed wire, while Xiaoming stood up forcefully, hoisting her towards the top of the wall. Without further ado, Feng Yuxian began to ascend the wire. The nearest mutants were almost upon them, but Xiaoming remained confident. He squeezed the trigger, taking down several mutants to clear a space for himself. Taking 2 steps forward, he turned and sprinted towards the wall, reaching for the barbed wire. A mutant lunged at him, narrowly missing his foot. They managed to scale the wall, leaving a dozen furious mutants behind, howling in frustration. Upon finally reaching the other side, a greater challenge presented itself. Although they had been driven into the airport by a small group of mutants, it did not imply that the larger horde had retreated. In the distance, beyond the highway, a swarm of tens of thousands of mutants surged towards them. Initially, the horde had been disoriented by the buses, but the relentless gunfire had drawn their attention. There, Feng Yuxian pointed at a building not far ahead, appearing to be the only nearby refuge. The two supported each other as they sprinted towards the structure, which turned out to be the train station connected to the airport. The station's entrance hall resembled that of the airport terminal, cluttered with debris and luggage. However, the train station was relatively spacious, with adjacent shops offering no barriers, making it hardly a true hiding place. They ran deeper into the station, soon spotting the platform with 2 parked trains. One train was empty, but the other, closer to them, housed numerous mutants. Upon seeing the 2 living individuals enter the platform, the mutants inside became agitated, with several clambering through the shattered windows, charging at them. This is it. We've truly reached a dead end, Xiaoming thought, relinquishing his rifle to hang at his chest while retrieving a baseball bat from behind him. He swung it with precision, knocking down the nearest mutant, while rapidly contemplating their next move. A few obstacles lay before them, but more mutants were attempting to squeeze out of the windows, and the horde was encroaching upon the train station. Though Feng Yuxian was a girl, she fought fiercely, after all. Mutants cared not for gender or age, merely viewing all as potential prey. The 2 fought their way towards the empty train, Xiaoming asked about proving invaluable as a single sweep could halt multiple mutants. Feng Yuxian struck a mutant squarely on the head, splitting its skull and exposing the brain within. Yet, this did not deter the creature, which lunged at her, intent on biting. Suppressing the urge to scream, she quickly grasped the mutant's neck with her right hand, preventing it from reaching her, while her left raised the pistol and fired several shots into its torso. "Aim for the head," Xiaoming shouted. His words helped her regain composure as she aimed for the mutant's temple and pulled the trigger, sending brain matter flying. Though the shot saved her life, the sharp report provided the horde with their exact location, and they swiftly converged on the train station. As Xiaoming turned, he could see numerous mutants charging along the train tracks. They finally reached the side of the vacant train, and Xiaoming smashed a window with his bat, forcing Feng Yuxian inside with urgency. With mutants closing in, Xiaoming raised his rifle, firing at the nearest creature without time to aim. Fortune favored him, as he managed to shoot 2 mutants before they could reach him, granting him a moment to leap into the carriage. They sprinted down the length of the train, distancing themselves from the shattered window at the rear. The intercity train was not long, and they quickly reached the driver's cabin, locking the door behind them. Xiaoming removed the magazine, stuffing it into his vest, and retrieved another to load into his gun. Hundreds of mutants from the horde crashed into the train station, violently colliding with the train. The two could only hide beneath the control panel, frozen in place, praying that the horde had not detected their presence. Chapter 35. The drone and increasing number of mutants surged forward, blindly searching around the train and the station. Some even ventured into the carriages. Yet they failed to discover the two individuals hiding in the cab. The train's height made it difficult to see inside the cab except from the platform side, where the control panel conveniently obscured their figures. Frustrated by their inability to locate the humans, the mutants grew more enraged, having just seen traces of life. The tantalizing prospect of their next meal had vanished, leaving them feeling as though they had run a fruitless errand. The mutants frantically pounded on the carriage, while the two concealed themselves beneath the control panel, daring not to breathe. Feng Yuxing could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming from her eyes. If it had been only a dozen or so, it might have been manageable, merely a nauseating sight of corpses. However, the reality was that thousands of mutants loomed nearby, with only the thin metal skin of the train and a layer of glass separating them from certain death. The looming threat of mortality was palpable, and it would evoke fear in anyone. Xiao Ming cautiously shifted, wrapping an arm around Feng Yuxing. Though they had only met that morning, he recognized her remarkable strength. Yet, his desire to comfort her was equally driven by his own fear. Should they be discovered, the horde would likely tear the train apart. Feng Yuxing did not resist Xiao Ming's embrace, burying her head in his chest and softly sobbing. She held no resentment towards him for bringing her along, after all. Nothing in this world was predictable anymore. Time slipped by, and as they huddled beneath the control panel, they eventually succumbed to a tense slumber. Xiao Ming jolted awake. Glancing at his watch, it was already 3 in the morning. He recalled it being just past 1 when he had fallen asleep. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from running all day or the discomfort of sleeping in such a confined space, but every part of his body ached. Outside, light rain had begun to fall once more. It seemed the mutants truly disliked the rain, as many had dispersed from near the front of the train. Xiao Ming gently extracted his arm from behind the slumbering Feng Yuxing, feeling a tingling numbness. He shuddered at the memory of her sleeping with a loaded handgun in hand. Replacing the magazine, he engaged the safety and placed the firearm into his backpack. Throughout the latter part of the night, his sleep was restless. He dozed off intermittently, jolting awake in a haze. At dawn, Feng Yuxing stirred, noticing Xiao Ming sitting on the floor, his eyes ringed with fatigue. "Did you not manage to sleep?" she whispered. Xiao Ming shook his head. "I managed to doze off for a bit. There are fewer zombies outside now." Recalling the events of the previous night, Feng Yuxing felt a pang of embarrassment. "I'm sorry for my outburst yesterday." No, Xiao Ming quickly replied. "You were incredibly brave. I was scared too." They fell into a comfortable silence as Xiao Ming rummaged through his backpack, producing a bag of cookies. In truth, it was little more than crumbs. He wondered when the cookies had been reduced to powder. Feng Yuxing accepted the remnants with a grateful smile. Despite not being a modern-day internet beauty, she possessed an enchanting charm reminiscent of 1980s and 90s Hong Kong stars, her smile radiating warmth and beauty. Xiao Ming opened a can, a waft of pineapple fragrance filling the cab, although it was tinged with acidity. He had never been fond of fruit, yet now, the sweet and sour taste of pineapple tantalized his palate, a heavenly contrast to the blandness of the compressed cookies. The rain intensified outside, washing away the remnants of blood from the streets, yet failing to cleanse the city of its malevolence. With the sound of rain providing a comforting backdrop, they finally felt emboldened enough to speak freely. "How old are you?" Feng Yuxing inquired. 24? Xiao Ming ventured. A look of surprise flickered across her face before she playfully retorted, "Not telling you." "All right, elder sister," he teased, calling her sister repeatedly. Feng Yuxing chuckled, replying playfully, Hey, what brings you to England?" "Oh, my apologies," Xiao Ming quickly interjected. "You truly are accomplished. And you're not too shabby yourself," Feng Yuxing remarked. A top student at the University of Manchester. The two quickly fell into a delightful exchange of mutual admiration, discussing everything from their hometowns to their lives in England. Exploring shared interests and experiences from before the apocalypse, reveling in their newfound camaraderie. By afternoon, the rain finally ceased, the sky clearing up as sunlight reclaimed the earth. A faint buzzing sound, reminiscent of mosquitoes, drifted in from outside, prompting Xiao Ming to urgently signal for Feng Yuxing to be quiet. Peering out, he was astonished to see a drone hovering nearby. He scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no sign of mutants. The drone seemed aware of their presence within the train, circling the front before finally hovering directly in front. Feng Yuxing cautiously peeked over the control panel, spotting the suspended drone. Are there still living people? She whispered in awe. Chapter 36. The rescue plan. The drone hovered for a moment before soaring away from the front of the vehicle. Xiaoming quickly opened the car door, seized his rifle, and gave chase. Noticing Feng Yuxing attempting to follow, he promptly halted her, gesturing for her to remain inside the train. The drone appeared to be guiding Xiaoming, flying a short distance ahead before pausing once more. As Xiaoming approached, it continued its forward flight. The drone glided along the tracks, heading towards the direction from which the horde of corpses had surged yesterday, though today it was uncertain where the undead had wandered off to. Xiaoming followed the drone as it ascended the grassy area beside the train tracks, revealing a solitary office building before him. The first floor of the building appeared to be crammed with numerous mutated beings in a dormant state, while a few others outside were gazing up at the drone. Xiaoming quickly crouched down, concealing himself behind a patch of grass. The drone ascended to the rooftop, where a figure leaned over the railing. Xiaoming was taken aback to discover that there were indeed living individuals nearby, a mere 400 to 500 meters from the train station. In fact, Feng Yuxing inside the vehicle could vaguely see Xiaoming. The individual waved excitedly in Xiaoming's direction, and he raised a hand in greeting from behind the grass. It seemed that the person was trapped atop the building, while at least 100 mutated beings lurked below. Between the train tracks and the office building lay an expansive lawn, devoid of any cover. Stepping out from the greenery would undoubtedly attract the attention of the mutated creatures. After a while, as Xiaoming observed, the drone re-emerged. It remained uncertain whether the drone failed to pique the interest of the mutated beings or if they were simply lethargic. Regardless, the creatures merely watched without pursuing it. This was quite a peculiar phenomenon, as the mutated beings were typically sensitive to the sounds of vehicles and gunfire. Yet it seemed they were aware that the drone harbored no human presence. The drone flew overhead, dropping a crumpled piece of paper onto the tracks. Scrawled upon it were the words, "Please help me. I have been trapped here for days, and my food and water are nearly depleted. I need to escape." Following this was another line stating that a large horde of zombies had moved towards the urban area last night. Xiaoming indeed harbored a desire to rescue this individual, but the sheer number of mutated beings below was daunting. Even if he possessed sufficient firepower to deal with 100 confined pigs, it would take a considerable amount of time. The same could not be said for 100 agile mutated beings. Xiaoming looked up, finding the drone hovering above him, its camera directed at him. After much contemplation, he concluded that his only feasible option was to replicate the strategy employed yesterday when he had lured the horde away, utilizing the vehicle to divert the creatures below. The drone, sensing Xiaoming's departure, promptly followed, akin to a devoted companion trailing closely behind. "What is going on over there?" Feng Yuxing inquired while handing Xiaoming a bottle of water. "There's a person trapped on the rooftop," Xiaoming replied, twisting the cap off and taking a sip. Noting their dwindling water supply, the drone was sent by him. "He hopes I can rescue him." Feng Yuxing glanced at the drone outside the window and asked, "Is that feasible?" "Not really," Xiaoming shook his head. "There are too many zombies down there." "What do you intend to do?" She pressed. "Do you need my assistance?" After considering it, Xiaoming felt it was best to undertake this endeavor alone. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Feng Yuxing quickly added, "I want to be a hindrance. I know how to deal with zombies." "No, I want to allow you to go," Xiaoming said, recalling how his previous actions had placed them both in grave danger. Moreover, even if they managed to rescue the individual, someone would need to remain in the train to open the door for him. "What do you propose?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Like yesterday afternoon, we'll use the vehicle to draw the mutated beings away." "Do you have a vehicle?" "What about the horde? What if they're attracted?" Xiaoming tapped his head, realizing he had no better alternatives. While the office building resembled those on the street, it was a standalone structure, and the rooftop was inaccessible. A car was indeed a good idea, but he had no idea where the horde currently resided. Driving into the city could lead to entrapment, while heading towards the airport would likely attract the mutated beings. He contemplated abandoning the idea altogether, with the horde absent and the airport distant from the suburbs. Why risk his and Feng Yuxing's lives for a stranger? He slapped his forehead, realizing that while attracting the mutated beings was essential, there was no need to drive around aimlessly. Why not simply find a parking lot across the street, kick a car, and run? The car alarm could effectively draw the creature's attention. The streets were so quiet that the sound of an alarm several hundred meters away could travel, allowing the person on the rooftop to safely descend in the opposite direction of the mutated beings. "All right, I might have an idea," Xiaoming said, pulling out his tablet. Fortunately, he had downloaded a map, and there were indeed several car rental centers along the railway ahead. I'll check these rental centers. We don't need to drive around honking to attract the zombies. The car alarm can suffice, and this way, the Horde won't follow us like yesterday. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxian expressed her concern. What about you? When the alarm goes off, the zombies will surely rush over. He activated the doodle feature on his tablet and wrote down a few words indicating that when the alarm sounds, they should run in that direction. The drone lowered its altitude to take a glance before turning away and flying off. Chapter 37. The railway engineer Xiaoming picked up a nearby handgun, disengaged the safety, and handed it to Feng Yuxian. He then extracted a magazine from the pouch and placed it on the control panel. Are you certain? Feng Yuxian inquired one last time. Without further elaboration, she accepted Xiaoming's decision and refrained from any further objections. To reach the car rental company's parking lot, the most straightforward route was to follow the railway tracks, utilizing the cover provided by the embankments on either side to approach the road adjacent to the airport. Xiaoming tread carefully on the wooden sleepers, striving to minimize noise as he traversed the tracks. Unlike the railway leading to the office building, this track was situated beside a different line, forming a triangular distance to the station and the office. Utilizing the thickets along the railway embankment, Xiaoming successfully arrived at the car rental company. He climbed the embankment and beheld the parking lot brimming with vehicles. A barbed wire fence bordered the side closest to the tracks, but the entrance facing the road stood ajar. Within the lot, there was no sign of any mutated beings, likely having wandered off along with the horde of corpses. Despite the presence of an elevated bridge, the railway, and the surrounding trees obstructing the view, Xiaoming could still glimpse the rooftop of the office building from the parking lot. The individual he sought was not on the rooftop, and the mutated beings below remained indistinct. Rather than entering the parking lot immediately, Xiaoming first circled the vicinity to devise an escape route. The entrance of the car rental parking lot led directly to the road, across which stood two multi-story parking garages that effectively shielded from the mutated beings approaching from the office building. Selecting a random vehicle, Xiaoming kicked it aside, and as anticipated, it emitted a deafening alarm. For precaution, he hastily approached another car and struck its window with the butt of his gun. The first blow failed to shatter the glass, but a second attempt resulted in a cascade of shattered fragments. Having completed this task, Xiaoming swiftly departed the parking lot, heading toward the parking garage. Instead of proceeding toward the station, he ducked into the parking structure, which was not entirely enclosed, allowing him to survey the situation outside through a half-height wall. The mutated beings indeed took the bait, converging en masse towards the parking lot upon hearing the commotion. Xiaoming could only hope that no more than two hard of hearing remained in the office building. Seeing the diversion was effective, Xiaoming finally made his way toward the station. He jogged along the railway embankment until he rounded a bend, obscuring his view of the throng of mutated beings before he felt secure enough to continue toward the train station. At the train platform stood a quintessential British man, voraciously consuming food while clad in a uniform emblazoned with the Arriva Trains Wales logo. He carried a substantial black backpack and was equipped with a tool belt stained with blood, presumably containing wrenches, crowbars, and flashlights. Feng Yuxian stood nearby, her tense expression relaxing upon Xiaoming's safe return. As Xiaoming approached, the man promptly set down his water and biscuits, stepping forward to grasp Xiaoming's hand in gratitude. Thank you so much. I've been trapped on the rooftop for nearly a week, surviving on 2 bags of chips and rainwater. Just a small effort, Xiaoming replied, but we must leave this place. The zombies will surely wander about now that they have been roused from their slumber. Upon hearing Xiaoming's intention to depart, the man quickly interjected. We can leave by train. Train? Xiaoming glanced at Feng Yuxian, who was scanning the surroundings with her large eyes, alternating her gaze between the distant track for any signs of mutation and the items hanging from the man as person. A train could indeed be a viable means of escape, swift and safer than a car in the face of a mutated onslaught. Can you operate a train? Xiaoming asked. Of course, I can. The man replied, patting the insignia on his chest. I am a railway engineer. Xiaoming pondered the distinction, though he was unsure of the specifics of a railway engineer's duties, assuming it was different from that of a train driver. The man seemed slightly embarrassed by the question, admitting, while I have never actually driven one, I have handled the real thing and played numerous train simulation games. Xiaoming and Feng Yuxian exchanged a glance, both internally questioning this individual's credibility. Let us hurry, the man urged, hastily finishing the last of his biscuits and downing a gulp of water. There's a Class 43 train on the platform that has T left yet. The key should be inside. With that, he proceeded towards the platform, clearly having planned this escape for some time. This man is rather peculiar, Feng Yuxing whispered to Xiao Ming in Chinese. Ah, Xiao Ming quickly replied. We still don't know your name. Following Lambert to the other side of the platform, they spotted the Class 43 train, a classic model that Xiao Ming felt he had encountered before. Lambert ascended the platform and opened the train door, diving inside. Yes, 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 Lambert exclaimed excitedly to them. I knew it. I saw the train driver run out that day. And Voil, the keys are indeed here. Could you keep it down? Xiao Ming cautioned. Does he not fear being surrounded by over 100 mutated beings? As Xiao Ming scanned the distance, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a mutated creature. It let out a chilling howl, followed by a surge of more mutated beings rushing in from afar. You'd better get this thing moving swiftly, Xiao Ming urged. Raising his rifle. Chapter 38. The sound of the whistle, the mutated beings rushed toward the train station. And Xiao Ming was perplexed by why some of these creatures attracted their companions while others did not. However, it was clear that this was not a matter he should ponder at the moment. Crouching down, he firmly braced the rifle stock against his shoulder, held his breath, and aimed at the head of the foremost mutant. Several bullets pierced through the skulls of the creatures, causing them to collapse onto the ground. Behind him, Feng Yuxin was not merely a bystander. Although she was unfamiliar with firearms, she had armed herself with a knife, prepared to guard Xiao Ming's rear. Xiao Ming regarded this railway engineer beside him with a hint of curiosity, wondering if perhaps he was an enthusiast fulfilling a lifelong dream of operating a real train in this apocalyptic scenario. As the number of mutants swelled, Xiao Ming urgently shouted, Are you capable or not? The train powered up and illuminated. Lambert excitedly exclaimed, It's working. It's working. Get inside. Xiao Ming called out to Feng Yuxing. And the two of them leapt into the carriage, securing the door behind them. Lambert adjusted a lever, disengaged the brakes, and pushed another lever forward. The train began to move slowly. The mutants rushed toward the front of the train, only to be crushed into a grotesque mush before they could stabilize themselves. The 43-type train had a wedge-shaped front, resembling a platform designed to engulf the mutants. Lambert did not hasten the acceleration. Instead, he allowed the train to slowly roll over the creatures. Thanks to the design of the locomotive, very little blood splattered onto the windshield. Xiao Ming turned his head and saw Feng Yuxing seated in the co-pilot's position. He asked her in Chinese, What's wrong? Why are you silent? Feng Yuxing chuckled lightly, glancing at Lambert standing nearby, replying, There's nothing much to say at the moment. Is that so? As the number of mutants in front dwindled, Lambert began to gradually increase speed. I have a question, Xiao Ming inquired. Where does this railway lead? After a moment's thought, Lambert replied, Logically speaking, this route runs from Manchester to Birmingham. Birmingham, Xiao Ming responded, but we wish to go to Liverpool. What do you intend to do in Liverpool? Lambert asked. From what I understand, Liverpool fell into chaos even before Manchester. Feng Yuxing chimed in. We are looking for a boat. Oh, my apologies, Lambert continued. Do you have any sailing experience? Both Xiao Ming and Feng Yuxing shook their heads. Good heavens, Lambert exclaimed. You Chinese are so adventurous. Do you know how to navigate the seas? Can you find a course? What will you do if you encounter a storm? Seeing their expressions, Lambert realized they were utterly clueless. As the train rounded a bend, the view outside revealed no more houses. Do you have any suggestions? Xiao Ming asked. The China-Europe Railway Express? Xiao Ming was suddenly enlightened. How had he not considered this? Trains are safer and faster than cars. However, there are still many, issues. Lambert continued, for instance, you need to know where to change tracks to avoid taking a wrong turn. And the gauge of the tracks in Russia differs from that in Europe, requiring some adjustments to the train. Of course, you will also need a train driver. Would you be willing to accompany us to China? Xiao Ming asked. May I be so bold as to inquire about your family? I am an orphan, Lambert replied. So I have no family. However, I grew up in an orphanage beside a railway, dreaming of one day owning my own train. As Lambert spoke, Xiao Ming noticed a spark of hope in his eyes, astonished that someone could envision realizing their dreams and life as purpose even in such dire circumstances. The train whizzed past a small platform. All right, Xiao Ming said, how will we know where to change tracks? I am quite familiar with the railroads in this vicinity. Lambert answered, my job is to routinely inspect and maintain the very tracks beneath us. However, beyond this point, we will need to locate track diagrams at certain stations. Is that all? Xiao Ming asked. Of course, there is no electricity now, so we cannot directly control it from the console. We will need to manually switch the tracks. But there are not many places where this is necessary. I have no objections, Feng Yushin remarked. The railway is relatively swift, and there won't be many obstacles along the way. Then it settled. The train traversed a lush expanse, and soon a cluster of buildings appeared ahead. The mutants within the structures had long since heard the train's approach and were rushing toward it. Unfortunately for them, their frail bodies were no match for the locomotive. Approximately 10 minutes later, the train had passed 2 stations, journeying further into the outskirts. Lambert intently focused on the tracks ahead while Feng Yushin and Xiaoming busied themselves counting their remaining supplies. Chapter 39. Arrival at the station thanks to the government's decree imposed at the onset of the mutations. The majority of trains that ought to be traversing the tracks are currently stationed at the terminal, thereby not obstructing Xiaoming and his companions. Nevertheless, Lambert maintains the train speed at 50 kilometers per hour, ensuring that he can halt promptly should any issues arise, thus preventing the mutated beings from catching up. It must be acknowledged that although he has only operated trains in video games, his experience as a railway engineer allows him to maneuver the real vehicle with confidence. Xiaoming and Feng Yushin assess their remaining possessions. Their food supply consists of merely 10 packets of crumbled biscuits, a few small compressed snacks, and dozens of packs of beef jerky. To Xiaoming's surprise, Feng Yushin's modest backpack contained 6 varieties of canned fruits and 2 bags of soft candies. The water situation is even more dire, with only 2 bottles of mineral water and half a bottle from Feng Yushin remaining. Lambert's backpack is not worth considering. Had he not been deprived of food and drink, he would not have sought assistance from Xiaoming and Feng Yushin. Their ammunition has also dwindled significantly, particularly for the long gun, leaving just over half a magazine. Xiaoming glanced at the tablet, noting that their route from Manchester to Birmingham would pass through a city called Stoke-on-Trent. However, the likelihood of encountering a greater number of mutated beings in larger cities renders the search for supplies exceedingly challenging. What do you think? Xiaoming inquired, handing the tablet to Feng Yushin. After studying the map, he nodded and conveyed their plan to Lambert. I am familiar with the town of Gustery. It lies not far ahead. I can stop the train 1 or 2 kilometers outside the station. Xiaoming checked the time. It would be 2 or 3 hours until sunset. Uncertain if this duration would suffice. How much longer until we arrive? He asked. I'll stay behind to guard the train, Lambert suggested before Xiaoming could continue. Someone needs to watch over it. No, Xiaoming replied without hesitation. 3 of us can carry more, and it's safer to look out for one another. Lambert displayed a conflicted expression. It wasn't that he feared the mutated beings, but rather he was concerned for the train he had just acquired. Perhaps realizing the absurdity of his worry, given the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible for anyone to abscond with his train. Lambert contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Unbeknownst to Xiaoming and Feng Yushin, Lambert's thoughts were not apparent to them. They could only interpret his reluctance as fear of the mutated creatures outside. However, since he had consented, they felt it was best not to press further. The train gradually decelerated and eventually came to a halt amidst a grove of trees. Wait, Xiaoming instructed, refraining from opening the door immediately. After a few minutes, ensuring no mutated beings were approaching, he finally opened the door. He was the first to leap from the train, quickly turning to assist Feng Yushin down. Thank you, Feng Yushin said. Let me take this, Lambert stated as he hopped off the train, retrieving his drone. This little fellow can still fly for another half hour. The trio proceeded along the railway towards the town, with Xiaoming leading the way, clutching a handgun and a baseball bat. Feng Yushin followed closely behind, wielding a kitchen knife, while Lambert trailed at the rear, carrying a wrench and the drone bag. You seemed rather reticent just now, Xiaoming remarked to Feng Yushin. Huh, Feng Yushin responded. I thought you were the outgoing type. Not exactly, Feng Yushin replied. I think I'm still more reserved than our friend at the back. Can you speak English? Lambert inquired from behind. Having not ventured far? The trio soon caught sight of the distant train platform, where a few mutated beings appeared to linger. We can turn right from here. Lambert indicated towards the adjacent wheat field. Crossing this field will lead us to the town. The wheat field was eerily quiet, save for a combined harvester parked in the center. Upon reaching the edge of the field, Lambert crouched to launch his drone. It ascended swiftly, soaring above the town. Through the drone's camera, they observed the eerily empty streets of the town. Aside from a haphazard cluster of vehicles, there was no sign of the mutated beings. Lambert attempted to lower the drone's altitude and, indeed, spotted several mutated creatures within the houses. He maneuvered the camera as the drone flew forward, revealing that the town's residents seemed to have transformed without leaving their homes. The drone traversed several streets until it arrived at a commercial area. As with the desolation seen in the cities, the town's commercial street lay in ruin, its shelves long since stripped bare. Adjusting the drone's camera, the three found nothing of value. At the end of the commercial street stood the town's police station and a bakery. The police station's doors were locked tight, and the absence of light obscured any view of the interior, though they could discern a mutated figure clad in a police uniform at the entrance. Chapter 40. A place of silence. Raised the drone a little higher, Xiaoming instructed. Lambert maneuvered the drone upward, revealing a panoramic view of the quaint town. It was a meticulously organized settlement, with residential buildings and commercial streets lining the main thoroughfare that traversed the town. On either side of the main road, winding lanes were filled with the modest homes of residents. The number of mutated beings visible on the streets was scarce. Most had taken refuge within the houses, making it challenging to traverse the residential areas to reach the shops on the main road. Here, Xiaoming pointed to a narrow alleyway behind 2 rows of houses. We can slip through this back street to access the main road. It seems quite deserted, Lambert remarked. Should we still venture in? Let us check the police station. There might still be some supplies left in the other stores, Xiaoming suggested. After Lambert stowed away the drone, the trio continued their advance, navigating through a small grove. The houses at the edge of the town came into view. Xiaoming raised his rifle, peering through the scope into the interior of a home. Perhaps fortune was on their side, as no traces of the mutated beings were visible within. He secured the rifle at his waist and retrieved a baseball bat. Approaching the partially opened door, gently he pushed it ajar, finding the living room devoid of any mutated presence. It appeared that the family had hastily evacuated during the onset of the mutations, leaving the home in disarray, with belongings strewn across the floor. Xiaoming moved to a window facing the street, observing an eerie silence. Not even a bird dared to chirp. Across the street, 3 mutated beings could be seen inside a house, seemingly a family. Lambert joined him at the window, gesturing toward a gap across the street. From there, we can access the alley you mentioned. Unlike the 2 men, Feng Yuxing stepped into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets and discovering 2 boxes of uneaten cereal to stow in her pack. How do we enter that alley without alerting the family of mutated beings across the street? Xiaoming whispered. Lambert shrugged, signaling his uncertainty. Xiaoming scrutinized the street. Although some abandoned vehicles were present, a significant open space extended from the front door to the street's edge. If they intended to employ a distraction, throwing something would only serve to lure the mutated beings into the open. It seemed this route was unfeasible. Xiaoming departed from the window, retrieving a fruit knife from the kitchen. Let us search for another way. The 3 left the house and approached the rear of the adjacent property. This house was positioned directly across from the alley, partially shielding them from the sight of the mutated beings on the opposite side of the street. Xiaoming cautiously approached the door first, where a mutated being stood vacantly inside. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed the door open, praying it would not creak. As the door swung open, the mutated being slowly turned its head. Xiaoming lunged forward, the fruit knife plunging accurately into the creature's chin, penetrating its skull. The being had no time to emit a sound before its body slumped. Xiaoming quickly supported it, laying it gently onto the sofa. After wiping the knife on the sofa, he held the weapon in one hand and his rifle in the other, surveying the room. Confirming safety, he signaled to the others outside that they could enter. The trio crept to the window, indeed finding that the house's front door aligned perfectly with the alley across the street. We can use that garbage truck to get past. Lambert pointed to a large truck parked at the entrance, obstructing their view to the right. I'll go first, Xiaoming said, moving to the door and cracking it open. The golden light of the setting sun streamed through the gap. He cautiously pushed the door open further. The street across appeared to be quiet, and Xiaoming, while observing the situation, jogged to the back of the garbage truck. Lambert, still inside, gave him a thumbs up, signaling all was clear. Peeking from behind the truck, Xiaoming surveyed the right side of the street, noticing it seemed slightly safer than the left, where 3 mutated beings were easily visible. Preparing himself mentally, Lambert jogged over to join him by the truck. Just as Feng Yuxing dashed out, the door across the street suddenly burst open, and 2 mutated beings staggered out. Caught on the lawn directly in front of the door, Feng Yuxing had nowhere to hide. The 2 beings immediately spotted her, roaring as they charged. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Feng Yuxing grasped her kitchen knife but was unprepared to defend herself. Sensing the impending danger, Xiaoming drew his pistol, aiming at one of the mutated beings. Lambert leaped forward, kicking one of the creatures to the ground. As if a new challenger had appeared, the 2 mutated beings redirected their fury towards Lambert, while another mutated being rushed out from inside the house, revealing itself to be a child. Now, It was 3 against 3. Lambert swung his wrench towards the nearest mutated being. The first creature staggered, but the second lunged forward. Realizing Lambert wouldn't be able to withdraw in time, Xiaoming swiftly swung his bat, striking the latter creature's head. Feng Yuxing rushed in as well, plunging her knife into the neck of the being that Lambert had struck. The blade, having dulled from previous encounters, snagged in its throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering Lambert's face. Ugh! Both Lambert and Feng Yuxing recoiled, while the mutated being attempted to clasp its neck in a futile effort before collapsing. Meanwhile, the remaining creature, though momentarily deterred, staggered forward, and Lambert delivered another kick, sending it crashing to the ground. Chapter 41. Surrounded as Lambert subdued the fallen mutant, Xiaoming raised his baseball bat, executing a graceful arc that sent the approaching small mutant flying. Before the trio could catch their breath, more mutants emerged from the surroundings, and upon spotting the 3 in the center of the room, they charged at them frantically. Run! Xiaoming shouted instinctively in Chinese, and Lambert immediately took off. Drawing his pistol, Xiaoming shot down the nearest mutant, providing cover as the 2 retreated into the room. He fired multiple rounds at the oncoming creatures. Move! Feng Yuxing yelled from beside the door. Xiaoming turned and sprinted inside, while Feng hastily pushed the door shut. A mutant crashed against the door, causing her to stagger back. Without a moment to hesitate, they dashed toward the back door. Xiaoming, running at the rear, toppled some cabinets against the wall, praying they would impede the mutant's advance. Just as the trio burst through the back door, the front door and windows were simultaneously smashed open. A horde of mutants pouring in from outside. They leaped into the fields, the mutants hot on their heels. Normal humans cannot sustain a full sprint without assistance. Yet the mutants could. Before they had even crossed the wheat field, the 3 began to slow down. Xiaoming turned to shoot, only to find the mutants scattered too far apart in the field, their swift movements rendering it nearly impossible to hit them even if he stopped. Over there, Lambert shouted, pointing towards a warehouse at the train station. Xiaoming glanced, and indeed, a corner of a white warehouse peeked out from behind the trees at the edge of the field. Are you sure we can get in? Feng Yuxing gasped. Usually, Lambert replied while running, the warehouse is left open. They climbed up the field ridge, with mutants already at their heels. Xiaoming paused, turning to fire at a few mutants climbing up the ridge, the distance between them and his gun no more than a meter, making it easy to shoot without much aim. Just as he continued to pull the trigger, his handgun clicked empty. He swiftly swapped in a new magazine, chambered a round, and shot down another charging mutant. A road ran alongside the field, and across it lay the warehouse Lambert mentioned. Seeing that the nearest mutants had been mostly cleared, Xiaoming hurried to catch up with his companions toward the warehouse. The warehouse doors, just as Lambert had said, were indeed open, but Xiaoming now understood why they were seldom closed. The 2 iron doors, 5 centimeters thick and over 3 meters tall, were cumbersome to shut. Lambert reached the doors first, pushing with all his might to try to close them. Despite the wheels at the bottom, the doors moved painfully slow, and the other door could only be pulled from within. Otherwise, the 3 would lock themselves out. Feng Yuxing understandingly rushed to the other door to help pull it closed. But Xiaoming did not join them, as mutants were already climbing up the ridge. He shot down 3 mutants that had ascended, yet 6 more followed. The mutants seemed endless, and soon another magazine was emptied. Xiaoming replaced it with his last magazine, only to hear Feng Yuxing's voice from the side. Xiaoming, behind you. A bullet grazed a mutant's scalp, resulting in Xiaoming being knocked to the ground. The book in his hand saved him once more, but his handgun slipped from his grasp. Without time to think, he drew a knife from his waist and plunged it into the mutant's temple, quickly flipping over. He retrieved his handgun, but there was no time to rise. Xiaoming lay on the ground and fired several rounds, taking down more mutants. Finally, Lambert managed to shut one side of the door and hurried to assist Feng Yuxing with the other. Xiaoming silently cursed, realizing he needed help more than they did. Rising from the ground, he continued firing at the mutants. The bullets soon ran out, and Xiaoming raised his rifle to continue shooting. Just as he discarded the empty rifle to grab his baseball bat, the warehouse doors were finally nearing closure. Without needing the other 2 to remind him, Xiaoming dashed into the warehouse. Just as the doors were about to close, a mutant charged in, getting stuck at the entrance. Get out, Xiaoming yelled, swinging his bat and knocking the mutant away. The doors finally shut, plunging the interior into darkness. Outside, the sounds of banging and the mutants' roars echoed, but they were now powerless against the 3 inside. Xiaoming retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the vast shelving within the warehouse, ultimately settling on a room on the second floor. "Let's go up there," he suggested. The warehouse was stocked with mechanical materials, and Xiaoming pulled out a 1-meter-long iron rod from a large box. Handing it to Feng Yuxing. She accepted the rod, using it as a makeshift cane. Xiaoming intended it as a weapon but thought better of it. It could serve dual purposes. The three ascended the stairs to the second floor, which was more of a small room along one side of the warehouse wall. This room served as an office, with several windows facing the warehouse's center, allowing them to observe the situation below. Entering, Xiaoming tossed his backpack onto the table. They each found a chair and sat in silence. The adrenaline that had surged moments ago now left them feeling sore and exhausted. Had their physical condition been any worse, they might not have survived. Xiaoming scanned the small office with his flashlight, surprisingly discovering a water dispenser filled with water. They each took a sip, pausing to rest. They had set out without much food, and being trapped in the warehouse left them without supplies. Feng Yuxing stayed in the office, searching for useful items, while Xiaoming and Lambert descended to search the lower level. In the central Pacific Ocean, 254 nautical miles south of the Hawaiian Islands, the USS Ronald Reagan, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, floated alone on the water. Lieutenant Rod piloted an FA-18E, circling the Reagan in preparation for landing. With black smoke trailing from the plane's rear, it appeared some debris had compromised the engine. Nonetheless, the flight remained stable, showing no significant signs of distress. Hours earlier, Lieutenant Rod had received word from the Reagan while at an Air Force base in Hawaii. Overjoyed, he raced from his hiding spot in a tower to the tarmac, taking off in his F-18 fighter jet. However, during takeoff, an unfortunate mutant had been sucked into the engine, causing the right engine to fail shortly after. Yet, thanks to his exceptional piloting skills, Rod managed to fly smoothly to the Reagan's location and establish communication. Surveying the horizon, he found the Reagan as the only carrier adrift at sea, its escort vessels nowhere in sight. The forward section of the carrier's island was piled high with various supplies, as personnel busily transported items into the ship's hold via an elevator. The small lift, typically used for transporting bombs and missiles, was now filled with food and medical supplies. A large hornet was pushed off the deck and splashed into the ocean, sending up a spray of water. The remaining aircraft on the deck were few, most of the fighter jets having been pushed overboard, leaving only a handful of helicopters securely stationed on the deck. Lieutenant Rod maneuvered his aircraft, with one engine malfunctioning, towards the landing strip, lowering the tailhook. The plane smoothly caught the arrestor wire, coming to a halt on the deck. The tow truck and ground crew swiftly approached to assist the pilot in extricating himself from the battered aircraft. Lieutenant Rod descended from the recently landed plane, greeted by several officers adorned with military insignia. "Sir," Rod saluted. "Hawaii has fallen." Rod shook his head, the situation dire. Many had transformed into monstrosities before they could even grasp their weapons. "I believe I am the sole survivor to have escaped Hawaii." As Rod described, Hawaii, much like numerous cities across the globe, had devolved into a veritable hell on Earth. Even with American troops stationed in Hawaii, their presence proved largely ineffectual, as the military personnel themselves had mutated, exhibiting a ferocity surpassing that of ordinary humans. Had the military been spared, Hawaii would have been cleansed within mere hours. Regrettably, the initial mutations originated within the very confines of the military base. "We are in a similar predicament," Kirk remarked. "Many aboard the fleet have succumbed to infection. We could only secure this vessel, while the others have become ghost ships." Rod surveyed the area. Numerous individuals still roamed the deck. "We have nowhere else to go," Kirk stated. "With all due respect, sir," Rod interjected, "this vessel is your only refuge." "You should rest," Kirk instructed an aide to escort Rod away, while he and the remaining commanders proceeded towards the ship's island. The captain of an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer commented, "The Hawaiian archipelago is home to over 1 million people. Even within the harbor's confines, there are at least 100,000. How can we possibly eradicate them?" Kirk glanced at several F-18s parked nearby and replied, "I am confident we still possess ample aircraft and munitions." "Are you suggesting we bomb Hawaii?" an aide inquired. As a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the USS Reagan would not need to worry about power and energy for the next decade. However, its nuclear reactor would not spontaneously generate sustenance for the crew. "Our aircraft are equipped with identification systems and will not be shot down by air defense systems. Theoretically, it is feasible," another aide added. "We must also consider the noise generated by the ship upon docking, necessitating the elimination of all monsters on the island first," stated another officer. Monsters can indeed be dealt with effectively. We possess a variety of ground attack weapons, particularly for those concentrated in urban areas among residents and tourists. We must, however, be cautious of warehouse locations during bombing to avoid sending our food supply skyward. The remaining officers fell silent, their thoughts unclear, whether contemplating or tacitly agreeing with the plan. We can begin preparations now, Kirk declared. I require a combat strategy. The USS Reagan's engines roared to life as the vessel turned towards the Hawaiian archipelago. Below the carrier's deck, what was once a hangar for fighter jets now housed numerous tents, with crew members queuing in front of one tent for provisions. The original accommodations aboard the carrier were no longer sufficient, necessitating the jettisoning of aircraft valued in the tens of millions, if not billions, of dollars to create living space for the survivors. Yet, at this moment, these marvels of human ingenuity seemed utterly worthless. After all, humanity was on the brink of extinction, supplanted by a horde of mutated beings with virtually no intelligence. Even more unexpectedly, they lost contact with the American mainland days later. They could only surmise that a similar catastrophe had befallen the homeland, which likely had succumbed entirely. After drifting at sea for several more days, the USS Reagan finally received a message from Lieutenant Rod in Hawaii, thus gaining insight into the base's circumstances. Now, the Reagan was set to advance once more towards Hawaii. Chapter 42. Parkour expert Xiaoming and Lambert descended to the ground floor, where the warehouse housed dozens of shelves brimming with assorted items. As the flashlight that Xiaoming had procured was left with Feng Yusheng on the second floor, it fell upon Lambert to wield his flashlight for illumination. Are you certain you can accompany us across Europe and Asia? Xiaoming inquired once more, unable to contain his curiosity. Of course. The railway journey across the Eurasian continent, mentioning trains rekindles my enthusiasm, Lambert replied excitedly. We could even modify my train to better suit this apocalyptic survival scenario. Wait. Xiaoming interrupted, it is our train. Lambert appeared somewhat reluctant, but Xiaoming reminded him, without us, you wouldn't have access to your train, so technically, it belongs to all of us. All right, I am the train driver now, Lambert conceded, directing his flashlight toward the boxes on the shelves, most of which were labeled with hardware components. What is the purpose of this warehouse? Xiaoming asked. Why didn't you mention there was a cafeteria here earlier? Xiaoming felt exasperated. If food was available here, what had compelled them to venture into town and confront those myriad mutants? The cafeteria has fresh ingredients daily, Lambert explained. But the power has been out for 3 or 4 days now. I suspect everything has spoiled. Many foods can remain unspoiled for 3 or 4 days at room temperature. Xiaoming thought, suppressing the urge to punch Lambert. Never mind, he sighed. Once the zombies outside disperse, we shall inspect the cafeteria you mentioned. As they searched among the shelves, they found that most of the boxes contained items hardly suitable for weaponry. Gears, PVC pipes, floor tiles. Xiaoming examined the labels, noting the abundance of construction materials. Continuing onward, aside from the box from which Xiaoming had extracted the steel pipe at the entrance, the other items proved less than ideal for weapons. After traversing 2 rows of large shelves, they arrived at another row. So, are you two a couple? You seem to be having a rough patch, Lambert inquired. No, not at all. Xiaoming glanced at the second floor, where Feng Yusheng moved within. I have known her for merely a day longer than you. Oh, my apologies, Lambert replied. I assumed you were a couple since you're both Chinese. You might want to focus your thoughts elsewhere, Xiaoming remarked, rather than on matters of human reproduction. Lambert's reaction upon leaving the train, coupled with his somewhat familiar demeanor, made Xiaoming feel rather uncomfortable. All right, Lambert pouted, returning his attention to the items on the shelves. Look at this. Xiaoming pointed to a box on the second row, which bore a label for a metal pipe. Together, they lifted the box down. Its weight was indeed formidable. Leaving Xiaoming's hands cramping after the effort, Lambert produced a pair of scissors from his waist and sliced open the packaging. Inside lay several neatly arranged half-meter-long iron pipes, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, with one end bent. Xiaoming hefted a pipe, finding it manageable for two-handed use. A powerful swing could easily shatter a mutant's skull. Lambert tested one as well, appearing quite satisfied as he tucked the pipe into his waistband. After all, a half-meter-long iron pipe was far more practical than a 20-centimeter wrench. As they continued their search, a strange noise emanated from the ventilation shaft on the wall. It sounded as if something had fallen onto the shelves. What was that? Lambert swung his flashlight, but the beam illuminated nothing. Yusheng, Xiaoming called out, can you see if something has entered the warehouse? A beam of light from the second floor scanned the upper shelves. Xiaoming stepped back with Lambert, ensuring they could better observe the situation atop the shelves. There. Feng Yushin's voice echoed from above, her flashlight beam landing on the top of a shelf. Through the gaps between the shelves, Xiaoming caught a glimpse of a figure. The ventilation shaft was at least 7 or 8 meters high, taller than 2 stories. How had this mutant gained entry? Close the door. Before Xiaoming could finish his warning, the mutant lunged at the second-floor window. Feng Yushin's scream pierced the air, but fortunately, the creature's intelligence was insufficient to comprehend the concept of glass, causing it to crash heavily to the ground below. Are you all right? Xiaoming shouted. He raised the baseball bat and, along with Lambert, advanced toward the spot where the mutant had fallen. The flashlight beam scanned the ground, revealing no trace of the creature. The pitch-black warehouse provided the perfect cover for the mutant, which, utilizing the ventilation shaft, was now agilely leaping atop the shelves. Is this normal? Lambert queried. This is decidedly abnormal, Xiaoming replied, steadying his grip on the bat. Lambert's flashlight beam struggled to keep pace with the mutant, which cleverly utilized the merchandise on the shelves to evade detection multiple times. When they finally spotted the creature again, it had landed directly in front of them. Xiaoming swung the bat with all his might, yet the mutant deftly dodged the blow. The bat struck a nearby metal shelf, splintering upon impact, and the force of the swing tore Xiaoming's hand. This mutant's reflexes surpassed those of any Xiaoming had encountered in over a week. No other mutant had been able to evade a swinging bat with such agility. Not even a living person would manage such a feat. The mutant darted into the shelves, vanishing from sight. Lambert attempted to pursue but was pulled back by Xiaoming. The narrow space between the shelves rendered their weapons nearly useless. Xiaoming, ignoring the pain in his hand, raised the baseball bat once more. The warehouse echoed with various sounds. The mutant seemed to be darting about, avoiding detection. The creature's noises grew closer, and Xiaoming warned Lambert to prepare for confrontation. Sure enough, moments later, a dark figure leaped down from the shelves. Chapter 43. The night in the warehouse. Xiaoming and Lambert, in perfect synchrony, simultaneously wielded their weapons, only to have them evade once more by the mutated creature. Their weapons, lacking any coordination, collided with each other. The already torn flesh of Xiaoming's palm throbbed painfully, nearly causing him to lose grip on his bat. This time, the creature did not retreat far. Instead, it stepped back to a distance not far from the two. Rather than standing still, it appeared poised to sprint in any direction at a moment's notice. Yet, it did not rush to charge again. Instead, it began to shift its position repeatedly before them. Feng Yushin, on the second floor, shone a flashlight downward, her beam reaching farther and illuminating a larger area. Lambert inquired, "What does it intend to do?" At a loss, Xiaoming redistributed the weight of the bat to his left hand, alleviating some pain in his injured palm. Suddenly, the creature sprang into action, but contrary to their expectations, it leaped onto the adjacent shelf and swiftly turned to pounce down upon Lambert. Instinctively, Lambert raised his iron rod to block it, but the creature sank its teeth into the rod, knocking Lambert to the ground without inflicting harm. Seizing the opportunity presented by the flashlight that had fallen to the floor, Xiaoming swung his bat with considerable force towards the creature's head. The creature immediately released Lambert and launched itself aside. Xiaoming advanced, stepping over the still-prone Lambert, and swung the bat again. The creature retreated, narrowly evading Xiaoming's strike once more. Unyielding, Xiaoming followed up with another blow. The creature again pulled back, drawing closer to the corner of the wall. At this moment, Lambert had also risen, brandishing his iron rod to flank the creature on the opposite side. Together, they gradually cornered the creature, which roared incessantly at them like a trapped beast. Xiaoming tested the creature's agility with his bat. Its movements were indeed swift, almost preemptively reacting as soon as he struck. Had they not run out of bullets, their predicament would have been far less dire. Anticipation, perhaps, Xiaoming mused, signaling Lambert to stand back a fraction. Once Lambert positioned himself, Xiaoming lunged forward, swinging from the left towards the creature. At this distance, the creature could not retreat. It could only leap to the right, unwittingly entering Lambert's strike zone, where he delivered a crushing blow. The creature somersaulted and collapsed to the ground. Lambert wasted no time, delivering several decisive strikes to the creature's head until it was thoroughly incapacitated. A troublesome foe, Xiaoming remarked, shaking his head. Had it been a tad brighter, we might have found ourselves in dire straits. Fortunately, it lacks such wit. Lambert moved aside to retrieve the fallen flashlight, turning to Xiaoming. "What happened to your hand?" She grasped his hand, revealing the torn wound. "You call this nothing?" Feng Yushin illuminated Xiaoming's right hand with the flashlight, revealing traces of blood between his fingers. Xiaoming opened his hand. The skin around the torn area had split, exposing flesh beneath. Feng Yuxing hastily urged Xiaoming to sit, retrieving a roll of bandages from her bag to tend to his injury meticulously. Lambert poured himself a cup of water, gulping it down before offering another to Xiaoming. After taking a sip, Xiaoming observed the desk, where Feng Yuxing had organized the scant supplies available within the office, essentially a utility knife, a packet of candy, and a water dispenser nestled in the corner. As Feng Yuxing attentively wrapped Xiaoming's wound, the subtle fragrance emanating from her hair instilled a sense of calm within him. Once Xiaoming's injury was properly bandaged, the trio sought out areas where they could rest. A packet of candy was divided among them, each feeling both exhausted and famished, settling for water before drifting into slumber. Outside, the sun had set, plunging the warehouse into complete darkness. Is it a new variant? Or some unique infected being? Xiaoming pondered, reflecting on the days past, realizing they had yet to encounter such agile and seemingly intelligent mutants. Was it possible that in less than half a month, the virus had mutated? Or had the virus always possessed the potential to enhance physical capabilities? Lost in such thoughts, Xiaoming gradually succumbed to slumber. He did not know how much time had passed before awakening. Sunlight streamed through the ventilation, yet most of the warehouse remained cloaked in darkness. As he groped to rise, his muscles protested with soreness, not to mention the agony of his torn palm. After drinking a cup of water, he heard Feng Yuxing's soft murmurs from nearby. Initially thinking he had disturbed her, he soon realized the girl had merely turned and drifted back to sleep. Checking the time on his luminous watch, he noted it was already past 8. Carefully, he picked up a flashlight and descended the stairs, making his way to the large door near the dining area. Outside, there seemed to be no sign of the mutated beings. He opened a small window on the iron door to peer outside. The dining area Lambert had mentioned was located behind the train station, positioned at a 45-degree angle to the platform. In truth, it resembled more of a subway station than a conventional train station, occupying a modest expanse. Xiaoming scanned the surroundings, noticing approximately 4 or 5 mutants near the dining area, while the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. Just then, Lambert approached, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the flashlight's glare. Xiaoming adjusted the beam, allowing Lambert to descend. "I'm utterly exhausted," Lambert remarked, stretching his hands. "With so little exercise, yesterday's activity took its toll. I must thank you for holding off the zombies. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it in here." "Not at all. I was merely saving myself," Xiaoming replied, stepping aside from the small window. "Take a look. Is that the dining area across the street you mentioned?" Chapter 44. The cafeteria. "We must eliminate those obstacles at the entrance," Lambert remarked. Xiaoming nodded, hoping they wouldn't attract more zombies. Lambert took the flashlight from Xiaoming and inspected the shelves that had not been fully searched the previous day. In truth, they could leave the warehouse to seek food at the cafeteria across the street, but everyone was too weary to suggest it. 2 more hours of hunger wouldn't be fatal, but cramping while confronting a mutant could be deadly. "Look at this," Lambert said, shining the flashlight on the top row of shelves, where the packaging displayed images of nail guns. "Is it effective?" Xiaoming inquired, resting his left hand on his hip. "At close range, penetrating the skull should be no problem," Lambert replied. "Using this is certainly preferable to wielding a stick with an injured hand." The two of them worked together to move a ladder, and Lambert climbed up to retrieve a fully packaged nail gun from a box. "What do you think?" Xiaoming asked, holding the flashlight. "Not bad," Lambert replied, descending the ladder while carrying the box, unwrapping it and handing the nail gun to Xiaoming. The benefit of blank cartridges is that it requires neither electricity nor gas. However, the packaging only contained 15 rounds. Xiaoming weighed the nail gun in his hands, noting that its heft differed significantly from that of a pistol. "At a distance, its lethality diminishes," Lambert cautioned. "This weapon is only effective when aimed at the head, rendering it a close combat tool." "Close combat weapons are fine, but they require reloading," Xiaoming remarked, the pain in his palm reminding him of the injury. "But it will suffice. It's better than nothing." Once Feng Yuxing awakened and the trio prepared their equipment, they approached the door. Xiaoming glanced at his watch. It was just past 9. Not too late. Outside, there were still only a few mutants, which were manageable. The noise from pushing the iron door would undoubtedly attract mutants from across the street. After some deliberation, they decided that Xiaoming and Feng Yuxing would push the door together, while Lambert would rush out first to confront the mutants. "All right." Lambert took a deep breath, hefting the baseball bat in his hand. As the door creaked open slightly, Lambert charged out and knocked down an approaching mutant. The remaining 2 quickly followed, providing cover for Lambert. Xiaoming swung the bat with his left hand, striking a mutant head-on, while his right hand raised the nail gun, firing at another mutant approaching from the right. The long nail lodged securely into the mutant's forehead. prompting Xiaoming to discard the nail gun and firmly grip the iron bat once more. There were only 5 mutants at the entrance, and the trio swiftly dispatched them all. The cafeteria was not large. It seemed designed for the nearby warehouses and a small factory. Upon entering the kitchen, they found the refrigerator unsurprisingly devoid of power. Xiaoming opened the fridge, a foul stench invading his nostrils. He quickly shut the door. The meat had likely been rotting for over a week and was utterly inedible. "Look at this," Feng Yuxian exclaimed, dragging out a whole box of potatoes from underneath a cabinet, nearly 100 in total. The potatoes were in good condition, showing no signs of greening or sprouting. This was splendid news. The group hurriedly opened their backpacks to stow away the potatoes. Xiaoming slapped his forehead and asked, "Is there a dining car on the train?" "Then we will have to roast them over a fire," Xiaoming concluded. With the potatoes secured, the trio resumed their search, uncovering a fair amount of seasonings and several cans of luncheon meat. Although the cafeteria had some lettuce and other vegetables, they had all spoiled due to prolonged storage. Beyond that, they had gathered a wealth of good supplies, stuffing everything they found into their backpacks before stealthily exiting the cafeteria. It was now 10 in the morning, and Xiaoming was tempted to roast a potato right there and savor it with some seasoning. However, for safety's sake, the trio decided to reach the train before considering their meal. Lambert was the first to toss his backpack onto the train and climb aboard, while the other two retrieved some food from their bags. "Do you have a lighter?" Xiaoming inquired. Lambert threw one down from the train, along with 2 bottles of water. Feng Yuxian gathered some twigs and leaves nearby, and the 3 began to kindle a fire along the train tracks. The flickering flames quickly consumed the leaves laid atop. "How do we roast this?" Lambert asked. The 3 exchanged glances, and finally, Xiaoming picked up a potato and tossed it into the fire. "Show me your hand," Feng Yuxian insisted, pulling Xiaoming's hand to remove the bandage. The wound showed no signs of infection, and the bleeding had ceased. "Good thing I'm clever. I brought some bandages in my bag," Feng Yuxian remarked, climbing onto the train to retrieve a bottle of alcohol. After properly treating the wound, the 2 joined Lambert by the fire. Lambert was prodding a potato out of the flames, which rolled to the ground between 2 wooden sleepers. The skin of the potato was charred black, but whether the inside was thoroughly cooked remained uncertain. Lambert picked up the potato and used a small knife to peel away the burnt skin. "I'll give it a try," Lambert said, popping a piece of the peeled potato into his mouth. The other 2 observed eagerly until a satisfied expression spread across his face. Lambert and Xiaoming each devoured 3 potatoes and a pack of biscuits, while Feng Yuxian had only 1 potato. Lambert inserted the key and started the train. The scenery outside rapidly receded as they sped past the town they had just left. Finally back on the road, a sense of relief washed over the 3 of them. Xiaoming sat on the floor, reloading his pistol, while Feng Yuxian stared blankly out the passenger seat window. Xiaoming nearly collided with the control panel as he rose to his feet and peered outside, astonished to see another train overturned on the tracks. Chapter 45. The derailed train ahead lay a bend in the tracks, where a train appeared to have derailed, lying on its side beside the rails. Fortunately, it had not blocked the opposite track, allowing a few people to pass. However, navigating from one track to another was not as straightforward as it would be for a car. This was about to become intriguing. Xiaoming instinctively reached for his rifle, only to realize it had been left outside the warehouse in his haste. He had discarded it in a moment of panic. Squinting, he observed the overturned train, which was a passenger car, though the mutated creatures seemed to have vanished. "I'll go take a look," Xiaoming declared, slipping his handgun into his waistband as he opened the door. "I'll go with you," Feng Yuxian said, grabbing a metal rod and moving to the doorway. Xiaoming glanced at Lambert, who offered a significant look and replied, "Go ahead, I can manage alone." The 2 men jumped down from the train, while Lambert maneuvered the train backward. Xiaoming, with his gun drawn, and Feng Yuxian advanced towards the derailed carriage. Various pieces of luggage were strewn about beside the tracks, and upon closer inspection, they noticed several decaying corpses crushed beneath the carriage, surrounded by swarms of flies and mosquitoes. "Ugh," Feng Yuxian turned away, fearing she might lose the only potato in her stomach. Xiaoming gazed at one of the bodies, its face a grotesque mess, yet its eyes seemed to reflect a lingering resentment. They circled to the opposite side and entered the overturned carriage. This area should be devoid of mutated creatures. If there had been any, the recent commotion would have surely alerted them. Inside, suitcases lay scattered, and bloodstains marred the floor. For Xiaoming, the sight of blood had become all too familiar. He had grown accustomed to the metallic scent mingled with what could only be the stench of rotting flesh. As he surveyed the seats, it remained a mystery what calamity had befallen this train. All passengers had vanished, leaving no bodies behind. This place is a bit eerie. Feng Yuxing instinctively sought refuge behind Xiaoming. The world had transformed into this, and with Xiaoming standing guard, even the prospect of ghosts no longer seemed frightening. After confirming that the adjacent carriages posed no threat, Xiaoming picked up a suitcase from the floor. "My apologies," he murmured as he opened it. Feng Yuxing mimicked him, beginning to inspect the luggage within the carriage. One suitcase revealed a collection of clothes and toiletries. After a moment's thought, he extracted some shower gel and shampoo, placing them in his bag. Who knows when they might prove useful again? The majority of the luggage contained valuable items, such as jewelry, and they even stumbled upon an entire box of cash. Clearly, these individuals had underestimated the state of human society while fleeing the city. Now, these possessions held less value than a single potato. Fortunately, the abundance of suitcases allowed them to uncover some snacks. They gathered these tidbits into their bags, small comforts that could enhance their meager meals. Opening these suitcases felt akin to unboxing a mystery. One could never predict what lay within the next. After scouring one carriage without discovering anything of use, both began to feel the strain from their hunched postures. They continued along the train, which had crashed into a field, while the front still seemed to be further away. "Let us see if there is anything useful," Xiaoming said, waving his hand dismissively. He fished out a photograph from one box, depicting a family portrait. The man's face seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Feng Yuxing, noticing Xiaoming's stillness, leaned over to take a look. To her surprise, she instantly recognized the man in the photograph. "Isn't this the person trapped under the train?" As they continued to search the carriage, a sudden roar from a mutated creature echoed from a distance. The two immediately froze, crouching low. "Shoo!" Xiaoming raised his handgun. "You stay back. I'll check it out." "Be careful," Feng Yuxing whispered. "I'll wait here for you." Xiaoming crept to the doorway, peering outside. The field appeared empty, apart from scattered luggage and train debris. There were no signs of mutants. Staying close to the train wreckage, he moved cautiously forward, keeping an eye on the situation at the edge of the field while observing the interior of the train through the windows. Near the front of the train, he began to hear a faint sound of something banging against the door. The train's front section resembled their own Type 43 train, with the cockpit separated from the passenger area by a massive engine occupying the entire front. However, with Lambert absent, Xiaoming was unfamiliar with this model. He raised his handgun, carefully approaching the cockpit, where the banging seemed to originate. Suddenly, a face appeared at the cockpit window, startling Xiaoming into a backward stumble. Fortunately, he did not instinctively pull the trigger. It was a mutated creature. The front of the train had been severely mangled, and the driver had transformed into a mutant, his half-buried body trapped beneath the control panel, helplessly pounding against the window. Xiaoming exhaled in relief, tapping the window with his gun stock before turning to leave. "The train driver is trapped in the front," he informed Feng Yuxing. In the distance, the sound of a train echoed again. Both looked up to see their own train approaching on another track. It gradually came to a halt, with Lambert waving at them from the doorway. "Did you find anything good?" Lambert inquired as the two approached. "Some toiletries," Xiaoming replied, "and a few snacks." They boarded the train as Lambert restarted it. The overturned train slowly faded from view, and the tracks ahead returned to their unobstructed state. "At this pace, we should reach the vicinity of Birmingham by noon," Lambert remarked. Xiaoming examined the map on the tablet and asked, "Now that we have what we need, can we find a way to circumvent the city?" Chapter 46. The Chosen Path. Lambert shrugged and remarked, "The railways around here predominantly traverse through the city." The train roared through an urban area, leaving a cacophony of mutated beings howling in its wake. This railway presented no diverging paths until we reached Crewe. However, upon passing through the Crewe station, we could switch tracks westward towards Shrewsbury, thereby circumventing Birmingham. After Lambert finished speaking, he noticed Xiaoming's perplexed expression and took the tablet from him. "In essence, we should proceed along the western side of Birmingham, where numerous small towns lie, yet few significant cities exist." Xiaoming examined the map and commented, "There are supply points, and the zombie presence is minimal, quite favorable. However, there is a slight issue." Feng Yuxing leaned in to scrutinize the map as well and inquired, "Does this route necessitate numerous track changes?" "Indeed," Lambert replied, "and the track switch at Crewe must be executed within the city center's train station. Yet, we remain unaware of the directional layout of the tracks within that station. The city center," Xiaoming noted, "will undoubtedly attract a considerable number of zombies, and we will need to disembark to maneuver the ramps." The three fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "We require substantial firepower," Xiaoming finally said. at least enough to grant us a few precious minutes amid the horde. Given that a track change was inevitable and would likely face a swarm of the undead, the sole solution lay in blocking the horde from encroaching upon the railway. Feng Yuxian pondered, could we not switch to another train? That may be impractical, Lambert countered. Trains cannot simply be ignited into motion at will. Like automobiles, they mostly require keys. Once more, silence enveloped them. Where shall we procure such formidable firepower? Lambert queried. We have but a few hours left until we reach Crew. Before they could reach a consensus, a town materialized at the end of the tracks. The train sped under an overpass, hurtling towards that town. Oh, Lambert remarked, embarrassment creeping into his voice. I may have miscalculated. We shall soon enter Crew. We probably have half an hour left. Is there time to stop now? Xiaoming asked. Certainly, Lambert replied, pulling the lever. And the train's speed diminished rapidly until it came to a complete halt. The train rested amidst a stretch of woodland, a considerable distance from both towns ahead and behind. Xiaoming, with a sense of trial and error, began searching for gun shops on the map, only to discover that none were in the vicinity. However, there was a gun shop along the route from Crewe to Birmingham, conveniently located beside the railway. The sequence is wrong, Xiaoming sighed ruefully. What do you mean? Feng Yuxing inquired. Xiaoming handed the tablet to the other two, stating, we should secure powerful firepower first, before passing through Crewe, instead of the other way around. Wait, Lambert interjected. What are we afraid of? If the tracks lead towards Birmingham, we could acquire a substantial cache of weapons. If they direct towards the suburbs, we can evade the horde. The train resumed its journey towards Crewe. Show me your hand, Feng Yuxing said to Xiaoming. There's no chance it will heal so quickly. Xiaoming instinctively concealed his right hand behind him. Even so, the bandages need changing, Feng Yuxian remarked. Looking at your hand won't result in anything dire. This comment left Xiaoming momentarily speechless. The train sped past the town, leaving a throng of mutated beings behind. The towering edifices of Crewe emerged on the horizon, as the train propelled forward with alarming velocity. In reality, the train would only graze the outskirts of Crewe, remaining a considerable distance from the bustling city center. However, the suburbs, too, would teem with activity, all transformed into mutated forms by now. Lambert slightly reduced the train's pace as the group discerned the mutated beings surging from within the city. Xiaoming recalled the horde he had witnessed near the airport a few days prior. The situation now bore a striking resemblance. A dark mass of mutated beings poured forth from the various breaches in the city. Streets and alleys were choked with the undead. Fortunately, the trio found themselves within the confines of a powerful steel beast, weighing hundreds of tons. Unless an overwhelming number of mutated beings obstructed the tracks, they would merely become a pulpy mass beneath the train. The train trampled through the wall of mutated bodies, gliding slowly towards the station. Oh no! As the train rounded a bend, all three simultaneously glimpsed that every track within Crewe Station was congested with trains. Lambert quickly reduced the speed further and steadied the train. Hold on tight, sweetheart, he urged, gripping the control lever tightly as he anxiously surveyed the tracks. We're going to collide, Xiaoming warned, while blood and viscera from the mutated beings splattered against the windows. The train shoved aside the obstructing mutated beings and gradually came to rest against the rear of the preceding train. A few mutated beings became trapped in between and were gruesomely flattened into a pulp. Fortunately, the height of the cockpit shielded the three from witnessing the carnage. Otherwise, they might have spent 3 sleepless nights grappling with the horror. With a decisive thud, the two trains joined together. The train pressed against the end of the preceding one, inching it forward. Perhaps it was more fitting to refer to them as a single train now. Lambert pushed the control lever, the locomotive generating a greater force to propel the train ahead. The mutated beings continued to surge forth as the train approached the platform. The trio could see the mutated beings at eye level. Due to the gap between the train and the platform, many mutated beings fell directly into the void, being grotesquely contorted and crushed by the combined weight of the train and the platform. Lambert accelerated once more, and Xiaoming observed a mutated being darting beside the train, only to vanish into the chasm below. Unbeknownst to the three, numerous mutated beings had their bones and flesh ensnared within the wheels, subsequently ground to a pulp by the relentless motion. Along this route, the train had indiscriminately crushed nearly 1,000 of the undead. Beyond the train, it would be exceedingly challenging for Xiaoming to find a vehicle with such overwhelming power. What need was there for additional firepower? Once this train was set in motion, its destructive capability was formidable enough. The train trampled over 2 more mutated beings, advancing onto the tracks leading towards Birmingham. Lambert gazed at the train cars beginning to curve and declared, "It appears we have an opportunity to procure some weaponry at the gun shop. Chapter 47. The Great Arms Procurement. I shall descend to detach the front carriages, Lambert declared. The trio leaped from the train, their breath catching at the horrifying scene before them. The once blue train was now marred, its front half stained a deep crimson. The locomotive bore several dents, and some wheels were ensnared with what appeared to be human tissue. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, a stench so potent it sent chills down their spines. Feng Yuxing turned away, covering his face, unwilling to witness more. Lambert suppressed the urge to retch, moving to the front of the train to unfasten the couplings. Let us venture further, Xiaoming suggested. Inside the coupling was a gruesome sight, indistinguishable remains scattered about, making it difficult to discern which parts belonged to whom. Lambert's face contorted in disgust as he nodded, managing to detach the coupling. Xiaoming quickly pulled Feng Yuxing away from the vicinity of the train. The condition of the preceding car was equally nauseating, compelling them to turn their heads and continue onward. After traversing nearly 500 meters, the nauseating scent of blood began to dissipate. Feeling a bit better? Xiaoming inquired. Had they not been subjected to such sanguinary scenes for days on end, the mere aroma might have induced prolonged vomiting. I wonder how things are back home. Feng Yuxing mused. It should be fine, Xiaoming replied uncertainly. He had been in contact with his family for several days, with no signal on his phone, leaving him oblivious to the situation back in their homeland. Half a year, Feng Yuxing murmured. As they pressed on, a row of small houses soon emerged on the right side of the railway. Xiaoming guided Feng Yuxing away from the tracks, seeking refuge in a thicket. Utilizing the cover of the foliage, they cautiously approached the housing area. It was not devoid of danger. Several mutated beings roamed sporadically. Fortunately, this cluster of homes appeared relatively isolated, resembling a small rest area along the road, distanced from the town. Overall, even if they attracted the attention of the mutants, the numbers would not be overwhelming. Aside from a gun shop, the area also featured a convenience store, a gas station, and a motel, aside from the latter. The other establishments allowed for a clear view of their interiors. Stay here and keep watch for me. I'll sneak over to take a look, Xiaoming instructed, retrieving his pistol and using the embankment for cover as he crept toward the shop. He glanced back at Feng Yuxing, who shook her head, indicating no mutants were nearby. Xiaoming cautiously peered out. The gun shop lay to the left, allowing him to advance a bit more. Climbing the embankment, he found himself in a parking lot where a mutant stood behind a jeep, oblivious to his presence. He quietly approached the vehicle and drew his knife. Rapping on the jeep's door, the mutant stirred, making its way toward the sound. Upon sighting the creature, Xiaoming sprang into action, driving his blade into the mutant's chin. Having mastered the art of a swift kill, especially against unsuspecting foes, he dispatched the creature with remarkable efficiency. Steadying the lifeless body, he gently laid it on the ground. Seeing no other mutants in the vicinity, he waved to Feng Yuxing below the embankment. Once she ascended, they approached the rear door of the gun shop together. The door was ajar, obscuring the interior from view. Holding a flashlight in one hand and his pistol in the other, Xiaoming cautiously pushed the door open. As they entered the shop, a noise emanated from within. Urging Feng Yuxing to proceed first, he raised his gun, readying himself for any threats. Just as they switched places, the room's door burst open, revealing a mutant that seemed to be the shopkeeper. Startled, Xiaoming dropped his pistol due to the sudden jolt. With his right hand injured, he grasped the mutant's throat tightly with his left while his right fumbled for a weapon. Roar! The shopkeeper snarled, and Xiaoming's heart sank. Feng Yuxing turned, raising a metal rod above her head and bringing it down with force. The mutant turned its wrath upon her, granting Xiaoming the opportunity to break free and retrieve his pistol from the ground. As the shopkeeper lunged toward Feng Yuxing, she had no time to defend herself with the rod in the narrow corridor. Xiaoming! Feng Yuxing cried out. Duck! He commanded. Xiaoming pulled the trigger, the bullet striking the mutant squarely in the back of the head. Before they could revel in their survival, the sounds of approaching mutants echoed from outside. The shop's entrance, facing the road, was adorned with an array of firearms hanging on the walls. Though compact, the store housed nearly 100 guns. Xiaoming took position behind the counter, firing at a mutant that charged through the front door. The ensuing chaos resembled target practice more than a fight. The mutants could only enter through a single entrance, becoming easy prey for Xiaoming's marksmanship. After exhausting all his ammunition, he ceased fire. The floor was littered with the corpses of numerous mutants. Seeing no further threats, he lowered his weapon. The repeated gunfire had reopened the wound on his hand, staining the bandage with blood. Yet, this did not dampen his spirits. The firearms lining the walls were akin to divine gifts. Most of the guns mounted on the walls were shotguns, including a variety of common .22 caliber hunting rifles and numerous semi-automatic shotguns. Xiaoming was unselective, collecting all the firearms and ammunition he could find. However, it appeared that there were no rounds compatible with his 9mm P320, suggesting that the sidearm he had been using for so long was indeed an illicit acquisition from unknown sources. Chapter 48. Shooting training. The two individuals filled their backpacks to the brim, their shoulders burdened with several firearms, as they departed from the gun shop. It's quite heavy, Feng Yuxing remarked, pondering how long they could utilize such an arsenal. If we encounter a horde of zombies, this may not suffice, Xiaoming replied, recalling the zombie swarm they had encountered merely hours prior. The sheer number of mutated beings was far beyond what a few semi-automatic rifles and shotguns could handle. Not long after, a train appeared on the horizon, gradually approaching them. Lambert disembarked from the train, which had just come to a halt, and took the weapons from their hands. This is quite good, Xiaoming commented. However, 3 of us crammed into the engine is rather cramped. We could modify the back. Lambert nodded in agreement, suggesting that if they had the materials, they could partition the space into several rooms. Xiaoming initially thought this was an excellent idea, but then realized that acquiring materials might prove challenging. Seizing the moment, Xiaoming replaced the bandage on his wound. Just as he was about to step into the cockpit, Feng Yuxing suddenly called out, "Hey, teach me how to use a gun." Considering the situation, Xiaoming thought that with ample ammunition and the surrounding mutated beings already cleared out, it was indeed an opportune time to instruct them in marksmanship. "Let us do it here," he proposed. "There are still plenty of bullets left in the shop, perfect for practice." "Oh," Lambert replied, appearing somewhat reluctant. "I'm a gun control advocate, but I suppose I should learn." Xiaoming took a paper target he had pilfered from the gun shop and walked approximately 100 meters into the field, propping it against a wall. Noticing the perplexed expressions on their faces, he added, "Simply put, it's easy to shoot, but it won't be lethal unless you hit a vital spot." They nodded in understanding as Xiaoming picked up a magazine and loaded it into the firearm. "This is the magazine. This gun should hold 10 rounds, so aim carefully." He pressed the release button and removed the magazine. "If you exhaust your ammunition, press here to remove the magazine, insert a new one, and you're good to go." Feng Yuxing nodded, attempting to reload the bullets himself. Xiaoming disengaged the safety, explaining, "This small mechanism behind the bolt is the safety. If you don't engage it, you can't chamber a round. Conversely, when you're not using it, turn off the safety to prevent accidental discharge." He pulled the bolt back, chambering a round. "Now, it's ready to fire." He raised the rifle and aimed at the target in the distance. Bang! The sharp crack of the gunfire echoed as the bullet struck the target. Xiaoming chambered another round. "Did you see that?" After firing a round, you need to eject the spent cartridge and repeat the loading process to continue shooting. The two nodded, mimicking his actions with their firearms. Xiaoming lifted the shotgun, stating, "This weapon is equipped with a sight. Typically, within 100 meters, you just need to align the crosshairs with your target." He then inquired, "Do you still watch such television dramas?" Feng Yuxin replied, "I saw it in XXX advertisement for idol drama." "That's not entirely incorrect," Xiaoming nodded. "Why don't you give it a try?" Lambert and Feng Yuxing followed Xiaoming's instructions, disengaging the safety, chambering a round, and aiming at the target. They simultaneously squeezed the triggers, and to their surprise, Feng Yuxing hit the target first. "Goodness," Lambert exclaimed. "Look, my bullet is almost soaring into the sky." "Control the recoil with your arms," Xiaoming advised. "This small caliber has minimal recoil. With other firearms, you might need more than just your arms." They continued practicing, and eventually Lambert was able to land shots on the target. "Quite impressive," Xiaoming remarked. "You both picked it up quickly." After a few rounds with the shotgun, Xiaoming proceeded to teach them how to use the shotgun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of gunfire gradually subsided beside the train. He wondered about the well-being of his parents and family. Awakened from his dreams, he realized it was already morning. Xiaoming rubbed his head, recalling that since the mutations began, he had not dreamt, yet last night he experienced a nightmare. Lambert examined the map inside the cabin and started the train, while Xiaoming and Feng Yuxing organized the supplies they had gathered in the rear car, honing their shooting skills. The train, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire, sped forward, leaving the mutated beings far behind. In the distance, a city shrouded in thick smoke began to emerge on the horizon. Chapter 49. The greenhouse. The train traversed through several urban districts before arriving at the heart of a large town. The scenery outside the window gradually transformed from trees and wheat fields into an unbroken line of houses, accompanied by numerous mutated beings. The road conditions within the city were far worse than those outside, as the railway intersected the town center, causing many roads to intertwine with the tracks, resulting in vehicles attempting to escape the city becoming ensnared at the railway junction. Xiaoming and Feng Yushan were not at the front of the train, leaving Lambert with no choice but to maintain speed and crash into the vehicles ahead. He gripped the control panel firmly, propelling the train forward. With a resounding crash and a piercing screech of metal on metal, all abandoned cars obstructing the train's path were forcefully cleared away. Although this had not significantly impacted the train's performance, it had left the already uneven front nearly flattened. Inside the carriage, Xiaoming, who had just found a spot to rest, was startled by the sudden jolt. The train showed no signs of slowing, and soon the wreckage of the cars that had been knocked aside appeared outside the window. There must be something blocking the way, Xiaoming remarked to Feng Yushan, pointing towards the displaced vehicles. The two had initially thought they could proceed without further incident. But soon another deafening noise echoed from the front of the train. After confirming that there were no mutated beings nearby, Xiaoming leapt off the train with a hunting rifle in hand. Lambert had just opened the door to disembark, and Xiaoming hurriedly inquired about the commotion. "We have a flat tire," Lambert pointed to the side of the train. Following his gesture, Xiaoming noticed that the axle between two wheels had snapped, and what appeared to be a water tank had a large gash. "What should we do?" Xiaoming questioned, surveying the damage. Lambert, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Normally, we would need to go to a specialized workshop for a replacement, but even if we could find one, we lack the means to carry out repairs. The simplest solution would be to replace it entirely. Didn't you mention that replacing it was unrealistic?" Xiaoming recalled Lambert's words from the previous day. "You said we don't have the key." Lambert explained, "I checked the map, and it seems there should be a repair workshop nearby. Typically, the keys for train repairs are stored there." Xiaoming took the tablet and was surprised to discover that the train repair workshop was located within the city. "If we stop here, we would be besieged by countless zombies," Xiaoming cautioned, "and we can't be certain that there is a usable train inside." Lambert sighed in resignation. "The city's junctions have led us in another direction. We can't navigate the on-ramps within the city." At that moment, Feng Yushan also exited the train. Hearing their conversation, she asked in confusion, "Does this mean the train can't move? The road conditions in the city are too dire. I'm uncertain whether these two wheels will hold." Lambert explained, "We should be on the eastern side of Trent Riverstoke. If we take the southern route, we should pass through a town." He had been the most attentive to the map and the external situation. After leaving the city of Trent Riverstoke, two railways branched out, one heading south towards Birmingham and the other east towards Nottingham. They were currently stopped on the eastern line, while the repair facility Lambert mentioned was located in a town along the southern route, approximately 7 kilometers away. Xiaoming felt that relying on the train was not the wisest choice. While it was indeed faster than a car, its confinement to fixed tracks rendered it somewhat impractical. Sensing Xiaoming's hesitation, Lambert quickly added, "We only need to switch tracks on the outskirts. These issues only arise within the city." "It better be," Xiaoming rubbed his temples. "First, let's find a vehicle. Regardless of whether we head to the repair shop, we need a car." None of them were thieves. Nor could they ignite a vehicle by merely connecting two wires as depicted in films. Obtaining a usable car would prove to be quite a challenge, as they would first need to locate the keys. As they walked, Xiaoming pondered the situation. Both trains and cars would inevitably endure impacts in such an environment. Unless they could fortify a vehicle into a mobile fortress encased in heavy steel plates, akin to some cinematic portrayals. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a structure resembling a greenhouse appeared alongside the railway. "I'll go take a look," Xiaoming signaled to the others to remain hidden before cautiously advancing. Clutching his shotgun, he bent low and approached the wall. Inside, he discovered a large greenhouse with a 2-story building situated behind it. This place was unlike the others. It featured a solitary greenhouse that did not resemble a farmer's home, and the windows of the building were all boarded up. Could there still be survivors here? Xiaoming wondered as he climbed over the wall. Utilizing the greenhouse for cover, he gained a clearer view of the interior of the building. Although the windows were boarded up, he could still discern some figures within through the gaps. However, after observing for a while without any movement, he concluded that the figures resembled dormant, mutated beings. Realizing he had been overly concerned, Xiaoming entered the greenhouse. Rows of neatly planted vegetation greeted his eyes. He plucked a tomato from one of the plants and took a bite, finding it surprisingly sweet. With the tomato in hand, he exited the greenhouse through another door. Shielded by the wooden boards, the mutated beings inside remained still. As he circled around to the front, he spotted a small pickup truck parked steadily in front of the building. Chapter 50. The pickup. Xiao Ming approached the pickup and peered inside. The interior was remarkably neat and devoid of dust, giving the impression that it had not been parked there for long. Could there truly be living beings inside the house? He circled the building, confirming that all doors and windows were securely shut, and summoned his courage to call out, "Is anyone there?" The only response was the guttural howls of the mutated beings within. The floorboards on the first level creaked almost instantaneously at his shout, indicating the presence of the mutated entities desperately attempting to break free. Were these creatures imprisoned by someone, or had they locked themselves in before their transformation? Noticing that the creatures could not escape, Xiao Ming disregarded them and began searching for the keys to the pickup. After scouring the vicinity, he found no keys in sight, leading him to conclude that they must be inside the house. As he circled the building once more, he could discern through the gaps in the boards that there were likely 5 or 6 mutated beings trapped within. Upon seeing Xiao Ming standing unharmed in the yard, Feng Yuxin's face reflected a sense of relief. "You scared us to death," she remarked. "We heard the zombies but didn't hear you fire your weapon. We thought something had happened to you." "Not a problem," Xiao Ming replied, gesturing towards the house behind him. "They're all locked inside." "Who would do that?" Lambert inquired, puzzled. "Who has the time to lock them up? Perhaps they did it themselves?" Xiao Ming shrugged. "It seems they sealed the doors and windows to fend off zombies." Feng Yuxin leaned out from behind the greenhouse for a glance, quickly identifying the issue. The boards had been nailed from the inside. Xiao Ming smacked his forehead in realization. "Did you find the vehicle?" Lambert asked. "There is a vehicle, but the keys are likely inside the house." The three of them turned their gazes toward the interior, where the mutated beings continued their fearful howls. "I don't want to go in there," Lambert said. Feng Yuxing said nothing further, but turned to Xiao Ming and asked, "What do you propose we do?" "According to the map, this is the only place nearby with inhabitants," Xiao Ming explained. "The city is swarming with zombies. It would be better to clear this house out and take our chances." "All right then," Lambert conceded. The trio approached the front door, where the mutated beings had gathered in response to their presence. "Remember to aim for the head," Xiao Ming cautioned as he stepped forward to the door. Listening intently to the sounds of the mutated beings on the other side, he took 2 steps back and raised his shotgun, aligning the barrel at head height before pulling the trigger. The pellets penetrated the wooden door, striking one of the creatures within. He worked the action, ejecting the spent shell and chambering a new round. A horrifying scream erupted from inside as he wasted no time in firing a second shot. After expending all 5 rounds in the shotgun, he reloaded and fired again. Lambert and Feng Yuxing stood by with their hunting rifles, feeling somewhat ineffectual in the moment. Only when silence prevailed from within did Xiao Ming lower his weapon and approach the battered door, which was now riddled with bullet holes, allowing beams of sunlight to filter through. After observing for a moment, it appeared that no creatures had survived. With a swift kick, he shattered the decrepit door, only to be blindsided by a mutated being that lunged from the pile of corpses on the floor, knocking him down. With his shotgun in hand, Xiao Ming could only wedge the weapon in the creature's mouth, unable to reach for his knife or sidearm. Feng Yuxing raised her rifle, but with Xiao Ming wrestling the creature, she hesitated to fire. Lambert, reacting quickly, swung his weapon and struck the creature's head with the stock. Thanks to Lambert's timely intervention, Xiao Ming seized the opportunity to kick the creature away and escape. Feng Yuxing swiftly aimed her rifle at the fallen being and fired. The shot rang out, the barrel nearly touching its head as the bullet penetrated the skull, turning its brain into a pulp. Shaken, Xiao Ming rose from the ground and remarked, "I can't believe I fell for that ambush. Are you all right?" Feng Yuxing asked, lowering her rifle, her hands trembling. "I'm fine," Xiao Ming replied, shouldering his shotgun. "Thank you both." The wooden stock of his shotgun bore tooth marks from the struggle, making it uncomfortable to hold. The trio stepped into the room, where the floor was slick with the blood and brain matter of the mutated beings. The light was dim due to the barricade of boards, prompting Lambert, who was last in line, to pull out a flashlight to illuminate the space. The room appeared to be a bar, albeit decorated in a style reminiscent of a clinic. The keys to the pickup were not hard to find, resting quietly on the bar as Xiao Ming picked them up. He also grabbed 2 bottles of liquor from the shelf and placed them in his bag. "What are you doing with that?" Feng Yuxing asked, noticing the bottles. Xiao Ming chuckled sheepishly and adjusted his bag. The 3 of them settled into the pickup, and Xiao Ming glanced at the vehicle with a sigh. "Ah, another manual transmission." He started the engine and turned the vehicle towards the railway. The pickup barreled down the slope, jostling the 3 of them nearly against the ceiling. "What a reckless driving style," Lambert remarked. Feng Yuxing nodded in agreement, recalling Xiao Ming's while driving through Manchester. Xiao Ming shrugged. "There are no traffic cops here. Nevertheless, he endeavored to keep the pickup centered between the two tracks to minimize the jolting. The three of them transferred all the supplies from the train into the vehicle and drove toward the road. "Which way should we go?" Xiaoming asked Lambert, who was in the passenger seat. Lambert studied the map. "It's best to cut through this central area. It's the shortest route. Alternatively, we could take a longer detour to the south or head directly north into the city, which would be the quickest." Xiaoming examined the map and replied, "Let us head south. It may be a bit farther, but the road conditions are better, and there are fewer towns." The pickup veered southward, away from the city. In America, Tennessee, at the United Pharmaceutical Bio-Research Laboratory, 3 months after the pandemic, 2 months before the mutations began, Dr. Eileen, an urgent researcher, burst into the office. Calling the Dr. Eileen, who was preparing to leave for the day, Eileen turned around, a woman in her 40s with a kind smile. It was difficult to associate her with the study of a deadly virus. "What is it?" Seeing someone calling her, she paused in her task of hanging up her lab coat and asked. "The E003 test subject has undergone a secondary mutation." The researcher hurriedly thrust a tablet into Eileen's hands. She took it and began reviewing the information, her smile fading. How could this happen? How can the same virus infect itself? It was utterly inexplicable. The virus within subject 003 is consuming and merging with itself to form a new virus, the researcher explained. "You must come see this. The mutation is still ongoing." Eileen quickly donned her lab coat, and together with the researcher, they rushed to the lab housing E003. Behind reinforced bulletproof glass, a mutated being was bound to a chair, struggling in agony. By the time Eileen arrived, much of the creature's skin had sloughed off, revealing the raw, red muscle beneath. Eileen rushed to the console and pressed the intercom button. "What is the situation now?" 2 researchers standing beside the mutant shook their heads, indicating their ignorance of the situation. The creature's anguished cries pierced the thick, bulletproof glass, sending ripples of distress through everyone present. The skin of the mutant was visibly sloughing off, and the life sign monitoring devices displayed nothing but a chaotic jumble. "Has it been administered a sedative?" Aaron inquired, pressing the microphone to address the 2 researchers inside. "Evacuate the laboratory." The 2 researchers hastily escaped the lab, overwhelmed by the horrifying scene within. She then turned to another colleague and asked, "How long after the vaccination did this condition begin?" Blood began to seep from the mutant's body, and its eyes appeared on the verge of bulging from their sockets. This group of medical elites found themselves utterly powerless against the unfolding calamity, merely observing as the creature on the bed gradually transformed into an unrecognizable form. Suddenly, its pelvis erupted, intestines spilling forth, while its eyes burst under the immense pressure. One researcher postulated, preliminary assessments suggest the vaccine catalyzed certain viruses within subject 003, triggering mutations that enabled the viral components to attack other viruses. Abruptly, the mutant freed itself from the restraints binding it to the bed, tumbling to the floor. Dr. Aaron pressed the emergency button on the table, and a piercing alarm resonated throughout the research facility. "Warning, biological specimen has breached containment. All personnel, evacuate immediately to floors D3 and above." Several security personnel rushed in. Though they had never encountered such a scenario, their professional training allowed them to steady their assault rifles. The mutant writhed on the ground in agony, its intestines nearly fully extruded. "Terminate it," Dr. Aaron commanded. The security chief nodded, leading his team to the laboratory entrance. Anyone entering the laboratory must undergo a thorough 1-minute decontamination process, leaving this mutant just a minute to live. The E003 mutant wriggled free of the tubes and needles affixed to its body, crawling towards the bulletproof glass on hands and knees. Despite the thick barrier, every researcher was taken aback. It bore an exceedingly grotesque visage, with all its muscle tissue exposed, and blood flowed incessantly from its eye sockets, as if it were weeping. It howled skyward, allowing the researchers to observe the grotesque movement of its facial muscles. The door finally swung open, and security personnel immediately trained their weapons on E003. Pulling the triggers, a barrage of bullets struck its head, and blood and plasma splattered against the glass. Seeing the mutant fall silent, the security team cautiously approached its lifeless body. Suddenly, one officer screamed and collapsed. The glass was smeared with blood, making it difficult for Dr. Aaron to discern the situation inside. Soon after, the laboratory erupted into a cacophony of gunfire and screams, several rounds even ricocheting off the bulletproof glass. More blood sprayed onto the glass. This was clearly not from E003, but from the security personnel. "Evacuate! Evacuate!" Dr. Aaron shouted urgently. The researchers in the observation room snapped to attention, fleeing in a panic. One relatively composed researcher promptly sealed the laboratory door, disregarding whether any security personnel had survived. Dr. Aaron hastily input a sequence of numbers on the screen, being the last to exit the observation room. Inside the laboratory, the screams, gunshots, and the mutant S-roars intertwined, composing a horrific symphony. The alarm escalated into a more frantic tone, and a cold, emotionless synthetic female voice announced, "Warning, a severe biological contamination event has occurred. Authorization of Level 5 personnel or above has been obtained. This facility will commence purification in 2 minutes. Warning, a severe biological contamination event." Dr. Aaron entered the elevator, fleeing to the ground floor with her fellow researchers. Meanwhile, E003 lay on the ground, feasting on a security officer's corpse. Suddenly, liquid began to spray from the ceiling vents. E003 lifted its head, observing the nozzle like an animal. Then, accompanied by a spark, the entire underground section of the laboratory was engulfed in flames. E003 writhed in torment amidst the inferno until its body was completely incinerated. In the upper section of the laboratory, hundreds of researchers stood waiting for instructions. "The vaccine is ineffective," Dr. Aaron gasped, supported by 2 colleagues as she exited the elevator. The apocalypse was upon them, just as they stepped outside the laboratory. A tremendous explosion rocked the building. The mushroom cloud from the blast was visible from several kilometers away, transforming the entire structure along with all its researchers into a gaping chasm. Chapter 51. The train repair factory. Although the route taken was circuitous, the total distance was only about 10 kilometers. Given that it was all rural roads with little traffic, the pickup truck soon reached the other side of the city. The houses along the streets multiplied, and through the gaps between them, one could glimpse the railway on one side. "We're almost there," Lambert remarked, noting that the repair factory was adjacent to a large stadium, making it quite conspicuous. "All right," Xiaoming replied, maneuvering the pickup to avoid a mutated creature. Observing the expressions of his 2 companions in the rearview mirror, he inquired in confusion, "What's wrong? Is my driving that poor?" As they advanced, the number of mutated creatures on the road increased. Apart from the group trailing behind the truck, more creatures appeared ahead, obstructing their path. Fortunately, being in the outskirts of a small city meant they wouldn't attract the endless swarm of mutants encountered previously. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly turned the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle between 2 houses and onto the railway. The train repair factory loomed just a few hundred meters away, with 6 workshops standing side by side at the end of the tracks. Suddenly, a mutated creature darted out from the roadside, and due to the obstruction of the surrounding walls, Xiaoming initially failed to spot it. There was no avoiding it now. He had to reduce speed and brace for impact. Hold on. With a resounding thud, a creature barreled into them, sending it flying while the pickups had crumpled under the force. To make matters worse, the airbag deployed, startling both Xiaoming and Lambert as it burst forth into their faces. Taken aback by the airbag, Xiaoming instinctively slammed the brakes, bringing the truck to a halt on the open tracks. "Go, go," shouted Feng Yuxing from the back seat, clutching her backpack as she observed the approaching mutants from all directions. Though the airbag had not yet deflated, Xiaoming could surmise the peril surrounding them and pressed the accelerator once more. Bang! Another collision reverberated through the vehicle, causing it to jolt. Fortunately, the now deflated airbag would not deploy again. Xiaoming guided the pickup into an open workshop within the repair factory, and the group hastily exited the vehicle, retrieving their weapons from the truck bed. "Shut the door," Xiaoming yelled as he dashed outside. Lambert and Feng Yuxing each sprinted to a door. Unlike the heavy doors of the warehouse they had encountered earlier, the workshop doors were lighter and aided by more tires below. Xiaoming raised his shotgun, aiming at the forehead of a mutant. Several advancing creatures fell one by one under his fire. It was undeniable that the recent battles had significantly improved his shooting skills. Just as he fired another round, the .22 caliber bullet struck a mutant but failed to kill it. To his astonishment, the creature rose again after collapsing. Preoccupied with targeting another mutant, Xiaoming initially did not notice anything amiss. It wasn't until he aligned his scope on the creature's head again that he spotted a gory bullet hole in its forehead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reasoned that despite the limited lethality of .22 caliber, at this distance of 100 meters, it should have been fatal to an unprotected head. However, it mattered little. He could simply shoot it again, with the bullets exhausted in his gun, as he prepared to switch to the shotgun slung over his shoulder. The 2 behind him finally managed to close the door. "Get in," they shouted in unison, one in Chinese and the other in English. Xiaoming dashed into the workshop just as the door sealed shut behind him. In the center of the workshop stood a train undergoing repairs, with the right side divided into upper and lower levels. The first floor housed an array of tools, while the second floor contained a locked room. The sun was setting, and with only a skylight illuminating the space, it was dimly lit. The Type 68 locomotive, Lambert murmured as he approached the train, caressing its exterior. Delivered domestically only after 2016. I never imagined I would have the chance to operate such a train. Xiaoming and Feng Yuxing exchanged glances, sensing an odd fascination in Lambert's demeanor. I'll go find something to start a fire, Feng Yuxing volunteered, beginning to unload food from the pickup. Xiaoming, gripping his shotgun, ascended to the second floor. Outside, rain began to fall, the droplets tapping rhythmically against the steel exterior of the workshop. The mutated creatures that had managed to chase them were now trapped outside, howling at the door through the rain. The door of the second floor room was tightly locked. Xiaoming tried the doorknob, but it yielded no results. Lambert seemed to be searching for something on the first floor, while Feng Yuxing was busy tending to the fire. Xiaoming knocked on the wooden door, which was not particularly thick. He stepped back 2 paces and raised his shotgun at the lock. Be ready to fire. He warned the two below, pulling the trigger. A large hole was blasted into the wooden door, yet the lock remained intact. He reloaded and fired again, this time successfully dislodging the lock from the door. Pushing it open, he illuminated the small room with his flashlight. Inside, there were 2 locked cabinets and a small table with a computer by the window. A key rack was affixed to the wall beside the table, and Xiaoming retrieved 2 keys from it, stowing them in his bag. Though uncertain of their purpose, having them was better than not. He opened the drawer of the small table, discovering a collection of documents and a box of cigarettes. Though he did not smoke, he pocketed the cigarettes, recognizing their social value. Using the light from the window, he began to sift through the documents, finding registration logs and what appeared to be maintenance manuals filled with technical jargon he could not comprehend. Just as he picked up a maintenance manual to show Lambert downstairs, he heard Lambert calling for him. Xiaoming, have you seen the train key? Peering down the staircase, he pulled the keys from his bag and asked, Is this what you're looking for? Handing over the keys along with the maintenance manual, he noticed Feng Yuxing dutifully crouched by the fire, using a metal rod to tend to the potatoes. Her hair fell gracefully beside her face, and in the glow of the flames, her features appeared strikingly vivid and enchanting. Chapter 52. A rare moment of leisure time to eat. Feng Yuxing exclaimed, raising her head just in time to meet Xiaoming's gaze. Both of them, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, quickly averted their eyes, with Xiaoming wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. Finally, mealtime had arrived. Lambert leapt from the train, eagerly picking up a potato from the ground to peel it. He had not eaten properly in days. In his haste to grab a bottle of mineral water from the pickup truck, he accidentally knocked some food off the truck bed. Xiaoming silently berated himself, pondering how he could feel so flustered despite having been in relationships before, akin to a boy who had never encountered a woman. Feng Yuxing stifled a laugh at Xiaoming's clumsiness. Let me help you, she offered, approaching him as he scrambled for the fallen potato. No, I can manage. Xiaoming insisted, it's no big deal. Yet, Feng Yuxing persisted and knelt beside him to assist in gathering the scattered items. Xiaoming, feeling sheepish, said, Thank you. I'm just so clumsy. Not at all, you're quite capable, Feng Yuxing reassured him. At least you've kept us alive. Lambert was munching on the potato while flipping through a technical manual, most of the terms still familiar to him. We're truly fortunate, he remarked, glancing at the maintenance log. This train has just completed its repairs and is ready for departure without any further maintenance needed. Xiaoming stood up from behind the pickup and suggested, Don't you think our train could use a bit of armor? Lambert pondered this for a moment before asking, You mean adding some metal plates on the outside? Xiaoming nodded, recalling a classic film, Land of the Dead. Although it featured armored vehicles on the road, why couldn't they transform a train into an armored one? That's feasible, but where do we find the materials? Lambert inquired. Xiaoming and Feng Yuxing settled by the fire, and he remarked to Lambert, The workshop next door is connected to ours with metal plates, and they don't seem too thick. We could give it a try. We'll need a powerful cutting machine, Lambert noted, but not too large. A CNC machine can't cut through walls. We'd better find a handheld one. Xiaoming slapped his forehead, recalling a type of equipment that firefighters use for cutting. He retrieved his tablet and searched for the fire department. We should also check the thickness of this wall, Lambert commented, eyeing the iron barrier behind the train. But it doesn't appear too thick. Xiaoming located the fire department on the map, stating, There's a fire station about 3 kilometers from here, but it's in the city. He felt reassured by his decision to bring the tablet along, having downloaded global maps onto it. Let us give it a shot, Lambert suggested, and blocked the side wheels. Sure. Feng Yuxing handed Xiaoming a peeled potato, saying, it's not hot anymore. Ah, thank you. Xiaoming accepted the potato and promptly took a bite, while Lambert muttered, why'd I have to peel my own? After the trio finished their meal, they sat idly by the fire. Xiaoming propped his tablet on the pickup's tailgate, connected it to a power bank, and began streaming a television show. Wait, what if the battery runs out? Lambert questioned, perplexed. Is this really the time for TV? There's a charging port in the truck, Xiaoming replied. As they watched the screen, the mutated beings outside had long since quieted, disappearing into the unknown. The flickering images on the tablet reminded Xiaoming of a month ago when Li Long had gone to watch a show. Now, they were separated by life and death. A chasm of thousands of miles. He absently touched the letter of farewell in his tactical vest, relieved that it remained safely in his bag. Feng Yuxing walked to the back of the truck and retrieved a fruit can, distributing it among them, and naturally settled beside Xiaoming. Let me see your hand, she said, pulling his hand closer to unwrap the bandage. The wound on his palm showed signs of healing, however. Due to his continued combat and shooting with his right hand post-injury, the recovery was not ideal. It needs to be rewrapped, Feng Yuxing remarked. Standing to fetch a fresh bandage, Lambert glanced over, casting a knowing look at Xiaoming. After watching 2 episodes, they each sought out a place to sleep. Feng Yuxing settled in the back seat of the pickup, while Xiaoming took the driver's seat, and surprisingly, Lambert lay down on the floor of the train's cabin. Until midnight, Xiaoming remained awake, his mind swirling with thoughts, one moment reflecting on Li Long's lifeless body, the next recalling the couple he had seen on the rooftop. Feng Yuxing stirred behind him, murmuring softly in her sleep. Xiaoming rubbed his eyes and stepped out of the vehicle, draping his jacket over Feng Yuxing's shoulders. The following day, the sun roused Xiaoming from slumber. He sat up quickly, shocked to see that it was already 11 o'clock. It's all because I couldn't sleep last night, he lamented. He climbed out of the truck to find Lambert examining the train. While Feng Yuxing had already organized the supplies and stored them in another cabin at the rear of the train. Why didn't you wake me? Xiaoming yawned. We saw you sleeping so soundly, Feng Yuxing chuckled. Didn't T want to disturb you? She stepped down from the train, quietly thanking him for his jacket. I was going to call you, Lambert added with a mock frown peering from the cabin, but you were snoring. Next time, don't sleep while sitting. Xiaoming smiled awkwardly and took a sip from a water bottle. Let us have lunch and then head to the fire department, he suggested. Maybe we can find a cutting machine. Today's lunch will be potato sandwiches, Feng Yuxing chimed in. Either potatoes and cookies or cookies with potatoes, Lambert grumbled, his expression deepening with discontent. At least we have something to eat. Stop being picky, Feng Yuxing retorted. We need to finish our cookies. So let us look for more food along the way. All right, Xiaoming nodded, pleased that the biscuits he had brought could sustain all 3 of them for several days. After rekindling the fire and finishing their lunch, Xiaoming loaded bullets into all the firearms. Ammunition is limited, so let us use iron rods whenever possible, he said, handing the shotgun to the others. Chapter 53. Gordon the dog. Xiaoming pushed open the workshop's large door, and Lambert pressed the accelerator, driving along the railway. The surrounding mutants, hearing the sound of the vehicle once more, became agitated and began to converge towards the train repair factory. Xiaoming hopped onto the back of the pickup truck and signaled that they were ready to depart. Lambert made a turn and took the road leading into the city. Sitting in the back, Xiaoming felt a constant apprehension of falling due to the short railing. Perhaps it was because this road led to a larger city, Birmingham. That few chose to take it, resulting in relatively good road conditions, unlike when Xiaoming had left Manchester, where traffic was overwhelming. The pickup truck quickly transitioned from the suburbs into the city, having evaded the third wave of the small horde of over 100 corpses. Fortunately, Lambert's driving skills surpassed Xiaoming's, as they collided with numerous mutants without significant damage to the vehicle. They navigated safely into the city center, where the fire station stood quietly at a crossroads. As Lambert parked the truck, hundreds of mutants surged towards them from all directions. Xiaoming swiftly raised his shotgun in the back and eliminated the 2 closest mutants. The 2 occupants in the cabin hurriedly opened the doors and dashed towards the fire station. Hurry inside, Xiaoming exclaimed as he leapt from the vehicle, resting his gun atop the hood to fire at the approaching mutants. Once both men were safely inside, Xiaoming stowed his shotgun and closed the heavy door behind him. Lambert and Feng Yuxing immediately pushed a table against the door to barricade it. The mutants pounded against the door, and Xiaoming retrieved a baseball bat from his back to wedge it between the doorknob. inside the fire station on the first floor. There were no mutants, and the garage lacked fire trucks, indicating that all firefighters had been dispatched at the onset of the mutation. Seeing that they were temporarily safe, Xiaoming approached a floor plan and observed, "The cafeteria is behind here, and there is a supply room on the second floor. Let us check the cafeteria first," suggested Feng Yuxing. Leading the way, the three entered the cafeteria. The cafeteria's windows faced away from the street, devoid of mutants outside, yet the interior was poorly lit. A shadow flitted across the room and ducked behind a cabinet. Xiaoming immediately raised his shotgun, but the shadow did not appear to be a mutant. It resembled a large dog. The shadow peeked out from behind the cupboard, and the three soon recognized its true nature. It was a very thin German shepherd. The three of them and the dog exchanged wary glances. "I believe this is an ordinary dog," Feng Yuxing remarked. "I think so too," Xiaoming replied, crouching down and extending his hand, calling out softly, "Here, here." The German shepherd not only did not approach but also tucked its tail and took 2 steps back. Feng Yuxing whispered, "Perhaps foreign dogs don't understand that." Xiaoming then called out in English, "Come here, come here." The German shepherd hesitated for a moment but then slowly approached. "Good boy, good boy." Xiaoming reached out to pat the dog's head, which did not resist and gradually relaxed. Xiaoming picked up the pendant on the dog's collar, which bore several lines of text: Hanlini Fire Department, Loyal Companion, Search and Rescue Dog, Gordon. He stroked the dog's head and said, "Your name is Gordon, isn't it?" Upon hearing its name, Gordon wagged its tail and spun around joyfully. "It looks so thin," Feng Yuxing remarked, kneeling down to pet Gordon's body. "You're not thinking of keeping it, are you?" Lambert interjected, "We're almost out of food ourselves." Xiaoming stood up, contemplating taking the dog with him, but Lambert had a point. A large dog would require substantial food, and feeding 3 people was already challenging. "Let us find some food first," Xiaoming concluded. The three rummaged through the kitchen, unable to ignore Gordon, who followed them closely, tail wagging. "Look here," Lambert said, pulling open the upper cabinet, revealing a neat stack of around 10 cans. He hastily stuffed the cans into his backpack, and upon hearing the noise, Gordon sat at Lambert's feet. "No, no, little one," Lambert shook his head. "This isn't for you." Feng Yuxing glanced at Xiaoming, who could only lower his head in silence. The kitchen yielded no other supplies. It appeared that Gordon had consumed everything he could reach. Holding the shotgun cautiously, Xiaoming ascended to the second floor. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with even the emergency lights extinguished. Lambert, following behind, fumbled for a flashlight, allowing the three to discern the location of the equipment room's door. Upon entering, they found that most of the firefighting tools had already been taken by the firefighters, leaving only a few items behind in a wire mesh enclosure at the back. The cutting machine, prominent in the center, was easily spotted. Now, this wire mesh became the only obstacle. Xiaoming pushed against the door, but as expected, it did not budge. "There must be a key," Feng Yuxing suggested. "I'll go look for it." As the three deliberated on how to open the door, Gordon seemed to sense their intentions and tugged at Xiaoming's pant leg. "Do you have something to say?" Xiaoming crouched down and stroked Gordon's head. Following Gordon's lead, the three found themselves in the office across from the equipment room. Gordon approached a desk and clawed at a drawer. Xiaoming stepped forward to pull the drawer open, revealing a set of keys resting quietly inside. "This dog is quite clever," Xiaoming remarked, holding up the keys and directing his words towards Lambert. The latter merely shrugged, remaining silent. "Very good, Gordon," Feng Yuxing praised as he crouched down to pet the dog's head. Using the keys provided by Gordon, the three successfully unlocked the equipment room. Xiaoming retrieved the cutting machine and handed it to Lambert, then took a fire axe from the room. With the baseball bat left downstairs, he needed a close combat weapon. Feng Yuxing looked out the window and noted that while the mutants were no longer in a frenzy, they were still congregating below. Chapter 54. A Night of Terror at the Fire Station. Nevertheless, the fire station was not fortified with the massive iron gates that had protected the workshop the previous night. We took turns keeping watch, and Xiaoming began to assign duties, starting at 10 o'clock, with each person on duty for 3 hours. "I'll take the first shift," Feng Yuxing declared. "I'm quite adept at staying up late." "Then I'll take the last one," Lambert quickly added, reasoning that the person in the middle would suffer the most, while those on either end could enjoy 6 hours of sleep, leaving the one in the middle with only intermittent rest. "All right," Xiaoming nodded, indifferent, as he knew that sleep would not come easily here. He approached the window and peered down, observing that the mutants had once again entered a dormant state, standing motionless below. During dinner, Lambert retrieved 3 cans of peas from his bag to share with everyone. Feng Yuxian accepted one can, poured some peas into a small bowl, and pushed it toward Gordon. The dog wagged its tail joyfully, eagerly devouring the offering. Xiao Ming affectionately patted Gordon's head, finding the dog delightfully obedient. However, he soon pondered the burden of bringing a dog along on a train, as trains, unlike cars, could not simply stop at will. And they had no passenger compartments left for accommodating a pet. By midnight, Feng Yuxing had already succumbed to sleep, while Xiao Ming, yawning, gazed vacantly out the window. The mutants below had not dispersed. He was curious to know why they vanished without a trace by morning. Logically, even if they swiftly entered a dormant state, shouldn't they remain stationary? Why would they disperse? Suddenly, Gordon, lying nearby, raised its head with alertness, sensing something had entered the fire station. Xiao Ming remained oblivious to Gordon's unease, still fixated on the mutants below. Without warning, Gordon sprang to its feet and dashed toward the door. "What do you smell?" Xiao Ming softly inquired, picking up the shotgun beside him. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the small window of the door. Gordon emitted a threatening growl, lowering itself into an aggressive stance. Could a mutant have entered? Xiao Ming thought, but it seemed unlikely. He had heard no commotion from downstairs. Surely, he was imagining things. Gordon's reaction was a clear indication. Xiao Ming nudged Lambert several times until he finally roused him. Lambert opened his eyes to find Xiao Ming wearing a tense expression, signaling him to remain silent. Instantly alert, Lambert grabbed a nearby iron rod and whispered to Xiao Ming. "What is going on?" "Something might be in the corridor," Xiao Ming replied, glancing at the dark hallway visible through the door window. "I want to go check." He added quietly, "Are you out of your mind?" Lambert retorted, "Why not wait until dawn?" All right. Lambert relented, shaking his head as he retrieved a flashlight. He then awakened Feng Yuxing, instructing her to secure the doors and windows and keep an eye on their belongings. "You both be careful," she whispered. Xiao Ming accepted the flashlight Lambert offered and cautiously opened the door a crack, illuminating the corridor. It was eerily empty, and Gordon slipped between Xiao Ming's legs. The dog continued to discern various scents in the air, ultimately fixating on the far end of the left corridor. "All right, it seems to be this way," Xiao Ming said, stepping out of the room and handing the flashlight back to Lambert. He grasped the fire axe, slinging the shotgun at his waist, and carefully advanced toward the corridor's end. Gordon crouched low, halting a few meters from the corner, emitting a low growl. Xiao Ming slowed his pace, raising the fire axe in preparation. Suddenly, a mutant leaped out from around the corner, charging directly at him. Just as Xiao Ming intended to block the attack, Gordon leapt forward, sinking its teeth into the mutant's neck. Though a rescue dog that had gone hungry, Gordon's sharp teeth were not merely for show. It clamped down on the mutant's throat, shaking fiercely until the creature ceased to struggle. Just as Xiao Ming prepared to pull Gordon away, a sound of rushing footsteps approached from behind. Lambert turned quickly and spotted another mutant rapidly advancing on them, with a similar creature trailing closely behind. It was yet another of the mutants they had encountered in the warehouse. Xiao Ming had initially thought the previous mutant was an anomaly, but it appeared that these creatures had developed remarkable agility post-transformation. However, today was different. Unlike that day in the warehouse, Xiao Ming was now armed with a shotgun. "Fall back," he shouted. As one mutant lunged at him, Xiao Ming raised the shotgun and fired, the creature twisting mid-air before being propelled backward. The second mutant, witnessing this, turned and fled, disappearing around a corner. Lambert recognized the situation, turning to Xiao Ming and stating, "It's the same type of zombie we saw in the warehouse." Outside, the previously dormant mutants were awakened by the gunfire, launching an assault on the fire station. The sound of heavy impacts and the enraged cries of mutants echoed from below, prompting both men to exchange worried glances. They knew the barricade at the entrance wouldn't hold for long, and there was still one mutant left unaccounted for inside. "Quick, gather your things," Xiao Ming urged. "We can't stay here." Back in the office, the three of them swiftly donned their backpacks and, with Gordon in tow, ran toward the opposite side of the building. With a crack, the baseball bat Xiao Ming had used as a door lock splintered, while the furniture barricading the door was gradually pushed aside. The first mutant burst through the entrance, its blood-red eyes glaring as it charged into the fire station, quickly followed by a second and third. "How do we escape?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Over there," Xiao Ming directed, leading the group into a large room. The operational area above the fire station garage, where firefighters could slide directly into the garage. Xiao Ming had noted this location on the floor plan the day before, anticipating a scenario just like this. Suddenly, a mutant appeared behind them, sprinting towards the group at an alarming speed. Chapter 55, transforming the train. It was indeed the escaped mutant. As Xiaoming surveyed the situation below, he heard the unmistakable sound of a mutant charging towards him. Having already discharged his firearm, he felt no hesitation in using it again, as the mutants below had been awakened and were now in pursuit. Xiaoming pulled the trigger, only to be surprised when the mutant swiftly dodged to the side. Had he been wielding a different weapon, he might have missed entirely. Unfortunately, he was armed with a shotgun. Despite the mutant's rapid evasion, it was still struck solidly in the leg, causing it to lose its balance and roll twice before coming to a halt. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoming swiftly fired a second shot, ensuring it would not miss. The mutant's head exploded, rendering it lifeless. "Quickly, let us go," Xiaoming urged, hearing the enraged cries of the mutants drawing near. "How do we escape?" Lambert asked anxiously. "Have you never seen a television show?" Xiaoming's adrenaline surged once more as he grasped the spinning Gordon and slid down with the iron rod in hand. Xiaoming was the first to reach the garage. Although the large door stood open, there were not many mutants inside, as most had rushed towards the source of the gunfire on the second floor. He set Gordon down, raised his shotgun, and charged towards the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, he spotted the pickup truck parked safely at the door, thankfully only 100 or so mutants milling about downstairs, with just a few limping ones yet to enter the fire station. Xiaoming shot down the two closest mutants to the truck and tossed his backpack into the truck bed. Feng Yuxing had already slid into the garage. And just as Lambert was clinging to the iron rod, the mutants burst into the room. One mutant reached out from the slide, grabbing Lambert's backpack, leaving him dangling in midair. "Get the backpack off," Feng Yuxing shouted urgently. "I want to abandon my canned beef." Lambert managed to free one hand and grasped his shotgun, positioning it above the mutant's head. With a press of his thumb on the trigger, the bullet instantly penetrated the mutant's forehead. Xiaoming shot down another mutant and jumped into the pickup, starting the engine. Thankfully, Lambert had the foresight not to remove the keys yesterday. The remaining two quickly climbed in as well. Xiaoming glanced in the rearview mirror, confirming all 3 humans and 1 dog were aboard. He pressed the accelerator, knocking down a mutant that charged out from the fire station, driving towards the outskirts of the city. After several blocks, the mutants finally vanished from sight. It was still the dead of night, and the headlights shone brightly in the darkness. Xiaoming jumped out of the vehicle and retrieved the cutter from his backpack. Lambert yawned and remarked, "Let us get some sleep. We can assess the situation tomorrow." The following morning, Xiaoming was awakened by the sound of metal cutting. Blinking in confusion, it felt as though the events of the previous night had merely been a dream. Lambert was wearing sunglasses, which he had acquired from an unknown source. As he cut through wall panels, while Feng Yuxing had somehow procured several iron rods and was heating 2 cans over a fire. As for Gordon, he lay beside the door, lost in thought. Xiaoming pulled himself from his seat and walked over to Lambert. Upon noticing Xiaoming had awakened, Gordon wagged his tail, seeking affection. "Good morning." Feng Yuxing stirred the contents of the cans. "We'll have hot food today." "Morning." Xiaoming patted Gordon's head and exchanged greetings with Feng Yuxing. With a loud crash, a metal panel fell to the ground. "There's a welding gun in the adjacent workshop," Lambert said as Xiaoming approached. "This fire department cutter is quite powerful." "Have you measured it?" Xiaoming inquired. "This is the first piece," Lambert replied. "It can be placed on the side of the locomotive to protect the wheels." "Excellent," Xiaoming said, squatting down to examine the metal plate. It was at least 5 centimeters thick, remarkably sturdy. "Not bad," Xiaoming nodded. "Do you need my assistance?" "Not right now," Lambert replied, gesturing with the cutter against the wall. "I'll need it later." Xiaoming slipped into another workshop through an opening. It was empty, devoid of any trains. After chatting with Feng Yuxing, Lambert finished cutting 4 metal plates and called Xiaoming over to inspect. "These 2, Lambert pointed to the longer pieces, "will go in the front, and the other 2 in the back." Xiaoming attempted to lift one, realizing that even the shorter plates weighed at least 400 or 500 kilograms, far beyond what they could manage alone. The notion of weight had become foreign to him as a student who had long abandoned physical training. He was astonished at how heavy these plates were. "How can we possibly lift such heavy plates?" Xiaoming asked. "There's a small crane in the adjacent workshop. It shouldn't be a problem," Lambert replied, leading Xiaoming into the next workshop. A 2-person high device with hooks and a frame stood beside the tracks. This appeared to be the small crane Lambert had mentioned. Xiaoming attempted to drag it. Although it had 2 small wheels beneath the base, it was still quite laborious to move. However, maneuvering this device was certainly easier than lifting half a ton of metal plates. Moreover, they had a pickup truck at their disposal. After considerable effort, they finally positioned the crane appropriately. Originally designed for train maintenance, it was perfectly suited for lifting once fully extended. Unfortunately, without power, they could only operate the crane using a manual lever. I suggest, Feng Yuxing interjected, that you both eat something warm before continuing. After their meal, the two resumed their modifications. As there were no hooks on the metal plates for the crane to latch onto, Lambert had to cut another hole to facilitate the hook's grip. A new problem arose. The three of them were utterly incapable of lifting the plates that lay on the ground. It was absurd. Half a ton of weight firmly anchored to the earth. Xiao Ming fetched a pry bar, and even with all three exerting their strength, they could only manage to lift one corner slightly. He regretted not working out with Li Long back in the day. Even if he had been a regular gym goer, it would hardly have made much difference now. Xiao Ming shook his hands in frustration and said, "Check the truck for a jack." Feng Yuxing, closest to the vehicle, quickly climbed into the truck bed and did indeed find a jack in a box. With the jack, they managed to pry the plate up again, finally securing the hook onto the metal plate. Excellent, Lambert clapped his hands. Now we can weld it in place. Chapter 56. The Orbital Dilemma. After a long day of toil, the trio finally affixed the 4 iron plates to the side of the train. Now, each wheel bore a substantial outer shell, albeit at the cost of aesthetic appeal, due to the necessity of recutting the iron plates. Some excess scraps had been cleverly positioned by Lambert at a height just above a man's reach at the front of the train. For various reasons, they refrained from entirely encasing the front of the locomotive in iron. Firstly, doing so would obstruct the connection point of the locomotive, complicating any attempts to push it aside should another train obstruct their path. Secondly, the 68 model train featured an ice shovel beneath its front, which could be employed to clear any mutated entities. Lastly, Lambert had already reinforced the cockpit with iron plates, making additional plating somewhat superfluous. Moreover, the workload was already quite taxing for the three of them. Xiao Ming flung himself into the bed of the pickup truck. Despite the assistance of a crane, the operation was nearly entirely manual, which drained their stamina. Fortunately, the windows of the 68 model train were not overly large. Otherwise, they would have had to devise a means to reinforce them. Presently, Gordon appeared to be the only one with any remaining energy. The dog wandered about the workshop before finally settling beside some leftover canned food. Xiao Ming rubbed his belly, feeling hunger pangs, yet he was too lethargic to move, preferring instead to rest in the truck and doze off. Outside, rain began to fall once more, the droplets hitting the skylight and distorting their view. Feng Yuxing picked up 3 cans and placed them atop the fire, adding a few potatoes as well. "Dinner," he called out. Early the next morning, the group began to pack their belongings in preparation for their next departure. They would need to search for the vehicle again later. The trio stowed a modest supply of ammunition and food in the forward cabin, while the remainder of their gear was placed in the rear. The door, standing at more than half a person's height, posed no challenge for Gordon, who leapt effortlessly into the train. Although no one formally mentioned Gordon's presence, it was evident that they had welcomed this new member into their fold. "Who will open the door?" Lambert inquired as everyone boarded the train. "What door?" Xiao Ming retorted. "Just smash it open." The train roared to life, hurtling toward the exit. The workshop's grand doors were forced open by the train, and after a brief sojourn of a few days, their journey resumed. "All right," Lambert affirmed. "Let's stick to the original plan and head towards Birmingham." Accompanied by the sounds of wheels clashing against the tracks, the train sped onward toward Birmingham. With the added iron plates at the front, Lambert increased their speed, though he remained vigilant for any other trains on the route. "If we are to take the underwater tunnel," Xiao Ming inquired, "do we need to pass through London?" "We can circumvent London by skirting its outskirts," Lambert replied, glancing at the map. "However, our immediate concern lies in switching tracks near Rugby. Rugby serves as a strategic outpost for Birmingham, where the railway diverges into 2 lines. One continues south directly into Birmingham city centre, while the other veers west through a cluster of smaller towns toward the northern side of London. This track switch is crucial. Heading south into Birmingham would be akin to courting death, while the westward route would lead directly to London, allowing them to exit England via the underwater tunnel. In fact, the train from Manchester to London takes merely 2.5 hours at its fastest, whereas Xiao Ming and his companions had been traveling for nearly a week, having covered less than half the distance. "So, there's no escaping this, is there?" Xiao Ming remarked, studying the map, which indicated that the track switch was located in the town center. "We'll know soon enough," Lambert pointed ahead, where a row of neatly arranged houses began to come into view. As the train entered the town, mutated entities predictably swarmed around them. Unfortunately for these creatures, they were far less fortunate than their predecessors. The protruding iron plates on either side of the train became the most effective weapons, as dozens of mutated beings intent on devouring the warm tofu, were mercilessly shredded like blocks of tofu themselves. Just ahead lay two tracks diverging in opposite directions. However, the presence of the mutated entities obscured the view of the railway from the three in the cockpit, leaving them no choice but to let the train careen forward. Countless mutated beings surged from all sides, yet they posed no threat to the three inside the train. The train barreled straight through the junction, following the path toward the west. Oh, Lambert sighed in relief. We've chosen a more favorable route. Xiaoming also exhaled, though a question immediately sprang to his mind. We've had good luck this time. If our fortune falters next time, how will we manage to operate that lever amidst a swarm of thousands of zombies? Xiaoming nearly pressed the barrel of his gun against Lambert's forehead. Don't worry, Lambert reassured him. Many suburban track switching systems still employ traditional manual methods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to switch tracks during the last two encounters. Moreover, we could sabotage the automated control system to redirect the tracks as we desire. Well said, Xiaoming replied. But what if there is no option to do that? No need to fret, Lambert continued, at least in the UK. Most tracks will ultimately lead you to London. Furthermore, vital locations like stations typically have their own emergency power sources available. The complications far exceeded his initial thoughts. Indeed, while the train was robust and the tracks were clear, they often had no control over which track the train would take. If misfortune struck again, leading them down the wrong path, they might find themselves derailing. It was no wonder Lambert always reduced speed at junctions, severely impacting the trio's progress. Perhaps traversing the suburbs by car would prove more convenient. Sensing Xiaoming's apprehension, Lambert remarked, a car cannot traverse the underwater tunnel. If a train is obstructing the tunnel, we would still need the train to clear the way. Xiaoming cast a worried glance at Feng Yuxing, whose expression mirrored his unease. I hope you're right, Xiaoming said. I prefer the sense of being in control of our direction. The train overturned two small cars blocking the road, dragging the corpses of the mutated beings as it sped toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 57. Pilot Wellington Xiaoming cast a glance at Lambert beside him. Despite having faced life and death situations together, he sensed that the railway engineer was concealing numerous secrets. Fortunately, the journey ahead lacked any forks, and the train sped through the countryside, drawing nearer to the heart of London in less than an hour. Moreover, the group noticed that as they approached London, the number of mutated beings diminished in the surrounding villages. They decided to pause and strategize their passage through the city. Why don't we find a vehicle or walk around London? Xiaoming suggested, leaping off the train. The railway system in London is exceedingly intricate. Even if we could manually switch tracks every 100 meters, would we really want to confront millions of zombies? Indeed, Feng Yuxing concurred. Navigating through London itself seems impractical. Observing that the two had abandoned the train, Lambert hurriedly interjected, all we need to do is locate the main railway station in London. Do you even know where the main station is? Xiaoming retorted. Have you considered how we might enter and exit safely amidst a horde of hundreds of thousands of corpses? Lambert fell silent, perhaps having never contemplated such questions. Enough of the bickering, Feng Yuxing said, glancing toward the nearby tracks as he patted Xiaoming's shoulder. What is that over there? Beyond a few fields, a helicopter lay quietly nestled among them. A helicopter? Xiaoming discerned, despite the trees obstructing his view, recognizing it as a Lynx HC-2 model. He withdrew his shotgun, seeking a vantage point with minimal obstruction, and raised his scope. Through the lens, he observed that the helicopter's cockpit door was ajar, revealing various cooking utensils inside. Lowering his weapon, he proposed, let us check it out. The trio crossed the fields, and the military green helicopter came fully into view, adorned with 15 small skulls painted on the door. Xiaoming boarded the helicopter, noting a portable alcohol stove on the floor, alongside several open cans. It appeared that someone had been residing there. Who would live in a helicopter? He mused, touching the stove, which still radiated a hint of warmth. There are still alive people here, he remarked to the others outside. Suddenly, Gordon's attention snapped to the nearby bushes, and a soldier clad only in military undergarments lunged forth, brandishing a rifle. The soldier's hands gripped an assault rifle, aimed directly at them. Feng Yuxing restrained the eager Gordon, who seemed ready to pounce. Lower your weapon. Lower your weapon. Lambert urgently shouted. Gradually, the soldier lowered his gun, astonishment filling his eyes. Are you truly alive? He asked. I thought everyone was dead. As he lowered his rifle, joy spread across his face. I am 2nd Lieutenant Wellington of the 16th Air Assault Brigade, a helicopter pilot. Xiaoming introduced their group to Wellington, inquiring, how did you end up here? Wellington climbed aboard the helicopter, nonchalantly donning his military uniform. About 2 weeks ago. Following the outbreak, I received orders to join a unit headed to London to maintain order, but things spiraled out of control. He offered the trio a can. Would you like to eat? Upon their polite refusal, he continued. Within a few days, we established a temporary base, but 85% of the city's populace had mutated. The military faced the same fate. Many comrades transformed into monsters. After a couple of days, a few remaining allies and I received orders to regroup at the base for a new mission. We flew to the base, where approximately a few thousand survivors remained. Our superiors tasked us with entering London to rescue the king and the prime minister, who were trapped beneath Buckingham Palace. Wait, Xiaoming interrupted. So, there are military forces still in London? Not long before you arrived, Wellington replied, tapping on the emblem painted on the door. We launched 15 operations to scout for the rescue team. Were you successful? You know what's the most absurd part? Wellington sighed. Those fools in the base fired artillery for a day and night, drawing every mutated creature from the surrounding towns. Not a single person informed us where to regroup. Some suggested Brighton, claiming the French Navy would be there to assist. But when I flew there, all that remained was a beach littered with abandoned heavy equipment. And then I found myself here, with the helicopter running out of fuel. The three exchanged glances, at a loss for words. A whole unit dispatched merely to rescue a few royal figures? Xiaoming pondered whether the king had 2 extra eyes compared to ordinary people. What about you? Wellington asked. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Wellington quickly inquired, are you heading to Austria? Or through Germany? Lambert nodded. We will pass through Germany. Could you take me along? Wellington implored. At the onset of the mutations, I sent my wife and children to Austria, and I wish to reunite with them. Of course, Xiaoming eagerly agreed. A pilot was a valuable asset. Can you operate large aircraft? Like commercial jets? Fixed wing? Have you flown over London? Lambert asked. What is the situation within the city? It depends on your approach, Wellington replied. Most of the zombies are concentrated in the eastern districts and the northeastern military bases. Haven't you noticed how the mutated beings become increasingly scarce as we near London? The trio reflected, realizing that indeed, the closer they got to London, the fewer mutants they encountered. Upon hearing Wellington's words, Lambert hastily asked, what about the map? It's on the train, came the reply. Chapter 58. Luton Airport. I once visited Paddington Station in central London, where I explored the control room that managed all railway crossings across the city. Is it computer-controlled? Feng Yuxing inquired. But there is no power now, he added. Major stations are equipped with emergency diesel generators, Lambert explained. These are in place to address sudden power outages. Generally, 2 backup power systems are implemented. Otherwise, if a train approaches and the tracks cannot be switched in time, it could lead to a catastrophic incident. That's the essence of it, Xiaoming remarked. I hope you are right. Wait, Wellington interjected. Are you planning to enter the city of London? Lambert nodded. We need to ensure all tracks are set to the correct positions, allowing us to reach the tunnel seamlessly. Wellington appeared to have a sudden realization, stating, let us head to Luton. There should be a usable helicopter at the airport. A helicopter? Xiaoming questioned. Wellington quickly elaborated. Many areas within the city have been bombed. Although the western side is not the main offensive direction, it is the route for another rescue team, so the road conditions within the city may be rather perilous. Are you suggesting we take a helicopter? Feng Yuxing asked. Won't the zombies in the city be attracted? Not at all, Wellington asserted firmly. There are hardly any zombies left on the west side of the city. Even if there are some, we can evacuate swiftly via helicopter. The remaining 3 pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to concur with Wellington's plan. Driving could indeed attract numerous mutants. They were not strangers to being confined indoors. Traveling by helicopter would offer greater safety. Moreover, Luton was merely 15 kilometers away, so it would not be a wasted effort to investigate. All right, the plan is set, Xiaoming declared as he rose to his feet. Let us have lunch and then depart. After their meal, the group began to gather their equipment. Wellington stood at the rear of the train, gazing at a photograph in his hand. Upon noticing Xiaoming approaching, he quickly tucked the photo into his pocket. Is that your family? Xiaoming inquired. Yes, Wellington nodded, a look of happiness gracing the face of the resolute soldier. I suppose I have served my country until the very end. Now it is time to find my family. We will soon reach Germany, Xiaoming assured him. Deep down, he harbored a desire for this pilot to remain with the group. If possible, he would even wish to commandeer a helicopter. The 4 men armed themselves with weapons and supplies before departing the tracks. The route to Luton required them to advance northeast through a series of gentle hills. Initially cautious, they soon realized they were traversing an isolated area devoid of mutants nearby. Coupled with Wellington's assertion that there were few mutants remaining in the city, They began to engage in conversation. The three newcomers seemed eager to inquire about Wellington. Walking along the country lane, it felt as if the apocalypse had become irrelevant to them. They appeared more like a group out on a spring outing. So, when you received the orders, you had no doubts? Xiaoming asked. To rescue a group of leaders who no longer have a country? Mind your language, Wellington replied sternly. This is the duty of the military. It is a soldier's calling. At that time, the military had not entirely collapsed. We needed to obey orders. Oh, all right. Xiaoming responded, startled by Wellington's serious tone. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's fine, Wellington said. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have simply sought out a plane to escape. You mentioned that you sent your family away at the start. Feng Yuxing asked curiously. How did you manage that? I couldn't secure a ticket. Wellington smiled faintly and gestured to his military insignia. After all, I am a junior officer, he said, pausing before continuing, though in London, it doesn't mean much. I do know a few airline contacts. Wellington pulled out a photograph of his wife and children, showing it to the three men. Look, my wife and kids. Aren't they lovely? He said, though his gaze dimmed slightly afterward. They will be all right, Feng Yuxing reassured him. The rain-soaked country path was not particularly difficult to navigate. After approximately 4 hours, they spotted a cluster of houses in the distance. That must be Luton, Wellington whispered. The airport is on the city's outskirts. It's quite sizable. And it should have what we need. Xiaoming could surmise as much. Although Luton was a bit distant from central London, it was still part of the greater metropolitan area. The three men climbed a small hill, and the airport came into view. Wellington took out his binoculars for a closer look, furrowing his brow before passing them to Xiaoming. As Xiaoming peered through the lenses, he could clearly see the terminal teeming with mutants, an overwhelming sight of corpses. Look at the hangar across from the terminal, Wellington directed. Xiaoming followed his gaze and spotted a Bell 206 helicopter parked in front of one of the hangars. Ah, I see it, Xiaoming exclaimed. The helicopter. A classic model, the Bell 206, Wellington noted. This is what I trained on after leaving flight school. We should approach from the other side, Xiaoming suggested. As there are too many zombies on the terminal side. He then turned the binoculars to the opposite side, where a C-130 transport plane was stationed. It seems your people have been here before, Xiaoming remarked. Chapter 59. Infiltration of the airport. Wellington took the binoculars to examine the livery on the transport aircraft. To be precise, it was the Air Force personnel. Lambert patted Wellington on the shoulder, indicating his desire to take a look as well. As Wellington handed the binoculars to Lambert, he proposed, we can first enter the hangar and, using its cover, eliminate the mutants near the transport aircraft before boarding the helicopter. After a moment's contemplation, he added, the helicopter has been there for an indeterminate length of time, and I will also need to fetch the fuel truck beside it. Conservatively, this will take about half an hour. Half an hour? Feng Yuxing, who had been crouching behind the three, interjected, if it takes that long. We don't need to fill the tank completely. A quick pre-flight inspection will require at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes should suffice, Xiaoming mused. There is an off-road vehicle armed with a heavy machine gun next to the transport aircraft. And it will take time for the zombies to cross the runway from the terminal to the hangar. It's a matter of balancing risk and reward. Lambert lowered the binoculars and remarked, it seems crossing the runway would only take 2 to 3 minutes. You can assist me in securing the aircraft. And we can adjust the course before nightfall, Wellington suggested. Alternatively, we could venture into London to see if there are any zombies lurking in the buildings. Both Xiaoming and Lambert were disinclined to choose either option. Although Wellington's previous assertion had proven accurate, most mutants had been drawn away. What if there were still some remaining in the city, akin to those at the airport? With a helicopter, they could hover above and observe before proceeding. Xiaoming recalled the devastation witnessed at the Manchester airport station, where nothing was left intact. Noticing Xiaoming's hesitation, Wellington proposed. We can observe a little longer. I can manage the fueling and inspection simultaneously and complete it in 5 minutes. Through the binoculars, they spotted a Cessna 172 towing a fuel truck parked on the opposite side of the helicopter. The two aircraft were not far apart. Can we fly directly to the underwater tunnel? Xiaoming inquired. Though he was aware that she would endorse whichever choice he made, he occasionally sought her opinion. Let's give it a try, Xiaoming ultimately decided. Even if they did not procure the helicopter, there were still several off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. The group descended from the small hill and headed toward the airport. We should first assess the situation near the transport aircraft, Wellington stated. If the number of zombies is manageable, we will attempt to resolve it quietly. As he spoke, he drew a dagger from his vest. The three behind him nodded in agreement, Two brandished iron rods about half a meter long, while one revealed a fire axe from behind. "Who among you possesses the best marksmanship?" Wellington queried. Feng Yushin and Lambert simultaneously pointed at Xiaoming. He explained, "I merely spent considerable time at the shooting range." "All right." Wellington conceded, "I am somewhat in the same boat." As they proceeded, Feng Yushin unexpectedly picked up a rope and looped it around Gordon's neck. The four of them, along with the dog, arrived at a road adjacent to the airport, which led directly to Luton Airport's entrance. In the direction toward the airport, they spotted hundreds of abandoned vehicles. After surveying the area and confirming no mutants were present on the road, Xiaoming and Wellington crossed first. Once all four had made it across, they advanced towards the hangar. The perimeter of Luton Airport differed from that of Manchester Airport, surrounded merely by a 2 to 3 meter high barbed wire fence, allowing the group to easily scale it. The vast hangar obstructed the mutants' view from the terminal. "All right. It should be within this hangar," Wellington whispered. He led the way toward the back door of the hangar, raising his pistol as he cautiously pushed the door open a crack. Confirming it was safe, Wellington slowly moved inside. Xiaoming followed closely behind, noting that numerous mechanical devices, likely used for aircraft maintenance, were piled near the rear door of the hangar. These machines obscured the mutants' line of sight from outside, and the two crouched behind the cover. Observing with care, Xiaoming peeked out, and right at the hangar entrance stood the C-130 transport aircraft. Two Land Rover Defenders were parked behind the open cargo door. One was a convertible model, outfitted with a 7.62mm M240 machine gun and a 12.7mm M2 machine gun mounted on the front and top. The other was a standard model, devoid of weaponry. Due to the obstruction provided by the transport aircraft, Xiaoming had not previously seen the mutants' proximity. Now, upon reaching the rear of the transport aircraft, he could see clearly. 3 mutants lingered near the transport aircraft. 2 were fully armed, and 1 appeared to be an officer. Additionally, there were several dried bloodstains inside the cargo hold and on the off-road vehicle. 3 in total, not many, and we can dispatch them swiftly, Wellington assessed. Xiaoming surveyed the nearly 50-meter-long hangar and noted the considerable open space between their hiding place and the rear of the transport aircraft. "How do we proceed?" he inquired. "Let us draw them closer," Wellington suggested. The two called the remaining members to enter the hangar, and as Gordon's paws touched the ground, their hearts raced. Subsequently, Wellington tapped the nearby scaffolding with his dagger. The noise indeed roused the mutants, who curiously approached the hiding place of the four. As the first mutant drew near, the closest Xiaoming sprang into action, swinging the fire axe downward. In quick succession, Wellington shouted and lunged at another mutant with his dagger. As for the one furthest away, Feng Yushin released the rope, holding Gordon. Chapter 60. Confronting the zombie horde. A minute later, only 3 corpses remained on the ground. Xiaoming's hand still throbbed slightly, but it was a marked improvement compared to the previous days, thanks in no small part to the thick bandaging by Feng Yushin. "I'll search for the helicopter keys," Wellington said, patting Xiaoming on the shoulder. "You did well. Let's check the vehicles." Xiaoming retrieved an L-85A1 assault rifle from one of the bodies and remarked to Feng Yushin and Lambert, "This L-85A1 is infamous for its high malfunction rate, often considered the world's finest bolt-action rifle. Still, as a military product, its firepower surpasses that of my .22 hunting rifle left on the train." Approaching the 2 armored vehicles, Xiaoming noticed that the open-topped model was equipped with an M2 machine gun that was not fed by a magazine, but rather linked directly to the receiver via a belt. The belt trailed down to the floor, appearing to contain around 600 to 700 rounds. Meanwhile, the M240 at the front of the vehicle utilized a box of ammunition, approximately holding 100 rounds. Though Xiaoming had never handled real weapons, he had seen enough in games and movies to have a fair understanding of operating the 2 machine guns. After all, one need not have experienced everything to recognize the familiar. Both vehicles were smeared with blood, and a bullet-riddled vest lay nearby, adorned with remnants of flesh. The corpses were already decomposing, surrounded by a swarm of flies. It seemed the mutated creatures could neither unfasten the bulletproof vests nor bite through the inserts. However, the sight was still quite nauseating. "Go look for the car keys," Xiaoming instructed Lambert. "We may need these vehicles for a quick escape if anything goes awry." Lambert nodded and began searching inside the vehicle. Xiaoming and Feng Yushin cautiously skirted around the remains and entered the cargo hold of the transport plane. After a thorough search, they found no supplies and the pilot was nowhere to be seen. The next steps relied on Wellington. In the hangar, Wellington pried open a small storage room window and climbed inside. Several keys hung on the wall, and fortunately, each was numbered, allowing him to easily locate the key for the Bell 206. Exiting the storage room, he noticed that 2 keys were missing from the rack. Xiaoming saw Wellington rush out of the hangar, brandishing a key in triumph. Wellington then made his way to the Cessna 172, opening the cockpit door and climbing inside. "Do we need to go inside the plane to retrieve the fuel hose?" Feng Yuxing inquired. Xiaoming furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I don't know," he mused. "I hope this old fellow isn't planning to fly away on his own." Fortunately, they observed Wellington emerging from the cockpit once more, now retrieving the fuel hose. "Stop looking," Xiaoming said, catching Lambert just as he was about to crawl into another vehicle. "Do you know how to operate a machine gun?" "How could I possibly know?" Lambert replied, puzzled. Xiaoming turned to Feng Yuxing and instructed, "Check the bodies inside for car keys." If Wellington started the fuel truck, it could easily attract the attention of thousands of mutated creatures lurking in the terminal, necessitating a swift response. Xiaoming prepared the M240 for Lambert, explaining, "Keep an eye on this lever to open the magazine, load the rounds in, and then close it securely." "Oh, all right," Lambert replied. "Remember to pull the charging handle to chamber a round," Xiaoming advised before climbing onto the vehicle's roof to set up the M2. Wellington did not initiate the fuel truck, but instead dragged the fuel hose to the helicopter. Due to the helicopter's obstruction, Xiaoming could not discern Wellington's actions, but he saw him retrieve something else from the fuel truck before rushing back. With the machine gun aimed at the terminal, Xiaoming maintained a calm exterior, though anxiety churned within him. After all, 2 lives depended on him, and he had unwittingly assumed a leadership role, facing a terminal full of mutated creatures. Remaining composed was no simple feat. He felt his thumbs trembling on the trigger. The terminal resembled a colossal cage, firmly containing the mutated beings within. Any significant noise from their side could shatter this fragile barrier. At least, they could make a run for it. Wellington peered out from behind the helicopter, giving Xiaoming a thumbs up. Xiaoming nodded, signaling that they were ready. Wellington opened the helicopter door and climbed inside. Approximately half a minute later, the helicopter's rotor blades began to spin slowly. In the hangar across the runway, a mutated creature lifted its head. Upon noticing the already started helicopter, it let out an enraged howl that echoed through the air, awakening the surrounding creatures. An ear-splitting chorus of shrieks erupted from the horde. Xiaoming gripped the machine gun tightly, uncertain which window in the terminal would give way first. The mutated beings smashed through the terminal's glass, charging out. However, they seemed to overlook the fact that the passenger area was typically elevated above ground level. The first wave of creatures stumbled and fell, many breaking their legs, granting Xiaoming and the others precious moments. The mutated creatures cascaded down from the second floor like a waterfall, a dense mass that was nearly suffocating. Nevertheless, the group had encountered enough hordes previously to not succumb to fear. This was their inaugural confrontation with a zombie horde. Lambert shouted as he squeezed the trigger. The machine gun roared to life, spitting fire as bullets rained upon the mutants. "Oh no," Xiaoming thought. I forgot to warn Lambert that this method could damage the barrel. Yet, there was no time for such concerns. A single machine gun's firepower was insufficient to hold back the tide. Visions of films he had watched flooded Xiaoming's mind, and he adopted a sustained fire method, firing without the need to aim, simply to fell the approaching horde. The 12.7mm caliber was no trivial matter. The simultaneous gunfire from both machine guns left them with ringing ears, but Feng Yuxing continued to fire her hunting rifle at the stragglers below. Gordon, having never witnessed such chaos, curled up, tucking its tail into ears, trembling behind Feng Yuxing. Shell casings clattered against the vehicle's floor, creating a cacophony. Fortunately, the mutants remained concentrated, and so far, none had breached the runway. However, to Xiaoming's dismay, after a short while, his M2 unexpectedly jammed. Chapter 61 Betrayal. Damn it. I had long been aware of the old lady's tendency to malfunction, but I never anticipated such misfortune would strike now. Lambert had also exhausted a magazine and was struggling to reload. His hands trembled incessantly, making it difficult to insert the bullets. Xiaoming gazed at the approaching mutants. Realizing that he had never learned how to clear a jam, this was disastrous. With both machine guns silenced, the mutants surged down the runway at an alarming speed. Should they cross the runway, only a narrow taxiway remained between them, a mere matter of a few dozen meters. Xiaoming slammed his fist against the old lady's receiver, unexpectedly bringing the gun back to life. He hastily pulled the trigger, and the machine gun unleashed a torrent of ammunition. The helicopter roared to life, its rotor blades spinning rapidly. Safety protocols were irrelevant now. If the mutants were sensitive to sound, then this small outpost felt like a cacophony of 200 loudspeakers bellowing. Dinner time. Dinner time. The deafening clamor of the helicopter blades, the gunfire, and the mutants' guttural roars was overwhelming. In truth, the three in the vehicle were nearly deafened. At that moment, a Cessna aircraft unexpectedly began to turn beside the helicopter. None of the three noticed that Wellington had already abandoned the helicopter and climbed aboard the Cessna. He started the engine and glided toward the runway. "Sorry, folks," Wellington said from the cockpit. "Taking your little plane might mean I won't reach Austria. The train is just too slow." As he spoke, he pulled out a photo and glanced at it. "I truly appreciate you all," he said, looking at the three still fighting. "Without your cover, I wouldn't have secured the plane. I will always remember you in my heart." Xiaoming was firing at the relentless mutants when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Cessna 172 accelerating down the runway. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wellington was clearly seated in the cockpit. That old rascal had actually fled. Due to the helicopter's obstructed view, Xiaoming failed to see Wellington start the plane. And with the noise of gunfire and the helicopter's rotor, he didn't hear the other aircraft's engine start. Xiaoming released the trigger and kicked the frenzied Lambert. "Stop shooting, for heaven's sake. We've been played. That son of a gun has run off." Lambert ceased firing, turning just in time to see the small plane speeding toward the end of the runway. "What?" he exclaimed, hardly able to believe his eyes. Feng Yuxing had the quickest reflexes. She tossed the shotgun into the back seat and rushed to the driver's seat. Fortunately, the Cessna 172 was merely a four-seat monoplane and did not require a long runway to take off. As they neared the runway's end, Wellington yanked the control stick and soared into the blue sky, just as Xiaoming intended to turn the machine gun on Wellington's ascending plane. He noticed mutants had already surged onto the taxiway, now merely 50 meters away. He cursed every profane word he could think of in both Chinese and English, directing his fury toward the mutants. Feng Yuxing struggled several times before finally inserting the key, promptly starting the engine and steering toward the airport exit. Due to the hangar's obstruction, the vehicle had to travel forward along the taxiway before exiting the hangar. She pressed the accelerator to the floor. Xiaoming aimed the machine gun at the mutants, only to see Gordon sprinting behind the vehicle. The poor dog had been forgotten amidst the chaos. "Dog! Dog!" Xiaoming shouted, patting the roof of the car. Feng Yuxing quickly reduced speed, and thankfully, Gordon, trained as a search and rescue dog, leaped into the vehicle. Within mere seconds, the mutants had already reached the helicopter. Xiaoming turned the machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the fuel truck. Bullets pierced the tank, sparking flames that ignited the vapors within. Suddenly, a fierce explosion erupted from the fuel truck, annihilating hundreds of mutants, with those further away losing limbs in the blast. The fuel truck was still connected to the helicopter by a refueling hose, and its explosion triggered the helicopter's destruction. The rapidly spinning main rotor of the helicopter was sent flying, a fragment soaring over Xiaoming's head and embedding itself into the hangar's metal wall. Feng Yuxing floored the accelerator, shouting, "Brace yourselves." She drove the vehicle through a section of barbed wire, charging onto the airport's terrain. If the pickup truck they had driven days earlier had offered comfort and good suspension, this military-grade vehicle bore none of those luxuries. How did he know there would be a helicopter at Luton Airport, and that coincidentally, there would be a fixed-wing aircraft being refueled nearby? Perhaps Wellington's claims about the number of mutants were true. They had scarcely encountered any along the way. But how could it be that the terminal was teeming with mutants? And he fortuitously required a group to provide cover? Wellington had clearly scouted the area beforehand. However, he alone could not take off without alarming the horde. Nor could he take off while battling them. His plan was nearly flawless, needing only a few naive souls to provide diversion and draw fire. Unfortunately, Xiaoming and his companions were the first unsuspecting fools he encountered. Xiaoming slammed his fist against the seat back, startling Lambert in front. Lambert said nothing. No one had anticipated that Wellington would abandon them. Xiaoming sighed, realizing they could only hope for the best. "My dear citizens, in the past 2 weeks, our nation, like many others, has suffered tremendous calamity. The government has collapsed, the military has been obliterated, and society has disintegrated, rendering millennia of human civilization to ashes. Just half a month ago, this blue planet was home to 7 billion souls. Now, it is difficult to ascertain if even 100 million remain alive. When the pandemic struck 6 months ago, no one foresaw this day. When mutations began occurring weeks ago, few could have anticipated this. But the day has arrived. And it shall not depart. Darkness has enveloped the world. Remember, we face an unprecedented enemy, one that mere days ago were your friends, brothers, and parents. Yet today, they have transformed into monsters eager to consume you. Some among you may ask, my king, is this the twilight of human civilization? Is this the swan song of England? I can only tell you this. It is not the twilight of human civilization, nor the end for the great English people. Some say that the United Kingdom has entered a decline, no longer the maritime empire it once was. But in my eyes, we remain as formidable as we were a century ago. Some in Parliament have suggested deploying nuclear weapons against our own soil. But such cowards have been banished under the scorn of all. We shall fight for tomorrow. We shall fight for hope. If there are survivors, make your way to France. In Paris, the ember of human civilization still flickers. The desire to survive has bridged the divide between our nations, and together, in the spirit of great friendship, we shall triumph. We will not surrender. We will not retreat. Despite the dwindling number of humanity that remains in the world, we shall resolutely resist. We will never allow the ember of human civilization to extinguish in our generation. Oh, citizens of England, we shall never relinquish our land. Just as we fought against the Nazis a century ago, we shall combat in France. We shall engage in battle across the countryside. And we will confront our adversaries in the cities with ever-increasing confidence and strength. Our nation once conquered the world. Our fleets traversed the globe. And we were the mightiest empire known to humankind. Whatever the cost may be, we shall defend our islands. We will fight on the beaches. We will fight on the landing grounds. We will fight in the fields and on the streets. We will fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. God save Britain. Glory belongs to England. God shall forever stand by our side. Great human civilization. Long live. The King of Britain delivered this address in Paris, France. Chapter 62. Entering London, Wellington's actions took the three by surprise, and during their meal, Xiaoming wore a sullen expression. What a bastard, Lambert remarked fiercely. Biting into a potato. A thankless wretch, devoid of conscience. Upon seeing Feng Yuxing's timid demeanor, Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so frightened? I'm not angry with you. You seem to be in a bad mood, Feng Yuxing said, handing Xiaoming a piece of candy. Here, have this. It will cheer you up, Lambert interjected. Are none of you listening to me? After lunch, as Xiaoming was transporting the MREs left by Wellington from the helicopter to the train, he suddenly noticed several of the potatoes they had brought were sprouting. They were certainly inedible now, but could they possibly cultivate them on the train? Contemplating the feasibility of farming aboard the train, he jumped down from the engine and unexpectedly encountered Lambert approaching him. Now that the pilot has fled, how do you plan to get into the city? Lambert inquired. I believe Wellington's words carry some credibility, Xiaoming replied, understanding Lambert's implication. They were currently driving an open-top vehicle, which offered scant protection. There are areas with few zombies, Lambert pointed out. Indeed, he cannot deceive us on that front, Lambert nodded. But the situation within London is another matter. Yes, Xiaoming sighed. We should have scrutinized his statements more closely. London is vast. Relying solely on artillery for a day and night bombardment seems unlikely to reduce it to mere ruins. Especially considering that, according to him, the western side is not the main offensive direction. Lambert nodded, acknowledging that their gullibility was not solely a result of Wellington's cunning, but rather their own naivety. Is your drone still operational? Xiaoming suddenly asked. It ran out of battery long ago, Lambert replied. Who brings a charging cable in a post-apocalyptic scenario? As dusk fell, the trio decided against traveling by night and resolved to set off the following day. The next morning, Xiaoming awoke to find heavy rain pouring outside, an unwelcome predicament for those in an open-top vehicle. Lambert was outside in the rain, securing the rain cover over the car's hood, while Feng Yuxing remained fast asleep nearby. Xiaoming gently roused Feng Yuxing and went outside to assist Lambert with the rain cover. Once prepared, they embarked on their journey towards London in the leaky, drafty vehicle. After a bumpy 20-minute ride along the tracks, they finally transitioned onto the road. Xiaoming, seated in the passenger seat, checked the machine gun while Feng Yuxing, feeling cold, tightly embraced Gordon. With his round, curious eyes, Gordon surveyed the unfamiliar scenery. Before long, a toppled truck completely obstructed a small bridge. Beneath it lay a river, the depth of which was uncertain. I'll go see how deep this river is, Xiaoming declared, donning a helmet before exiting the vehicle. Hey, be careful. Feng Yuxing hurriedly followed him out. What are you doing following me? Xiaoming asked, removing the helmet and placing it on Feng Yuxing's head. It's pouring rain. Feng Yuxing replied, we don't know how deep that river is. It's dangerous for you to just jump in. I'm not that foolish, Xiaoming retorted, gazing at the river, which appeared quite turbulent from the rain. He took a fire axe and chopped off a long branch from a nearby tree, wielding it as he approached the riverbank. He prodded the riverbed with the branch, which only reached about a third of the river's width, but it sufficed. The water didn't seem too deep, although there were quite a few stones. Lambert drove the vehicle across the river, splashing all three of them. The overturned truck blocked the road, causing traffic to extend several kilometers behind it. The trio had to navigate along the railing, and soon, the buildings of London came into view. Wellington had not deceived them. The mutated creatures in the western part of the city had been drawn away. Amidst the downpour, London appeared to them as a ghost town, devoid of humanity or mutated beings, not even birds or beasts. It stood silently, a colossal city seemingly reduced to an ancient relic. As they entered the city, Lambert could only maneuver the vehicle slowly along the narrow sidewalks, as the roads were congested with vehicles fleeing the city. Xiaoming remained vigilant, wary of any mutated creatures that might emerge from the nearby buildings. Passing a clothing store, Feng Yuxian called out to Lambert to stop the car. Lambert wiggled his damp toes in his shoes and remarked, "It would be best to find a couple of pairs of shoes." Feng Yuxian pointed ahead. "Look, there's a sports shoe store not far away. Let us procure some." Feng Yuxian and Xiaoming hopped out of the open-top vehicle and entered the clothing store. All right. I'll go pick out some shoes myself," Lambert said, pulling out his keys and retreating under the awning of a nearby shop toward the shoe store. Xiaoming shone his flashlight around the clothing store. Though it was small, it offered a decent variety. Furthermore, during the outbreak, no one would have looted a clothing store, so it remained relatively intact. Feng Yuxian gathered several pieces of clothing in her arms, while Xiaoming randomly selected a few items. Even in the apocalypse, he had no qualms about wearing whatever was available. Xiaoming noticed that Feng Yuxian was not selective in her choices, mostly opting for jackets and windbreakers. Suddenly, she spotted a particular garment, set aside the clothes she was holding, and began to size it up against herself. Turning to Xiaoming, she asked, "Does it look good?" Fortunately, the mutated creatures had been drawn away. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to enter such a large city and ponder over clothing choices. After exchanging locations, they each selected clothing suitable for changing. "All right, ladies and gentlemen," Lambert restarted the engine. "Let's continue with our mission." Chapter 63, Control Room. Throughout their journey, no mutants appeared to obstruct the path of the trio. Rather, the abandoned vehicles littering the road presented considerable obstacles. Guided by the map, the convertible came to a steady halt at the entrance of Paddington Station. "Do you remember where the control room is?" Xiaoming inquired. "Of course. It's on the second floor of a standalone building," Lambert replied. "This is London's second emergency dispatch center, capable of controlling all junctions within the city in a 25-kilometer radius when the main station becomes inoperative." "What about the backup generator?" Xiaoming asked. It should be near the small building," Lambert responded. Xiaoming shook his head and exited the vehicle, shotgun in hand. Following Lambert's directions, the trio bypassed the train station and headed toward the railway tracks. As they approached the platform, Xiaoming reflected on the impulse he often felt to leap off while waiting for the train. After traversing several tracks, they finally arrived in front of the control room. Xiaoming approached and turned the handle, but the door wouldn't budge. It was a stainless steel security door, impervious to gunfire. So Xiaoming resorted to smashing a nearby window with the butt of his gun. "I wish we could have an army to attract zombies before visiting each city," Lambert lamented. Xiaoming reached through the window to unlock it. Although they could have crawled through, shards of glass remained scattered about. Once the window was open, they entered one by one, with Gordon jumping in. The first floor appeared to be staff quarters, furnished with beds and living essentials. The last to enter, Feng Yuxian grabbed 2 towels and tucked them into her bag. Lambert navigated up to the second floor, where a room with a massive screen came into view. "This must be the control room," he said, illuminating the space with his flashlight, revealing a considerable amount of dust floating in the air. "All right. I'll go see where the generator is," Xiaoming declared. Given Lambert's assurance, it should not be difficult to locate, or rather, it was quite visible. As soon as he descended to the first floor, he spotted a nameplate through a corridor window, "Emergency Power Supply Room." After rummaging through the small building, Xiaoming found a set of keys and eventually managed to unlock the power supply room after much trial. Inside, a large and complex generator awaited. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not as complicated as it seemed. As a backup generator, it was designed for rapid activation to replace normal power supply. Thus, the room contained an ample fuel tank alongside the generator. He approached and turned the valve, hearing the sound of fuel flowing. Next, he pulled a nearly invisible red lever, and the generator roared to life. Instantly, the lights in the room illuminated. Xiaoming exhaled in relief, surprised that it still functioned. He mused that if they could transport this device on the train, It would provide a substantial energy source. Unfortunately, they only had the locomotive left. Returning to the control room, the lights were on, yet the screens remained dark. Xiaoming questioned. Wait. Lambert gestured for silence, explaining that such devices often took a moment to boot up. After a brief wait, the large screen finally flickered to life. Aha, it worked, Lambert exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. I thought I would only control tracks and drive trains in video games. Who would have imagined this? With a sense of satisfaction, Lambert initiated the control system, causing the railway signal lights to illuminate. Not far off, the warning bell at the junction of a road and railway suddenly rang, and the barrier began to rise. In the desolate, lifeless city, this scene appeared particularly eerie. All right, let us take a look, Lambert said, taking the tablet from Feng Yuxian and beginning to compare routes. While Lambert adjusted the path, Feng Yuxian pulled out a towel and wiped Xiaoming's head. Xiaoming instinctively flinched, to which Feng Yuxian promptly replied, I just washed it with rainwater. You look like a drowned rat. Xiaoming shrugged. What is the big deal? We'll just get soaked again when we head out. Feng Yuxian frowned, retorting, I'm from Shu. What do you mean by not getting angry yet still commanding respect? Xiaoming reluctantly accepted the towel and began to dry his hair. Feng Yuxian chuckled softly and handed another towel to Lambert. Oh, thank you, Lambert said, tucking the towel into his pocket. All done, Lambert announced, clapping his hands. Now we can drive the train straight to the underwater tunnel. Perfect. Xiaoming sighed in relief. Finally, they would be leaving England today. The rain outside had lessened considerably, and the sun seemed poised to break through the clouds. It appeared Wellington had not been misleading. Xiaoming had initially wished to take the convertible with him, but with only the locomotive remaining, it was futile. Since they could not transport an entire vehicle, they decided to dismantle it for parts. Together, Xiaoming and Lambert removed the M2 machine gun along with its mount and welded it atop the train. They also cut a hole in the train's roof, raising the floor with the convertible's frame and hood, allowing someone to extend half their body out to operate the machine gun, to prevent rain leakage through the new opening. They dismantled several supports in the canopy of the convertible to fashion a new awning for the train. They certainly did not overlook the M240, which was installed on the window of the right side cockpit door. All noticeable metal sheeting from the vehicle was stripped away and welded to the sides of the train to reinforce its structure. Essentially, the originally convertible version of the Land Rover Defender now consisted solely of 4 tires and an engine. Remarkably, they did not spare the tires either, securing them at the front of the locomotive as a buffer for impact. After completing this extensive work, the cutting machine had reached its limits and required a blade replacement, while the welding torch had run out of fuel. Chapter 64. Safe travels. As the afternoon drew to a close, the trio finally gathered their preparations to set off. Their provisions remained ample. Although the potatoes were increasingly sprouting, the canned goods, packaged food, and water were sufficient for a week for the 3 of them and their dog. Despite Wellington's departure, he had left behind a considerable stock of military rations, an alcohol stove, some cups, and a small pot, thus equipping them for cooking. In terms of long-range firepower, they possessed around 200 rounds of ammunition for their machine guns, for hunting rifles, 2 shotguns, 1 assault rifle, and 3 handguns of varying calibers, totaling nearly 600 rounds. Additionally, they had 2 grenades. For close combat, they had iron rods, knives, and a fire axe. Xiaoming lamented the loss of Li Long's baseball bat, which had been left at the fire station. Overall, their firepower was robust enough to contend with a small horde of 1,000 or so undead. They had also gathered essential daily necessities, toiletries, and a change of clothes, filling the rear of the vehicle completely. After 2 reinforcements, the locomotive's protective capabilities had improved. While it might not carve a path through a horde in a major city, it would no longer risk damaging its wheels. As the weather gradually cleared, the 3 of them donned fresh attire. Let us depart, Lambert declared, stepping aboard the train. The train gradually accelerated, leaving behind the wreckage of a Land Rover. Compared to the congested streets filled with vehicles, the railway was an epitome of unobstructed passage. Xiaoming noticed some weeds sprouting from the gravel beneath the tracks, adding a touch of color to the gray expanse. Having pre-planned their route, Lambert boldly increased the train's speed. No longer crawling at a sluggish 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, the speedometer on the control panel approached 100. Shouldn't you slow down a bit? Xiaoming cautioned. The wind howling through the hole in the ceiling was deafening as the train picked up pace. Lambert could hardly contain his grin. With no detours or mutants obstructing their way, he was eager to enjoy the ride. Though London was vast, it was merely a half-hour affair for a train traveling at high speed. The train swiftly crossed the Thames, hurtling toward the southern side of the city. Lambert had not intentionally plotted a route to avoid the mutant-infested eastern districts. Rather, most roads there had been obliterated by the military. Nevertheless, they caught sight of the distant ruins along the Thames. The once towering city center had transformed into a landscape of rubble. With the few remaining structures bearing the scars of destruction, Xiaoming felt something was amiss along the banks of the Thames. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the London Eye was gone. What was even more disheartening was the absence of Big Ben. Lambert slowed the train as it navigated through the city. Fortunately, while there were numerous platforms, most trains were stationed at the main station. Before long, the buildings alongside the tracks began to dwindle. Contrary to expectations, navigating through London proved to be the swiftest part of their journey. The train entered a high-speed rail line, a straight path from southern London to Ashford, devoid of any curves. This delighted Lambert, who momentarily forgot about the shattered windows and mounted machine gun. However, his joy was short-lived, interrupted by the shivering of his companions. "Now, this is starting to resemble a railway journey," remarked Xiaoming as the train sped past Ashford. With the entrance to the Channel Tunnel ahead, Lambert began to decelerate, while Xiaoming surveyed the scenery beside the tracks, which consisted solely of trees. "Where's the sea?" Xiaoming inquired. "The tunnel entrance is not in the sea," Lambert explained. "In fact, it is quite a distance from the coast. You may not catch a glimpse of the ocean." Xiaoming nodded regretfully. He had hoped to see the English Channel. Having studied abroad for 2 years, he had done some traveling. But the pandemic had confined him to his home country for over a year. As the train gradually turned and entered a tunnel, an expansive train parking lot came into view. Rows of different trains were parked there, some hauling freight, others specifically for transporting vehicles. The railway's end appeared as a dark, cavernous opening, reminiscent of a gaping maw ready to engulf the train. "Well, I hope none of you suffer from claustrophobia," Lambert said cautiously. Moments later, the train plunged into darkness. "How long will it take to traverse the tunnel?" Xiaoming shouted over the noise. The train's clamor was already loud enough, and the echoing sounds within the tunnel only amplified it. They could only hope that after these 2 days, they would still have their hearing intact. "If all goes well?" "About 35 minutes, Lambert replied loudly. "Let us just hope we don't encounter any obstructions." Meanwhile, Feng Yuxian quietly stuffed 2 balls of cotton in her ears, having just torn them from her clothing, and handed 2 more to the men. Lambert seemed to have found his rhythm. 10 minutes later, a train silhouette appeared in the distance, illuminated by the headlights piercing through the tunnel. It was a passenger train. The roars of the mutants drowned out the noise of their own train, and as they drew closer, the 3 of them beheld the carriages filled with throngs of mutants. Without hesitation, Xiaoming hoisted the shotgun and climbed atop the train. Peering over the edge, he positioned the heavy machine gun. Lambert did not reduce speed. With iron plates and tires added to the front, there was no distance left to hook onto the lead train. It was more effective to simply ram into it. The locomotive collided forcefully with the rear of the passenger train, causing Xiaoming to jolt forward and bang his head against the machine gun. Dazed, he recalled having considered giving Lambert a walkie-talkie a few days prior. It now seemed utterly essential. The impact propelled the passenger train forward, shattering several windows in the process. With the lead train obstructing their path, the train's acceleration slowed considerably, granting the mutants an opportunity. They began to assault the windows, crawling out from within. As the 2 trains moved at a sluggish pace, the mutants clung to the front of Xiaoming's train, attempting to scale it, rubbing his head and enduring the pain. Xiaoming raised his shotgun, ready to defend against the impending threat. Chapter 65. Undersea Tunnel. Xiaoming pulled the trigger, sending a mutant tumbling off the front of the train. The headlight, obstructed by the lead car, illuminated only a minuscule area, while the majority of the surroundings sank back into darkness. As the train plunged deeper into the cave at an increasing speed, the surrounding air grew increasingly murky and foul. Xiaoming struck down another mutant that had clawed its way up, dragging 2 of its companions into the abyss as it fell. Fortunately, with the train accelerating, the mutants could no longer scale the roof from either side. The threat, however, was far from over. The cars were linked, and the mutants began to crawl towards Xiaoming through the windshield. Inside the carriage, Lambert and Feng Yuxian caught sight of the grotesque faces of the mutants pressed against the glass, distorted by the pressure of the wind. Xiaoming, wary of shattering the windshield with a shotgun, drew his sidearm and shot through the heads of the 2 mutants at the forefront. He was oblivious to the train's speed, but the wind stung his eyes painfully. Soon, however, that sensation faded. As the train delved deeper into the underwater tunnel, the ventilation system, long unmaintained and devoid of power for a month, had ceased to function, leaving the air in the tunnel increasingly thin. Lambert, sensing the growing lethargy, increased the train's velocity. Xiaoming too felt a tightening in his chest, fatigue setting in, and his gun trembling in his grip. His body struggled to breathe. Yet the oxygen around him was nearly depleted. A blow to his head compounded his suffering, leaving his ears ringing. He felt utterly wretched. Nevertheless, he persisted in firing at the mutants scaling the train. In his mind, he counted the minutes. 10 minutes. If he could hold on just 10 more minutes, oxygen would return. It had taken 10 minutes to encounter the mutants since entering the tunnel, and after a brief skirmish, the oxygen had begun to dwindle. This must be the deepest part of the tunnel. Xiaoming noticed the mutants' movement slowing. Despite their monstrous forms, they could not escape the limitations of the human body. However, the mutants were bolstered by a virus that paralyzed them, leaving Xiaoming to rely solely on his willpower to withstand them. Should he succumb to unconsciousness now, he and the two companions, along with the dog, would surely perish. Hypoxia proved far more lethal than the mutants. At this moment, Xiaoming could no longer ponder how the mutants survived in such a low-oxygen environment. Perhaps it was due to a hibernation mechanism or the virus's effects. All he felt was the impending darkness closing in. The once foul odor he had detected dissipated, not because the air had improved, but because his mind was clouding. Fortunately, there was still some oxygen in the tunnel. It was merely that the overwhelming presence of various pollutants had left the oxygen levels perilously low. With hundreds of mutants in the train ahead competing for breath, leaving scant oxygen for the three of them. The two inside had already succumbed to unconsciousness, silent. Images began to flicker through Xiaoming's mind like a strobe light. His family far away, Li Long lying lifeless, the blood-red eyes of the mutants. Then, joyful memories surfaced, his family smiles, the camaraderie shared with his companions in their struggle for survival. His heartbeat slowed, his fingers lost the strength to pull the trigger. And all that remained in his vision were the mutants slowly crawling onto the roof of the train. Was this the end? Suddenly, Xiaoming felt a rush of air fill his lungs once more. Though the atmosphere remained murky, the oxygen levels had noticeably risen. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed his pistol at the mutant that had climbed before him. The underwater tunnel, which required 35 minutes to traverse, had taken 20 minutes. And they were nearing the exit. As Lambert lay unconscious, his hand inadvertently pushed the throttle to full speed, causing the train to race ahead. Xiaoming caught another whiff of the foul air, and once again felt the wind whipping against his face. He never imagined he would find the scent somewhat agreeable. Raising his machine gun, he aimed at the first car and squeezed the trigger. The bullets pierced through the metal roof, entering the carriage. At that moment, a slight bend appeared ahead on the tracks, and the speeding train derailed the lead car, crashing it against the tunnel wall. The rear train car, still unyielding in speed, forced the lead car to careen along the wall, tipping over. Despite this chaos, Lambert remained unconscious, and their car continued to push forward with all its might. The lead car, now sideways, created a zigzag formation, its roof scraping against the tunnel walls and igniting sparks. Fortunately, Xiaoming and Lambert had lengthened the front of the train, preventing the couplings from connecting with the lead car. Otherwise, they too would have faced disaster. The dark tunnel was illuminated by sparks, revealing the lead car wedged against the tunnel, still being propelled forward. Xiaoming leaped down from the roof, tumbling from the elevated platform. Clutching his aching head, he rose and reached out to rouse the unconscious Lambert. The tunnel began to curve again. The lead car's front was almost lifted off the ground, scraping against the ceiling and shattering the emergency lights above. Xiaoming shook Lambert desperately, checking for signs of life as he felt for breath. Lambert's respiration was slowly returning. Light emerged at the tunnel's end. The exit was near. After struggling for a time to awaken Lambert, Xiaoming grasped his hand and yanked it away from the throttle, pulling it down to the limit. Yet, this was still not enough to slow their descent. The curve continued, and without the lead car to act as a buffer, they risked hurtling off the tracks. Xiaoming spotted a red button near the control panel and struck it forcefully. The emergency brakes engaged, and the train's wheels screeched against the tracks as the braking system finally began to decelerate. The lead car had exited the tunnel, crashing heavily onto the tracks. But the curve at the tunnel's end sent it entirely off the rails. Paris, France, Arc de Triomphe, 2 weeks after the mutation. Though night had fallen, the area surrounding the Louvre was ablaze with gunfire. Intense battles had raged for 10 days, with over 10 million mutants converging upon the heart of Paris, leaving the defending forces on the brink of exhaustion. 10 days of combat had eliminated nearly 4 million mutants, almost double the city's core population. Every young person had taken to the front lines. Men and women aged 16 to 65 had armed themselves. Thanks to extensive preparations before the disaster, Paris had managed to hold out for a full 10 days. However, as of today, hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles lay abandoned in the streets, their fuel and ammunition depleted. Only a few artillery pieces and mortars remained operational near the Arc de Triomphe. The eastern and northern defenses had been breached, forcing the defending troops to retreat. The mutants continued to pour in relentlessly. From the moment the military began shelling the city, the outcome had been inevitable. The sound of cannon fire attracted mutants from within the city, and soon the suburbs would echo with their roars, drawing forth mutants from even farther towns. Surrounding villages, compounded by the effects of deurbanization, were likewise teeming with mutants. In waves, every mutant within a 100-kilometer radius surged toward the city center. Unlike the British forces, the French military was compelled to hold their ground until all civilians were evacuated. They must endure wave after wave of mutants, akin to their ancestors from centuries past, flooding into the city. However, while our ancestors aspired to wealth and glory, these beings yearned for a feast of flesh and blood. Fortunately, over 20,000 civilians within the city have evacuated via helicopters, boats, and convoys, leaving only a remnant of 3,000 soldiers and young volunteers to form a rearguard. Albert hurriedly entered the underground catacombs. Prior to the mutations, the government had never opened the areas of the catacombs north of the Seine. After the disaster struck, this place became the most viable refuge. Above, the ground stood over 20 meters high, where shells fell, sending clouds of dust cascading down. He turned down a corridor, where the skulls lining the walls appeared almost benign. In one crypt, a dozen soldiers clad in the uniforms of the French army were anxiously communicating via radio with the outside world. A commanding officer, upon noticing Albert's entrance, turned to him and said, "Major, the evacuation helicopters will arrive in 15 minutes, and the convoy will reach us in half an hour." "What about the tanks?" Albert inquired. "Order the tanks to break through." "The tanks are immobile. Only 5 are still defending the Arc de Triomphe, but they are out of fuel, having only shells left." The commander took a drag from his cigarette. "The helicopters will bring some supplies, but the nearby base is also devoid of ammunition. We must go farther afield to procure reinforcements." Another shell exploded nearby, dust settling on the commander's helmet. "We face an enemy force that outnumbers us by over 2,000. Albert stated. "Without sufficient ammunition and supplies, we cannot hold out." "What is our plan for evacuation?" Albert asked. "The last 1,500 will leave with the convoy. The helicopters and boats can transport 500 more, but the final 500 have no available vehicles." "I said from the beginning," Albert shouted in anger. "We should have gathered all armored forces to break out of the city instead of waiting here to die." The commander lit another cigarette and replied, "Our vehicles are useless. The civilians' vehicles cannot break through the urban area. You've seen the sheer number of them. They could easily overturn an armored vehicle." He patted Albert on the shoulder, adding, "That is why we are soldiers." On the streets, the mutated beings surged forward. Some even climbed atop their fallen comrades to reach the rooftops. Within a 10-kilometer radius from the outskirts of Paris to the Arc de Triomphe, only rubble remained, save for the area near the Arc, which had not been shelled. The remaining buildings provided the mutated a more three-dimensional means of assault, as searchlights illuminated the area around the Arc de Triomphe, casting light upon the chaos. Some mutated beings leapt from rooftops onto the barricades. Gunfire, roars, and explosions merged into a cacophony. Humanity's firepower was formidable, yet after 10 consecutive days of battle, the mutated beings seemed to have gained the upper hand through sheer numbers. The supply from helicopters was evidently insufficient to sustain the rate of cannon fire. Perhaps when the number of mutated beings within the city exceeded that of humans, the evacuation of civilians should have been prioritized. However, the military leadership opted to establish a quarantine zone within the city, believing it to be merely a localized public health crisis. Unaware of the extent and severity of the situation that would ensue, they underestimated the influence of the mutated on one another, as the roar of a small horde could be heard nearly a kilometer away, drawing in more of their kind. By the time the survivors within the city began their evacuation, the number of mutated beings converging on Paris had multiplied several times over. While the decision to hold the city may have saved many lives, it also left those unable to evacuate in a state of despair. No one could now assess whether the decision to hold Paris was right or wrong. That judgment would be left to posterity. 2 weeks after the mutations in Paris, at the Arc de Triomphe, the sound of artillery echoed. Boom, boom, boom. 3-2 R2 M120mm mortars fired in succession, their shells tracing a perfect arc through the air before accurately landing among the front lines of the horde. The trajectory of the horde was not difficult to calculate. Having lost nearly all pain response and fatigue, they charged forward relentlessly. Given the obstructions of various buildings and debris, their path towards the Arc de Triomphe was predictable. Now, for the French soldiers defending the Arc de Triomphe, the greatest challenge was the dwindling supply of shells. Furthermore, the recent wave of the horde had breached their defenses, inflicting casualties among the defenders. Several soldiers dragged an unconscious comrade from the front lines. Half of his leg had been bitten off by a mutated being, exposing bone through the remnants of flesh. This wave had concluded. As the mutated were drawn from various locations outside the city, their arrival times varied. The remaining defenders received a brief respite, gathering remaining supplies and tending to the wounded. A lieutenant rushed towards Albert, his face smeared with dirt and blood. Exhaustion etched upon his features. "Commander," the lieutenant reported. "Take a head count and prepare for evacuation," Albert instructed. A flicker of relief crossed the lieutenant's face, though he quickly returned to a state of alertness, for the battle was far from over. "The helicopters will arrive shortly," Albert said, gazing towards the horizon, where flames from incendiary devices continued to spread beyond the city, painting the darkened sky a fiery red. "They will bring supplies. All operational helicopters will assist in the evacuation." The lieutenant walked alongside Albert to the edge of their defensive line. "How many can we transport?" "Super Stallions, Cougars, Servals. The entire fleet can carry about 500 people. 2 Stallions can accommodate 100 each," the lieutenant replied. "And what are the remaining individuals?" "Having vehicles is already a blessing. I thought the convoy had retreated south," the lieutenant answered. "The primary issue is that we need to prepare ammunition to cover the convoy. Without the protection of those 155mm artillery pieces, it will be challenging for them to enter the city," Albert remarked, glancing at the dozen or so artillery pieces that had fallen silent. Initially, there had been a full complement of 40 155mm guns at the Arc de Triomphe, but even with rotations and fire, the relentless intensity of combat had rendered most inoperative. The sound of helicopters grew nearer from the distant sky. Several soldiers looked up to see the illuminated fleet flying towards them with supplies. "Clear the landing zone," the lieutenant shouted. "Quickly, get the critically injured aboard first." Albert checked the time. It was already late at night, and the roar of a new wave of the horde echoed from afar. The helicopters and the horde surged towards the Arc de Triomphe from opposite directions, one heralding hope, the other death. The battle would continue. Hours later, the sun rose in the east, casting light upon the streets strewn with corpses and remnants of flesh. The mutated beings surged over the ruins of human resistance, frantically rushing towards the last fallen soldiers. They clawed and wrestled over the bodies, fighting until one could finally secure a bite. Paris was devoid of any living souls. Chapter 66, Arrival in Calais. The train ahead tumbled across the expansive parking lot, finally coming to a halt only after colliding with 2 other trains. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming's train managed to come to a stop without further movement. He let out a sigh of relief and opened the cabin door to allow fresh air to circulate. They could not linger here for long. Not only was it uncertain whether any mutated beings survived in the overturned train, but the noise of the crash was akin to the sound of cannon fire. What Xiao Ming did not know was that the exit of the underwater tunnel in France led to a large train station. Here, not only were trains parked, but also many cars awaiting transportation to England. Moreover, there were countless people present. No sooner had the door been opened than the 2 unconscious individuals began to regain consciousness, and a large number of mutated beings appeared at the front of the train. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ming slapped Lambert across the face. The pain proved effective, and Lambert groggily opened his eyes. "Drive." As Lambert's vision cleared, he noticed Xiao Ming striking him. Dazed, he raised a hand to shield his face and asked, "What happened?" "Get up and drive. We've arrived in France." Xiao Ming climbed atop the machine gun mounted on the roof and began firing at the approaching mutated beings. With a groan, Lambert covered his head and struggled to rise, only to witness a scene reminiscent of hell. The wreckage of the train lay strewn about, and the mutated beings charged toward them. Shell casings fell from the roof, landing on Lambert's head and burning him slightly. This jolted him fully awake. He shook the still-dazed Fengyushin, who was also getting up from the floor while clutching his head. Fortunately, the train had been speeding through the tunnel's center, and they had only experienced brief suffocation, inhaling minimal toxic gas. Xiao Ming continued firing at the tide of corpses until the machine gun emitted a dull click, indicating it was out of ammunition. Realizing they could no longer remain on the train, Lambert grabbed the shotgun from the ground and pulled Xiao Ming down. Xiao Ming glanced at Lambert, still disoriented, and stumbled as he clutched the machine gun on the right door, resuming his shooting. Lambert quickly realized that Xiao Ming had completely misunderstood his intent. He was suggesting an escape, not informing him that there was still a machine gun available. The wave of corpses was closing in on the front of the train, and the sounds of collision and the train itself had not only roused the mutated beings within the station but had also attracted those in the surrounding towns. Suddenly, a rocket flew from a nearby hill, exploding amidst the horde of corpses. The unexpected blast startled Xiao Ming, who was still processing the chaos when a girl's voice rang out from outside the train. "Still shooting? Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" She spoke in French tinged with a Japanese accent, rendering her incomprehensible to Xiao Ming. Observing the advancing mutated beings, the girl appeared anxious and switched to English, exclaiming, Now, hurry up." Although her English bore a Japanese accent, Xiao Ming grasped her urgency. At that moment, Feng Yuxing also regained consciousness, and the two inside the train were clearly astonished by the sudden appearance of the girl outside. "Let us go," Xiao Ming urged, continuing to provide cover with the machine gun for the two inside. Quickly, Feng Yuxing hoisted the still unconscious Gordon onto her back while Lambert hurried to assist in dragging him along. Together, they followed the girl as she led them toward the rear of the train. Lambert pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it toward the horde, then turned to catch up with the others. The grenade did not detonate with the dramatic explosions seen in films. Instead, it released a shower of shrapnel that incapacitated a group of mutated beings nearby. An off-road vehicle barreled down the hillside, and the unfamiliar girl was the first to jump inside. A burly man brandished in 416 Hong Kong dollars and began firing at the mutated beings behind Xiao Ming. Despite Lambert's assistance, Feng Yuxing's pace began to slow under the weight of the 60-pound Gordon. Predictably, after only a few shots, the gun jammed. The firearms salvaged from the mutated beings were hardly maintained. Xiao Ming pulled the bolt back to eject a round, finally able to resume firing. The Japanese girl seemed to realize that sitting in the vehicle was not the best course of action. She quickly jumped out to help lift Gordon into the back seat. "Kid, it's time to go," the burly man shouted. Xiao Ming stowed his rifle and leapt into the passenger seat of the vehicle. "You're impressive," the man said, gripping the steering wheel. "You are the first group of survivors I've seen leave England in days. Is it just us after all this time?" Xiao Ming asked. "Most people likely suffocated in the underwater tunnel," the man replied. "I'm Ashji Kosman, a lieutenant in the 13th Parachute Dragoons of the French Army." He continued. "The girl in the back is Yamada Rio, a student from the National School of Music in Calais. Her English isn't very good." "Yamada Rio?" Lambert inquired. "Is she from Lonely Rock?" Finding a kindred spirit, Yamada Rio beamed. "Yes, just like that." "All right," Xiao Ming thought, reflecting on the diverse company of Chinese, French, English, and Japanese individuals. The off-road vehicle shook off the horde and drove along a narrow country road. "You're lucky today," Ashji remarked. "We went out to scavenge for supplies and heard the commotion, so we came to investigate. Otherwise, you would have had a tough time escaping." Xiao Ming nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. The dog will be fine. It's quite capable, and besides, we passed through the tunnel quickly." Feng Yuxing nodded, patting Gordon's head. "I believe in him. He's still breathing and has a heartbeat. He's just tired." The vehicle veered into a forest and came to a halt in front of a small cabin. "We've arrived," Ashji announced as he opened the car door. "Make yourselves at home." Xiao Ming nodded, surveying the surroundings. The woodland cabin was secluded from towns and main roads, with glimpses of the coastline visible through the trees. He inhaled the hard-won fresh air with greedy appreciation. Chapter 67A Transaction. Several individuals worked in unison to carry Gordon into the cabin, placing him atop the dining table. His abdomen still rose and fell, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Feng Yuxing stood vigil by Gordon's side, attentively monitoring his condition. The rustic cabin boasted 2 stories. The first floor featured a relatively spacious living room adorned with an array of mounted animal heads above the fireplace. The kitchen was separated from the living area by a bar, which not only bore a pile of canned goods but also an abundance of fresh fruits and meats. As for the second floor, Xiao Ming could not see it, but generally, the upper level housed bedrooms. "How's my home?" Ashji asked, setting his assault rifle down onto a nearby table. "There are some provisions in the kitchen, and this forest is teeming with small game." Xiao Ming followed Ashji closer, only then noticing that the meat on the table consisted of a rabbit, its skin expertly removed, and another squirrel similarly prepared. "Are these animals uninfected?" Xiao Ming inquired. "Your dog hasn't been infected either," Ashji replied. "As far as we know, this virus is of the same strain as the pandemic that occurred 6 months ago. It only affects humans." "That sounds reminiscent of a biological weapon," Xiao Ming remarked. That was the speculation while I was still with my unit, Ashtich said, tossing the rabbit onto the cutting board to begin the task of butchering, though it remained merely hearsay. Currently, no one had the luxury of time to study the virus. What happened to your unit? Xiaoming asked. It was disbanded, Ashtich answered. When the mutation first transpired, we were dispatched to assist in the lockdown at Fabry. But soon the troops assigned to the blockade themselves transformed into monsters. Ashtich sliced open the rabbit's belly, methodically removing its innards. I encountered her while retreating towards Omyan. He continued, tilting his chin towards the living room where Yamada Ryo was animatedly conversing with Lambert. Initially, our group consisted of over 200 individuals, both civilians and military personnel. Gradually, our numbers dwindled, some mutated, while others were captured by the infected. Ashtich scooped a ladle of water from a bucket, rinsing the rabbit-esque carcass. Later, we learned that Omyan had fallen as well. The military there mutated even before the civilians did. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming sighed. It appeared that the situation in France was scarcely better than in Britain. About a week ago, I completely lost contact with my unit, but prior to that, I received word that Paris was still resisting. Some troops had managed to clear a portion of the city to accommodate survivors. Ashtich set the rabbit aside and began to prepare the squirrel. Squirrel meat is hardly appetizing, he remarked, glancing at Yamada Ryo in the living room. At times, she reminds me of my daughter. What of your daughter? Xiaoming inquired. After my divorce, she has resided in Paris with her mother. We used to live in Calais, which is why I own this little house here. Ashtich's movement slowed as he spoke of his daughter. I wonder how she is faring in Paris. Why don't you go look for her? Xiaoming asked, puzzled. The outskirts of Paris are swarming with the undead, Ashtich replied, though it is not far from here. There are countless villages and towns. Even if I could breach the layers of the blockade, entering Paris would be impossible. As he spoke, Ashtich paused, turning to Xiaoming with a question. Your train appears quite sturdy. Could it possibly take me to Paris? Of course, certainly, Lambert interjected before Xiaoming could respond. Ashtich surveyed the group's gear. If I am not mistaken, all your belongings are aboard the train, correct? Xiaoming asked directly. So your bargaining chip is our train? He called Feng Yuxing and Lambert over to the living room. He seems quite capable, Lambert noted. You all seem to have forgotten just a few days ago. Another soldier appeared equally resolute, Feng Yuxing remarked. In truth, Xiaoming pondered that if they did not recruit another capable individual into their ranks soon, he would be utterly exhausted, especially with Yamada Ryo likely to join the group. How do you intend to communicate with him? Feng Yuxing asked. Will he accompany us? After some contemplation, Xiaoming replied. If he can provide us cover to secure the train, we would hold the reins of the situation. We can either flee or take them along. He paused briefly before adding, Paris lacks walls. I do not believe the chances of his daughter surviving within are particularly high. I just overheard your conversation, Feng Yuxing interjected. He mentioned that the outskirts of Paris are overrun with zombies. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go himself? Moreover, this would only hinder our progress. Lambert suggested, the optimal course of action would be to breach our agreement and acquire the train for ourselves. We cannot do that. Xiaoming shook his head. Just because we have been abandoned does not imply we should abandon others. Either we agree to his terms and work together, Xiaoming stated, or we decline, spend a night here, and then devise our own plan. After further discussion, the trio ultimately resolved to acquiesce to Ashtich's proposal. Ashtich nodded, no problem. Secondly, should we reach Paris, regardless of whether you find your daughter or not, you must accompany us upon our departure. Ashtich fell silent for a moment before asking, if I locate my daughter, may I bring her along? You may join us at the cargo yard we just passed through, Ashtich replied. I can secure you at least 2 hours. Xiaoming extended his hand, stating, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 68 Rest and Recuperation. Let us dine first, Ashti suggested. You all need to rest. We shall depart tomorrow after dinner. Although Xiaoming could discern Ashti's eagerness to set off immediately, he resolved against venturing into the inky night. He understood that even with soldiers stationed within the city of Paris, each additional day posed its own perils. Reflecting on this, he found himself admiring Ashti. At least he was more reliable than Wellington, who had seemingly vanished into thin air. Where has the rough-haired one gone? Yamada Ryo inquired. Why did he take it outside? Lambert asked, puzzled. The sweet fuel has been exhausted, Yamada Ryo continued in her heavily accented English. He is only entertaining himself with lighting a fire. Xiaoming shook his head, genuinely attempting to grasp each of Yamada Ryo's words. Gordon finally regained consciousness, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group, particularly from Feng Yuxing, who was overjoyed. However, the dog, having suffered from oxygen deprivation, seemed to have lost some of its wit. It was vigorously shaking its head while gnawing on an old pillow, oblivious to all attempts at coaxing it away. Once a noble German shepherd, it was now resembling a goofy husky. Feng Yuxing managed to wrest the pillow from its jaws, only for Gordon to promptly latch onto a nearby sofa. After finally calming Gordon down, Feng Yuxing approached Xiaoming, who was inspecting an assault rifle nearby. "Are you all right?" Feng Yuxing asked. Xiaoming thought to himself, having nearly suffocated in the underwater tunnel, being caught by a zombie, and banging his head on a machine gun. His palm was still healing. He replied, "What could possibly be wrong? You're not feeling dizzy or anything, are you?" Feng Yuxing inquired with concern. "Not anymore," Xiaoming responded. "And you?" "Much better. That was a close call," Feng Yuxing said, grasping Xiaoming's hand as she unwrapped a bandage. "I simply wish to express my gratitude." Ashjiai's culinary skills were indeed commendable, and the trio could not stop praising the meal, even if it were subpar. It was the first decent meal they had enjoyed in several weeks. How delightful it was. "You must have been a cook in the army," Lambert jested. "Your English is quite proficient," Feng Yuxing remarked to Ashjiai. Xiaoming sliced a rabbit leg and placed it on Feng Yuxing's plate. "Ah, slicing rabbit legs now, are we?" Lambert teased. "I've been driving a train all this way, and you didn't slice one for me." Xiaoming retorted softly, "Beat it." Laughter erupted among them, a rare moment of levity after such a long time. Xiaoming interjected, "All right, let us get back to business. What is your plan?" He tore off a piece of squirrel leg and stuffed it into his mouth, realizing how unpalatable it was. "I will activate the air raid siren in Calais," Ashjiai stated. "That sound will attract all zombies within a radius of several dozen kilometers." "But isn't there a power outage?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Excellent," Xiaoming replied. "Then we shall proceed according to your air raid siren." "I know what you are thinking," Ashjiai continued. "Traversing across Europe is fraught with danger, and you require my assistance along with my firearm." Xiaoming nodded. "From what we understand, the situation in our homeland is relatively better, so accompanying us will not be to your detriment." Gordon poked his head from the dining table, drooling at the sight of the roasted rabbit. "I am aware," Ashjiai said. "So I have agreed, have I not?" After dinner, the sun outside gradually descended. Ashjiai lit candles within the room and drew all the curtains. "If you wish to freshen up, there is a bucket of water behind the house," Ashjiai instructed. "The bedrooms are on the second floor, with 2 for the girls and 1 for the 3 of us." Gordon, still clutching the pillow, spun around Ashjiai's feet as if asking, "What about me?" Ashjiai patted Gordon's head, saying, "You, little one, will sleep on the sofa in the living room." Once everyone had settled, Ashjiai locked the door. Yamada Ryo sat cross-legged on the sofa, cradling a bass guitar, and began to sing. The deep tones of the bass complemented the girl's melodious voice, allowing everyone to unwind. Nightfall descended, accompanied by the soothing music. The following morning, Xiaoming and Ashjiai began to prepare their gear. Ashjiai glanced at Xiaoming's L85A1 and remarked, "What a wretched firearm." "Indeed it is," Xiaoming replied. "Do you possess something superior?" Ashjiai ascended to the second floor and soon returned with a sniper rifle. Its unique design was instantly recognizable to Xiaoming as a F2 sniper rifle, utilizing a 10-round 7.62 NATO cartridge, with an effective range of up to 800 meters. "Do you know how to use it?" Ashjiai inquired. Xiaoming took the sniper rifle and admired it. As an enthusiast of light weaponry, he realized that they had an abundance of firearms at their disposal. He unfolded the bipod and set the sniper rifle on the table, beginning to calibrate the scope. "Very professional," Ashjiai remarked. "Have you served in the military?" "I would advise you to initially shoot at distances within 200 meters, Ashjiai added. "This rifle has exceptional precision, but do not waste ammunition." "Is this for me?" Xiaoming asked, taken aback. "Just borrowing it," Ashjiai replied, "until you find a better long-range weapon than that shotgun and assault rifle." Half an hour later, Xiaoming, Ashjiai, and Lambert stepped outside. Ashjiai approached Yamada Ryo and handed her a note. "I will believe you," Yamada Ryo asserted resolutely. Chapter 69. Reclaiming the train. "I will drive you to the vicinity of the parking lot," Ashjiai declared, tossing a backpack into the SUV. "How long will it take?" Xiaoming inquired. "Perhaps 3 to 4 hours, Ashjiai replied. "Before midnight, it will certainly be resolved." "Not a problem." The SUV turned around and drove towards the woods. "Let us go," Feng Yuxing said, patting Yamada Ryo's shoulder. "They will be fine." Above the parking lot, "Remember the small hill where you emerged from the cave?" Xiaoming nodded, recalling it well, as it had been just yesterday. "You need only to wait for my signal on that hill." Lambert asked, once we move the train. Where will you find us? Do you have a map? Astrid queried. That makes things easier, Astrid continued, not far from the tunnel. There is a station called Pion. Wait for me there. It's a small station, so there shouldn't be many zombies. If you don't want to drive in, just wait outside. And I will come to find you. Xiaoming turned to the burly man beside him and asked, Gale is not a small city, right? Can you handle it alone? That is my home. I know every street within it like the back of my hand, Astrid replied. Moreover, during my deployment in Afghanistan, the Taliban's bullets moved far faster than any zombie. The SUV soon arrived at the hillside near the parking lot, and Xiaoming disembarked, carrying his sniper rifle. Take care of my gun, kid, Astrid said, pressing on the accelerator as he drove off into the distance. Lambert glanced at the shotgun in his hands and sighed. Don't worry, Xiaoming reassured him. Isn't this what satisfies your gun control ideology? The two made their way up the hill, and the expansive parking lot soon came into view, still cluttered with overturned trains and countless mutated beings. These aberrations seemed to remain, and Xiaoming pondered whether it was a difference in national conditions between England and France. He found a spot to lie down and began to observe through his sniper rifle. At first glance, everything appeared normal. But Xiaoming noticed peculiarities that should not be there. Some train cars had makeshift insulation made from clothing, blankets, leaves, and branches. Xiaoming tapped Lambert, urging him to take a look through the shotgun-esque scope. Is this constructed by the zombies? Lambert asked. Xiaoming shook his head. I don't know. I don't recall seeing this yesterday. You were rather oblivious yesterday, Lambert remarked, also shaking his head. Could it have appeared overnight? Xiaoming refocused on the scope. The mutated being stood there, motionless. Yet, who else could build insulation within a horde of corpses? Suspended animation. Xiaoming recalled what a group of biology students had told him in England. It seemed this form of dormancy differed from the hibernation of animals. Lambert turned the gun, directing the scope toward the front of the train. The front door stood open amidst dozens of mutants, and he wondered if any mutated beings were inside the cabin. I will reverse the train, and after we clear the first junction, you can switch the tracks, Lambert stated. Xiaoming nodded, spotting the junction Lambert indicated through the scope. I think I understand, he said. Are you planning to connect with the train car behind? Unlike the fully enclosed train cars used for transporting vehicles in most of the domestic context, the cars used in the Channel Tunnel were semi-enclosed, supported only by steel frames on either side. In this way, we can transport one or even several vehicles, Lambert confirmed. Xiaoming then asked, where will the people sit? Lambert shook his head. The passenger cars in this parking lot already have their engines attached. It's not feasible to disembark. Xiaoming continued searching through the scope, pointing to a train parked at the end of the tracks. There, that train head is facing inward, and the rear has no engine. We can back it in and connect. You are a genius, Lambert praised. The two remained prone on the hill for 2 hours, with Lambert nearly dozing off. Xiaoming continued to observe the horde, noting that there didn't appear to be any mutants leaving the mass to gather materials for insulation. They either sat on the ground or leaned against the train, their heads lowered in silence. I hope Astrid is all right, Xiaoming murmured. Though they had known each other for less than a day, this muscular Special Forces soldier had left a favorable impression on him. He was fit, highly capable in combat, an excellent cook, and possessed a pleasant personality. Missing out on such a perfect companion today made him wonder if he would find another like him along their journey. I believe he is fine, Lambert remarked, sitting up. He has been on the battlefield and is familiar with the terrain. He will be all right. What is the matter? Xiaoming asked. Are you worried he might run off again today? Suddenly, a sharp air raid siren echoed from the north, startling a flock of birds from the dense forest. Naturally, it also roused the mutants in the train yard. The aberrations began to awaken, sprinting towards the north. He succeeded, Lambert exclaimed. This is wonderful. Let us hurry down. Wait a moment, Xiaoming replied, setting a countdown on his watch for 1.5 hours before starting the timer. Once he confirmed that the mutants had vanished, the two followed the slope down into the parking lot. Lambert was the first to board the train, finding the interior unchanged since their departure yesterday. Xiaoming kicked out all the spent cartridges from the car, while Lambert retrieved the keys from his pocket and started the engine. This kid is becoming increasingly reliable, Xiaoming thought, recalling how Lambert had managed to stop the train and remove the keys in yesterday's predicament. Following Lambert's guidance, they quickly attached the passenger car. Xiaoming checked the time. Half an hour had passed. Next, they needed to adjust the track's direction to allow the train to exit the parking area. Lambert opened his tablet. All right, let us see the route. Chapter 70. Once again departing the track is electrically controlled. Lambert rushed from outside the train yard towards Xiaoming, asking, "Is there no lever?" Xiaoming inquired, "Aren't there any in the yard?" Lambert shook his head. Xiaoming surveyed the surroundings. The expansive train yard was marked only by a solitary warehouse at the vehicle entrance, which hardly resembled a track control center. "All right," Xiaoming queried. "If there is no power, how can we switch the tracks?" At that moment, the timer on Xiaoming's watch beeped, signaling that an hour and a half had elapsed. "We need to accelerate our efforts," he urged. Lambert led Xiaoming along the tracks to a junction. He pointed to a small box on the ground beside the rails and said, "This box houses the system that controls the tracks, if I am not mistaken. It contains 2 hydraulic rods, similar to those used in the British railways, to manage the rails. Does that mean if we can manually push the rods?" "Theoretically, yes." Lambert nodded. "But without the hydraulic system's positioning, I fear the tracks may shift when the train passes." "Let's open this first," Xiaoming suggested. "If that fails, we can wedge something in." Lambert hesitated, concerned that a stone might not withstand the vibrations of the train. Yet, at this juncture, they had no choice but to attempt it. Despite having changed his attire, Lambert still bore his tool belt, from which he extracted a crowbar and began prying open the box containing the hydraulic apparatus. With a click, the box lid sprang open, revealing a mechanism that was not overly complex. Xiaoming crouched down and attempted to pull the hydraulic rod, but it remained still. "We need to disable the hydraulic system first," Lambert explained from the side, "as it is currently pulling the tracks." With that, Lambert gestured for Xiaoming to step aside and raise the crowbar to strike down. After several forceful blows, Xiaoming observed the hydraulic rod shift slightly. He crouched again to pull the rod, and this time, the track indeed moved. Lambert quickly set the crowbar aside, and together they pushed the hydraulic pipe. The air raid sirens continued to wail, indicating they still had a bit of time left. "This operation needs to be repeated 4 times, Lambert said, turning the map. "Following the railway until we reach a small station, after which we needn't worry." "Is the path beyond clear?" Xiaoming inquired. Lambert confirmed by nodding at the map. "Yes. It leads straight to the city of l'Etiquette, Paris Plage." Xiaoming shook his hands, stating, "Then let's get to work." Lambert glanced at the map once more, exclaiming, "This is considerably simpler than the British railway system." He started the train, moving towards the first junction, despite Xiaoming having wedged several stones under the hydraulic rods. Lambert felt an acute sense of tension. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The train gradually glided past the first junction without incident. Xiaoming checked his watch. Over 4 hours had elapsed since Ashi's departure. The city's air raid sirens still blared, leaving him uncertain of Ashi's current condition. A single person charging into a city. Despite Ashi's confident demeanor, Xiaoming couldn't help but harbor doubts. As the train successfully navigated the second junction, both breathed a sigh of relief. Soon followed the third and fourth. The train safely passed all junctions, heading towards the road leading to Paris. "We did it," Lambert exclaimed, a smile of uncontainable joy spreading across his face. "We managed to move the train. Let us hope Ashi is unharmed," Xiaoming remarked. The train rounded a large bend, beginning a gradual ascent. The French fields appeared increasingly flat, with sunlight illuminating the lush green grass, radiating vitality. Lambert stopped the train amidst the fields, and Xiaoming spotted a small town basking in sunlight not far away. "This must be the rendezvous point Ashi mentioned. This place seems quite suitable for retirement," Lambert remarked. Opening the door, the wind blew in from the sea, rustling through the treetops and mountain peaks. "When humanity reclaims the world, you can reside wherever you wish," Xiaoming mused. After all, there won't be many people left then. Xiaoming climbed atop the train, steadying himself against the machine gun as he gazed towards the rear. That direction was north, where the air raid sirens still echoed. He silently prayed for Ashi, hoping this amiable soldier would remain safe. Perhaps his prayers were answered, for shortly after, a blood-stained off-road vehicle burst forth from the woods. He is here," Xiaoming shouted to Lambert inside the train. The off-road vehicle came to a halt beside the train, and both men leaped off to see Ashi inside. Ashi flung open the door, almost tumbling out of the vehicle. The two rushed forward, but Ashi waved them off, leaning against the hood of the engine to vomit. Xiaoming noticed Ashi's uniform was caked in mud, emanating a foul stench. Various unnameable substances clung to the seams. "Damn it," Ashi cursed, straightening up. "These things are tougher than I expected." Xiaoming intended to inspect Ashi for injuries, but the repugnant odor was overwhelming. It was even more nauseating than the scent of decaying corpses. "Sorry about that, kid," As she said, I wanted to give you a few more days of fun. But my gun ran out of ammo. Lambert pinched his nose and muttered, tough guy, as the three of them returned safely. Two girls who had been waiting at the entrance finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuxing dashed towards Xiaoming and embraced him tightly. Caught off guard. Xiaoming quickly reassured, I'm fine. There was no danger at our location. Yamamoto Ryo saw Ashi's safe return and hurriedly led him to the back of the house to clean up. Don't worry about the mud, she said. It's just so sticky. Lambert stood alone beside the train, glancing at Gordon, who turned and walked away. Chapter 71. The coastal railway once Ashi had washed up. Xiaoming could not help but inquire, did you truly venture in alone? I'm not that formidable. I wasn't driving an armored vehicle, Ashi replied. I parked outside the city and accessed the air raid shelter through the sewer, where I activated the generator. The generator serves as an emergency power supply for all the air raid alarms within the city, so I didn't need to trigger each alarm individually. I thought you charged straight in, Xiaoming remarked. Ashi smiled wryly. Do you think I am Superman? If I had such abilities, I would have already stormed into Paris myself. That would indeed be impressive, Xiaoming noted, but I lack the courage for such a feat. The thought of the sewer crossed Xiaoming's mind. How had he not considered it before? It was indeed a method to evade the horde of corpses. Given the intelligence of those mutated creatures, they would likely never conceive of how to open a manhole cover. Regardless, Xiaoming felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Yet, he remained vigilant. Given Ashi's skill level, commandeering the train would be a matter of mere moments. While one should not harbor ill intentions, it is wise to guard against treachery. What Ashi did not disclose was that even a second before boarding the off-road vehicle, he contemplated whether he could survive long enough to find his daughter. Despite entering through the sewer, he had faced numerous dangers, relying solely on years of special operations experience to navigate through them. Had he lingered even a couple of minutes longer, he would not be here conversing with Xiaoming now. Ashi wiped his hands and declared, all right, lad, it's your turn to fulfill your part. Pack your things. If we move swiftly, we can reach the vicinity of Paris before nightfall. The group hurriedly loaded all the useful items from Ashi's room into the off-road vehicle and set off toward the train. It must be noted that Ashi's supplies once again augmented the food reserves and essentials aboard the train. For instance, they could now sleep under blankets on the train. On board, Lambert could not restrain his curiosity. What do you think are the chances of you finding your daughter in Paris? Ashi remained silent for a moment before responding. The hope is slim, but I wish to see for myself. The vehicle fell into a quietude, the only sounds being the tires grinding against the gravel. I won't put you all in jeopardy, Ashi assured. If the undead prove too numerous, I shall leave with you. Xiaoming glanced at Ashi, uncertain of the man's thoughts at that moment. Perhaps if the mutated creatures within Paris were too many, it might leave him with a flicker of hope that his daughter and other survivors were still alive somewhere. The group boarded the train, heading towards Paris. Lambert clearly expressed satisfaction with the French railway system, as Xiaoming sensed an increase in speed. Yamada Ryo sat beside Ashi, offering him comfort, while Feng Yuxing and Xiaoming continued to organize their belongings. In truth, I feel little, Ashi confessed. I merely wish to see if there remains any hope. The military is quite formidable, Yamada Ryo stated, recalling the combat prowess of a complete human battalion, from which Ashi had rescued her. I understand better than you. Ashi replied with a bittersweet smile. Perhaps he had already relinquished hope before Xiaoming and the others arrived. Paris was too perilous to defend. Our military's firepower might be insufficient against millions of undead. But you have not abandoned hope, have you? Yamada Ryo countered, otherwise, we would be on our way to Germany right now. The train had not traveled long when it began to curve toward the coast. The waves of the English Channel crashed violently against the cliffs, which had borne witness to countless wars without crumbling. Now, they would witness humanity's final battle. Xiaoming gazed out the window. The weather was splendid, and he could even glimpse the shores of England. Isn't it beautiful, the sea? Feng Yuxing remarked as she settled into a seat. I have always wanted to see the ocean. We inland children are like that. Xiaoming took a seat across from Feng Yuxing. Ashi, Feng Yuxing lowered her voice. Do you trust him? In what regard? Xiaoming asked. I don't know. Will he join us, or could he betray us? So far, I find him trustworthy, Xiaoming replied. It seems he has no reason to betray us. If he had wished to, he could have acted while we were sleeping at his home. Xiaoming continued. He could have entered Calais alone, triggered the air raid alarms, and driven our train away. I doubt Lambert possesses a resolute will to remain loyal under Ashi's gun. Gordon hopped onto a seat, squeezing in beside Feng Yuxing. Xiaoming checked the time. They would be able to have lunch at the next track change. The train did not follow the coastline for long, and after passing through a small town, a larger city appeared ahead. Lambert slowed the vehicle as he noticed mutated creatures streaming out from the city. The urban landscape of northern France is structured around major cities, interspersed with various villages and towns, all within a mere kilometer or two of each other. This was the reason Ashley had hesitated to head to Paris. Every town harbored mutated beings, forming a tightly knit blockade. Lambert reduced speed, driving toward the encroaching creatures. The modifications to the front of the vehicle proved effective, turning the obstructing mutants into a gruesome mass of flesh. Ashley rose and grasped the gun resting on the table. "Do not worry," Xiaoming waved his hand. "At this speed, they cannot climb aboard but will be swept beneath us." Xiaoming noted the stark contrast between the streets of France and those of England. Aside from differences in architectural style, the streets of France were littered with barricades of refuse and sandbags set up by the military. It appeared the French had resisted longer than the English. Yet, despite the fortifications, they were mere facades, as those who had turned into mutants rendered them futile. The train passed a platform and gradually ventured deeper into the city. The mutants pursued the train relentlessly. Regrettably, even though Lambert had slowed, they could not keep pace. Crossing a large bridge, the group distinctly felt a reduction in the number of mutants surrounding them. They seemed to have reached the edge of the city. "This should be Bruay," Ashley explained. "The first city along the railway from Calais." Chapter 72. Plongy. As the train departed from Braun and rounded a significant bend, it came to a halt beneath an overpass. Lambert sprinted from the front of the train and encountered Xiaoming, who had just disembarked. They truly required the walkie-talkies, Xiaoming mused, as they were nearing the Tuquid. "Paris Plongy." Lambert handed a tablet to Xiaoming, mentioning that it was out of power and needed to be charged in the rear compartment. "You are the local. You take the lead," Xiaoming suggested to Ashley. Plongy, Ashley contemplated, revealing that it was not a large city with a sparse population, though there was an airport worth noting. "By the way, the beach there possesses a unique beauty," Ashley added. Lambert pointed at the map, stating, "I believe I will position the train near the marshlands by the estuary, and then we shall disembark to examine the junction." "That sounds agreeable," Xiaoming nodded. "Let us retrieve some equipment from the carriage." The train resumed its journey, traversing 2 towns. This would undoubtedly alert numerous mutants. Some would pursue for a while before losing interest, while others continued their chase beyond the city limits. The mutants appeared to exhibit a sense of awareness, not relentlessly pursuing the swiftly moving train, as if certain groups had designated territories. Unbeknownst to the 3 in the front of the train, Lambert, who was preparing to exit, noticed dozens of mutants emerging from the city behind them. "Shall we move forward a bit more?" Xiaoming inquired. The 2 towns were approximately 3,000 meters apart, with the train positioned between them. Ashley also opened the door to assess the situation, observing that the mutants were still at a distance. "It would be difficult to resolve this without firearms," Ashley remarked, estimating their number to be around 40 or 50. Xiaoming pushed open the door, declaring, "Then let us resolve it with our weapons. We have lingered here long enough, and the train's noise should have already attracted any zombies in the vicinity." He approached the rear carriage and tapped on it, prompting 3 heads to emerge from the window. "Stay inside," Xiaoming instructed. "We have some pests to deal with." Ashley positioned his sniper rifle and swiftly took aim, bringing down 1 mutant. Through the scope, Xiaoming calculated the distance to be over 200 meters. With a single shot, he hit his target with ease, almost reminiscent of target practice. What a stroke of luck, Xiaoming thought. With Ashley, the marksmen from the special forces, the 40-odd mutants were dispatched before they could even reach the rear of the train. Xiaoming ejected the last shell from his shotgun and rose from the ground. "You possess commendable shooting skills, young man," Ashley complimented, patting Xiaoming on the shoulder. "With more practice, you may have the makings of a sniper." Hearing such high praise from Ashley made Xiaoming's lips curl into a smile. "Now, let us attend to the matter at hand," Ashley stated. "We shall accompany you," Feng Yuxing said, standing by the train door. "The junction lies within the city. Having more people may not necessarily give us an advantage against the numerous mutants. A smaller group will facilitate stealthy operations. Moreover, the train is significantly safer than the outside." Xiaoming reasoned. The 3 men departed northward from the train. Although the station was on the city's outskirts, it was situated on the eastern side, while the train was now on the western side. Therefore, they needed to move northward, circumventing the city through the woods to reach the eastern station. "It appears you have been resisting for quite some time," Xiaoming observed, glancing at the various obstacles made of debris on the road. "Is it better than England?" Ashley, leading the way, nodded. Our people mutated a bit later, but we still could not escape. Xiao Ming sighed. There is no remedy. Even the best defenses crumble from within. Though still a kilometer or two away, the woods were not particularly difficult to navigate. The group traversed a cemetery and soon beheld the city before them. It was a quintessential European small town, comprised of numerous blocks with sparse houses interspersed with green spaces. Xiao Ming raised his scope and noted the silhouettes of people visible through the windows on either side of the street. Let us proceed further, he suggested, to ascertain the locations with the fewest zombies. Continuing under the cover of the woods, they soon encountered a comprehensive sports center. Through the gaps in the arena, they spotted a school being constructed not far from the street behind the sports center, with the train station featuring a junction situated just behind the school. Let me confirm. Xiao Ming asked Ashi. Your government has implemented lockdown measures, correct? Indeed, Ashi nodded. Xiao Ming continued. So the sports arena and school must have been closed. Correct, Ashi affirmed. No one would attend school or engage in sports in such circumstances as those from a week or two ago. The trio approached the sports center, which comprised a large stadium, a swimming pool, and an indoor sports hall. Xiao Ming concealed himself behind the sports hall and peered out, spotting the swimming pool ahead. Between the two buildings lay an open area designated as a badminton court. What is the status? Lambert inquired. There is no issue proceeding this way, Xiao Ming replied. Though the central court is rather exposed, lacking cover. Then we must be swift and agile, Ashi advised. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. The three swiftly traversed the tennis court, using the swimming pool as cover, and safely reached the street. The school was at the end of the road, but the sides were lined with numerous apartments. Walking along the street would undoubtedly alert the mutants within the apartments. There, Lambert pointed to an apartment building opposite the swimming pool, where a row of scaffolding stood adjacent. The scaffolding provided a means to ascend directly to the rooftop of the apartment, a clever idea indeed. As the trio scaled the rooftop, they encountered a new dilemma. Unlike the row houses in England, the apartment buildings here had a considerable distance between them. Ashi took a few steps back and, with a running start, leaped onto the roof of the adjacent apartment building. Xiao Ming, steadying himself against the wall, looked down from a height of 6 or 7 stories, feeling a twinge of fear. All right. He inhaled deeply and leaped to the neighboring roof. Oh, damn it, Lambert muttered, his legs trembling as he watched the other two make the jump, lamenting that he should have taken up long jump classes back in university. Chapter 73. Rooftop Crisis. Lambert sprinted forward, leaping onto a half-height wall, aiming to jump to the adjacent apartment. He soared into the air, reaching out to grasp the rooftop of the neighboring building, but his jump fell just short. Oh no, Lambert involuntarily exclaimed, as he teetered on the brink of falling. Xiao Ming swiftly lunged and caught him. Lambert slid down, nearly plummeting to the ground below. Ashtij arrived to assist, tightly gripping Xiao Ming's body to pull him back. Lambert's leg struck a window below, and a grotesque sound echoed from within. No, no, no. Lambert was on the verge of tears, hanging perilously from the 6th floor, with two aberrations charging toward his lower body. Together, Xiao Ming and Ashtij exerted their strength, finally hauling the petrified Lambert back up. Fortunately, Lambert's physique was relatively slender. A heavier individual might have met a grim fate. The surrounding aberrations were roused, and Xiao Ming turned to see the creatures across the street roaring at them from within their dwelling. We'd better move quickly, he urged, lifting the incapacitated Lambert to his feet. All right. Lambert trembled as he managed to stand and follow their pace. However, after just 2 steps, his legs buckled again, prompting Xiao Ming to support him as they continued. Not far ahead, the school came into view. Numerous aberrations had already burst forth from their apartments, rushing toward the 3 on the rooftop. Xiao Ming glanced down and saw dozens of them colliding against the apartment entrance. What do we do now? The ground is swarming with zombies, he inquired. I have a rope. Ashtij replied, turning to present the back of his tactical vest to Xiao Ming. This was a standard JPC-2. 0 tactical vest equipped with a MUL system. Unlike the FCPC vest Xiao Ming had stripped from a SWAT officer, which allowed for various attachments. Ashtij had a bundle of descent rope secured to his back. Xiao Ming retrieved the descent rope and handed it to Ashtij, who promptly uncoiled it and secured one end to a nearby ventilation pipe. He then fastened the other end around Lambert. Listen up, fellas, Ashtij instructed. Since you lack hooks, this is the only way I can lower you. Once you land, be on high alert. The zombies can't see what's behind the building. Is this secure? Lambert quivered. Absolutely, Ashtij assured, guiding Lambert towards the rooftop's edge. We will hold tight. Xiao Ming squeezed Lambert's shoulder, offering reassurance. With the descent rope, Lambert was successfully lowered to the ground. Following him, Xiaoming descended safely, and finally, Ashtij slid down the rope with agility. They found themselves in the backstreet of the apartment building, while the aberrations remained clustered at the main entrance. Only aware of the commotion above. "Let's move," Ashtij urged, and the trio stealthily made their way to the vicinity of the school, blending in with the parked vehicles. The aberrations were still congregated at the apartment's entrance, their attention drawn solely to the noise from above. Lambert had regained some composure, his legs no longer trembling. The three infiltrated the school, progressing towards the train station. Inside the train station, no aberrations were present. The entrance had been cordoned off by the police. Xiaoming's eyes landed on an open police car, and he said to his companions, "You two take care of the tracks while I check for a radio inside the police car." "Stay safe, kid," Ashtij cautioned. Xiaoming patted the shotgun slung across his back, assuring, "If trouble arises, this will protect me." The three split up, with Xiaoming crouching as he approached the police vehicle. As expected, the car was devoid of firearms and ammunition, but he was fortunate enough to find 2 spare walkie-talkies in the glove compartment. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed 2 aberrations staggering out from the intersection. He quickly crouched down, recognizing them as members of the group that had recently surrounded them below. The 2 aberrations seemed to be wandering aimlessly, unaware of Xiaoming's presence inside the car. Slowly, he retrieved his shotgun from his back, cradling it in his arms. He began to inch towards the car's exit, his finger poised on the trigger. At that moment, Ashtij and Lambert emerged from the rear of the train station. The 2 aberrations suddenly had a target and charged towards them. Ashtij raised his weapon, but noticed Xiaoming gesturing for silence from within the police car. Understanding the situation, Ashtij drew his knife from his shoulder. As the aberrations rushed past the police car, Xiaoming swiftly slid out from the driver's seat, swinging the shotgun but towards one of the aberration skulls. Ashtij burst forth from behind the wall, thrusting his knife towards the other aberration's head. The aberrations lunged at Ashtij, who deftly dodged the attack, slashing the knife across its abdomen. He then spun around, driving the blade firmly into the aberration's skull. On Xiaoming's side, he relentlessly bludgeoned the aberration with the shotgun, but, landing blow after blow to its head, the creature clawed at its head, attempting to crawl forward in a fit of rage, but Xiaoming held it down with force. It was only when the aberration lay motionless on the ground that he ceased his assault. The wooden butt of his shotgun splintered from the impact. "Since they aren't clustered together, this is much simpler," he remarked. The three coordinated their efforts, silently dispatching every aberration along the 2 essential paths they needed to traverse. In total, there were only 5. The area around the train was teeming with aberrations. Chapter 74, The Bite. What is going on? The 3 quickly dispersed, hiding behind the trees to avoid detection by the mutated creatures near the train. Xiaoming felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Yet it seemed the train cars remained unbreached. He raised his shotgun, peering inside. But there were no signs of the 2 young women nor any mutated beings entering the compartment. The gunfire from earlier had indeed startled more creatures, but they only arrived after the trio had left the vicinity of the train. It appeared that these mutated beings had not completely succumbed to a dormant state. Although they stood still, they occasionally shifted their bodies in a seemingly intentional manner. "What do you think, kid?" Ashi inched closer to Xiaoming and inquired. "I don't see them," Xiaoming replied. "It seems they are not inside the train." "We must deal with the train first," Ashi asserted. "There are quite a few." Xiaoming resumed his observations of the situation near the train. There were approximately over 100 creatures. A direct confrontation was certainly out of the question. Ashi concurred. Even with firearms, the 3 of them could not engage the mutated beings head-on in such terrain. Once the creatures entered the woods, their accuracy would decrease dramatically. Even Ashi, having undergone special forces training, could not guarantee he could eliminate over 100 of them. No matter how skilled, one could not be expected to perform the impossible. "What about grenades?" Lambert suggested, eyeing the 2 grenades strapped to Ashi's waist. "Using them directly would be inefficient." Ashi shook his head. "Moreover, they are too close to the train. I cannot ascertain whether the shrapnel would damage it." "What do you think?" Xiaoming asked. "You plan to go alone?" Xiaoming questioned incredulously. "There are no sewers for you to crawl through. Going solo makes it easier to evade," Ashi replied. "As I said, no matter how fast you run, bullets are swifter." Once Ashi departed, Lambert moved closer to Xiaoming. "He wouldn't abandon us to the horde, would he?" Xiaoming cast a glance at Lambert. "You've developed PTSD from that pilot, Haven Tu? Don't worry, he still needs us. Besides, would you be willing to distract the creatures?" Lambert shook his head. With that, the 2 stealthily made their way towards the opposite side. Before long, a gunshot echoed through the woods, and one mutated being collapsed beside the train. The creatures were immediately agitated, rushing into the forest. When most had vacated, Xiaoming and Lambert dashed towards the train. Prepare to start the train. Xiaoming tossed a walkie-talkie to Lambert. Press the largest button. I've already set the channel. Lambert nodded and climbed into the driver's cabin. Xiaoming hurried to the passenger car, flinging the door open. It was indeed empty. Even Gordon was nowhere to be found. Just as Xiaoming was about to exit the train, the two young women emerged from the nearby swamp, dragging Gordon along. Seeing Feng Yuxing safe and sound, Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuxing dove into Xiaoming's arms, her voice quivering as she said, "The moment you left, zombies came rushing from the city. We had no choice but to hide in the swamp." Xiaoming gently patted her back, reassuringly stating, "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." The three, along with the dog, were drenched, having presumably taken refuge in the swamp. "You are quite fortunate," Xiaoming said as he brushed the dirt off Feng Yuxing. "Why didn't you run into the woods? What if you got stuck in the swamp?" "No, we didn't. Feng Yuxing quickly clarified. "The swamp isn't contiguous. We circled around the edge and made our way to the shore. Quite a few zombies fell into it." Xiaoming observed the swamp, which resembled a series of small lakes, making it easy for a human to distinguish genuine swamp areas. However, a mutated being charging straight from the opposite end would find it hard to discern safety from danger. Very clever. Xiaoming embraced Feng Yuxing tightly. "As long as you're safe." Yamada Ryo scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where's Ashi? Why don't I see him?" The group hurried to the window and spotted a figure in the woods. Ashi was limping towards the train, with several mutated beings trailing behind him. "Cover him," Xiaoming shouted, propping his shotgun against the window. Unfortunately, he had no clear shot. The tree trunks obstructed his view and blocked the bullets. Finally, Ashi broke free from the woods, and Xiaoming leaped from the train, racing towards him. Yamada Ryo and Feng Yuxing quickly joined him, supporting Ashi. Xiaoming aimed at the first mutated being emerging from the forest and pulled the trigger, obliterating it in a single shot. The three provided cover as Ashi climbed aboard the train, and Xiaoming hastily informed Lambert to start the engine. The train gradually picked up speed, leaving the mutated beings behind. Approaching Ashi, Xiaoming noticed a bloody wound on his leg. It was a bite mark. As Xiaoming neared, Feng Yuxing looked up at him with a complex expression. "How could this happen?" Xiaoming inquired. "I need to confess something," Ashi said. "Some of those creatures really can run fast." Xiaoming tightened his grip on the gun, prepared to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. "I understand," Ashi said, noticing Xiaoming's anxious demeanor. "Kid, if I mutate, just give me a bullet to the head." Yamada Ryo began to sob, and Xiaoming took a deep breath. Crouching down, Ashi's wound was not particularly deep, but it had certainly torn through flesh. Ashi chuckled, as if to suggest their mission had slightly faltered. "Lambert." Xiaoming pressed the walkie-talkie. "Stop the train. I will not abandon you," Xiaoming declared. "We do not know whether this virus causes mutation from a bite. But just to be safe, I must confine you." "I understand, kid," Ashi nodded. The group bandaged Ashi's wound and secured him in the empty driver's cabin at the front of the train. Lambert closed the door and said to Xiaoming, "We should have gone with him to distract the zombies." Xiaoming shook his head. "Had two of us gone, we might have ended up with two people trapped inside." Chapter 75. The Paris Cemetery. The door to the driver's cabin slammed shut, and within, provisions for Ashi were prepared, sufficient food, water, and medicine for 7 days. "Are we still heading to Paris?" Lambert inquired. However, in his current state, Lambert leaned closer to Xiaoming and whispered, regardless of whether he can endure the journey to Paris. "What are the odds of finding his daughter alive?" "I understand," Lambert quickly clarified. "What I mean is, although he appears fine now, if he changes, someone must make a sacrifice." Xiaoming exclaimed. "One day, such things will occur again. You may die, I may die, we all may perish. This world is no longer what it once was," he continued. "Now that Ashi has been bitten, it might be my turn next. If he truly changes, I will not hesitate to put him down." Pausing for a moment, Xiaoming added, "This is not my first experience with such matters. Should the same misfortune befall me, I would hope you would do the same." Yet, for now, Ashi had not transformed. He remained, for all intents and purposes, a human. Lambert gazed at the university student, who was a few years his junior, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion. "I'll take the wheel," Lambert declared. The train surged onward towards Amiens. Regrettably, they had not found a dining or sleeper car in the parking lot that day, which would have spared them the trouble of modification. Everything resumed its usual pace. The train sped past, with the mutants in relentless pursuit, only to be outpaced again. Gradually, however, the few passengers began to sense that something was amiss. The train traversed several towns, and the number of mutants chasing them dwindled. It was not that the mutants had suddenly become more intelligent. Rather, the towns they passed through simply harbored fewer of them. The intercom crackled to life, and Lambert's voice emerged. Amiens is approaching. Do we need to switch tracks? Xiaoming picked up the intercom to inquire. Well, Lambert hesitated. We do need to, but it appears there's no need for cover. What do you mean? Xiaoming pressed. There are no zombies here at all. The train slowed as it entered the city of Amiens. Outside the window, various houses, barricades made of debris, and abandoned vehicles painted a scene of desolation. Yet, conspicuously absent were any signs of mutants. Xiaoming seized the intercom and said, "Stop the train." The train came to a halt, and Xiaoming opened the door, leaping down. Gordon followed suit, frolicking in the deserted streets. Yamada Ryo and Feng Yuxing disembarked, and the eerie silence of the streets was palpable. Apart from the birds perched on the telephone poles, Xiaoming saw no other living creatures. Yet, he found it peculiar that every door and window appeared intact. Could the mutants truly phase through walls? Or perhaps, people transformed only after leaving their homes. As Xiaoming passed the front of the train, he heard Ashji knocking from inside. Where are we? Ashji asked. Amiens, he replied, contemplating how close they were to Paris, just over 100 kilometers away. The diminishing number of mutants outside the city suggested a potentially horrific situation within Paris itself. No need to go further, Ashji suddenly said. Xiaoming pressed the accelerator. Ashji's complexion appeared relatively normal from the cabin. Communicating through the door proved cumbersome, so Xiaoming opened it. Aren't you coming? Ashji was leaning against the wall, slowly sinking to the cabin floor, gazing at his injured leg. It's all right, he said, his eyes dimming. I never held much hope. Xiaoming placed a hand on Ashji's shoulder, at a loss for words. Thank you for taking the detour to bring me here, Ashji said. This is far enough. Venturing further may lead us into a horde of corpses. What about your daughter? At that moment, the others gathered around. Ashji closed his eyes. Perhaps he had accepted days ago the reality of never seeing his daughter again. We could still venture further, Feng Yuxing suggested, to see what Paris is like. At that moment, Ashji's heart was in turmoil. She was his own flesh and blood, and the desire to search was undeniable. Yet with his injury, he was uncertain of his own survival, let alone the hope of finding his daughter. If he were to transform into a mutant, there was no reason to lead the remaining group to their doom. Moreover, if Paris was indeed teeming with hundreds of thousands of zombies, even a train might struggle to breach the city. I'm not going, Ashji shook his head. If even Amiens is overwhelmed, I had hoped Paris would be in better shape. Even if the remaining military forces could handle the zombies in the city, this is simply too many. Yes, Ashji nodded, tears streaming down the face of this hardened man. Xiaoming jumped off the train, and the others watched him. Let us search for anything useful. They dispersed towards the shops lining the street, while only Yamada Ryo climbed back onto the train to join Ashji. Are we really just leaving? Feng Yuxing asked as he and Xiaoming entered a convenience store. He made his decision. We must honor our promise, Xiaoming shrugged. To put it bluntly, for us, it may be for the best that he isn't going to Paris. What about his leg? Feng Yuxing queried. Fine, Feng Yuxing conceded. The convenience store had long been ransacked, and even the storeroom was not spared. Fortunately, the entire city of Amiens remained for the group to scour for supplies. Dear, undisclosed sir, I am Dr. Shelton from the CDC. I trust that by the time you receive this email, our nation and indeed the entire world are engulfed in turmoil. Prior to undisclosed, we submitted a report regarding the prion 20 virus to the undisclosed department. Regrettably, this report did not receive the attention it warranted. As early as undisclosed, when the first case of the prion 20 virus, hereafter referred to as the P virus, emerged in Northern California, my department commenced investigations into the P virus and its potential aftermath. Based on the experimental reports submitted by the undisclosed laboratory, we have formulated the following estimates regarding the repercussions of the P virus. Of course, I shall endeavor to elucidate the concerns surrounding the P virus in an accessible manner. Firstly, unlike other prion viruses, the P virus is notably larger, capable of inciting immune responses within the body. This suggests that a portion of those infected by the P virus may emerge as fortunate individuals with antibodies. Secondly, in contrast to conventional prion viruses that entirely obliterate the human central nervous system, the P virus engenders a perilous form of control. The P virus can commandeer the human central nervous system, leading to behavior that is entirely erratic, inciting individuals to attack other living beings. This aggressive behavior does not stem from the necessity of virus transmission. The P virus, like ordinary prion viruses, lacks nucleic acids and instead replicates extensively through its protein structure. Furthermore, the P virus can completely obstruct the brain's commands to bodily tissues. In simple terms, individuals infected with the P virus will be unable to control their actions while fully conscious. For instance, subject D01, after being entirely infected by the P virus, exhibited a remarkably heightened state of cerebral cortical activity, while simultaneously displaying uncontrollable ferocity in behavior. Research indicates that the P virus is exclusively capable of infecting humans, rendering it ineffective against other organic life forms such as animals and plants. Furthermore, upon entering the human body, the P virus enters a dormant phase lasting up to 6 months, during which the virus remains inactive, and the patient appears entirely normal, showing no symptoms of discomfort. When the viral concentration reaches undisclosed, the virus within the individual awakens fully, taking complete control of the human central nervous system within a time frame ranging from 24 to 168 hours. Nearly all subjects experience a significant enhancement of their physical capabilities post-infection with the P virus. We collectively surmise that this augmentation stems from the lifting of the body's intrinsic protective mechanisms. Naturally, this implies that the degree of enhancement is correlated with the subject's physical condition prior to infection. The silver lining is that, as previously mentioned, a considerable proportion of infected individuals develop antibodies following exposure to the P virus. In our 2 controlled experiments conducted at undisclosed, we observed that subject A, after generating antibodies, was rain-fused with the P virus, yet the antibodies effectively eradicated the virus within their system. Additionally, vaccines produced during the widespread outbreak of the P virus have been confirmed ineffective by the undisclosed department located at undisclosed for infected individuals with viral concentrations reaching undisclosed. Such vaccines may further catalyze viral mutation, resulting in an entirely new subspecies. Given that the undisclosed department has been completely obliterated, we have provisionally designated this subspecies as P biotype. In conclusion, we hope your department can establish communication with the undisclosed department, as we suspect a connection between the emergence and widespread proliferation of the P virus and the bioweapons research conducted by the undisclosed department. Chapter 76, Anti-Aircraft Gun After Dinner. The group decided to linger a while longer in the city of Amiens, planning to depart the following day. Though the seats in the passenger compartment were cramped, they were certainly more comfortable than lying on the floor, especially with Ashji having brought several blankets from home, allowing Xiaoming to enjoy a deep and restful sleep. At dawn, the 4 set off in their vehicle towards the city center. Numerous barricades had been erected within the city, and the off-road vehicle had to squeeze through narrow alleys multiple times to continue its journey. Fortunately, the mutated creatures were still congregated in Paris, leaving the city as quiet as it had been the day before. As they spoke, Xiaoming felt a surge of laughter welling up within him. This was a rare opportunity. An entire city lay abandoned, waiting for them to scavenge. The French forces entrenched within had likely not anticipated that their steadfastness would yield such an effect. The vehicle halted at a fork in the road, and the group disembarked to carry out their respective missions. Lambert sought out a hardware store, as the cutting blades from the fire department's equipment had become worn, and the welding gun was out of fuel. To continue their railway journey, various tools were indispensable. Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo ventured forth to forage for food and water, as well as books on agriculture and machinery from the local bookstores. Their knowledge in their minds was evidently insufficient to cope with the increasingly harsh environment. The maintenance of trains and automobiles equally required the specialized knowledge contained within those books. The fork in the road where they parked their vehicle was flanked by numerous auto repair shops and appliance repair stores, with a large bookstore and a gardening center situated further back. This abundance of resources was precisely why they had chosen to stop at this intersection. As for Xiaoming, he focused on searching for weapons. In France, citizens were permitted to possess shotguns, so .22 caliber ammunition should still be relatively accessible. Moreover, during their journey, it became evident that the French government had set up checkpoints in major cities, making it plausible to find some military weaponry. As Xiaoming wandered through the neighborhoods surrounding their vehicle, a zoo caught his eye. Clearly, this was not the time for a leisurely visit. Yet he could still peer through the fence to observe the scene within. He raised a shotgun, prepared for any sudden appearance of a mutated creature. Looking through the bars, He saw that the closest enclosure was littered with bones. It appeared that the animals had become the prey of the mutated beings. Gazing deeper into the zoo, he noted a profound silence. Any animals that might have been caged had likely starved to death. Leaving the zoo behind, Xiaoming continued his stroll towards the city center. The area was saturated with auto repair shops, each a few steps apart, but with Lambert present, there was no need for Xiaoming to search for anything. Walking alone on the desolate streets was an experience like no other. As he navigated over a line of abandoned cars, a patch of greenery appeared at the end of the road, or perhaps it was more accurately described as a red expanse. Bloodstains marred the streets on either side, still visible despite the passage of time and rain. Near a sandbag defensive wall, spent shell casings and firearms littered the ground, with several trucks and armored vehicles clustered together. A military green tarp erected overhead to form a makeshift tent. One corner of the tent had collapsed, suggesting that 2 or 3 vehicles had been driven away. It was evident that this was a forward operating base belonging to the military. Xiaoming felt his heart race. This was akin to winning a grand prize. Cautiously, he raised his weapon. The tent was empty, containing only some discarded ammunition boxes and a few portable tables and chairs strewn about. The rear door of an armored vehicle stood ajar, revealing its emptiness as well. Lowering his shotgun, Xiaoming confirmed that Amiens was indeed devoid of corpses. He picked up a Fama's rifle from the ground. The magazine was empty, devoid of bullets. He continued to collect several firearms, all of which were similarly spent. Xiaoming's mood was akin to that of winning a prize only to find it was nothing but air. He tossed the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle he had just picked up onto the ground and resumed his search for ammunition boxes. Shell boxes, grenade containers, and artillery cases all were devoid of contents. Clearly, the French forces had taken all available weaponry and ammunition with them during their retreat. It cannot be this clean, Xiaoming muttered, as he climbed into the passenger compartment of a VBC armored vehicle. Inside, he found no useful weapons, but he did come across a map. The map bore markings and red circles indicating several survivor gathering points, one of which was Amiens. It seemed this map was somewhat outdated. As he continued to examine it, he noted remaining locations in Paris, Lyon, and Bordeaux. Paris was a lost cause, but perhaps there were still survivors in the southern cities of Lyon and Bordeaux. Xiaoming set the map aside. France was not his destination, yet Ashji's daughter was likely among those survivors. If she was fortunate enough, Xiaoming had no intention of revealing this information to Ashji, as perhaps for this man, the absence of hope was the greatest hope of all. Furthermore, he had his own motives. If Ashji were to learn that his daughter might still be alive, would he still be willing to join them in their journey across the Eurasian continent? The keys to the armored vehicle were not present, rendering it merely a heap of scrap metal. Emerging from the VBC, Xiaoming navigated around the vehicles, forming a defensive line, and made his way to the heart of the green space. There, he encountered an unexpected surprise. Due to the obstruction of the vehicles, he had not immediately noticed it. It was an anti-aircraft gun. More specifically, it was a Swedish-made Bofors GDF 35mm anti-aircraft gun. Clearly, this fixed weapon had not been hastily removed by the French forces. Moreover, the 35mm shells exclusively for this anti-aircraft gun were all intact and neatly arranged nearby. Xiaoming was on the verge of exultation, for this indeed felt like a grand prize. By midday, he stood beside the off-road vehicle with 2 crates of 35mm shells. Lambert approached, laden with a heavy backpack and carrying 2 canisters. "Look what I found," he exclaimed, lifting a canister of gas welding. Noticing Xiaoming's beaming smile as he sat beside the vehicle empty-handed, he inquired, "Did you find nothing of interest?" Xiaoming chuckled. "Oh, I made a significant discovery. You will soon find out." Chapter 77. Return to Calais. The transport vehicle's compartment, due to its elevated framework, prevented the anti-aircraft gun from being directly positioned at the rear, which would obstruct the entry and exit of the off-road vehicle. Xiaoming observed the front of the vehicle. The low bed of the flat car meant that protruding metal plates would not hinder the connection. "Let us see what we can find," Xiaoming suggested. Taking advantage of the current zombie-free moment, in such a vast Amiens, there must be a freight train available. The two resumed their journey in the off-road vehicle, guided by the map towards the train station in Amiens. After passing 2 stations, they finally discovered a train equipped with flat car compartments. However, the height of the flat car was not conducive for directly transporting the anti-aircraft gun, necessitating the relocation of both the train and the gun to a freight depot. Utilizing a platform comparable in height to the flat car, they successfully hoisted the anti-aircraft gun onto the flat car with the assistance of the off-road vehicle. Challenges continued to arise. The fully extended anti-aircraft gun, lying horizontally on the flat car, resulted in severe overwidth on both sides. Xiaoming circled the gun and remarked, "I believe we need to release Asagi." "Release him?" Lambert inquired, noting Asagi's current condition. Xiaoming pointed at the anti-aircraft gun and replied, "Can you make sense of this contraption?" "Of course," Yamada Ryo interjected hastily. "Asagi will be fine." Lambert glanced at the two, but refrained from further comment. "What's the matter, kid?" Asagi emerged from the cabin, supported by Yamada Ryo and Xiaoming. "Wow," he exclaimed upon spotting the anti-aircraft gun on the flat car. "This is quite a find. Where did you come across it?" "It's not easy to transport. It weighs 6 or 7 tons. Asagi limped toward the gun and added, "The large boxes on either side can be removed." He pointed to the 2 boxes and explained, "They contain the automatic loading system and fire control system, which are unnecessary for us right now. We only need a sight." "Are we foregoing the automatic loading system?" Xiaoming asked urgently. Asagi surveyed the ammunition piled nearby and shook his head. "With so little ammunition, we won't need an automatic loading system. Besides, these are merely auxiliary boxes for rapid ammunition switching." "Indeed," Xiaoming nodded. "I can see that the 2 wheels can be detached." Noticing Lambert standing behind Asagi with his gun slightly raised, Xiaoming hurried over, pressing the firearm down and whispering, "Relax. Do you see his current demeanor as a sign of mutation?" Xiaoming released Lambert's gun and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Get the screwdriver. We need it." Lambert nodded and retrieved the tool, which Asagi used to dismantle the overly wide sections of the gun. Now, only the main body of the anti-aircraft gun remained, and its dimensions were perfectly suited for placement on the flat car. With Lambert's new welding torch, the anti-aircraft gun was secured at the front of the flat car. Xiaoming patted the 35mm caliber barrel, a contented smile appearing on his face. "It would be splendid if we could convert it to remote control," he mused. "For now, it's a bit cumbersome. It would be best to secure the support frame further. I'm uncertain whether the train can withstand the vibrations produced during firing," Asagi remarked. The group scoured a construction site across the warehouse for iron sheets and heavy materials, and with Lambert's welding, they secured the anti-aircraft gun. "I have a suggestion." Feng Yuxing suddenly spoke up. "Since the flat car is still partially empty, I noticed some surplus iron sheets at the construction site. Why not create a small garden?" "A garden?" Xiaoming thought of sprouting potatoes. Cultivating on a train seemed feasible. "Is that possible?" he inquired, considering the train's environment. "I concur." Lambert raised his hand. Without hesitation, they ventured once more, constructing a makeshift garden from iron sheets atop the flat car. After dinner, the modifications to the flat car were finally complete. In addition to the original engine, passenger compartments, and transport vehicle sections, a flat car now bore an anti-aircraft gun and a small patch of soil at the front. A full day and night had passed, and Asagi appeared significantly revitalized, with no signs of infection or feverish symptoms. His appetite remained robust, prompting the group to provide him with ample canned goods. Yet, for safety, he chose to confine himself within the cabin. Gordon seemed intrigued by the newly established garden, approaching the seeds just planted by Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo, lifting his leg. "Hey!" Feng Yuxing quickly admonished Gordon, "This is not your toilet." Laughter erupted among the group, with Xiaoming chuckling, "What's the harm? Consider it organic fertilizer." After a night's rest, apart from Lambert and Asagi, Xiaoming took the 2 ladies into the city for another round of supplies. At Amiens Station, Lambert utilized the tracks to turn the train around, heading back along the path they had come. The dense buildings outside gradually faded, giving way to clusters of unconnected small residences. Chapter 78. Revisiting the depot, the train hurtled down the tracks with great speed, while Xiaoming and Lambert stood within the confines of the cabin. "How should we proceed?" Xiaoming inquired. "According to the map," Lambert replied as he picked up the tablet, "we should divert at the depot, circumventing Calais and Dunkirk, and head directly towards Lille." Xiaoming was not particularly familiar with Lille, though he recognized Calais and Dunkirk. Within the city of Calais, altering the tracks was not an option. The only course was to navigate inland at the depot, steering clear of the 2 coastal cities. "Belgium lies ahead," Lambert remarked, setting down the tablet. "From Lille, we can access Brussels directly." "Wait a moment," Xiaoming recalled something, seizing the tablet to zoom out the map. "Lille, Brussels." He magnified the map again to confirm the route. The path from Lille to Brussels revealed little in terms of forests or fields. It was largely overshadowed by urban developments. "I don't believe this is a prudent course of action," Xiaoming stated. "The route is densely populated, and the road network appears quite intricate." making it potentially difficult to navigate. Then let's take the detour, he suggested. It is certainly preferable to plunging into a sea of zombies. Understood, Commander, Lambert nodded in agreement. However, we must first assess the situation at the depot before we drive the train in. I'll head there directly, Xiaoming sighed. It's too cumbersome to disembark the vehicle and then board the train. Moreover, fuel is running low. The train halted at Pion Station, the very place where they had picked up Ashi a few days prior. Ashi, Xiaoming knocked on the cabin door. May I borrow your sniper rifle? Treat it with care, kid, Ashi shouted back. Xiaoming grasped the sniper rifle and made his way towards the front of the train. Lambert leaned against the cabin door, asking, do you need me to accompany you? Be cautious. Feng Yuxing called from behind him. Got it, Xiaoming replied, moving towards the thicket. Gordon, having relished his freedom, obediently sat beside Feng Yuxing, watching Xiaoming depart. The weather today was less than favorable. Despite it being 10 in the morning, the forest appeared shrouded in gloom. Xiaoming tightened his grip on the sniper rifle, sensing a mingling of sanguine scents in the air. Were it not for the chirping of birds, he might have believed he had stepped into a desolate parallel universe. This world, however, was scarcely different from desolation. Venturing deeper into the woods, the sniper rifle became less useful, prompting Xiaoming to sling the F2 across his back and draw his pistol from his waist. The P320 had only a few rounds left, most of which had been expended in the underwater tunnel. Nevertheless, considering the other firearms at their disposal were either shotguns or hunting rifles with limited ammunition, he resolved to retain this illicit pistol borrowed from a neighbor. All told, he had just over a single magazine remaining. As he advanced, a rustling sound caught his attention from a distance. He quickly pressed himself against a tree, bracing his arm against the trunk while aiming his pistol in the direction of the noise. It seemed that something was scurrying through the underbrush, trampling numerous fallen branches and leaves. With a deep breath, he strained to listen. The silence of the woods amplified the sound, and though faint, it reached his ears clearly. Suddenly, a dark shape darted through the trees. It was a deer. Xiaoming exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not one of those agile zombies. The deer seemed to have noticed him, raising its head and gazing warily in his direction. Although he felt an impulse to take a shot at the creature, he restrained himself. After all, this expedition was merely for reconnaissance. Hunting would be better suited to a more appropriate locale accessible by off-road vehicle. A patch of woods between cities? Clearly not an ideal spot. The deer observed him for a moment, and upon realizing he remained still, it returned to grazing. Just as Xiaoming prepared to move on, another sound of running echoed from farther away. This time, he was certain it was not a small creature, as he recognized the guttural growls of a mutant. It appeared the deer had startled the mutant, prompting it to pursue. Instantly, the deer lifted its head and bolted. Xiaoming watched as a mutant swiftly chased after it, moving with alarming speed, weaving through the trees. The thought of a human keeping pace with a deer in the woods was utterly disconcerting. Several times, the mutant closed in on the deer, though the trees obscured his view. Nevertheless, Xiaoming was convinced the mutant continued its pursuit without launching itself at the deer. Surely, that mutant could not be extending any goodwill towards the deer. Had he encountered yet another new variant? The two figures raced towards the hillside leading to the depot, compelling Xiaoming to forge onward. Emerging from the thicket, a small train station came into view. Xiaoming recognized it as the first station outside the depot. Utilizing the platform for cover, he set up the sniper rifle to survey the depot. However, due to the obstruction of the warehouses, he could not ascertain the situation within the depot and was obliged to proceed along the road closer to the depot. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when he reached a roundabout near the depot and beheld a horrifying sight. Hundreds of mutants lay dormant in the depot within the tracks. The carriages and the buildings, their forms were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, they had not yet noticed Xiaoming, who quickly crouched down and began to retreat cautiously. Chapter 79. Formulating a plan, he found solace in the tranquil beauty of the forest. As Xiaoming emerged from the woods, the group near the train breathed a sigh of relief. What is the situation? Feng Yuxing inquired. After a brief pause, Xiaoming continued. I encountered a mutated creature in the woods. It was exceptionally swift and appeared to possess remarkable stamina. You have the walkie-talkie. Lambert pointed to the device on Xiaoming's tactical vest, reminding him, next time, please inform us sooner. Xiaoming slapped his forehead. My apologies. I was so focused on assessing the parking area that I neglected to alert everyone about such a crucial matter. What should we do now? Feng Yuxing asked. Is it imperative to pass through this parking area? Lambert nodded, glancing at Xiaoming. We need to hold a brief meeting. With that, Xiaoming opened the door to the driver's cabin. He succinctly briefed Ashji on the situation, whose face betrayed a look of anxiety. Ashji shook his head. With the ammunition we currently possess, it is insufficient to sustain the anti-aircraft cannon for even 30 seconds. Moreover, we have dismantled the fire control system in the auxiliary ammunition feed. Reloading the ammunition box will require manual effort. Raising his hand, Lambert inquired, "Why did we dismantle it in the first place?" "We couldn't load it onto the train without disassembling it," Xiaoming shot back. "You should know since you were the one who assembled it." Lambert pressed on. "Can we reactivate the air raid alarm to divert them, as we did last time?" "Impossible." Ashji immediately dismissed Lambert's suggestion. "That was an emergency diesel generator. Consider how many times we could use it to power the citywide air raid alarm." "What about using the off-road vehicle?" Feng Yuxing suggested. "It could attract a considerable number of zombies." "That might not work either," Yamada Ryo interjected. "To the west of the parking area lies the sea, while the east and north are urban areas. Only the south is here." Xiaoming realized that after 2 days of listening to Yamada Ryo's Japanese-accented English, he could understand quite a bit. "Then we have only one option left?" Xiaoming asked. The group fell silent. This lone option clearly indicated a forceful breach. "Actually, it is feasible," Lambert broke the silence. "Last time, Xiaoming and I already compromised the hydraulic control system of the tracks, so we should be able to switch the tracks swiftly this time." "That's too slow," Xiaoming replied. "We must complete this before the zombies in the city are drawn by the sounds of the vehicle and gunfire." They assisted Ashji out, who limped towards the anti-aircraft cannon beside the locomotive. Together, they helped him ascend onto the flatbed, where he chuckled. "I never imagined that at 40. I would be treated as if I were 80. 40? Xiaoming observed Ashji's robust physique and youthful face, thinking it was said that Westerners age quickly. He appeared to be in his early 30s at most. The dual-barrel anti-aircraft cannon still had a fair amount of ammunition in its side boxes, which Ashji estimated to be around 100 rounds. He glanced at the 2 ammunition boxes nearby. For a 35mm anti-aircraft gun, each box typically contained 50 rounds. "Is there nothing else?" Ashji inquired. "You could make another trip, kid," Ashji remarked, "but this should suffice." He settled into the main gunner's position and peered into the ammunition box. "Mixed rounds," Ashji noted. "I'm unsure how painful these would be if they struck a person. Most of the munitions are not designed for flesh and blood." "Isn't that better?" Xiaoming queried. "Not necessarily," Ashji explained, "as far as I know. The armor-piercing rounds of this type of cannon might pass through a body without detonating. The proximity fuse may also fail to activate." He continued, "Furthermore, there's another issue. These cannons require specialized feed devices, correct?" "I swear, I didn't see any feed devices," Xiaoming quickly interjected. "You might just not recognize them, kid," Ashji replied. "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Expertise varies, especially in the military." Wait, Lambert interjected. "Do you know how to operate this cannon?" "I am trained." "After all right. So we resolved to break through," Xiaoming announced to the group. "We will first move the train outside the parking area. Then Ashji and Yushin will operate the anti-aircraft cannon to clear the surrounding zombies off the tracks." "Me?" Feng Yuxing asked, pointing at himself. Xiaoming continued. "Yamada Ryo will drive with Lambert, and Lambert will displace the tracks." "Sounds like a good plan," Lambert agreed eagerly, but then he quickly sobered and asked, "What about you?" "I'll drive the off-road vehicle to clear the zombies directly ahead of the locomotive," Xiaoming stated. "The anti-aircraft cannon cannot directly bombard the tracks we need to traverse." Ashji stroked his chin. "That seems somewhat feasible." "I need to make another trip up the hill," Lambert said. "It's hard to discern which tracks we'll require from the map." "I'll accompany you," Xiaoming replied. "It's a perfect opportunity to observe the terrain inside the area." "Come on, miss," Ashji said, placing his injured leg into the seat, addressing Feng Yuxing. "Your husband has assigned us a task." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxing's face flushed crimson. "He is not my husband." Right, Xiaoming hurriedly clarified. "Please don't misunderstand." "And what about that nest?" Yamada Ryo asked. You and I will go." Lambert stepped closer to Yamada Ryo. "I'll teach you how to operate the train so we can keep it moving while switching tracks." "Gordon," Feng Yuxing suddenly shouted. "I told you not to urinate in my field." Gordon immediately recoiled, hopping off the flatbed. "Well then, let us begin our preparations." Chapter 80. The eve of battle inside the carriage. Xiaoming was loading ammunition into all the firearms when Feng Yuxing climbed in through the door. "What's the matter?" Xiaoming inquired. She settled into the seat opposite him and declared, "I want to go with you." "Go where?" Xiaoming asked. "To drive the off-road vehicle and fight zombies." No, Xiaoming immediately rejected her. Stay in the car and help Ashi operate the artillery to protect the carriage. Noticing Feng Yuxing's reluctance, Xiaoming continued, driving around here is too dangerous. It's much safer to remain on the train. Feng Yuxing opened her mouth to protest, but Xiaoming cut her off. Listen, just stay in the car and cover me. Ashi watched Feng Yuxing climb back onto the flatbed and said to her, It's all right. You wouldn't be much help even if you came along. Thank you. Feng Yuxing replied, You know how to comfort people. All right, let me teach you how to reload. He took out a row of magazines, 7 shells resting quietly on top. Huh. Ashi appeared somewhat surprised. Isn't this supposed to be belt-fed? How would I know? Feng Yuxing replied, I've never used this before. Ashi continued, I trained on anti-aircraft artillery 20 years ago during boot camp, and I haven't touched any large air defense equipment since. So, Feng Yuxing asked. That's why it's no wonder that kid said he had never seen a shell holder, Ashi explained. You can load the ammunition into the magazine by hand. Feng Yuxing feigned enlightenment. Oh, I see. She nodded thoughtfully. Well, you seem to be right. On the grass, Xiaoming and Lambert were walking towards the parking area. Ashi and Lambert, having distanced themselves from the train, pondered aloud, Have we kept him out for too long? But we don't know, Xiaoming interrupted Lambert. Let us not debate this any further. All right, I'm just worried about our team's safety, Lambert replied. Xiaoming countered. Do you think you wouldn't know if you pointed your gun at him like yesterday? To put it bluntly, would you rather face a living, experienced special forces soldier or a mindless zombie? Lambert raised his hands in surrender. I get it. Xiaoming urged, Enough, keep an eye on the woods. Lambert whispered, Let us hope that zombie has left. The two raised their weapons and moved toward the woods, just as it had been half an hour ago. The forest remained eerily silent. Xiaoming did not believe that the mutated creature would leave the woods. The only thing that might have driven it away was the deer that had bolted from the area. The two remained vigilant, guns drawn, scanning their surroundings. Xiaoming opted for his handgun while Lambert chose a double-barreled shotgun. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the environment became increasingly complex. This way. Xiaoming tapped Lambert on the shoulder. As they ascended the slope, sudden rustling ahead startled them. They quickly ducked behind a thicket, with Xiaoming peering through the gaps in the trees. Just as they neared the crest of the hill, they spotted the mutated creature gnawing on the carcass of a deer. Don't shoot, Xiaoming whispered to Lambert. We're too close to the cargo area. Gunfire will attract other zombies. Lambert nodded, pulling out a metal rod from his waist. The mutated creature stood as an unavoidable obstacle on their path to the vantage point overlooking the parking area, and they would need to either eliminate or distract it to observe the situation inside. What do you want to do? Lambert asked quietly. We definitely can't outrun it, Xiaoming replied, recalling the creature's terrifying stamina and speed. It had outpaced even the deer, let alone 2 city dwellers. Their only advantage was their numbers. Remember how we dealt with those jumping zombies in the warehouse? Xiaoming said. We have 2 people. Before he could finish, a roar erupted from the creature's direction. Xiaoming peeked out, only to see the mutated entity charging toward them with outstretched arms. Damn it! The creature was incredibly fast before they could react. It was upon them. Without a second thought, Xiaoming instinctively raised his handgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! What stamina, indeed. It had charged right into the muzzle of his gun, and it took just 1 bullet. The birds in the forest took flight in alarm, scattering in all directions. Of course, it wasn't just the birds that were startled. Hundreds of mutated creatures in the parking area were also roused. Weren't you the one who said not to shoot? Lambert shouted. When was I supposed to know it had spotted us? Xiaoming retorted. I was hoping to take it by surprise. Now we're the ones being ambushed. Lambert grabbed Xiaoming. The distant roars of zombies echoed closer. Run. Over the radio. Ashi's voice crackled through, received. The two sprinted for the edge of the woods, the sounds of the pursuing mutated creatures growing louder behind them. Fortunately, the zombies had to climb the slope, buying the pair some precious time. Bursting from the forest, Ashi had already trained the artillery on the tree line. You drive. Xiaoming shouted while running. I'm going for the off-road vehicle. Where to? Lambert asked. Where else? Straight in. Before they could reach the train, several mutated creatures burst forth from the woods. Ashi swung the anti-aircraft gun around, firing at the zombies behind them. The deafening explosions erupted from behind, prompting Xiaoming to crouch low and dash towards the rear of the vehicle. Armor-piercing rounds swept through the trees. As the 235mm cannons unleashed over 14 shells in a single second, tearing the tree trunks as thick as a man's waist in half. In an instant, The forest's edge was left in shambles, leaves and branches swirling in chaos. However, due to the type of ammunition, the number of mutated creatures killed by the shells might not surpass those crushed by falling trees. Chapter 81. Full throttle as the train began to roar to life. Ashi maintained a steady rhythm of rapid-fire bursts, while Feng Yuxing took aim with his shotgun, targeting the elusive foes beneath the anti-aircraft artillery. Inside the cockpit, Yamamoto Ryo expertly seized the M240 machine gun mounted on the right window, swiftly disengaging the safety and chambering around in one fluid motion. This display left Lambert, who was busy starting the train, momentarily awestruck. With the train now in motion, albeit at a modest speed, Xiaoming grasped a support pillar and vaulted into the carriage. He swiftly severed the ropes binding the tires and climbed into the off-road vehicle, releasing the handbrake and shifting into reverse. The vehicle plummeted from the train before Xiaoming could even accelerate. Under the cover of anti-aircraft fire and machine gun blasts, the train hastily gained speed, leaving the mutated creatures behind just before they could reach the tracks. Of course, the off-road vehicle was left in its wake. Xiaoming, frustrated by the manual transmission, cursed under his breath at the others for their choice of gear. Just then, a mutant lunged at the off-road vehicle, crashing against the driver's side window. "Goodbye," Xiaoming muttered, flooring the accelerator as he caught up with the train. The vehicle sped past the train, aligning itself with the tracks ahead. The sounds of gunfire and explosions had ceased. The train had distanced itself sufficiently from the horde, no longer necessitating the use of precious ammunition. Xiaoming drove the off-road vehicle into the storage area, knocking down two mutants blocking the path. In the rearview mirror, the colossal silhouette of the train loomed closer. Fortuitously, the gunfire had diverted many mutants away from the storage area, leaving only a scant few behind. Lowering the window, Xiaoming extended the shotgun out, attempting to shoot at the moving targets. Although he lacked precision while firing one-handed from a moving vehicle, he was confident in hitting targets within a meter's range. Adjusting his stance, he steadied the gun against his shoulder, with his left hand on the steering wheel providing additional support. As a mutant charged towards the off-road vehicle, Xiaoming swerved the steering wheel, aiming directly at the oncoming threat. A few rounds erupted from the barrel, sending the mutant sprawling. The recoil jolted his shoulder painfully. Yet he considered himself fortunate not to have dislocated it in such an awkward position. Ashi pivoted the anti-aircraft gun to target the mutants on the platform. With a series of rapid-fire blasts, the cannon spat flames, unleashing armor-piercing rounds that transformed the train station beside the platform into a sieve. A barrage of shells struck, even severing one of the platform's supporting pillars. A swarm of mutants surged from the residential area on the east side of the storage yard, charging toward the right side of the train, while Ashi's anti-aircraft gun remained focused on the left. Xiaoming maneuvered the off-road vehicle across the tracks, heading straight for the mutants bolting from the housing area. The mutants, clearly more intrigued by the sudden appearance of the vehicle than the distant train, became distracted. With a loud bang, a mutant's arm was blown off as Xiaoming fired. Discarding the now empty shotgun, he retrieved a handgun from his waist. Although shooting while driving was far from precise, the moving vehicle still managed to draw away a significant number of mutants. The mutants had split into two groups, those charging from the left side of the storage yard and those emerging from the right residential area. The left group suffered heavy casualties under the relentless fire of the anti-aircraft gun, with many being cleaved in two, while others were crushed beneath debris and collapsed pillars. Lambert climbed atop the train to survey the scene, straining to discern the tracks amid the chaos. Noticing the surrounding area was relatively secure, he halted the train and sprinted toward the switch. Fortunately, most of the mutants had been dealt with, allowing Lambert to quickly maneuver the train onto the turnaround track. Their next task was to extricate the massive vehicle. "Get in," Xiaoming urged, opening the door for Lambert. "What is the situation?" "Last one outside," Lambert replied hastily as he jumped into the off-road vehicle, and together they sped toward the next junction. Just as Xiaoming brought the vehicle to a stop at the final fork, his expression twisted into one of horror. "Oh no," he gasped, confronted by a throng of mutants. The storage area was less than a kilometer from the urban center of Calais, and the deafening roar of the anti-aircraft artillery had roused the dormant hordes. Had it not been for the residential area and hills obstructing their path, this wave would have reached the storage area 10 minutes prior. Xiaoming glanced back at the train, spotting Ashi and Feng Yuxing reloading ammunition. Just when it seemed fortune had favored them, a larger wave of mutants approached, yet their most formidable weapon was out of ammo. Xiaoming hurriedly exited the vehicle, propping his sniper rifle on the roof to fire at the mutants on the hillside. While it was a mere drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing. Two mutants descended from the slope, seizing the rear of the off-road vehicle, the occupants oblivious to the danger. Xiao Ming slammed the accelerator, determined to outrun the threat. The two mutants dangled precariously. One was flung off due to the vehicle's jostling over the tracks, while the other clung desperately to the rear. "Are we all good?" Xiao Ming asked, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Yes, Lambert replied, visibly shaken. That was the last one. The off-road vehicle came to a halt beside the train's cockpit, and Lambert leapt out, dashing toward the interior. The mutant that had been dragged along staggered upright, only to be met with a bullet to the head in the next instant. Feng Yuxing lowered his shotgun, panting heavily. The train roared back to life, charging directly into the oncoming tide of mutants. This posed a significant challenge for the two exposed individuals at the front, who relied on the anti-aircraft gun to fend off those attempting to climb aboard. Xiao Ming also emerged from the roof of the vehicle, firing at the mutants encroaching on the train. "Did you see that?" Feng Yuxing exclaimed, using the butt of his gun to bludgeon a mutant, addressing Ashi. "I'm not just a liability." Within minutes, the train traversed the area with the highest concentration of mutants, rounding a bend and heading out of the storage area. Due to the insufficient time to secure the tracks and the added weight of the train compared to previous days, the rail shifted alarmingly as the train passed. The group was nearly terrified, feeling as though they were on the brink of derailing. "Dear Redacted, Sir, thank you for finally giving our report the attention it deserves, which will aid the government in regaining control of the situation swiftly. Below is a summary of our research on the P virus over the past 3 months. Detailed reports have been submitted in our weekly updates, available for your review at Redacted. Based on our studies in the Redacted area, it has been confirmed that the P virus infection is irreversible. There is no means of restoring normalcy by alleviating the virus's control over the central nervous system. The test subjects from groups Redacted and Redacted exhibited immediate loss of vital signs following our forced eradication of the P virus from their systems. Specific experimental records can be found in the attached documentation. We are still striving to understand the precise mechanisms through which the P virus accomplishes this. Regarding the post-symptomatic population, we have designated them as P01 infected individuals, and the known characteristics and behaviors associated with the P virus include: 1. Infected individuals can enter a dormant state, achieving nearly zero metabolic activity within their bodies. This dormancy is facilitated by the P virus's control over neural signals in the brain, with the specific methodology still under investigation. The primary manifestations include halted growth of nails and hair, with cerebral activity virtually ceasing entirely. Only the most fundamental life-sustaining functions, such as basic blood circulation and respiratory systems, are maintained. At this juncture, it becomes exceedingly challenging to ascertain, from a medical perspective, whether an individual is truly alive, reminiscent of the term living dead from cinematic portrayals. Strangely, the auditory and visual systems of the infected remain intact during their dormant state, allowing them to swiftly restore bodily functions to normal levels upon disturbance, triggered by the activation of the P virus. When the energy levels within the infected individual dwindle to a point where the P virus can no longer sustain itself at undisclosed concentration through proliferation, the individual is roused from their slumber. Due to the effects of the dormant mechanism, the infected may eventually succumb to natural death if they are deprived of energy sustenance for an extended period. Here, death refers to the complete cessation of the P virus's ability to proliferate and its consequent loss of control over the human body, preventing it from utilizing its own protein attributes to supply energy to the human host, ultimately leading to total demise. Furthermore, the longer the period of dormancy, the greater the likelihood of cerebral necrosis. Those who remain dormant for too long may lose consciousness entirely, with all bodily actions becoming governed by the P virus. The retention of consciousness among the infected is inversely proportional to the duration and frequency of dormancy. In the early stages, particularly when the P virus first gains control over the human body, the infected's brain remains fully alert. As energy levels decline and the concentration of the P virus escalates, the infected gradually lose consciousness. Instances of cannibalism have been observed among the infected. In experiments conducted at undisclosed, several infected individuals were confined within a food-deprived laboratory, resulting in their resorting to consuming one another to sustain their energy expenditure. As time progresses, various unpredictable subtypes of infected individuals emerge. Currently known subtypes, aside from P organisms, arise from the P virus's removal of limitations on human capacities. For instance, some infected exhibit enhanced reflexes or mobility, yet we do not classify these as distinct subtypes. Research indicates that after sufficient nourishment, infected individuals exhibit unrestricted proliferation, manifested not only in the rapid reproduction of the P virus within their bodies but also through the development of sarcomas and a significant increase in muscle density. In certain infected, muscle tissues have undergone varying degrees of deformity and mutation upon interaction with the P virus. However, due to skeletal constraints, there have yet to be any instances of an infected individual completely surpassing human limits. The possibility of entirely detached subtypes from human tissue structures cannot be dismissed, and further variants remain to be discovered. This point warrants additional attention. Based on predictions from other studies, we believe that the infected may not naturally perish within a few years. Rather, there is a potential for a significant number of subtypes to emerge in densely populated areas. 7. Experiments utilizing P virus extraction factors for human enhancement have all ended in failure. Antibodies cannot solely eliminate the infectious agents within the virus to achieve symbiosis. 99% of natural antibody carriers exhibit complete immunity to the P virus. Moreover, we have been unable to identify alternative methods to control the P virus within the human body in a short time frame. 8. The P virus remains infectious to the uninfected pure individuals who have not developed antibodies. We are currently seeking to request more uninfected individuals from the undisclosed department for further research. 9. Some infected individuals exhibit varying degrees of territorial awareness. Intelligence reports from frontline military units and satellite imagery suggest that certain infected may have developed a sense of territory. Some maps indicate they may have constructed structures resembling nests. It remains unclear whether this behavior is a vestige of their pre-infection habits or a sign of regained consciousness. If this characteristic is validated, our understanding of the P virus will be shrouded in further ambiguity, as one would expect the behavior of completely virus-controlled infected to be unconscious actions related to survival, devoid of territorial instincts. 10. The P virus bears a closer resemblance to a synthetic virus. We have ample reason to suspect that the P virus is a product of biological weapon experimentation. Firstly, its targeted infection solely on humans, sparing other species with genetic similarities such as chimpanzees, pigs, and laboratory mice is noteworthy. Secondly, its irrational proliferation and specific control over the human nervous system exceed the boundaries of natural evolution. We urge your department to strive for communication with the undisclosed department. Should the undisclosed department have already fallen, please dispatch a team to gather data, which will significantly aid our research on the P virus. Additionally, I hope our base does not possess a self-destruct mechanism unknown to even our leaders, as I prefer not to meet the same fate as those at the undisclosed facility under the direction of an uninformed leader. Attachments. 1. Undisclosed. 2. Undisclosed. Chapter 82. Heading south, the train surged out of the parking yard, making its way towards the Franco-German border. Approximately 5 kilometers after departing, it came to a halt beside a thicket of trees. Xiao Ming maneuvered his SUV alongside the train's front, while Ashi, with Feng Yuxing's assistance, descended from the locomotive. "Well done, kid," Ashi complimented Xiao Ming. Lambert leapt from the driver's cabin, muttering about food. Xiao Ming glanced at the time. Indeed, it was time to eat. Given the morning's intense atmosphere, a respite was in order. The train had stopped near a forest, with an open field on the opposite side, and a small town situated a couple of kilometers away. It was relatively safe to take a break here. Finally, mealtime, Ashi exclaimed, limping towards his vehicle. "Hey," Lambert suddenly called out to Ashi, "why not stay and eat with us?" Ashi shook his head. "No thanks, I have plenty of canned goods." The group watched Ashi's limping figure, and Lambert turned to Xiao Ming, as if to say, "This isn't my concern." The makeshift stove in the passenger car flared to life once more, with a small pot simmering beef and luncheon meat. "We still have several densely populated areas to traverse," Lambert remarked while examining the tablet, plotting their route through major cities like Lille, Charleroi, Liege, and Cologne. Feng Yuxing stirred the pot and inquired, "Are there no alternative routes to avoid these regions?" "There are," Lambert replied, displaying the tablet screen to the group. "After passing Charleroi, we could head southeast into Luxembourg, then north to reach the eastern side of Cologne, thus maximizing our avoidance of populated areas." "But," Feng Yuxing pressed, "but it's a lengthy detour. Luxembourg has many winding mountain roads that would significantly impede the train's speed. Given our current firepower, it's wiser to take the longer route," Xiao Ming stated. We just exhausted a considerable amount of ammunition dealing with a few hundred zombies. Entering a city might limit our chances for a change in course. Let's eat and then assess our supplies, Feng Yuxing suggested, to see what we might be lacking. Off-road vehicles, Yamada Ryo, who was petting Gordon, suddenly interjected. We can't take them with us. Xiaoming gazed out the window, realizing it was impractical to drive the off-road vehicles onto the train here. He nodded regretfully and asked Lambert, is there a way to use a ramp like a truck to load and unload? This is a train, Lambert replied. Loading vehicles requires specific steel ramps. Otherwise, they can only be driven on from the platform. Yamada Ryo queried. So we can only leave one behind? No. Lambert hastily clarified. If we have sufficient tools and time, we could certainly fashion a ramp ourselves. Feng Yuxing ladled a bowl of soup from the pot and handed it to Yamada Ryo. Thank you, Yamada Ryo said, standing up and walking towards the carriage door. Where is she going? Lambert asked. Don't be jealous, Feng Yuxing chuckled. She saved her life. You still have a long journey ahead. A loli and an uncle? Xiaoming queried. I doubt there's anything between them. Feng Yuxing shook her head. It just doesn't feel right. You better be telling the truth, Lambert lamented. Ah, here. Xiaoming offered a bowl of soup to Lambert. Eating is the priority. After lunch, Lambert and Xiaoming began to inventory the supplies on the train. Although they had to turn back from Paris, they had gathered quite a bit in Amiens. This included enough provisions and water for several days, along with some small gardening tools as Yamada Ryo and Feng Yuxing deemed standard sizes impractical in the train, as well as some fertilizers and seeds. Besides that, they mostly had leftovers from the previous journey. It appeared that their food situation was less than ideal, thanks to the train's continuous motion. The group did not need to worry about depleting supplies in any particular location, even if a town ahead ran out of canned goods or other essentials. They only needed to proceed to the next town. After all, most bottled water and canned food have a shelf life of around 2 years or even longer. Xiaoming did not believe that the train would still be on its journey 2 years hence. The ammunition for the anti-aircraft gun was down to a little over 100 rounds. Its firing rate demanded a significant amount of ammunition, and a moment's inattention could lead to depleting the entire stock. Next time we gather food and water, we should already be in Germany, right? Xiaoming mused. At this pace, yes, Lambert nodded. 4 to 5 days should suffice for us to reach Germany. In the front of the train, Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo squatted together, studying the seeds in the nursery. Do we need to aerate the soil? Yamada Ryo asked while flipping through a book on planting. Not really, Feng Yuxing pondered. The train's bumps should suffice for that. Yamada Ryo continued perusing the book, remarking, the book doesn't mention how to farm on a train. Gordon followed Lambert and Xiaoming to the nursery. He had quickly learned to climb the ladder into the carriage like a human. However, as soon as he climbed onto the flatbed, Feng Yuxing pushed him off. Shoo, I told you not to treat this place like a toilet. Gordon, looking dejected, scurried behind Xiaoming, who looked up at Feng Yuxing and asked, how are the radishes and potatoes doing? The potatoes are thriving, Feng Yuxing replied. They had already sprouted, while the radishes were only planted 2 days ago. Of course, it would be ideal if they could return home in 2 to 3 months. Avoiding this kind of life altogether. A rumbling noise seemed to echo from the sky, and the group instinctively looked up. It was an airplane. Chapter 83. Emergency landing. To be precise, it was an A400M transport aircraft. The altitude at which the plane was flying was not high. From its livery and the direction it approached, it was discernible that it belonged to the French Air Force. Rather than saying it was flying at a low altitude, it would be more accurate to state that it was plummeting at an alarming speed. As the aircraft passed overhead, Xiaoming noticed that both engines on the left wing were emitting thick plumes of smoke, indicating they were utterly incapacitated. Peering closer, he could see one engine's blades lodged within the other. Am I hallucinating? Lambert inquired, gazing upwards. The aircraft soared over the crowd before disappearing behind the trees. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoming leaped from the flatbed and sprinted towards the off-road vehicle. Lambert hurriedly followed, grabbing Xiaoming's arm. What are you doing? Of course, I'm pursuing the aircraft, Xiaoming retorted. Didn't you see it was descending? Have you lost your mind? Lambert exclaimed. I am acutely aware that it is plummeting, but why on earth would we chase after it? What if there are survivors? Feng Yuxing called from atop the train, and it's a military transport aircraft. It could be carrying valuable cargo, Xiaoming replied. After a moment's hesitation, Lambert decided to follow Xiaoming into the off-road vehicle. The allure of potential treasures was too enticing. Given the aircraft's rapid descent, the likelihood of finding any survivors appeared grim. With their current medical capabilities, They could manage a wounded ASCII, but dealing with a severely injured individual would only hinder their progress. After all, they were striving for survival, not engaging in charity. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle had not yet been abandoned. Xiaoming swiftly ignited the engine and drove towards the crash site. As the aircraft had flown over the treetops, they could not traverse the forest directly and were compelled to take a longer route around it. Xiaoming pressed the accelerator further down. The forest was far larger than he had anticipated, but soon a gap appeared, allowing them to speed through. Thanks to the relatively flat terrain. Once they emerged from the trees, they quickly spotted the descending transport aircraft. At this moment, the A400M was perilously close to the ground, swaying as it descended. It was evident that the pilot was striving to maintain control, yet the aircraft was beyond saving. Ordinarily, even a 4-engine passenger plane could sustain flight with 2 engines out of commission, yet this military transport was hurtling downwards, perplexing Xiaoming. He couldn't help but recall scenes from films where military aircraft transported experimental subjects that subsequently broke free mid-flight. A tremendous roar echoed in the distance, surpassing the sound of the quadrotor aircraft overhead. Xiaoming observed clouds of dust and debris rising not far off. As they crested a small hill, the wrecked aircraft came into view. It had not exploded nor caught fire. Aside from the completely destroyed wings and engines, the fuselage remained relatively intact. Its rear cargo door stood wide open, though it was unclear whether the pilot had deliberately opened it or if it had been forced open during the emergency landing. A deep trench marred the grass behind the aircraft, with landing gear and fragments strewn about. Xiaoming halted the vehicle on the slope and raised his sniper rifle towards the transport plane. The left wing appeared to be leaking fuel, while the 2 engines on the right were utterly ruined. Gazing through the open door, he found the cabin eerily vacant, no vehicles, supplies, or survivors within. Should we get closer to investigate? Lambert asked, leaning against the vehicle door. Are there any survivors? Xiaoming surveyed the distant horizon through the scope. He could see mutated beings rushing towards them from a town a couple of kilometers away. They had roughly 10 minutes. Let us take a look, he decided, stowing the sniper rifle and settling into the vehicle. The off-road vehicle followed the trajectory of the aircraft's descent, swiftly arriving beside the transport plane. The 2 men disembarked, retrieving shotguns from the back of the vehicle. A faint scent of aviation fuel permeated the air, confirming Xiaoming's assessment that the left wing was indeed leaking. Upon entering the spacious cabin, they found it utterly empty, with the seats on either side folded away. Who would fly an empty aircraft at this time? Lambert pondered. Perhaps someone was fleeing, Xiaoming conjectured. Regardless, the circumstances surrounding the crash seemed illogical. Without anti-air missiles, how could mutated beings bring down an aircraft? The rotor height was sufficient to prevent any risk of them being sucked into the engines, causing an explosion, unless it had been shot down, or the aircraft had experienced mechanical failure, prompting the pilot to take off hastily. Go check the cockpit, Xiaoming instructed Lambert, dashing outside. What are you up to? Lambert queried. Xiaoming searched for remnants of the engine outside, soon discovering a large piece of debris nearby. Judging by its size, it appeared to be part of the aircraft's engine. This is peculiar, he mused, gazing at the wreckage. Why have planes been falling from the sky lately? What's wrong? Lambert inquired. I can't quite ascertain what happened to this aircraft, Xiaoming replied. What about you? Any findings? Lambert shook his head. All 3 crew members are deceased. But there is someone in the plane who looks familiar, some high-ranking official. I think I've seen him on the news. Is he still alive? Xiaoming asked, following Lambert back into the cabin. Deceased, Lambert confirmed. But he looks strikingly familiar. You might want to take a look. Xiaoming clambered into the cockpit, where chaos reigned. The immense impact had deformed the cockpit significantly, and the 2 pilots were unrecognizable. Turning his head, he caught sight of a man in a suit, head bowed. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was the President of France. No wonder Lambert had found him familiar. Who wouldn't he recognize him? It now seemed unlikely that this aircraft had been shot down deliberately. The distant roars of mutated creatures signaled that it was time to depart. Chapter 84. Oil supplies running low. As Xiaoming descended from the off-road vehicle, he remarked, It's empty. There are no goods at all. Everyone has perished, Lambert noted. But there is one person I find quite familiar. Enough, Xiaoming interjected hastily. Let's not dwell on that. The train was restarted, departing before the mutated creatures, drawn by the transport aircraft, could discover them. Lambert had reconfigured the route in the parking area to create a fast track, circumventing most towns along the journey, allowing them to travel directly from Calais to Lille. Not long after the train set off, the intercom on the table crackled to life. Xiaoming, Xiaoming? Lambert's voice came through. While chatting with Feng Yuxing, Xiaoming picked up the intercom and inquired, "What is it?" After a brief pause, Lambert replied, "The train may be running low on fuel." "How can that be?" Xiaoming questioned. "We just changed to this vehicle not long ago." "It's been a while," Lambert responded. "But that's not the primary concern. What should we do then?" Xiaoming asked. "You understand trains. Think of a solution. We can only head to Lille. There's a large train station there that can replenish our fuel." Feng Yuxing, who had been listening, interjected. "The diesel used by diesel locomotives is the same as that used by large trucks, right?" "Indeed. Then why must we go to the station? Can't we just find a gas station and siphon the fuel?" "Theoretically, that is feasible." Lambert paused, then continued. "But there is a significant issue. The nozzle used for refueling cars is vastly different from that of trains. Perhaps the tanker's connector could adapt to the train's fueling pipe, but the refueling nozzle cannot. It appears we need to locate a refueling nozzle," Xiaoming stated. "We must pass through Lille, correct? We need to change tracks there." "Absolutely," Feng Yuxing nodded. "I have a question," Lambert posed. "We currently have only 4 capable individuals. Will splitting into 2 teams hinder our ability to deal with the zombies in Lille? For guns won't suffice. Take a look at the map and see if there are any rivers in Lille," Xiaoming suggested. "What do we need a river for?" Lambert inquired. "There are a few small streams," Lambert acknowledged, "but there's a problem. I need to stop the train at least 10 kilometers away from the city center, as the railway in the suburbs is lined with houses." "That's too far," Yamada Rio remarked. "We have no choice. We will have to abandon the train," Lambert declared. "I plan to stop near 2 small towns. We can check for tankers or gas stations." "There should be gas stations," Xiaoming replied. "There are likely many tankers on the road," Lambert mused. "However, the tankers we see may not necessarily contain fuel, nor must they contain diesel," Xiaoming corrected. "How should we divide ourselves?" Feng Yuxing asked. A silence fell over the group. "Ah, damn it," Lambert exclaimed, "I've realized. I am the only one who knows where to find a refueling nozzle, and I alone know how to detach it. I will go into the sewer." "I'll accompany you," Yamada Rio said. "Oh, really?" Lambert stammered. "Then you should go alone? Is it dangerous?" Yamada Rio asked. Lambert hurriedly replied, No. I just mean the city is perilous." "I'm not afraid," Yamada Rio asserted. Lambert wished to express his own fear, but refrained. "Then Yuxing and I will head to the town to look for tankers and gas stations," Xiaoming decided. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." It was uncertain which of the 2 teams faced greater danger. Although seeking a tanker in the town seemed less risky if the tanker contained no fuel. They would need to stop to refuel, creating noise that could attract unwanted attention. The greatest threat for the 2 venturing into the city lay in the labyrinthine sewers. The fueling area at the train station was generally spacious, and if a train was parked inside as cover, it would simplify matters, as long as they refrained from gunfire. The situation could be manageable. As per custom, Xiaoming slung a skilled sniper rifle over his shoulder and strapped on the only 5-round shotgun at his waist. Feng Yuxing, still armed with her hunting rifle, gripped a steel pipe in her hand. The train gradually came to a halt before a small town. The quietest parking area Lambert could find in the vicinity. Yamada Rio explained the situation to Isgil, who removed his handgun from his chest and handed it to her. Subsequently, Yamada Rio and Lambert began their journey towards Lille. "Be careful," Xiaoming cautioned Lambert. "You too," Lambert waved the intercom and replied, "Contact us if any issues arise. But let us refrain from communication once we enter the city." The 4 individuals split into pairs, heading in different directions. Isgil sat at the cabin door, stroking Gordon beside him. The town that Xiaoming and Feng Yuxing sought was not difficult to locate, heading south from the train. They soon spotted the town at the edge of a field. Xiaoming crouched in a bush, using the barrel of his gun to part the weeds obscuring his scope. As light rain began to fall from the overcast sky, he was relieved it was merely a fine drizzle, minimally affecting visibility and movement. Peering through the scope, Xiaoming was astonished to find no sign of mutated creatures within the town. Neither at the entrance nor inside any of the houses could he discern a single aberration. "Do you see any movement?" Xiaoming asked. Feng Yuxing lowered her hunting rifle and shook her head. "This is quite peculiar," Xiaoming pondered. Could this be a ghost town? Were the mutated creatures lured away? Or did these people vacate their homes when the disaster struck? Chapter 85. The Corpse Party, what do you think? Xiaoming inquired. "It's a bit peculiar," he continued. "There doesn't seem to be anything here that would attract them. Should we still go in?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Let's take a look," he replied. The 2 emerged from their hiding place in the grass and made their way toward the small town. Despite not having spotted any mutants for the moment, they chose to approach the town cautiously from the fields. After all, they had only seen the outskirts. Perhaps the town center was teeming with mutants. They climbed over the embankment onto the road, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire town. Over there is the commercial street, Feng Yuxian pointed out, tapping Xiao Ming on the shoulder. The main road should be over there, Xiao Ming said. The gas station ought to be along one of those main routes. As they walked toward the commercial street, the town streets were utterly deserted, devoid even of small animals. The layout of the town was not particularly complex. A wide main road traversed east to west, intersected by a narrower road running north to south, with most houses lining either side of the main thoroughfare. Indeed, standing on the main road, one could see straight through the town. However, this seemingly unremarkable town revealed no trace of a mutant. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few zombies here, Xiaoming remarked, gazing at the empty street. Isn't this kind of town not too far from a large city an ideal refuge for people fleeing? Perhaps, as the mutation spread, the residents fled, Feng Yuxian suggested. Xiaoming shook his head. There are still many cars on the street. Would you choose to escape on foot? This is the only town within a few kilometers. Something must have happened here, Feng Yuxian speculated. But that has little bearing on us now, Xiaoming replied while scanning the buildings and shops. For us, the absence of zombies is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Shall we see if there's anything to eat? Feng Yuxian asked. Now that we're here, we might as well take advantage of it, Xiaoming replied. They entered a small supermarket by the roadside. Feng Yuxian went to gather supplies, while Xiaoming pulled out a map from a shelf by the entrance. Searching for the gas station, Xiaoming noted, there's one just a kilometer further up this road. It seems there are still plenty of items left here. Feng Yuxian remarked as he collected supplies, it looks like these people fled in haste. Let us fill up and leave. Finding fuel is a priority. And it will soon be dark, Xiaoming said. The map appeared to be a tourist guide, detailing locations, names, populations, and nearby attractions. Steinwick, Xiaoming read aloud. A population of 10,000? That must refer to this area. It would be remarkable for this town to house even a few hundred. The information is outdated. Feng Yuxian commented. I say the current population is 0. Not even corpses remain, Xiaoming stated. Suddenly, Feng Yuxian gasped, prompting Xiaoming to turn around quickly. She was facing an alley where a corpse hung. Looking down at the map, Xiaoming had just missed the alley's entrance. Judging by the freshness of the corpse, it was evident that this mutant had died not long ago. Of course, it could also have been a human. Who hung it here? Xiaoming pondered. They looked up along the corpse's line of sight and saw a hook piercing through its neck, suspending it between two two-story shops. The body appeared to be that of a young man in his 20s, clad in a police uniform, though his sidearm was conspicuously absent. Why would someone hang it up? Feng Yuxian asked. Following the hook's trajectory, Xiaoming noticed ropes and mechanical apparatus affixed to the walls, which were clearly out of place. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he declared, this is a trap. Feng Yuxian began inspecting the nearby machinery, but the area bore no signs of habitation. Continuing down the alley, they soon stumbled upon another corpse. This time, it was not suspended but rather impaled from head to toe by a sharp iron rod, firmly affixed to the ground. What kind of person would do this? Feng Yuxian questioned. Through the gap beside the corpse, Xiaoming spotted a solitary house standing amidst a lush green field. Coincidentally, a somewhat dilapidated fuel truck was parked next to it. Reluctant to pass by the gruesome sight, they opted to take a side road from the main thoroughfare toward the house. This is too bizarre, Feng Yuxian remarked. No sane person would approach like this. If the town were bustling with life, the house would not appear particularly odd, merely a quaint country cottage. However, within the current silence, it felt distinctly unsettling. As they approached the house, it too seemed deserted. The fuel truck stood silently beside the cottage. Although it looked a bit worn, it still appeared operable. From within the adjacent barn came a rumbling sound, reminiscent of machinery in operation. I'll go see what's in the barn, Feng Yuxian announced. Wait, Xiaoming interjected. I'll accompany you. Feng Yuxian opened the large barn door, and a wave of rust mixed with the scent of blood rushed toward them. The scene before them left both speechless. Various traps lay in various stages of completion, stacked within the garage. Pitchforks, chainsaws, an assortment of iron rods, blunt instruments, sharp tools, and gears made it feel as though they had wandered onto the set of a horror film. Even for mutants, this was excessively cruel. Cautiously, they stepped into the barn, wary of triggering any traps that could cost them their lives. Look at this, Feng Yuxian pointed out. At the far end of the barn, a running diesel generator sat. Someone actually lives here, Xiaoming observed, raising his shotgun as he surveyed the array of lethal traps. It seems this is not someone to be trifled with.